Chapter 201. Two little girls, daring to steal someone. The chubby boy laughed heartily, calmly taking out a cigar, cutting off the end, rubbing it between his fingers to light it, taking a deep drag, and slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke. There's even one of them who's a legendary mermaid. This is the first time in thousands of years that one has appeared. Those elves must have gotten incredibly lucky. Perfect, let's capture them. Yes. The four men behind him, wearing black iron masks sculpted into the shape of eagles, swiftly flew out of the barrier, long spears appearing in their hands. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, like soldiers in uniform. Moreover, these four tall men in black armor each possessed different attributes: earth, water, metal, and ice, clearly a deliberate configuration for this alternate dimension. The four didn't utter a word, faithfully obeying their master's orders. They immediately attacked the two, their magic surging, their speed tearing through the air, and a murderous aura gathering around them. Through their masks, their eyes shone with cold indifference, like those of death warriors. Luo glanced indifferently at the two who approached him, not wanting to bother with them. He directly seized the ice and water magic from two of them. Caught off guard, the two were invaded by the chaotic magic and exploded into blood mist and ice shards. The other two paused, but did not retreat. Instead, their attacks became even more ferocious. One conjured solid armor, while the other added a sharp spear tip. Together, they were even more powerful than two warriors with dual earth and metal attributes, and then, nothing more. Hai Jinju simply unleashed her domain, and then Luo used two extreme frostbite spells, instantly turning the two, whose speed had been drastically reduced, into pincushions. Bang! Bang! The smiles on the two beauties' faces froze, replaced by shock and panic. The chubby boy in his seat finally dropped his disdain, puffing on his cigar, his small round eyes narrowing. Looks like I misjudged you. You're a genius, but let me give you a piece of advice. Geniuses like you getting involved in these shady dealings usually end up dead. I can pretend I didn't see you today, and you can take this batch of elves back with you. Consider it making friends, how about it? Talk is cheap, where are they? Luo didn't believe for a second that these slave traders would spit out what they already taken, especially killing people in front of others. Who could tolerate that? However, the most important thing right now was to rescue the night elves, everything else was secondary. Are you afraid I lied to you? The chubby boy clapped his jeweled hands lightly twice. The two beauties behind him snapped out of their daze. The pendants around their necks flashed slightly, and several iron cages appeared on the ground. It seemed the elves hadn't been mistreated, they even had the leisure to look around. Luo, why is he so agreeable? Even the naive Pearl was skeptical that an enemy would be so kind, which made Luo wary. Let them out. The chubby boy, cigar in hand, smiled and said, "That's easy." His large, fat hand rested on a cage, and with a slight pull, the cage tore open, releasing the female elf inside, who was completely bewildered. Let's go, someone's come to rescue you. She couldn't understand, but she still slowly retreated under the expectant gazes of the other elves, warily watching the chubby boy and the two women. Several minutes later, seeing the chubby boy's smile undiminished, she quickly turned and flew away. Luo watched her leave, then glanced at the chubby boy, who grinned like a nouveau riche. A sense of unease lingered in his heart. Could it really be that easy? Just as the elf was about to escape the barrier, a flash of savagery crossed the chubby boy's eyes. He took a deep drag of his cigar and exhaled sharply. The smoke, like a sharp sword, shot straight towards the female elf's back. She seemed to sense something, turning her head in terror as the deadly attack hurtled towards her. Luo's pupils constricted, and he instinctively cried out, "No!" The other elves in the cage widened their eyes, reaching out to grab something. Only the chubby boy on the chair remained smiling, but his eyes held a morbid madness. Crack! The next moment, the barrier shattered into countless fragments. The broken runes slowly dissolved, returning to their magical energy. The smoke, upon striking the elf, was blocked by a suddenly appearing wall of water, exploding into a spray before disappearing without a trace. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. The chubby boy's smile froze on his face. He abruptly stood up from his chair, staring at the silver-haired girl hovering before the female elf with suspicion. Which family are you from? This is a mid-level barrier, ordinary people can't possibly break it. Seeing the silent Luo, the chubby boy waved his hand, and several yellow magical energy condensed into stone cones, attempting to kill all the elves directly. However, all the cages were instantly enveloped by a layer of ice shield. The stones dented the shield, but couldn't penetrate it. Luo irritably rubbed his hair, straightened his hat, and said slowly in a low voice, "You slave traders are really insane. A water blade condensed and slashed towards the chubby boy on the ground, but before it could hit, it was blocked by an armored earth dragon that suddenly emerged from a dark crack. The incredibly hard carapace was grazed by the water blade, leaving only a shallow mark. Armored earth dragon extraordinary tier 3, earth, solitary, weak in aggression, gentle in nature, but possesses armor comparable to a tier 4 magical beast. When in danger, it will curl up its relatively soft belly to protect itself from harm. Magic skills: heavy earth shield, rock body, skin hardening, earth shaking. Note: possesses a trace of dragon bloodline, with a very small chance of evolving. The next moment, hundreds upon hundreds of water blades rained down like a storm, startling the leisurely armored earth dragon. It immediately curled up, surrounding the chubby boy, and a thick layer of earth shield appeared around its body, absorbing all the water blades. After a while, sensing that the water blades had stopped falling, the armored earth dragon finally loosened its coiled body, dispersed its shattered earth shield, and leisurely began to graze. So you're getting angry already, little girl? I don't know what trick you used to break my barrier, but when it comes to tricks, I never been afraid of anyone. Come on! Let's fight 300 rounds. The chubby boy's smug voice rang out. He rose up, only to find that no one had appeared in midair. Turning his head, he saw that the two women were, unsurprisingly, mincemeat, but the elves beside them had vanished. Even so, the chubby boy remained unperturbed. Instead, his smugness faded, and he took a puff of his cigar with interest. A little trick, but you have the strength to take them away. I wonder if you have the strength to keep them. Luo and the seed pearl flew swiftly through the forest, and in her hand were two pendants containing the group of dark elves. Luo, I thought you were really going to fight him. How could I? One slip and those elves would be dead. Luo pouted. There were still enemies to the north. If they started a battle here, they would definitely take advantage of the situation. He only managed to kill those 6 tier 3s because they were careless. Besides, everyone knew that ordinary tier 3s didn't have much impact on the overall battle. FIA, have a no move. After sending this message to FIA, Luo picked up Gianni halfway. Soon, the two returned to the second layer of the barrier. FIA was anxiously looking around outside the barrier, and only breathed a sigh of relief upon noticing Luo's return. The Grand Elder and the attacking elves also returned at the same time. The three exchanged glances and entered the barrier together. Chapter 202. Hailed was somewhat disheveled, with many strands of hair broken, indicating he had been in a fight. However, the other elves were unharmed. After entering the barrier, Hailed hurriedly asked Luo, "Miss Luo, how is the situation? If they hadn't hidden, they should all be rescued." Saying this, she released the elf from the pendant. Seeing her unharmed tribespeople, Hailed slightly tense expression calmed. Luo patted Jia and I on the back, and had an elf take her back to the third layer of the barrier. "Miss Luo, thank you very much for your help." However, the war maniacs rushed back halfway through the fight, so they probably join forces soon. Before that, we need to rescue as many of our tribespeople as possible on the other side. Although the other group only had about 10 third-tier members, there were over 600 other extraordinary beings of various ranks, scattered throughout a large forest. Hiding the prisoners would be quite easy. He hadn't even expected to rescue them all. He could only do his best. Luo could sense the night elves not concealed by the barrier, but setting aside efficiency, the sheer size of the area made it difficult for her to find them quickly on her own, especially since she had more important matters to attend to. Ano has gone. I had her lead half the guards in to infiltrate. It might take some time. It was FIA who spoke. With FIA present, Luo didn't need to communicate with Ano. She wasn't familiar with many of the specific arrangements, so it was better to let FIA handle the conversation. After confirming there were no casualties, the Grand Elder and FIA hurriedly left, leaving Luo still pondering what she had witnessed. After forcibly breaking the barrier, information about the chubby boy was revealed. Puppet, Extraordinary Tier 3, Tier 8, Earth, Fire, Summoner, Summon Beast, the Grand Steward of the Desperate Merchant Guild, a powerful summoner with superhuman magical reserves and soul power, allowing him to control more and more powerful summon beasts. Magic skills: Random Summon, Summoning Blessing, Summon Beasts, Rock Spirit, Earth Giant, Rock Dragon, Lava Imp, Flame Wolf. Note 1. The summoner's physical body is comparable to a mage's. Note 2. This is a puppet clone, incredibly sturdy, sharing memories. Note 3. Possessed by the Rock Spirit, physical constitution greatly increased. Suggestion: this is a big problem, but as long as no one knows where you come from, it's fine. Luo had felt something was off before. Such a wealthy merchant guild, yet its Grand Steward was only at the 3rd rank, and he personally came to such a dangerous alternate dimension. Combined with the Grand Elder's statement that his magic power and aura had changed in previous meetings, Luo had a guess. This Grand Steward might not be the real one. After all, the bouncy sea pearl beside him was a real example. Some magic skill clones are enough to fool the eye, not to mention that this Grand Steward's clone was made of a puppet. The Grand Elder's failed assassination attempt showed his incredibly sturdy body, which was a major reason why Luo didn't impulsively start a war. Let's leave the troublesome matters to the Grand Elder. It's reasonable for me to choose a weaker opponent. Meanwhile, John Kwang, whom Luo had dismissed as weaker, was now angrily roaring at the bewildered guards. Speak. What happened? I only went out for a short while, and 6 people died in the camp. The others were one thing, but the 3 transcendents in the central barrier were all elites, capable of taking on 3 at once, and they were gone just like that. Although Zhang Kwang didn't understand why old Ma's body wasn't there, he still held the murderer accountable. Commander, we don't know either. The others guarding the other 2 barriers nodded repeatedly. Commander, we went on alert as soon as we heard the alarm, and then we lost contact with the other 2 barriers. We didn't dare go out to check, so we had to contact you. Seriously? All the 3rd-tier guards were protecting the cargo barrier and the central barrier, yet there was no response. These few 2nd-tier guards daring to go out would be suicide. Useless. Zhang Kwang angrily slapped the man who reported. The latter covered his face, not daring to use magic to recover, and silently returned to the group. To be able to enter without breaking the barrier in such a short time, besides some precious spatial artifacts, only legendary saint-level beings could do it. But such powerful figures wouldn't hold back. It seems those elves found outside help. Follow me. The remaining 20 or so people quickly followed Zhang Kwang's figure, led by him to another open space. There, the air was thick with the stench of blood. For corpses lay on the ground, their deaths gruesome. Not far from them, a chubby young man smoking a cigar sat on a chair, watching their arrival with a smug grin, seemingly unsurprised. Behind him lay a ground dragon, the air thick with the stench of blood. For figures clad in black armor and black masks stood ramrod straight. War maniac, I thought you'd be a little later. On the other side, Ano gripped her longbow tightly, stealthily approaching a small camp. 8 2nd-tier transcendents sat around a campfire. According to the clues, at least 3 night elves had been captured along the path they were guarding. After contacting her teammates 100 meters away using the elven's unique communication method, she flipped her longbow and unleashed a triple volley, piercing the heads of 3 transcendents. Before the remaining 5 could react, she fired several more arrows, killing them all. Quick, rescue them before they become alert. Less than a day had passed since the slave traders' last charge. Many of the lazy small teams hadn't even had time to set up barriers. No one expected the night elves to launch an attack so rashly, while they were all resting. After all, once the teams were grouped together, several 3rd-tier beings wouldn't be able to escape. However, now half of them, more than 20 3rd-tier transcendents, had taken action. All the sentry teams along the way were annihilated. It wasn't until Ano and his group penetrated deep into the 3rd-tier camps that anyone noticed something was wrong, but it was too late. Whoosh! Dozens of arrows, carrying a sharp aura, shattered the barrier in the blink of an eye, severely injuring one 3rd-tier being. The remaining 3rd-tier beings hurriedly erected shields to withstand the rain of arrows. Are they all asleep? Quick counterattack. With the fluctuations in magical communication, Ano knew he couldn't stay long. While the other elves stalled, he took away the imprisoned members of his tribe. After succeeding, the other elves didn't linger and disappeared into the forest. Fearing a counterattack, those people dared not pursue rashly, and could only angrily issue warnings and heal their teammates. Harold, inside the Tree of Life, used his own power in conjunction with the Tree of Life to sense the 2nd layer of the barrier, monitoring the attacking supernatural beings. The 2nd layer of the barrier was not unbreakable. Due to its large area, it was easy for loopholes to appear if attacked from multiple directions simultaneously. Although it would be repaired quickly, it wouldn't be a problem for someone to enter. In the past, when defending, the elves not only had to disrupt their attacks, but also guard against these escapees. As expected, in less than half an hour, frequent and powerful attacks came from all directions of the barrier. The pale green barrier emitted bursts of light, surprising the slave trader alliance in the distance, who had not yet fully noticed. Ano contacted FIA telepathically. Taking advantage of their distraction, he infiltrated various locations, killing the guards of any captured tribesmen he encountered. The ensuing chaos made Ano's actions even easier. Under Hallard's plan, the second layer of the barrier had been abandoned, and all the elves were gathered within the third layer, which was only a kilometer in diameter. Without the elves going out to resist, the barrier's fluctuations grew stronger, and soon several people slipped through the gaps. No one is resisting? It's worth noting that at times like this, the night elves were forced to send their own people to fight them to prevent the barrier from being destroyed, and many elves were inadvertently captured at those times. Could it be that those purple-skinned elves went to deal with other slave traders? What a great opportunity! Quick, attack the barrier with all your might. With coordinated attacks from inside and outside, the second layer of the barrier quickly crumbled, and within 3 hours, it was completely breached. The third-tier transcendents who rushed in from all directions, amidst their confusion, soon spotted the elves on guard within the final layer of the barrier, and several people surrounding the towering tree. Chapter 203. The small slave trader alliance wasn't quick to react, but after half an hour, they finally realized that the night elves had broken in. After losing over 30 men, the still restless small teams regrouped, forming loose groups of 30, and surrounded the remaining elven slaves in the deepest layers. Because of this, the progress of Ano's team dwindled. After several elven guards failed in their assault and were injured, Ano knew there was no way out. He led his rescue people and broke through before the alliance's encirclement could fully form, returning to the third layer of the barrier. At this time, the people from the Warfield Mercenary Group and the Desperate Merchant Guild had assembled and were facing the elves from a distance of 500 meters. The jungle in between only slightly obstructed their view. Ano's return brought cheers from the elves, and the guards he brought back greatly boosted their confidence. Elder, can we attack now? After several victories, Sea Pearl seemed more confident, her entire fish brimming with eager anticipation, exuding an arrogant come-at-me attitude. Miss Sea Pearl, not yet. While they aren't fully prepared, so are we. With your addition, and the narrowing of our defensive perimeter, our strength is sufficient. The more prepared we are, the better it will be for us. Within the small barrier, many elven warriors were repairing damaged weapons and crafting special arrows, while a few elven mages were busily cultivating saplings to form giant crossbows. The opposing side wasn't idle either. After the elves launched their sneak attack, the Grand Steward and the War Maniac knew that the elves could no longer endure. This was their final battle. A loss would grant the elves 100 years of respite. A victory would mean their annihilation. A simple barrier was set up to prevent the elves from discovering anything. Old Ma returned. He was a barrier master. John Kwang was dissatisfied but said nothing. Compared to the Desperate Merchant Guild, his advantage was numbers, so infighting at this time would be shooting himself in the foot. Finally, the alliance members had assembled. According to the scouts' reports, the few third-tier transcendents understood what had happened. Driven by greed, they quickly approached the elves' base and set up camp. Initially, everyone maintained a restrained stance, but as someone accused the night elves of a sneak attack on the rescue, the elves began to retaliate with arrows. However, the leaders and high-ranking members remained hesitant, each with their own thoughts, and the entire forest gradually became oppressive and heavy. Hale's explanation to the Sea Pearl was to avoid unnecessary casualties among his people. However, the night elves lacked priests and healers. In a battle involving nearly 1,000 people, the strong couldn't attend to every weak member. Except for the naive merman lady, almost everyone knew this battle would inevitably come at a great cost. Therefore, the real reason Hale allowed them to gather was that he hoped this would frighten the slave traders, making them hesitant to send people in so brazenly when the next interdimensional opening occurred. To achieve this, firstly, he wanted the slave traders to see what kind of ferocious enemy they faced, and secondly, he wanted more outsiders to see it. A weak little fish versus a ferocious shark. No one wants to provoke the latter. Vast magical energy surged above the forest, causing the blood vines to tremble, seemingly cheering for the upcoming blooming of blood. As conflicts between the night elves and the slave traders intensified, many third-party forces searching for wood attribute materials in the Sky Forest noticed the unusual activity in this region and, for various reasons, gathered on the continent surrounding the night forest. What's going on? There's such a massive barrier here. A sharp-eyed superhuman spotted a faint barrier within the vast forest scattered across the archipelago, clearly not something that could have been set up in a short time. Let's go in and take a look. There must be rare plants protected by powerful magical beasts inside. One superhuman, unable to resist the urge to explore, leaped into the air and, under everyone's gaze, flew to the edge of the land, about to cross the dark, deep abyss, before plummeting to the ground with a scream, swallowed by the darkness. Wait! This entire continent is engraved with arrays. A knowledgeable elder stared wide-eyed, unable to imagine how many resources it would take to set up an array over such a vast area. While the various factions were pondering how to cross, a small team found a hidden bridge leading directly to the other side. It seemed someone had secretly set it up. If one of the team members hadn't been idly chopping down trees, this bridge would likely have remained undiscovered. Soon, the news spread like wildfire, from 1 to 2, from 2 to 10, from 10 to 100, until everyone knew the location of the secret passage. People cautiously made their way along the narrow bridge, barely wide enough for 5 people to pass at a time. Occasionally, shoving and pushing would occur, resulting in several people falling to their deaths. The battle broke out suddenly. While Luo was eating the local fruit, a night elf sentinel rushed back to the barrier, shouting with magic. They all attacked. Vast swathes of giant trees were destroyed. As if by prior arrangement, several Tier 3 warriors cleared a path ahead, making no attempt to hide, directly forcing the elven sentinels concealed in the forest to emerge. Led by the Grand Steward and the War Maniac, over 30 Tier 3 transcendent beings forcefully arrived 100 meters outside the barrier. Archers attempted to block them, but the Grand Steward's Earth Giant simply waved his arm, deflecting all the arrows. I was hoping you could survive, but why did you have to do this? The Grand Steward, cigar in mouth, seemed somewhat regretful. As he finished his cigar in 3 puffs, 3 dark fissures appeared behind him, and 3 enormous figures emerged with a muffled rumble. They were none other than the 3-headed rock dragons. Rock Dragon Tier 3 Transcendent, Earth. Their exterior is covered in thick rock. Closely related to the ironclad Earth Dragon, but with reduced defense, they possess far greater attack power. Their extremely heavy bodies make them difficult to move. Magic skills: Rock Transformation, Rock Armor, Earth Dragon Charge, Earth Shake. Note: possesses a trace of dragon bloodline. With an extremely low probability of evolution, the 3-headed rock dragon, shaking its massive rocky head, roared at the Grand Steward's command. Its body condensed into an earth-yellow aura, and it strode forward on its 4 thick legs, gradually accelerating as it charged towards the barrier. The elves inside the barrier felt the powerful aura and ferocious impact, their faces turning pale. Some elves tried to shoot arrows, but to no avail. The arrows struck the rock dragon's rock armor, leaving only small dents, which were quickly repaired by the rock dragon's magic. Whoosh! Thick vines sprouted from the ground, rapidly forming layers of dark green wooden walls. It was Harold who had made his move. Chapter 204. Boom! The 5 wooden walls shattered in the blink of an eye, but the rock dragon's speed and momentum were also greatly reduced. Just as they lowered their heads again, trying to accelerate, countless metal vines burst forth, binding their limbs, climbing their backs, and pulling on their short, thick necks, attempting to drag them completely into the ground. Crack! Crack! The rock dragons instinctively tried to struggle, the vines snapping inch by inch, but more vines clung to them, their sharp edges slicing through their rock armor until they penetrated their flesh, leaving large amounts of blood. The remaining wooden walls softened, returning to the vines, covering the rock dragons' bodies, and growing together with the tree roots in the ground. Finally, the 3 rock dragons, through the combined efforts of Lo and Hailed, were dragged into the ground, turning into real rock. You got something, War Maniac. The Grand Elder is yours now, and this little girl is mine. Pa! That little girl killed 2 of my brothers. I'm going to choke her and torture her bit by bit. War Maniac's fierce gaze fell on Luo, sending shivers down her spine. No way. I'm going to kill that guy. He's disgusting. Either way, then I stopped the Grand Steward of the Extinction Merchant Guild first. Harold now knew that the Grand Steward was the most powerful person, but he had no objection to Luo wanting to deal with War Maniac. Several thick vines, 5 meters wide, sprouted from under the Grand Steward's feet, binding him tightly. However, the yellowish glow around him was extremely strong, rendering the vine's constriction ineffective. Ha ha ha, looks like others have already chosen. Fatty, that girl isn't for you. John Kwong laughed loudly, taking a step forward and arriving above the barrier, shouting, Little girl, come out and face your death. You dare touch my people? You're that pervert, huh? Pretty face, but such a twisted heart, a waste of your parents' upbringing. Thinking of Jianni's weak and pitiful appearance, Luo felt extremely angry. With a cold face, she rose and flew out of the barrier, arriving 5,000 meters away, standing on the vine sprouting from the tree of life. Zhang Kuang was not to be outdone, flying to the same height as her, looking her up and down freely, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Unexpectedly, such a beauty. She's a bit small, but I like her even more. Ha ha ha. Luo's face immediately darkened. Small? I teach you to call me Small. He raised his hand and unleashed a water blade, but Zhang Kuang nimbly dodged it. Still got a bad temper, but don't worry, no matter how bad it is, I can train it. Zhang Kuang leaped into the air, his figure suddenly closing in on Luo, his fist carrying explosive lightning, smashing towards Luo's stomach. Bang! Zhang Kuang's fist struck the ice shield, shattering it into several pieces, but his brows furrowed. Such a hard ice shield. An ordinary third-tier mage couldn't break it. He knew that one punch from him was enough to shatter a third-tier mage's ice shield into pieces, yet this one only cracked into several pieces. Before he could even process what was happening, a cloud of sand mist accompanied by a strong wind swept in, sharp grains of sand whistling through the air. What kind of magic is this? The war maniac completely abandoned his contempt. Magic power surged from his body, condensed in his fist, and he threw a punch from a distance. The exploding lightning and raging flames formed a spiral shockwave that struck the sand mist. Before Zhang Kuang could even relax, the sand mist instantly engulfed his fist, its speed undiminished as it surged towards him. How is this possible? Zhang Kuang was shocked. This punch contained 200 years of internal energy. A third-tier cultivator couldn't withstand it, yet it was easily neutralized by this attack. Distraction is a major taboo. At least Baroya wouldn't do that. A cold, eerie voice came from the sky, and a blinding beam of light descended from above. The lightspeed attack left Zhang Kuang no time to react. In an instant, his hair was burned off, followed by the sand mist that melted his skin, frantically seeping into his flesh. Ah! The pain from his body made Zhang Kuang scream. You actually ruined my handsome face. I kill you! A crimson lightning bolt exploded, blasting away the sand mist. Using this instant, Zhang Kuang quickly retreated. The beam of light grazed his body and struck the tree of life, but only burned a black spot, not even burning through the skin. Light magic? Zhang Kuang, catching his breath, realized with surprise that the attack from the sky was of the light attribute. However, he hadn't expected Luo to use light magic, assuming it was some kind of magic storage device. A heavy sword appeared in his hand, deflecting the second beam in time. With a backhand slash, crimson lightning, like a venomous snake, lunged at Luo above. Crack! Before the lightning snake could even touch the girl, it inexplicably dissipated into a ball of lightning. Zhang Kuang's eyes narrowed. He seemed to understand what the girl meant by at least Baroya wouldn't do that. He gasped, You actually fought that madman and survived. Luo remained silent. She remembered what had happened last time. These warriors' combat power would surge when they activated various strange skills. It was best not to give them a chance to unleash their full potential. Buzz! A shimmering light flowed across her skin, and 3 pairs of pure white sword feathers, emitting a soft glow, hung motionless behind her. Luo's aura instantly more than doubled in strength, her pupils glowing with gold. The immense pressure directly pressed the terrified Zhang Kuang down hundreds of meters, as if he were in the deep sea, his entire body feeling incredibly heavy. Die, you pervert! A sharp shout rang out, and a more solid, colder, and sharper sand mist condensed into a gray tornado, its gaping maw lunging towards Zhang Kuang. Damn it! Zhang Kuang understood perfectly well that this girl wanted to kill him as quickly as possible, but he had defeated a 4th-tier expert. He was the leader of the Zhanya mercenary group. How could he be defeated so easily? Who gave you the courage to kill me in one move? Thunder and flame surged forth wildly, billowing crimson steam spread, instantly condensing into a suit of armor. A blurry crimson war god appeared behind him, and with Zhang Kuang's roar, his heavy sword was imbued with blood flames, unleashing a fierce crescent slash. Immediately afterward, his entire body exploded up, closely following the crescent slash, his ferocious eyes locking onto Luo. Given even the slightest chance, he would cut her down with his sword. But this ferocity lasted less than a second before being overwhelmed by horror once more. Mere flames, dare to attack me? The voice carried an inexplicable air of arrogance, as if all flames in the world were subject to her command. The fire magic within Zhang Kuang suddenly surged, and the crescent-shaped slash instantly crumbled under the surge of magic, leaving only harmless, scattered lightning. Crack! The armor formed from special magic shattered with a bang, and a tornado instantly engulfed him, dragging the immobilized Zhang Kuang down from the sky. Boom! Chapter 205. As Luo and Zhang Kuang flew upwards, the Grand Steward and hailed, old rivals, also arrived 1,000 meters above the ground. Below them were lush trees, above them a clear, azure sky, and a faint glow emanated from the strange vines, providing some illumination. The two had clashed many times, without exchanging words, and immediately attacked. Hailed manipulated his blood vines, the indestructible vines like armor-piercing spears, piercing the armored earth dragon summoned by the Grand Steward with bloody holes. The pained earth dragons roared, their limbs slamming heavily into the air, the shockwaves of earth magic forming waves that surged towards Hailed. Hiss! Two enormous earth snakes, 10 meters long, flicked their tongues, shooting out a barrage of earth spikes from their mouths, but all their attacks were shattered by the giant vines Hailed casually summoned. Grand Steward, don't bring out these childish toys. I know your strength. Don't like them? I really enjoy watching my prey struggle, it's so much fun. The Grand Steward's chubby, round face twitched. With a push of his arms, he easily broke free from Hailed's grasp. A Titan ape was summoned. Its massive 18-meter-tall body, though slightly smaller than the ironclad earth dragon, possessed a far more ferocious aura. Roar! The Titan ape pounded its chest, roared, and conjured a 20-meter-long rock pillar in its hands. Gripping it, it slammed it down towards Hailed. In the blink of an eye, a massive gray pillar suddenly descended from the sky, engulfing half of the rock pillar in the Titan ape's hands. Boom! The gray pillar struck the earth, slicing through the tree roots. The hazy gray mist brought a chill, causing a layer of frost to fall around them. As the smoke and dust dissipated, a crater 10 meters wide appeared in the ground beneath the Titan ape and Hailed. At the bottom of the crater, a man covered in blood lay prone, his body twitching slightly, indicating that he was still alive. The loud noise drew the attention of the other three-tiered warriors still locked in combat. They stared blankly at the suddenly appearing crater, then witnessed a scene that made them gasp in horror. For metal vines coiled around the bleeding body of the war maniac as he emerged from the crater. He was no longer the arrogant figure he once was. His body was covered in festering sores, bleeding profusely, and his breathing was weak and chaotic. What happened? Captain! Hiss. Isn't that the captain of the War Wilderness mercenary group? He's defeated a 4th-tier powerhouse. How long has it been? Was it a 5th-tier powerhouse? Not only the enemy, but the Night Elves were also bewildered. Could it be the Grand Elder? But that couldn't be right. The Grand Elder couldn't have defeated that person so quickly. Thud. A soft landing sound rang out. Lua was still wearing her cute dress and ordinary magic hat, but her delicate face was covered in frost. So you're done already? Compared to Baroya, you're definitely no match. He could at least last half an hour. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries of the Warfield mercenary group immediately cursed. Where did this little brat come from? Are you trying to say you defeated the leader? She's much prettier than those purple-skinned elves. Watch me go and grab her. Mine. Almost no one had ever seen Luo before, except for the Grand Steward and some of War Maniac's teammates. The small slave traders had never even heard of her, let alone seen her. They were instantly energized, charging forward with overwhelming force, eager to capture Luo. But the Night Elves wouldn't let them rush in. They rushed to block them, archers knocking arrows from the rear, warriors drawing their short blades, pointing them at the enemy's throat. The second-tier battle had begun in an instant. Cough, cough. John Quan coughed violently several times from his leaky throat, spitting out mouthfuls of dark red blood. Cavani, save me. Several members of the Zhang Yi mercenary group also cried out, hoping the Grand Steward would save their leader. Grand Steward, we don't want any of the goods this time. We just want you to save our leader. Grand Steward, please. Of course, most people only had a vague, inexplicable look flash across their faces, but made no move. The Grand Steward chuckled, without replying a word, flicked his cigarette ash, and ordered the Titan ape to throw a straight punch, actually intending to kill Zhang Quan as well. No, don't. Zhang Quan weakly tried to raise his hand, but with a flick of his metal vines, he crashed into the Titan ape's fist. You dare, you from the Desperate Merchant Guild. Guild leader. Under the watchful eyes of more than 20 people, the Titan ape's fist continued its relentless attack, striking the berserker relentlessly. The billowing air created a powerful gust of wind, bringing an immense sense of oppression. Bang! Blood mist erupted. The metal vines binding the berserker were shattered by the Titan ape's massive rock fist, and the berserker himself had vanished without a trace. How could this be? The guild leader is dead. Old Mom muttered, but for some reason, his lips twitched involuntarily. He wanted to laugh, but he had to hold it in. The sky filled with blood mist also made most of the third-tier warriors' expressions turn serious. Putting aside all grudges, their side was one less powerful warrior than the Night Elves. Did they still have a chance to win? I hate warriors with the blood-burning style. They're still alive. A cold voice rang out, startling them. Weren't they all turned into blood mist? How could the enemy say their guild leader wasn't dead? Hee, how could I, John Kwang, die so easily? A body rapidly materialized within the blood mist, the raging blood energy and fire magic consuming it, radiating astonishing heat. The surrounding tree roots spontaneously combusted, evaporating the remaining frost on the ground. Streaks of purple lightning descended from the void, blasting shallow craters. A 30-meter-tall phantom stood behind him, sword in hand, exuding a violent pressure. Even the Titan ape growled in fear, taking several steps back. Ordinary second and third tier transcendents were directly forced to bend over. You're the first to force me to unleash my strongest state. I, John Kwang, admit you're quite good, but this ends here. With that, John Kwang unleashed all his pressure on Luo, allowing the others to finally catch their breath. You taste the feeling of being oppressed. Ha ha ha. John Kwang laughed, but gradually noticed the strange looks he received from those around him. Luo, on the other hand, looked at him with disdain, as if he were an idiot, showing no sign of pain from the oppression. What's going on? Why aren't you affected by the pressure? John Kwang's rationality seemed to have diminished considerably, becoming even more irritable and easily angered. You must be faking it. Don't try to fool me. Heh, isn't it because you're too weak? The Grand Steward chuckled mockingly, showing no mercy, even though, from a standpoint of mutual respect, they were allies. Shut up. You fatso. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. So what if you're not affected by the pressure? Watch me slice you into a human pig. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, John Kwang transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing before Luo. Wild lightning condensed on his heavy sword, imbuing it with a terrifying sword aura. Die! He swung the heavy sword upwards, the explosive force shattering the 3 layers of ice shield Luo had conjured. The immense impact propelled the girl hundreds of meters upwards, knocking away several superhumans caught in the chaos. Die! A bolt of lightning struck from below, and John Kwang's figure flashed behind Luo, slashing down fiercely with his sword. Boom! The sword light pierced the earth, carving out a massive crack over 300 meters long and tens of meters deep. But John Kwang realized he had missed. Aside from the chaotic magic and other people in his senses, he couldn't detect Luo's presence. Where did she go? Show yourself. Hanging in midair, John Kwang looked around angrily, roaring, "Weren't you so arrogant? Come out, little girl." As you wish. A gigantic ice cone, 30 meters long, plummeted from 1,000 meters in the air, compressing the air in front of it and exploding with a deafening roar, instantly landing directly above John Kwang's head. Chapter 206. Clang. The solid ice collided with the heavy sword, shattering into pieces, but the berserker was also forced to descend uncontrollably. Rumble. To enhance the power of the ice, Luo added gravity magic and simple acceleration magic to its base, mimicking Kale's combined magic. This impromptu method proved to be even more powerful, slamming the berserker into the earth, scattering the surrounding soil and tree roots, and unleashing a raging storm. Fortunately, the Sea Pearl intervened, using a water ring to contain the powerful storm, capable of killing a second-tier transcendent, thus preventing the surrounding night elves from being harmed. This intense magical impact also alerted the others, who had entered the dark forest, who rushed over to see a massive water ring, hundreds of meters high, slowly rotating on the ground, while trees within a radius of over 500 meters were completely destroyed. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a perfectly intact barrier containing nearly 1,000 strange elves with purple skin. Facing them were over 30 third-tier powerhouses, and hundreds of second-tier transcendents. Near the barrier, there was a large crater, a crack, and a massive ice pillar, indicating a battle had taken place. Soon, the first group to arrive heard the shock of the third-tier powerhouses. Why are they down again? Too fast. The members of the Warfield mercenary group exchanged bewildered glances. Had they misread it? Hadn't their leader just knocked that girl up there? How could she be smashed down so quickly? Ha ha! Are you even capable? The Grand Steward laughed out loud, and even the Grand Elder almost couldn't help but twitch his face. He had seen Warman in this form before. The combination of swift lightning magic and violent fire magic was something he had to struggle to even defend against. Although she hadn't used any skills yet, the fact that she could prevent John Kwang from even using them demonstrated Luo's power. With Miss Luo's help, we'd definitely be able to escape this time. Crash! Accompanied by a roar, the solid ice shattered into small pieces, and a purplish-red figure shot out from the bottom of the pit. John Kwang shook his head, seemingly still a little dazed, but quickly locked onto Luo in midair again, his eyes bloodshot as he growled, "I'm angry." You all deserve to die, you all deserve to die. Streaks of purple lightning accompanied him, and this time even the phantom behind him solidified. He drew his sword and made the same movement as Zhang Kuang, the surging blood energy and magic power making his aura 3 times stronger, and he once again transformed into a bolt of lightning and shot into the sky. It's him! Someone recognized the enraged war maniac, their face filled with surprise. Immediately, people from other regions asked him, who is he? He seems to have a very powerful aura. That person is extraordinary. Let me tell you, he's very famous in our country. Although he's only at the 3rd rank, he's defeated a 4th rank expert. He's the first person in the surrounding countries in the last 300 years to defeat someone of a higher rank. Then why does he look so disheveled? Well, maybe he did it on purpose. Many members of the War Wilderness mercenary group also noticed the extra aura in the forest, but no one paid any attention. Old Ma, standing in the crowd, had a sudden realization. Although it was a pity that their leader hadn't died twice, it wasn't his turn to deal with that terrifying girl yet. He immediately shouted, "For the leader? Kill them all! Avenge the leader!" Immediately, many of their leader's comrades echoed his sentiment. They had been both terrified and frustrated to see their leader knocked to the ground twice, and attacking the enemy became the best way for them to vent their anger. Charge! Slaughter those vile elves! 20-odd 3rd-tier warriors unleashed their power, flying towards the barrier. The Grand Steward, naturally, wouldn't truly stand idly by. A ring on his hand flashed, and 20 more black-armored figures appeared, flying in midair, forming their own squad, silently thrusting towards the other side of the barrier. For the Horde. Stop them with all our might. Fia and Ano's faces were solemn. Their longbows were drawn to their maximum length, 3 golden arrows coalescing. With a whooshing sound, they pierced the barrier and shot into the air, quickly splitting into a rain of arrows, wounding several weaker 3rd-tier warriors. Charge! The guards, in well-trained formation, charged out of the barrier, clashing with the slave traders' forces in midair. Explosions and tearing sounds erupted, and the ripples of magic caused a turbulence in the soul seas of those who had released their senses to investigate. Why are the Tier 3 fighters fighting? Someone immediately replied in surprise, I know. Those elves are night elves, a rather rare race. Last time I came, I heard that slave traders were capturing night elves. It seems we stumbled into their battlefield. A middle-aged man frowned, somewhat puzzled. Those slave traders actually teamed up. Although they're also continental merchants, their reputation is terrible. How can they be so generous? The battle escalated rapidly from the start. The Tier 3 fighters unleashed their most powerful skills in the air, squandering magic like it was free, even forcibly repelling their original wood magic. Meanwhile, the ground and lower altitudes were the battlefield for the Tier 2 fighters. Over 1,000 Tier 2 fighters clashed outside the barrier. One side was filled with hatred, the other saw the other as prey. Magic arrows and spells annihilated each other, magical techniques destroyed the growing vegetation, and bodies were torn apart from time to time. Night elves, unable to dodge in time, perished under the combined attacks of several fighters. But soon, the slave traders' offensive was clearly halted, and they fought with considerable difficulty, their battle lines slowly pushing away from the barrier. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and large eyes standing next to the middle-aged man couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Why do I feel like those night elves are actually driving the slave traders back?" Hearing this, the others realized that although the numbers on both sides were roughly equal, some of the slave traders seemed to have been affected by some negative effect. Their movements had become much slower, often requiring 2 arrows to be fired before they could even draw their swords. "Enjoy the blessings of my god, you filthy creatures." A sweet shout rang out, and people noticed a strange girl among the group of night elves, surrounded by flowing water. She wore a light, flowing dress, her skin and face were covered in scales, and a long tail floated in the water above, remarkably similar to a merfolk. Why are merfolk here? They seem to be helping the night elves? No, didn't you notice how powerful her water manipulation is? About half of those present were Tier 3, so they could see the massive torrent of water condense from the sea pearl. With each wave, a Tier 3 was sent flying. If not for their defenses, a direct hit would be fatal. While they were filled with astonishment, many others were watching another battle high in the sky. A thick serpent coiled around the Grand Steward, and several summoned magical beasts were attacking the Grand Elder. "Your people keep dying, Elder. Why can't you understand? Being sold into slavery won't kill you, so why keep resisting?" "Bullshit!" The usually gentle Elder roared, "Go be a slave yourself. Your fat body would be perfect for that." Hale's hand instantly transformed into a half-meter-thick bear paw, slapping the earth giant back several meters. Then, his entire body twisted and expanded wildly, and with a roar, Hale completely transformed into a giant bear covered in vines. Many people immediately recognized him, exclaiming in surprise, "That's a druid? Looks like he really is an elf." Druids are a very rare profession, and it seems only elves possess them. The giant bear's limbs trembled in midair, Hale's bristles stood on end, and he sent the wolf-like wolf beast flying, slapping it 100 meters away, where it exploded into dust. The giant bear spoke in human language. "Grand Steward, if you don't want us alive, then we won't surrender. Release all your fire attribute magical beasts. You actually discovered us? Looks like I underestimated you. Well, I play with you then." Roar! A gigantic wolfhound stepped out from the void rift, its body clad in rock armor, yet engulfed in raging flames. Chapter 207. Higher still than the Tree of Life, tens of thousands of meters of drooping vines swayed gently, silently absorbing vast amounts of magical power. A peculiar fluctuation began to spread and permeate all the vines. Below, in a vast, empty space, devoid of any vegetation, two figures chased each other, occasionally erupting in violent roars. "Ha ha, take this!" Lightning, carrying a crescent moon, struck towards Luo. After several unsuccessful attacks, John Kwang realized that this girl seemed to have an extraordinary control over fire magic, so now he only dared to use lightning magic in his attacks. Crack! An ice shield instantly condensed, blocking the blade and lightning. In this brief opening, an absolute zero magic circle rapidly formed in front of Luo. In an instant, a blizzard descended, and extreme cold swept across the entire area. So cold. What kind of magic is this? John Kwang felt his mind being forcibly calmed down. The swirling lightning even seemed to freeze, and this was only the prelude to a blizzard. Seeing the impending snowstorm, he had no choice but to temporarily avoid its onslaught and halt his advance. ZZZZT! Lightning formed an electric grid, sweeping across and intercepting the blizzard. Before the extreme cold could break through, the phantom behind John Kwang slowly raised its sword, pulling him up with it. A violent aura began to condense on the sword, blood and magic burning, exchanging for even greater explosive power. "Ah! God of madness, grant me power. Destroy everything before me." As if responding to his cry, the great sword in his hand began to emit a dazzling crimson light, dispersing the surrounding magic. But in this short time, the extreme cold had frozen the electric grid, carrying a visible icy blue magic, determined to freeze John Kwang into an ice sculpture. The great sword slashed horizontally, seemingly slow, but actually incredibly fast. The blade, composed of blood-red lightning, tore through the air, roaring as it collided with the howling blizzard. Crack! The lightning instantly cooled, the leaping bolts turning into shards of ice that fell high into the air, but unable to stop the blade's slow advance against the magic. The blizzard was sliced open, blowing past him. Affected by this, John Kwang trembled involuntarily, his body covered in a layer of ice crystals. He couldn't fathom how an ice spell could possess such power. If he were directly hit by it, even his soul would be frozen. Gritting his teeth, John Kwang concentrated, roaring, "Battle cross slash." He slashed again, forming an intersecting cross with the previous strike. After unleashing this strike, the afterimage behind John Kwang vanished instantly. He was panting heavily, but his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. As the second blade cleaved out, the cross slash sliced through the blizzard like butter, swiftly cutting towards Luo. The fierce energy swirled with lightning, small electric snakes striking Luo's front, causing a slight, tingling discomfort. Giving up fire magic was a good choice, but it also means your killing move is far from its peak. After being weakened by absolute zero, the cross slash had consumed most of its power. While seemingly fierce, its power was only equivalent to a typical third-tier transcendent spell. Luo's rust spread easily corroded the cross slash into dissipated, free magic. The previously relaxed battle maniac's pupils constricted, somewhat incredulous. He actually blocked it. How is that possible? This is a divine technique. However, after continuously using such powerful magic, you can't possibly have enough soul power left to unleash. A warrior's body is stronger than a mage's, ha ha ha. Using magical techniques consumes soul power and magic power. The more powerful the technique, the greater the consumption of soul power, and the greater the turbulence it causes in the runes and sea of soul. Therefore, even with magic crystals to replenish magic power, it's impossible to continuously unleash magical techniques in a short period, otherwise, the painstakingly constructed runes risk shattering. This girl used that terrifying sand fog magic multiple times, and then release such powerful ice pillars and extreme cold magic. Each of them was enough to kill him in his normal state, not to mention the many other spells she released in between. If it were him, he would have long since exhausted his soul power. Luo Buyu quietly watched him, who was slightly panting, and a thought flickered in his mind. Sizzle! The blizzard, which had been divided into 4 pieces, had not yet completely dissipated when it suddenly split into 10 parts, swirling to form 10 identical magic circles. A white ball of light condensed in the center of the magic circles, and countless white lines immediately swarmed out from within, grabbing the unsuspecting Zhang Kuang, causing his expression to change drastically. How is this possible? How could a magic technique be used a second time? No matter the magic technique, it contains the will of its master. Once released, it's fully formed and dominated by the original will until it returns to uncontrolled magic. Even the master of the technique can only control its effects and power, at most interrupting it. Directly changing it into a second magic technique is tantamount to quickly destroying someone's will, and then injecting a new one. But how could a will as powerful as one's own be so easily destroyed? Surprised? Surprised? You freak, you've been jumping around for so long. Luo naturally wouldn't tell him that he easily made the previously broken and out-of-control magic obey him again by using his control over ice magic. He coldly mocked him a couple of times, then didn't give him another chance to speak, and the white threads quickly bound him into a white cocoon. Zhang Kuang tried to use his lightning magic to break the white lines on his body, but he escaped several times. Luo wasn't about to let him succeed. He unleashed another absolute zero, leaving Zhang Kuang no chance to dodge. He was completely hit by the extreme cold, his life force frozen solid. Looks like this Zhang Kuang is the weakest. Next, I just need to deal with that fatso. Luo wasn't afraid of that stinky dragon Sin Dragon, who said he'd teach her a lesson if she didn't finish him off before he returned. But she still give him some face, cough cough. With a light snort, she waved her hand, and the frozen Zhang Kuang plummeted like a meteor, accurately striking the Grand Steward surrounded by earth snakes below. Crash! The sound of shattering ice rang out. The earth snakes beside the Grand Steward nimbly bid Zhang Kuang, then slithered through the air, opening their fang maws towards Luo. Don't bother, little snake. Giant Earth Serpent Level 3 Transcendent, Earth, Solo, a mutated form of the Dark Rock Serpent, possessing a body dozens of times larger and more powerful than its kin, with a tougher skin and a ferocious nature. It feeds on medium to large-sized magical beasts. Magic skills: Skin Hardening, Rockfall, Rock Transformation, Earth Cone Technique. Luo merely glanced at it, activating Intimidation. The Earth Serpent's body instantly stiffened, then a water blade easily pierced its mouth, ripping open its belly from the inside out, spilling large amounts of blood. Although Zhang Kuang lacks strength and looks down on everyone, he's still stronger than an average level 3. It seems your strength is also top tier. I didn't expect to encounter such a genius in this low-level transcendent amusement park. The Grand Steward slowly took a few steps forward, letting Zhang Kuang's fragmented corpse fall to the ground, startling the transcendents below with gasps of surprise. Unfortunately, the magical energy flow at high altitudes was far more chaotic than they, ordinary third-tier cultivators, could fathom. They could only guess whether the war maniac had truly been powerfully killed by that girl. Not far away, the giant bear that hailed had transformed into clashed violently with the lava wolf. The bear's claws tore deep wounds into the wolf's body, while the wolf swung its scorching claws, severing several vines. However, the lava wolf was now riddled with wounds, bleeding profusely. Clearly Hailed had the upper hand. In the brief moment, when the Grand Steward was distracted by his conversation with Luo, the blood vines on Hailed's body, braving the scorching flames, instantly coiled around the wolf's limbs. Then, with a slap of his massive bear paw, the wolf was sent flying like a tattered sack to the Grand Steward's side. Miss Luo, are you all right? Hailed stood upright, approaching Luo, his aura blazing with fury, his enormous eyes fixed on the smiling Grand Steward. Not bad. It's pretty much what I imagined. All right, children, it's your turn to move out. The head steward licked his lips, showing no fear whatsoever. Instead, the smile in his eyes grew wider. Chapter 208. Holia was a noblewoman from a territory in the Loki Empire in the far west. While not a natural genius, she had honed her skills over time and successfully reached the third tier of the transcendent realm. She and her wife had a son who, fortunately, lived up to her expectations, displaying extraordinary talent from a young age. 8 years ago, he was admitted to the Empire's premier academy. Now, at 32, he had reached the third tier, a feat she herself had only achieved at over 200 years old, making him a first-rate genius within the academy. To prepare for the upcoming league, Halia took advantage of the once-in-a-century opening of the interdimensional realm to lead her son, Oro, to search for the mark, hoping to exchange it for the rarest thunder mark. They also sought suitable weapon fragments to forge more appropriate weapons and equipment for him. Along the way, aside from older Transcendent Realm members not far behind him, most of the other Transcendent Realm members were quite young. Those stronger than Oro were younger than him, while the younger ones were weaker. Halia outwardly showed no sign of displeasure, but inwardly, she was quite satisfied. Her son's combat strength was also considerable. He had easily defeated students from other countries' academies, which had certainly brought him considerable prestige. Uro, you are your father's pride. This time, in the competition jointly organized by the various empires, you must win first place. Uro looked like an ordinary young man with short purple hair. Hearing his father's words, he simply nodded silently. He already knew his own level. Among the publicly recognized younger generation of the various imperial academies, he was a standout. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel a little arrogant, but he was good at hiding his emotions, maintaining humility and modesty. But all of this only existed half a day ago. The father and son, who unexpectedly arrived at the border between the ancient battlefield and the snowfield, couldn't resist their curiosity and struggled across the snowfield to reach the magnificent and unique sky forest. While lost in a forest, they sensed an unusual magical fluctuation in the distance. Thinking it might contain something valuable, they flew towards it, encountering many others with the same goal along the way. Following the flow of people, Uro and his father quickly entered the extraordinary, vast forest. Upon reaching the front, they witnessed a chaotic battle involving thousands of people. The intense clashes of magic, the endless stream of items, and the combat between different classes all gradually excited him. Soon, he spotted a strikingly different girl in the crowd. His eyes lit up. She had a long tail like a mermaid, fair skin, scattered scales, an innocent face, and a clear, melodious voice. Uro was instantly captivated by her. But he immediately sensed something was amiss. How could such a delicate young girl control a mighty river, transforming it into a fist that could take down a third-tier child with a single punch? Halia quickly noticed the sea pearl floating on the river in her son's gaze. At first, she thought her son had taken a liking to the girl, and instinctively wanted to refuse. Interspecies marriages were difficult, especially between a mermaid, a water-dwelling race. But then, his expression turned serious, and he gently asked Uro, how do you compare to her? Father, I think she's very strong. Even if Uro wanted to save face, the truth was, he could withstand at most 3 waves before being severely injured due to insufficient magic flow. Of course, if he carried his weapons and familiar tools, he could manage a few exchanges. But only a few exchanges. Father, are all mermaids that powerful? Halia recalled some books about alien races, a little uncertain. I heard that merfolk have incredibly long lifespans, more than 3 times that of humans. She looks young, but she might be over 200 years old. Son, it's normal for someone older than you to be stronger. Ahem, father, don't worry. I just think she's indeed more powerful. In the 3rd tier, there are still people stronger than me. Uro naturally understood this, but he was momentarily stunned by the pearl's bright face and the vast difference in strength between them. He quickly regained his composure. If only she could be my magic teacher. Crash! A sudden shattering sound attracted Uro and Halia's attention. A pile of blood-red ice shards fell from the sky, and chunks of flesh could be vaguely seen within. Snap! A frozen head was flung over and landed in Uro's hand. The wide-open eyes revealed confusion, resentment, and deep-seated fear. Who is this? Their eyes met, and Uro was also bewildered. Wait, what's the point of giving him such a big head? He and his father had only arrived a short time ago, and hadn't heard anyone's explanation about the war maniac, so naturally he didn't understand whose head was in his hands. However, he had already experienced many battles. A frozen head was nothing to be afraid of. He's the war maniac. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, who had been watching the battle, noticed the head Uro was holding. His eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "How did his head end up in your hands?" Just like that. Uro was completely bewildered. His brief explanation only deepened the horrification in the thick-browed man, who pointed at the head, his body trembling. How could he be dead? Another middle-aged man also looked over curiously, and upon seeing the unseeing head, he was instantly shocked. Isn't he that war maniac? That's right. I remember, his aura was incredibly strong just now. So many extraordinary beings were overwhelmed by his sheer power. At this moment, Halia also sensed something was wrong. She went to her son's side and asked curiously, "You two seem quite shocked by this man's death? May I ask why?" Before the two could speak, an elderly man approached, his aura clearly at the 3rd level, speaking in a low voice. "You guys just arrived, right?" he asked. "We just arrived. Is this guy famous?" Halia seemed to understand something, but the old man and the other two exchanged a glance and shook their heads in unison. Finally, the thick-browed uncle, his throat dry, explained, "Actually, he's the leader of a mercenary group in our Allen kingdom, named Prony. Because of his wild fighting style, we call him the Battle Maniac, but in reality, he's ruthless and has long collaborated with slave traders. He also has a thing for young girls, so his reputation is terrible. Few people are willing to greet him when he goes out. However, his strength is universally acknowledged." As the thick-browed uncle described him in a complex tone, Euro's aura gradually became heavy, and his confused eyes turned to horror. "You mean, this villain's strength is comparable to an ordinary 4th-tier warrior, but he was defeated 3 times by a girl, and this time he died a gruesome death?" "That's right. Just a short while ago, before those two sides even started fighting, John Kwong was knocked down twice, and each time in a terrible state. See that huge crater and crack over there?" Euro and Halia instinctively looked over, and saw the deep crater, and a massive crack over 300 meters wide. A little further away, there was another chilling abyss. No matter how the superhumans fought above, they couldn't completely erase the terrifying marks. That crack was carved by John Kwong. What? This was the Sky Forest, almost overflowing with wood magic. Non-wood attribute magic techniques were lucky to reach 70% power, and the thick, intertwined tree roots were much stronger than the trunks, not to mention the rock layers beneath them, harder than the earth shield cast by a 3rd-tier mage. Even he, under these conditions, could only cut a crack about 200 meters long and 10 meters deep. But before Euro could finish his shock, the thick-browed uncle's next words made him even more incredulous. "From what I heard, both craters were caused by the Battle Maniac being shot down, and less than 10 minutes apart. I witnessed the second one myself. That ice pillar could have instantly killed me, TSK. And its creator was a little girl, not one of those superhumans, who looks young but is actually much older. I have a little skill for estimating bone age, and guess what I found? That little girl is definitely not 30. I never imagined that when I saw the Battle Maniac again, all that would be left was his head." The thick-browed uncle was still rambling on, but Oro had lost all interest in listening. Looking at the deep craters around him, now covered in a layer of unmelting ice, he fell into deep thought. Could such a powerful person really exist? Chapter 209. Damn it, isn't anyone going to shoot that fish down? Go ahead. Don't get in the way. The 2nd-tier transcendents weren't specifically targeted by the sea pearl, but simply being enveloped in its domain significantly reduced their strength. Often, 2 of them needed to fight a single dark elf of the same tier, making their situation extremely difficult. They could only fight and retreat, their initial arrogance completely gone. It wasn't just the 2nd-tier transcendents. The battlefield for the 3rd-tier transcendents was equally bleak. The 20 black-armored men were incredibly powerful, well-trained, and coordinated perfectly. Knowing the Sea Pearl's strength, they directly assigned 10 to deal with it. However, even more monstrous than them was the Sea Pearl itself. Layers of swirling currents surrounded it, forming an impenetrable defensive circle, repeatedly thwarting their attacks. "You ugly freaks, don't even think about hitting me again." Haijinju was still terrified by the assassin severing her at the waist last time. Her currents were more than 3 times stronger than before, and the tidal wave surged forth like magic, pushing aside the charging 3rd-tier transcendents. Seizing the opportunity, she unleashed a giant water gun, the immense impact forcing Old Ma and his group to fight back together. Taking advantage of this moment, FIA and Ano led their guards to cut through the battlefield, flanking the isolated 3rd-tier transcendents and attacking them with lightning speed. "Die, you demons!" Ano cursed under her breath, firing a bursting arrow that struck a 3rd-tier transcendent in the thigh while he was busy fighting 2 guards. With a whoosh, the arrow struck his thigh, deflected by a streak of light, but then exploded into dozens of metal fragments, severing his entire thigh. Before he could scream in agony, the 2 guards closed in on him, their emerald blades, coated with deadly poison, slicing down with a single stroke. Ugh! Soon, the 3rd-tier cultivator collapsed to the ground, filled with regret. "Hurry! Miss Sea Pearl can't hold on much longer." The group instantly separated, searching for new targets. However, no one noticed that from beneath where the 3rd-tier cultivator had died, invisible tentacles reached out and snatched away a slightly pale soul. After a while, A fair and delicate arm emerged from the void. After groping around for a while and finding nothing, it uttered a cute, puzzled sound. Where did it go? Come out, children, your time to enjoy yourself has come. The Grand Steward spread his arms, revealing 12 dark fissures behind him. From these fissures emerged 12 ferocious magical beasts bound by golden chains. These beasts seemed to be of the same race, resembling giant crocodiles, with sharp bony ribs along their backs like a dozen swords. Their limbs were slightly long, and their thick tails slapped the void, creating sonic booms. Xerix, juvenile, 4th tier transcendent, earth, metal, fire, a powerful, gregarious magical beast from the earth, possessing the terrifying ability to control lava. Adults are typically at the 6th tier, though an 8th tier Xerix king has been discovered. It is ferocious and possesses intelligence comparable to humans. Note 1. Oviparous, if raised from infancy, it will remain loyal for life. Note 2. Slow growing, difficult to develop without a lava environment. Note 3. Juveniles lack intelligence and are more driven by instinct. Note 4. As they grow, magical skills derived from their bloodline will gradually unlock. Magic skills: Death Roll, Lava Breath, Blade Storm, Exploding Fireball, Skin Hardening. Roar! The 20-meter-long Xerix simultaneously broke the chains binding their necks, 12 violent auras sweeping across the sky, forcing the Transcendents battling below to a halt. What's going on? My body feels so heavy. Look at the sky. What's that? Oro and Halya's expressions changed, and they quickly retreated 1,000 meters with the crowd to avoid being affected by the summoned beasts. Father, how come there are so many 4th-tier magical beasts here? Summoners are special. If they pay a price, they can summon stronger beasts across tiers, but they are generally unruly. However, those magical beasts seem to be clearly restrained, which means that person has genuine 4th-tier soul power. Halya was also shocked. The entrance to the other dimension was guarded by the Mage Hall. Anyone above the 3rd tier couldn't enter. Could someone have escaped the Mage Hall Master's search? Among the trees, Fia and Ano also looked at the sky with grave expressions. The sky, which had originally emitted a soft glow, had been replaced by a fiery red. The scorching heat and powerful pressure shocked them. Sister, what is that? I don't know either. It looks like a magical beast from the outside world. That aura. It's definitely 4th tier. Without needing any prompting, the seed pearl dispersed into a spray of water and disappeared into the earth, nervously watching the fiery clouds in the sky. How terrifying. It'd be burned to ashes, won't it? Luo, you mustn't be hurt. Hale's mouth felt dry, and his giant bear form bristled with anxiety. Miss Luo, his hidden strength is too great. If anything seems amiss, you should leave as soon as possible. He believed the woman named Sindragon was even stronger, but she was nowhere to be seen. Hale had little confidence in defeating these 12 magical beasts, each stronger than him, especially judging from the Grand Steward's expression. There might be even more summoned beasts. Who exactly is he? A normal tier 3 couldn't possibly summon so many tier 4s. Ha ha ha, Elder, why do I sense you're afraid? Didn't you say you wanted me to use my true abilities? This is just a small fraction of my strength. Why are you afraid? The Grand Steward's mouth stretched to his ears, his snow-white teeth unusually even, yet exuding a chilling aura. His large, beady eyes glowed red, as if he were about to devour them. In an instant, the 12 Xerix transformed into 12 streams of lava, rushing towards Luo and Hale. Intimidation. Her crimson pupils slightly widened, a ring of golden light quietly spreading. The girl's bright eyes turned cold, and the powerful pressure halted the ferocious momentum of all the Xerix. Fire control. Her slender, white hands clenched lightly, and the 2 Xerix were instantly caught in the backlash of the conflicting magic within her body. Although Hale didn't understand what was happening, his battle instincts told him this was an opportunity. The giant bear pounced, its massive body transforming into a 15-meter-tall deer, its head sprouting 2 enormous antlers, as lush and verdant as a tree, its body still entwined with blood vines, and shimmering green with magic erupting and gathering on its antlers. Brute force charge. The deer roared, instantly appearing before the Xerix, who was suffering from a backlash. With a shove of its antlers, as if struck by the tree of life, it pierced through Xerix's massive, heavy body. With magic seeped in, causing countless vines to sprout from its internal organs. With a flick of its head, it sent the heavily wounded Xerix flying. However, the other 10 giant beasts also charged forward, defying the oppressive force. 2 Xerix spewed scorching pillars of fire, forcing Hale back, while the other 8 swam past him, attacking the frosty-faced Luo. Chapter 210. The tiny puppet appeared in a flash in the boundless forest. It had followed a strange wisp of magic from the lush grasslands to the frigid snowfields, and finally to this forest. It didn't know why it was doing this, perhaps it was just boredom. Tearing space consumed a great deal of high-level energy, but fortunately, there were many high-level magical beasts and high-level magic cores here, enough to replenish its energy. Moreover, the high concentration of magic in the air somewhat compensated for the energy expenditure. A few minutes later, the puppet's self-constructed high-level magic detection array keenly detected abnormal magic data coming from a certain direction. Looking around, there was no sign of any intelligent life. After a pause, the puppet tore open space again. Perhaps there was a being there to ask questions. A Xerix swung its claws, and 3 blades flew out, their golden light displaying their sharpness, but they were immediately blocked by 3 layers of earthen shields that appeared. On the other side, Absolute Zero froze the 3 Xerix heads, but couldn't completely freeze the furnaces within their bodies. Before Loka could unleash his full magical power, a rapidly spinning golden wheel flew in from the side. It was a Xerix using its body as a weapon to unleash Death Roll, combining golden magic with the blade on its back, enough to slice through the armored earth dragon's carapace. "Get out of my way!" A sharp shout rang out, and hundreds of water chains wrapped around its body. Although they were constantly being cut, as the water chains collapsed, large amounts of water seeped into its skin. The fire magic contained within its skin showed no sign of repulsion, while ice magic mixed in, gradually freezing its body. Whoosh! A thick, fiery tail lashed out from the side. Luo quickly retreated, dodging the powerful tail, but a scorching heat surged towards him from behind. Instinctively, he turned and raised his hand to block. The pillar of fire softened instantly upon contact with Luo, flowing past him and striking the frozen Xerix. Luo exhaled softly and pushed with his hand, causing the fire to reverse, forcing the Xerix to suffer the consequences. The exploding flame spewed from its mouth, burning this beast that usually dwelt in lava. However, 8 Xerix were attacking Luo. Concentrating on dealing with the other summoned beasts, Luo suddenly sensed a gigantic maw descending from the sky. Before he could react, he braced himself with both hands, the immense force barely stopping its closing jaws. Bang! The Xerix, whose tail Luo had previously dodged, lashed out again, striking Luo's slender waist squarely. Roar! The 2 Xerix roared, instantly catching up with Luo, who had adjusted her posture in midair. Their crocodile-like mouths were filled with sharp teeth, golden magic surging within them, making them harder than silver-grade weapons, easily capable of shattering Luo's flaming sword. Caught off guard, Luo, who had just regained her footing, was bitten on the side by one of the giant beasts. Fortunately, she was small, and only her hand was bitten. A surge of intense light magic caused the pain to last only a few seconds before the severed arm grew back, leaving only her bare, white arm as proof that she had indeed been bitten. Boom! The other Xerix seized the opportunity, slamming Luo into the ground, sending dust flying several meters. Then, it roared to the sky, its ferocious appearance and powerful aura causing the surrounding superhumans to retreat again. Many superhumans could only release their magic to resist the pressure and avoid being crushed. What powerful magical beasts! Even that girl was beaten like that. No, didn't you notice? Initially, 8 giant crocodiles attacked her, but now there are only 2. What does that mean? That girl is too powerful. But another person immediately retorted, "Don't you think about who summoned these magical beasts? That fat guy is the strongest, okay. Hiss. How can he summon so many 4-tier magical beasts?" Just as people were discussing, a cold voice rang out from where Xerix had crashed into them. "Dare to hit me. Get out of my way." The dust instantly dissipated, and Xerix's massive 20-meter-long body seemed to have been struck heavily, its waist snapping violently as it flew over the destroyed area, directly crashing into a giant tree more than 50 meters away. The stunned eyes of the crowd involuntarily turned to the culprit behind all this, their malice agape. The girl, with one arm bare and her usual hat gone, stood with a cold gaze. One foot stomped on the pulverized ground, her blood surging, her silver hair tinged with crimson. The surging power stirred up storms of sand. This power. Isn't she a mage? I bet even a 3rd-tier warrior doesn't have her level of blood energy. Ignoring the shock of the crowd a kilometer away, Luo flew coldly to the blasted beast. A massive magic circle rapidly formed in his hands, and a hazy, gray sand mist began to appear, bringing the torture of death. Bang! Taking advantage of Luo's distraction, another beast, Xerix, swung its claw, shattering the unfinished magic. Just as it was gloating over its limited intelligence, it discovered its claw was being slowly lifted, and it roared furiously. Her vital energy erupted, transforming into a crimson flame similar to that of a battle madman, condensing on her small, pink fist. She swung it, striking its claw in an instant. Although Luo rarely used her vital energy after achieving transcendence, focusing most of her energy on finding the world center in magic, how could she, who had only damaged her sleeves after a brief clash with Baroya, who had devoured dragon blood, be weak? An unimaginable burst of power shattered its claw. Large amounts of blood splattered, forming a rain of blood. Without the protection of its outer layer of magic, Zakras's fire magic was easily and uncontrollably drained by Luo. With its fire magic drained, the giant beast's body immediately went limp. Fortunately, it still had other magic to sustain it. Zakras roared, trying to unleash another magic technique. The fire magic collapsed, condensing into a fist-sized fireball, which Luo pressed directly onto its severed claw. Boom! The demonic power, its will altered, invaded its body, incinerating its blood and bones, until it burned its internal organs. The searing heat caused it excruciating pain, yet it could only roar in vain, spitting out mouthfuls of hot blood. A massive ice pillar descended again, piercing the heavily wounded Xerix, and embedding itself in the earth, ending its life. Now it's finally quiet. Your turn, little lizard. A cold gaze swept over, causing Xerix, who had been punched in the waist by Luo, to instinctively shrink back. Mommy, this human is terrifying. I want to go home. Aside from the two still struggling against the backlash and unable to move, and the two fiercely battling Hailed, of the remaining 6, one remained unharmed. After unleashing 3 unsuccessful sword strikes, it had long since concealed its aura, silently burrowing into the earth, waiting for an opportunity to strike deadly. For these magical beasts, the earth was like water, offering no resistance. As Luo slowly flew towards Xerix, who was struggling to rise, and began to rebuild, rust spread, the ground suddenly burst open, and a gaping maw swallowed her whole, before plunging back into the earth. She's been eaten. She can't be dead that easily, can she? Chapter 211. Sister, will Master be alright? Don't worry. Didn't you see our connection with Master hasn't been affected? Although Fia was also worried, she remained calm, patting Ano's head to reassure her. If he could undo it, Xerix would never have chosen to swallow that human. Less than a moment after returning to the earth, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach and instinctively rolled over, trying to relieve the pain. Boom! With a smooth cutting sound, the earth was instantly blasted up, quickly becoming a lava lake, with flames erupting around it. A young girl slowly emerged from the lake, her silver hair like silk, her face delicate, like a lotus rising from the water, pristine and untouched. The thousands of degrees of heat had no effect on her whatsoever, even her clothes remained intact, leaving many younger superhumans speechless. A beast is a beast, driven only by instinct. Being bitten would indeed hurt, but Luo wasn't blind to the summoned beast. However, the earth was too deep to kill it. The moment she was swallowed, instead of fleeing, she advanced, erecting a magic shield and burrowing into its belly, detonating the furnace storing magma within. She carefully stored the magic core she had retrieved. Luo stopped pretending, rust spreads completed in the blink of an eye, blowing towards the Xerix that was still trying to burrow. Luo ignored it. Even if it wasn't dead, it was completely incapacitated. It was better to help Hailed. At this moment, apart from the 3 still frozen heads, the other 3 injured Xerix had recovered considerably. The pain had made them even more ferocious, and they were now attacking Hailed relentlessly. The onslaught of the 5 colossal beasts overwhelmed him. Even after transforming into a more lethal werewolf, and with the blood vines binding him, he was still left with numerous wounds, bleeding profusely. A blazing meteorite coalesced in midair, whistling as it hurtled towards Hailed. He hastily used his wooden frame for defense, shifting his body to avoid the sharp teeth thrust out from the other side, but a blade that appeared out of nowhere still slashed his back. However, perhaps it was just his imagination, Hailed felt the blood vines on his body become more active. In the past, with so many magical beasts attacking him, he would likely have been severely injured. Now, he could barely hold them off. But the situation remained dire. After several rounds, Hailed was caught off guard, and as Xerix bit his front paw. In pain, the blood vines binding Harold's mouth tried to force their way out, but the other giant beasts grabbed his other claws. If it weren't for the various blessings at work, he, being only a 3rd-tier beast, would have been torn to shreds long ago. The remaining beast, Xerix, was about to bite off his head when an ice pillar flew upwards, grazing his nose. Roar! It crouched uneasily, sensing the death of its brother in the human below, filling it with both rage and fear. Clap, clap. The Grand Steward, who had been observing, clapped lightly, signaling the 4 giant beasts to drag Harold to his side. Looking at the girl, whose momentum hadn't diminished, his smile remained, but his eyes had turned serious. To be able to forcefully kill 3 of my children amidst their attack, you have the most terrifying potential I ever seen. However, you have no idea what kind of people you mess with. Ha, you mean you're using your high-level transcendent strength to bully low-level transcendents? This is the first time I ever seen such a shameless person. Luo's tone was full of disdain. A dignified 8th-level transcendent, instead of pursuing higher strength, you're here indulging in violence. Are you trying to say your strength is comparable to a saint level? Luo's voice wasn't loud, but after the battle temporarily subsided, it still clearly reached the ears of the surrounding crowd, causing gasps of astonishment to rise from the crowd. 8th rank? She's not lying, is she? If you said that chubby kid was 4th rank, I could believe it, but 8th rank? I absolutely don't believe it. The Grand Steward paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, seemingly amused by Luo's nonsensical words. Just a compliment, and you're already spouting nonsense? I could say you're a 9th rank transcendent. The Grand Steward of the Desperate Merchant Guild, an 8th rank transcendent, a dual attribute earth and fire summoner, has a portion of his soul inhabiting this puppet. Although it closely resembles a real person, these 12 Xerix don't have a direct contract with you. If I'm not mistaken, they're directly connected to your main body. The reason it's only in its juvenile form is because this puppet's soul power can't support more powerful magical beasts. Luo's calm and composed voice filled the quiet air, making it hard to believe he was just spouting nonsense. Luo had not systematically studied puppetry, but she had heard some of it when Bella and David discussed it. She happened to have heard about the operation of souls inhabiting puppets. In addition, she herself had a good understanding of soul power. After a little observation, she could tell that these Xerix were just forcibly controlled by some kind of prop. The initial golden chains were a kind of restraint prop. Hearing Luo recount his secrets with such familiarity, the Grand Steward's face darkened completely. However, without concrete evidence, he wouldn't admit it. It's all your conjecture. Do you think I'd be intimidated? This elf is in my hands. If you don't want anything to happen to him, you better release those 2 summoned beasts. The 4 Xerixes exerted a slight force, and Harold's limbs snapped instantly. However, he was stubborn and didn't utter a sound of pain. He forced himself to stand and shouted, Miss Luo, don't worry about me. Kill him. If you don't release them, I can't guarantee his life. The night elves below cursed his shamelessness. Ano angrily shouted, you fat bastard. You're weak and all you can do is threaten. But all the curses were useless. On one hand, they hoped the fat **** would die soon, and on the other hand, they feared for their Grand Elder's safety. With a light breath, Luo released his control over the 2 Xerix beasts. The 3 frozen beasts thawed on their own, though they were badly chilled, and were radiating fire magic to ward off the cold. The Grand Steward was surrounded by 5 colossal beasts, significantly weaker than when they first appeared, but still exuding a heavy aura of oppression. Even those onlookers, disdainful of this petty, threatening behavior, remained silent. Might makes right. That's the most basic law. A wise man submits to circumstances. Surrender now, and I might consider letting those elves go, and I promise they won't come back. The Grand Steward knew this girl wouldn't accept her fate, but this promise would distract her, preventing her from fully focusing on him. As he suspected, Luo frowned slightly, looking at Harold, whose limbs were bitten, and the gradually falling silent night elves below. Had Sindaragon considered this as well? If I were her, how would I handle it? Luo didn't care much about the elves' attitude below, she wasn't familiar with them, and she was only helping the High Elder because of Sindaragon's mission. If she completely failed, she'd just get a beating from her. Not only the Sea Pearl and the Night Elves, but Oro and the other onlookers held their breath, watching Luo, wondering what choice she would make. But just then, Luo and the High Steward simultaneously looked towards a certain spot in midair. A small spatial rift suddenly opened, and a delicate doll, about the size of a forearm, emerged. Its lifelike expression and agile movements were just like a real person. The doll was blank, its red eyes empty, and it didn't exude any aura. A mechanical, emotionless voice sounded. Question, whose wisp of aura remains? Chapter 212. The sudden appearance of the puppet startled both of them, but neither dared to act rashly. The puppet had emerged from a spatial rift, and not through the summoning space unique to summoners, meaning it could easily tear apart the bodies of everyone present. Some had heard of the cursed puppet and exclaimed, that's a puppet from the outer realm. I heard many have suffered at its hands. Some have even been killed. Could it be that cursed puppet? It's come to ask questions. I heard those who answer correctly will receive a reward. Didn't you see it teleported directly from space? Are you saying it's a saint-level being? What a joke. I rather believe it's hiding a precious teleportation scroll. Euro and Halia had also heard of the puppet, and found it extremely strange. The mysterious puppet, the exceptionally powerful girl, and the chubby boy with numerous summoned beasts, each was beyond their imagination, yet they were all gathered together, as if by divine arrangement. Those who had never heard of the doll gradually learned about it through others' discussions, and were even more astonished. How did so many strange things get into this other dimension? Luo couldn't check the doll's panel, probably because it was an artificial object, not a real creature. What puzzled her even more was that this doll looked exactly like Bella. Could someone have used her appearance to create this doll? How perverse. Question: whose residual aura is this? The little doll's emotionless voice rang out again, its tone and manner completely unchanged, finally revealing a hint of its inhuman nature. A faint, almost imperceptible aura hovered on a toothpick-thick finger. The Grand Steward, not being present, wasn't afraid of it and immediately probed its presence. The aura was unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar. A quick comparison revealed an uncanny resemblance to the girl before him. Luo herself, after examining it, found it unbelievable. Isn't this the very aura I left behind? Comparing. Confirming. 83.4% match, likely the target. The puppet's mechanical voice left both of them uncertain, unsure whether it was friend or foe. Information confirmed, mission complete. Unexpectedly, after those two simple words, the puppet froze in midair, head bowed, motionless. This left everyone around astonished. You made such a grand entrance just to play dead? It seems it's irrelevant to us, Miss Luo. Have you considered this? Abandon the Night Elf tribe or sacrifice yourself? The Grand Steward didn't know the importance of hail to the entire tribe, but he wouldn't let this opportunity to demoralize the enemy slip by. But the words had barely left his lips when the puppet seemed to come alive, raising its head and staring directly at the Grand Steward with its ruby eyes. Hostility detected. Execution procedure. Before the Grand Steward could say anything, it split in two, revealing a layer of flesh and blood, internal gears, and shattered runes. Simultaneously, all the Xerxes vanished without a trace, as if the puppet had determined they were one with the Grand Steward. A fleeting spatial turbulence appeared in the air, a phenomenon that occurred every time Luo tore through space, letting her know that this puppet truly could use saint-level techniques. The air grew eerily still. No one had anticipated the puppet's sudden attack, and even fewer had expected that this powerful chubby boy and his summoned beast couldn't withstand it even for a moment. Most astonishingly, he truly was, as the girl had said, a puppet. Boom! The corpse crashed to the ground, causing a deafening roar that jolted everyone awake. Dead in an instant? Am I dreaming? Give me a punch. Bang! Ouch! You actually hit me. I must still be half asleep to see something so exciting. Were those guys in the mage's hall really keeping a good watch? The puppet, having finished its work, returned to silence, only its eyes remaining bright, indicating it hadn't exhausted its energy. Hald, freed from the control of the Xerx, though still severely injured, possessed a degree of healing power due to its wood magic. He quickly arrived beside Luo, looking at the mysterious puppet with astonishment. Miss Luo, it wasn't coming for you. It doesn't seem so. After it produced that wisp of aura, Luo did indeed think it was some enemy coming to her door. Although she didn't have any enemies, it seemed it was just checking the source of the aura. After thinking for a moment, Luo softly asked it, don't you have anything to say? The puppet suddenly raised its head and mechanically replied, meaning unclear, please explain in detail. I mean, you came here just to check the source of that aura? Definitely. Okay, it seems it really was just someone playing a joke on us. Although it was puzzling, the two decided not to disturb it. After the Grand Steward was instantly killed, the slave traders' henchmen all ran away in a flash, but the Night Elves wouldn't let their enemies off so easily. They immediately dispatched teams to intercept and kill them, and also to search for some of their people who hadn't yet been rescued. These matters were no longer Luo's concern. Whether Hale succeeded or not, it was their tribe's fate. Descending to the ground, Luo was preparing to collect the magical cores of the beasts when Fia and Ano rushed up, grabbing her hands anxiously and asking, Master, are you alright? Yes, Master, I saw you being eaten. Luo shook her head, replying calmly, I'm fine. Go back to the tribe, they need you there. Fia and Ano had completely obeyed Luo, so they obediently returned to the tribe and organized their people to search the forest. Seeing this, the spectators understood it was time to leave. However, after they left, many rumors were bound to circulate, which perfectly suited Hale's plan. Oro gave Luo a deep look. That girl made him feel suffocated, as powerless as he felt facing his father before he ascended to the extraordinary realm. However, I will definitely catch up, and then, never mind, let's reach her current level first. After collecting all the magic cores, Luo went to the remains of the Grand Steward. The war maniac had mentioned his name. Luo remembered it was Cavani, which might be a clue later. He teleported over the rings and gems on his clothes that showed spatial fluctuations, without examining them closely, and tossed them all into a ring. Alright, although the doll was strange, it's none of my business now. Stretching, Luo glanced strangely at the corpses of Xerix, muttering, is it just my imagination? Why does it seem like there are strange soul fluctuations? However, those fluctuations were fleeting, leaving no trace, so Luo didn't pay them any mind and returned to the barrier, intending to rest. Moriarty scratched his head in annoyance. For some reason, there were far fewer dead souls. It seemed something was vying for them with her. Could it be those remnant souls? They wouldn't dare steal my things. No, they dare steal my things? They're asking for it. Humph! With a cold snort, the little guy's body vanished instantly. The treehouse door opened, and Fu Ning, carrying a plate of fruit, found it empty. Huh? Where's Lady Artie? Chapter 213. The sky forest was covered by countless towering plants, their intricate root systems intertwined and tens of meters thick, beneath which lay the solid earth, and beyond that, an unknown darkness. A small figure suddenly appeared here, the dense dark magic having no effect on her whatsoever. Strange, this place should be filled with wood magic, so how can there be such powerful dark magic? Moriarty's eyes gleamed with a ghostly blue light, and an unimaginably vast soul power spread out, rapidly covering this strange space. Below an abyss higher than the sky, thousands of invisible tentacles were slowly descending, pulling at countless glimmers of light, but seemingly sensing something, their descent suddenly accelerated, each instant covering tens of thousands of miles, a few seconds enough to traverse an entire region of another dimension. She is here, quickly leave. Luo didn't disturb the night elves, because he knew there would be many to say a lot, which would be incredibly annoying. Concealing her aura, Luo approached a hidden spot atop a giant leaf and quickly categorized the Grand Steward's belongings. She found 15 rings of various styles, and 23 ornaments that faintly exuded powerful energy. However, 21 of them were broken, indicating that the Grand Steward had also exerted all his strength to resist the puppet's spatial attack at that moment, but to no avail. Luo's annihilation could achieve that effect, but unfortunately, she didn't yet know how to cast annihilation remotely like magic, limiting her to close-range attacks, which was a significant limitation. It seems it's simply due to the strength of divine power, not spatial control. I asked him about it later. He placed the broken ornaments and weapon fragments together. Of the remaining 2 ornaments, one was a white jade bead, crafted into a golden-laid waist pendant. Based on the information it contained, it was a concealment item, capable of evading the senses of enemies at level 6 and below, as well as detection by mid-level reconnaissance magic. The other was a jade-green thumb ring, clearly a men's style. Worn on Luo's wrist, it could function as a bracelet. It was a powerful offensive item capable of summoning a magical fire dragon, strong enough to kill a level 4 enemy. Luo already understood that magic skills, like divine arts, were divided into low, medium, and high levels, corresponding to the 3 stages of transcendence. As for the skills used at the saint level, Luo was not yet entirely clear. The rank of a magic skill was determined by its learning difficulty. However, in most cases, the learning difficulty was also linked to its power. After all, no one would want to learn a magic skill that was difficult to learn and useless. The fire dragon magic on the ring falls into the category of mid-tier magic, also known as a mid-tier item. Unfortunately, it lacks a specific magic circle, preventing Luo from deciphering the spell. Otherwise, it would be suitable as one of his frequently used fire spells. It's worth mentioning that the magic runes for Extreme Frost, Rust Spread, and Absolute Zero exceed 100, but they are not divine spells. They belong to high-tier magic. However, limited by Luo's own magic power, he is destined to be unable to reproduce their full power for the time being. Soul magic, excluding attribute magic, is not included in this category. This ring is ugly, I give it to the old man. With one sentence, Luo decided the fate of this mid-tier item, worth hundreds or even thousands of 4th-tier magic crystals. He tossed it aside, picked up the 15 spatial rings, and probed them with his senses. He discovered that 3 of the rings still had powerful seals, presumably placed by his true form. Too bad it's useless, I still have helpers, humph. After carefully putting away the 3 rings that clearly contained valuable items, Luo probed the other rings with his senses, and was immediately blinded by their brilliance. So dazzling. So much money. The space inside the rings was enormous. The smallest was 20 cubic meters, twice the size of the ring on Luo's hand, and the largest was 100 cubic meters. He wondered how much they could sell for. Inside were piles and piles of gold coins and magic crystals, ranging from 3rd to 6th tier, instantly increasing Luo's net worth. Though still poor compared to a certain dragon. Hee. Robbery is still the fastest way. After a moment, Luo came to his senses, quickly wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, only to realize that the gold coins weren't from his own country. They should be exchangeable. They're all gold coins. He piled up the foreign gold coins, put the magic crystals into the ring specifically for magic crystals, and then focused his attention on the miscellaneous items. So many clothes. What a perverse sense of humor. Besides the obviously luxurious gold dress she was wearing, there were many strange, sexy, see-through women's outfits, such as black clothes resembling rabbit ears, short skirts with large bare chests, and a jumble of fishnet stockings and black silk stockings. The daring style made Luo blush, and she quickly tossed them aside, out of sight, out of mind. Sindaragon looks pretty good in these. Never mind, I don't want to get beaten up. Besides, there were many potions, without instructions, and she didn't know their effects. What if they were poison? Luo didn't touch them. She knew a strange half-elf, who would probably know what these were. This is? While rummaging through them, Luo suddenly found a metal box. She took it out. It had no magic on it, as if it were just ordinary iron. Upon opening it, he found a familiar compass. What on earth is this? Luo pulled out 2 other similar compasses, identical in material and shape, indistinguishable, except for the direction of the pointers. Could collecting 7 summon a dragon? Shaking his head, Luo dismissed this nonsense and put them back in the metal box. He hadn't found any clues yet, so there was no need to rush. The 12 rings also contained some books and weapons. The weapons were all warrior type. After all, summoners relied on summoned beasts and amplification items in combat, so weapons had limited use. Most of the books were blush-inducing stories and illustrations. Luo glanced at them, and quickly tossed them next to the pile of clothes. The remaining 3 normal books were skill books on summoning magic. A rare skill book, let me see. Random summoning, randomly summons a magical beast. Its rank is determined by the input magic power, and soul power, fluctuating by no more than 1 rank. The source is uncertain, but it can roughly pinpoint a plane with similar attributes based on the attributes of the consumed materials and the surrounding magical environment. However, it seems summoners can use certain methods to further determine the type of magical beast summoned and control it briefly. Luo doesn't understand, so the book's value is naturally greatly reduced. There's also summoning enhancement and death summoning. Death summoning is a one-time use skill. Taking out the thin death summoning book, Luo opened it and flipped through it. The book only had 5 pages, as red as if soaked in blood. Each page had runes of varying quantities and types written on them, with subtle magical power flowing across them. Could this be some kind of magic book, like a scroll? There were no scrolls among these rings. They were probably in the other 3 sealed rings. This book might be some kind of imitation of them. It was slowly absorbing the surrounding magic, its aura gradually increasing. Clearly, if magic was actively injected, it would quickly reach the threshold for casting summoning magic, at which point the book would be destroyed. Luo placed it separately in a small ring to prevent it from expiring. After pondering for a moment, she murmured, "The runes in this book contain magic, completely different from what I usually see. Could it be that scrolls, as mediums for storing magical techniques, also contain runes with magic? Is this how the runes little Artemis had me practice writing?" As she spoke, Luo drew an ice rune on the leaf with her finger. She had practiced this character many times before, so writing it wasn't difficult. However, this time, Luo infused her fingertip with magic. A moment later, with the final stroke, a chill instantly spread, forming a thin layer of ice crystals around the rune. It seems we still need to prevent the magic from dissipating for now. Furthermore, many advanced magical techniques are complex 3-dimensional structures. Drawing a complete array on a flat surface must have other requirements. Having a brain isn't a pleasant experience. Putting this matter aside for the time being, Luo put away the things he had organized and took out the ring the Grand Elder had given him. This ring was compensation from the Grand Elder for taking the flask of life essence. Chapter 214. A seedling? The ring Hale gave her didn't contain much. A wooden jar filled with tea leaves, which smelled like the same tea Ape had claimed had beautifying effects, probably weighing about 2 pounds. A wooden bow without a string, quite similar to the ones the FIA sisters possessed. A beautifully crafted elven dagger, 20 centimeters long, incredibly sharp, and seemingly possessing other effects. When infused with magic, it emitted a faint golden halo, a precious gold-grade dagger. But what surprised Luo most was a small flower pot in the center of the space, containing a tiny sapling, its aura identical to the tree of life outside. This thing must be hard to cultivate. Perhaps as a keepsake? Luo stared at the sapling, smoothing a strand of hair, deciding to plant it alongside the seeds like the seed pearl. There was plenty of open land within the ruins. Snap. Luo's figure vanished, leaving only a small bead in its wake. Returning to the ruins, Luo found the deathly stillness had lessened somewhat. The black mist shrouding the withered trees had completely vanished, and the air was fresh and no longer oppressive. Flying to the edge, she noticed that the distorted spaces had been significantly repaired, though complete restoration would take a long time. After wandering around for a while, Luo finally decided to plant a tree of life near the withered trees. With a thought, a pit immediately appeared in the ground. She took the sapling, soil and all, from the pot, waved her hand, and the sapling fell into the pit, the surrounding soil churning up and covering its roots. But the sapling looked somewhat withered and listless. Luo thought for a moment, then suddenly slammed her hand on her palm. Oh right. Trees need watering. With a wave of his hand, a ball of magically potent water fell, thoroughly drenching the sapling. Stimulated by the water magic, the sapling's tender trunk bent over, and most of its leaves fell off. If trees could speak, they would probably be cursing. Actually, Harold's original intention was to give Luo a keepsake. The flower pot was just to keep the sapling alive, so he hadn't told her how to cultivate the tree of life. He hadn't expected Luo to actually have a plot of land and simply uproot the tree from the pot. What happened? Wasn't I watering it? Luo quickly wiped the water off the leaves, looking at the sapling that seemed to be saying, I'm going to die, and tried to channel a wisp of wood magic into it. With a whoosh, nourished by the wood magic, the sapling straightened its back, quickly sprouting tender buds and green leaves. Under Luo's continued infusion of magic, the sapling rapidly grew taller and larger, from half a person's height to 5 meters. Its roots burrowed deep into the ground, and even its trunk was as thick as Luo's waist. Its lush green leaves were incredibly abundant, radiating a rich vitality. Under the influence of this vitality, the surrounding land quickly sprouted patches of green, spreading out and occupying an area of 10 meters in radius, bringing true life to this space. A gentle breeze rose, lifting a white dress. A silver-haired, red-eyed girl stood on this verdant field of blooming flowers and grass. Her cute, petite body shimmered with a faint emerald green, the glow of wood magic. The green leaves swirled, making her stand out brilliantly amidst the surrounding withered forest, like hope and despair, pure and beautiful as a painting. Half a day later, a slight bulge appeared around the tree of life, filled with seeds of sea pearls. Under the influence of the tree of life's vitality, tender shoots quickly emerged, and it was estimated that they would grow into adulthood in a while. After sensing that the sapling no longer needed to absorb wood magic, Luo left the ruins. The space rippled slightly, and Luo reappeared on the leaf. Looking at the thick branches beside her, she sighed. When will it grow this big? Sitting on the edge of the giant leaf, she gently swung her legs, listening to the lively chirping below. Luo gently smoothed her stray hairs, and her heart gradually calmed down. If there were sunshine, this would be the most pleasant moment. After an unknown amount of time, her calm mind began to ripple. Luo turned her head and saw that senior sister Ape was panting as she climbed up and plopped down next to her, saying weakly, I really don't know how you knew they would be so enthusiastic. I didn't even fight, I was beaten up by those night elves. Surrounded by questions, Miss C. Pearl is in even worse shape. She doesn't dare show her face yet. It's said that many young elves, seeing her smug appearance, are vying to speak to her. It's terrifying. With a slight smile, Luo looked up at the azure sky and casually said, after all, it's been hundreds of years of hardship. Although things won't be peaceful immediately, it's a good start for them. Yes, I didn't expect you to get involved in something concerning the life and death of your race. Ape, mimicking Luo, also looked up at the sky. Through the pale green barrier, the enormous leaves blocked most of the radiance, making it appear somewhat dim, but to the extraordinary, it was no different from sunlight. At the edge of their gaze, countless drooping vines swayed gently, bringing glimmers of light to this shattered world. A unique sight unlike anything seen anywhere else. After a long pause, Ape suddenly spoke, Luo, I'm going back. The Sky Forest is too dangerous for me. Now that I achieved my goal, I return to the River of Life with Brother Hall and the others. It's the base of the outsiders, and my safety will be much better there. Luo didn't speak, but simply tossed her a ring. What's this? A little farewell gift. I don't know when I'd be able to go back. If the interdimensional rift reopens before I'm back, please share some with him. Senior Karen will know. Ape clutched the ring, not examining it closely. Looking at Luo's relaxed expression, she felt a strange, almost resigned sadness, as if a poignant story was hidden within her small frame. At this moment, she felt so close to her, yet so far, as if separated by a world unattainable. A sudden smile appeared on Ape's face as he softly replied, I understand. FIA and Miss Ano said they personally escort us across the snowfield, so don't worry too much about safety. That's good. Ape stood up and suddenly called out, Luo. The girl instinctively turned around and saw Ape smiling at her, calling out, when we get back, remember to treat us to a good meal. Karen and Bargana were very worried about us after disappearing for so long. Luo paused for a moment, then smiled broadly and called out, then you better eat your fill. I'm quite wealthy now. A sudden gust of wind blew by, carrying the light echo of the sound, and the rustling leaves seemed to hold the girl's sincere and simple feelings. 3 days later, the Night Elves had almost finished repairing their ruined home and were planning to rebuild the first and second layers of the barrier. That day, Hallard suddenly arrived at the treehouse where Lo was. Knock knock, it's me. It's the Elder. You come. The door opened quickly, revealing Footing's head. Lo and Si Pearl had been staying in her house for the past few days. Upon entering, Hallard noticed 2 soft, bouncy faces sprawled on the table, looking exactly alike, like lazy cats basking in the sun for 3 days and 3 nights, their faces radiating an air of I don't want to move. Hallard's eye twitched, but he decided to ignore the scene. He coughed lightly and asked, Miss Lo, Miss Si Pearl, has Lord Sindragon not returned yet? Si Pearl was blowing bubbles and making strange pop-pop sounds. It was unclear whether she was answering. Lo lazily replied, No. More than 5 days had passed, and that stinky dragon was still searching for his brewing ingredients. Who knew how long that would take? Besides, Moriarty had disappeared 3 days ago. Who knew where he'd gone to play? You mean her safety? You're kidding. Even a netherworld creature that can't defeat a frost dragon, who in this plane can bully her? The puppet remained suspended in midair. No elf dared touch it, so that area was designated a forbidden zone. However, many mischievous elves couldn't resist peeking. Hailed lost a lot of hair because of this, but fortunately, being a transcendent being, his hair grew back quickly. Miss Luo, actually, I have something to ask Lord Sindragon. Luo raised her head blankly. Elder, what is it? Hale glanced at Fu Ning, who tactfully left, before releasing the parasitic blood vine from his palm. But the blood vine was completely different from when he first saw it. It had turned bright red, and was constantly writhing. Even Hailed, as its host, could hardly control it. It seems to be going out of control. Chapter 215. Luo suddenly snapped back to reality, releasing his soul power. He sensed the twisted blood vines emitting a pungent, blood-like odor, with chaotic and restless soul energy fluctuating within them, like someone venting their morning grumpiness. Hailed said gravely, Since that day, the blood vines on my body have become much more active. At first, I thought it was a backlash from overusing my power, but it seems that's not it. Now I'm almost out of control. If I let it continue like this, it might give birth to a 4th-tier blood vine monster. Most importantly, his plan was no longer feasible, which was why he wanted to seek out Sindragon to try and resolve the situation. I try to soothe it. Hallard was greatly surprised. Miss Lo, you can soothe it? I can try, but the root cause is probably a problem with the mother plant. Perhaps we need Sindragon or Moriarty to solve it. Miss Moriarty? Hallard was now confused. Wasn't that a little child? She seemed a bit slow, like playing with elves, and often clung to Lo. But he hadn't seen her for the past few days. He wondered where she'd gone. It's nothing, I just check on it. Lo casually replied, approaching the bloodvine. Its information appeared before her eyes. Bloodvine, secondary plant, parasitic, supernatural tier 6, half-awakened, wood, one of the first offspring plants splitting from the bloodvine mother plant, possessing extremely strong vitality. Symbiotic with Avon Hallard, its intelligence is not low, it seems not purely driven by pity. Influenced by something, it is rapidly recovering. Note 1. To some extent, It shares life and death with its host. Note 2. Its consciousness is rapidly recovering. If fully awakened, it will affect the mother plant's consciousness. Suggestion: you can try using gentle soul power to temporarily suppress the volatile consciousness. The description of the parasitic blood vine has changed slightly, and the phrase affected by made Luo frown. Could there be other powerful native magical beasts here besides the mother plant? However, Harold was already doing his best to suppress the bloodvine's rampage, and Luo didn't have time to investigate. He recalled many soul spells, but if he were to choose a gentler one, the most suitable would be the one that replenished the seed pearl soul power. Speaking of which, could it be that accepting my soul power led to our encounter within the domain? He slightly clasped his hands together, and invisible soul power surged forth, condensing into 5 soul runes, forming a perfectly shaped pentagram. A wisp of soul power was drawn into the array, transformed into a gentle, unowned soul power, and then drifted down onto the bloodvine. Under Hale's astonished gaze, the bloodvine truly calmed down slowly, no longer agitated, and its crimson appearance gradually faded, returning to its normal dark green color. It really worked. Miss Luo, this must be the legendary soul magic. Legend? It's not that rare. 2 people around him are even proficient in it. Excluding Seed Pearl, 3/4 of the members can use it. It's not uncommon, is it? Is that so? Perhaps our Night Elf clan has been isolated from the outside world for too long. Harold sighed softly, calming his now unruly bloodvine, deeply thanking Luo before hurriedly leaving. He must have many things to oversee as the Grand Elder. If the bloodvine hadn't become so difficult to control, he probably wouldn't have come rashly. Speaking of which, where did they go? Kiss. So, Pearl, what are you talking about? This dragon is back. Ha ha ha. 2 days later, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the barrier. The next instant, a beautiful woman with a joyful expression appeared before Luo. You seem quite pleased. Did you find something good? Sindaragon slightly concealed a smile at the corner of his mouth, speaking in his usual cold voice. I didn't expect that mother plant to be 9th tier, not 8th tier. Perfect for brewing wine. Wait, you captured it to brew wine? Luo exclaimed in surprise. Could this be the source of Hale's abnormal blood vine? What are you thinking? This mother plant is very useful. Am I the kind of dragon who's domineering? I only needed some of its core. It recover in 10,000 years. You call that not domineering? That mother plant is definitely crying. Hearing Luo's complaints, Sindaragon seemed to remember something, asking, It's strange, the mother plant's previous injuries have actually healed, but its consciousness hasn't fully awakened. I spoke with its remaining consciousness, and it said something was devouring its roots. I promised to help it take a look. Hearing her. This piqued Luo's curiosity, and his eyes gleamed with interest. Have you noticed anything? I haven't gone yet. I start brewing the wine first. Drunkard. Not hearing anything interesting, Luo's enthusiasm waned, and he grumbled, I don't even know where little Artie is. All I do here is read books, and refine my soul power and magic. There's nothing else to do. As soon as he said this, Luo realized something was wrong. Sure enough, Sindaragon's tone quickly turned serious, and a barrage of criticism poured into Luo's ears without pause. Can't you decipher runes? I remember I taught you how to decipher them last time, right? You don't just have ice attributes. What about metal? What about water? You have so many high affinity attributes, you need to spend more time than others, and you're still slacking off here? Don't tell me you only learned some simple magic in all these days? What's the point of that? Luo buried her head in her arms, pretending to be an ostrich, unable to hear anything. Bang! The table shook from a slap, causing Luo to instinctively straighten her back. I'm sorry. Don't hit me. Sindaragon's icy brows furrowed, his golden vertical pupils extremely intimidating. He said, word by word, until you finish deciphering and master the other basic attribute runes, you can expect to be frozen in ice for 3 days. Ah! No! Luo's face changed. That was no joke. She was probably the only human who knew how cold the ice released by a frost dragon could be, a chill that penetrated to the very soul. Her immobile body, especially with acquaintances watching, was torture for her. The thought of fooding, or Hailed seeing her frozen in ice sent a shiver down her spine. She clenched her small fist and declared firmly, Don't worry, I can definitely do it. Whoosh! Sindaragon transformed into a streak of light, and entered the feather on Luo's wrist, leaving only the words, I'm going to start brewing the wine. Don't you dare slack off. Sigh. Luo slumped back into her chair, her chubby little face pressed against the table, her soft flesh bulging out. She sighed deeply, as if she could already see the comfortable days of the past few days slipping away. Goodbye, my leisure, goodbye, those wonderful times. Chapter 216. A porcelain doll-like little girl opened her terrifyingly large maw, its powerful suction devouring the surrounding darkness. Dense, dripping dark magic flowed into her perpetually full belly, forming a thin stream. The enormous vortex lasted for days. Finally, the darkness dissipated completely, revealing shimmering stars below, and a corner of a massive array far beyond the perception range of a saint-level being. Burp! Moriarty patted her belly, and let out a satisfied burp. The magic in this space had accumulated for countless millennia. Only thanks to her special race could it be cleared so quickly by any saint-level being from the living world. It seems the interdimensional array isn't perfect. Come to think of it, when I was sealed, the remaining power from the living world was almost gone. Should I destroy it? Moriarty thought seriously for a moment. Those beings from the living world had sealed him and his kin here, providing a continuous source of power for the array to maintain its operation. Such deep hatred, couldn't he take revenge? After a long while, the glint in Moriarty's eyes faded, and he reverted to his innocent demeanor. Forget it, I'd better find out where the guy who stole my food went. He actually tried to steal my food. The little guy stomped his foot angrily, and his figure instantly disappeared into the spatial rift. See Pearl, with a pear-shaped fruit between her teeth, made a crisp chewing sound, curiously poking at Luo, who was lying lifeless on the ground. Luo, are you dead? Luo swatted away her finger and mumbled, don't bother me, I'm going to merge into the floor. It's good you're alright, Luo. Did you plant the seeds you mentioned last time? Can we eat them now? I don't know, maybe it hasn't ripened yet. Didn't the Grand Elder say you could eat as much as you wanted? But I think I've eaten too much. Lately, the Grand Elder's gaze towards me has been strange. Every time I try to talk to him, he suddenly flies away, saying the barrier isn't finished yet, and he needs to help. Luo raised his head like a dying fish, looking at Haijinju, whose magical power was 10 times more concentrated than before, unsure of what to say. Those fruits were enchanted fruits rich in vitality and magic power. Heaven knows how much Haijinju had eaten these past few days to have her magic power so condensed. Don't ask the Grand Elder for now. We let you eat when the fruit trees bear fruit. Okay, then I just have to eat sparingly. Gently floating, Luo drifted to a chair, picked up a book on the table, which contained his interpretations and conjectures about the water runes. Just as Luo was about to continue observing the water rune, he noticed that Sea Pearl was idly observing. His eyes darted around, and he coughed lightly, casually asking, Pearl, your merfolk are purely averse to water magic, right? Yes, everyone I've seen only knows how to use water magic. Why? Have you ever tried writing the character for water? Startled by Luo's question, Sea Pearl paused, her fingertips dampening as a drop of water formed the character for water in midair. She asked doubtfully, isn't this simple? Not that kind of water. It's the rune, the water rune within your Sea of Souls. This? Sea Pearl opened her fair palm, constructing a blue rune symbolizing water. The flowing lines, at first glance, would appear to any race as a handful of water, yet it was merely a simple symbol. Yes, it's not constructed with magic or soul power, but written with fingers or a pen. That shouldn't be too difficult, although I haven't tried it myself. Haijinju, completely unaware of Luo's secret smile, was brimming with confidence. It's just a few lines. What's so difficult about that? Sitting at the other end of the table, Haijinju used her slender white index finger as a pen, drawing on the surface. Her pink nails, slightly bluer than human nail polish, made a soft sound as they traced lines on the wooden surface. After a moment, Haijinju exclaimed in surprise, strange, why isn't it right? What was clearly a simple line drawing of less than 10 strokes had become a distorted, strange pattern on the table, lacking any sense of flow or even resemblance to the original. I definitely didn't draw it like that. Is it because the tabletop is uneven? How could that be? An uneven tabletop doesn't matter. Luo kindly came to her side, her expression becoming serious. Her fingertips slowly traced lines on the uneven surface. 5 minutes later, Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the slightly crooked runes, and said triumphantly, see? It's not the tabletop's fault at all. Amazing. Luo, teach me. I definitely try my best to learn. As expected, Haijinju's eyes lit up immediately. She grabbed Luo's hand and shook it, looking like a little dog even though she was a fish. Seeing her goal achieved, Luo resumed her nonchalant demeanor. Of course, we're friends, how could I refuse such a small thing? So, a day later, 2 people were lying on the ground. No, 1 person and 1 fish, because Hai Jinju had transformed back into her mermaid form. This startled Fu Ning, who had just returned from outside. She quickly ran over and knelt down to ask, "Miss Luo, Miss Hai Jinju, are you alright?" "No, it's nothing, I just wanted to rest a bit." Gurgle gurgle, me too. Really? Then you two must rest well. You are our tribe's benefactors. You absolutely cannot be harmed. Just in case, Fu Ning went out to look for something nourishing. On the ground, Si Pearl turned her head, looking somewhat resigned. "Luo, why does my head hurt so much when I learn that rune analysis stuff from you?" "Don't ask me, I don't know either." Luo actually knew, because unlike memory runes and construction runes, this was about understanding the essence of the rune, the truth, equivalent to understanding a part of the world. With their knowledge and level, it was like a 3-year-old child watching an alchemical study by a superhuman, naturally incredibly difficult. The essence of writing it down is to reproduce a part of the world. Without sufficient understanding, it's impossible to reproduce. Of course, if one writes unconsciously, perhaps a similar pattern can be drawn, but that's not a rune anymore, lacking willpower, it's just ordinary scribbling. But Luo's mind was a complete mess at this moment, and she didn't want to say a word, letting the coolness from between her brows soothe her discomfort. "Oh right, there's this too." Luo took out 2 lollipops from the ring she had initially received. She had treasured those lollipops, so she still had 5 or 6 left. But after working so hard for so long, it wouldn't hurt to eat one, right? "What's this? It smells a little sweet. Is it something to eat?" Mentioning food immediately boosted Hai Jinju's spirits, and she even had the strength to get up. "A gift from an elder. Just put it in your mouth." Luo had applied a protective magic layer to the candies. She broke through the magic layer, handed one to Hai Jinju, and put one in her own mouth. Although the coolness from between her brows meant the lollipop wasn't very effective, the sweetness still comforted Luo, and her spirits improved considerably. "Delicious. Your elder must have been an amazing person to be able to make something so delicious." Hai Jinju felt much better, but she seemed more focused on the taste of the lollipop. "Although you're focusing on the wrong thing, she is indeed a remarkable person. I don't have any gifts to give her yet. Can't you give her something delicious? She's not like you. Speaking of which, those skill books should be okay, right? But they seem too cheap. We see later. Beyond the sky forest lies the world of thunderstorms. According to scholars, the world of fire lies beyond that, and perhaps even the worlds of light and darkness. Whether they can reach the next level is uncertain for Luo. Perhaps only Sindragon and Moriarty are capable of leading them there. Chapter 217. Studying is hard work, but it's not so bad when someone shares your suffering. 2 more days passed. With the previous experience, Luo was able to write down the remaining basic runes smoothly and completely, averaging 2 runes a day, which wasn't slow. However, Hai Jinju was still struggling with the water rune. Her eyes were dark with grime. Each rune, after being imbued with magic, exhibits different characteristics. If the input magic is sufficient, it can even turn a page of paper into a piece of metal. When Luo returned from his 3rd journey to find Moriarty, the feather on his wrist trembled slightly, and Sindragon emerged from it, holding a barnacle, the very one Hailed had given him before. "Have you finished brewing?" "Almost, it'd be ready in 150 years. This is the first brew. It doesn't have much flavor, but it's suitable for cultivation from the early to mid-level of the transcendent realm. Here you go." Luo took the barnacle she tossed him, shook it slightly, and judging from the sound, it was probably more than half full. "What's it for?" "It can probably nourish the body, restore magic power, and treat magic intrusions. Just ordinary uses." "Speaking of which, hasn't that girl come back yet?" Luo knew who she referred to, and shook his head. "Not yet. I'm a little worried. This is the first time she's been gone for so long." "Really? She didn't even leave a message." Luo nodded in agreement. If she was going to be gone for a long time, at least she should leave a note. Let's not talk about her anymore. "Have you finished your mission?" Sindragon's eyes suddenly turned dangerous. He crossed his arms, giving the impression that you'd be in big trouble if you dared to say no. Luo quickly waved his hands, startled, "Of course. It was just a few runes. I managed to decipher them completely after staying up all night." Of course, he didn't dare voice his inner thoughts. He only knows how to threaten me. To demonstrate his achievement, Luo controlled the grass beneath his feet to grow, plucked a few large leaves, and skillfully inscribed the basic runes of the 8 common attributes on them. Even without magic, one could feel a peculiar tactile sensation from the runes, which softened Sindragon's expression slightly, and he nodded approvingly. "Looks like you didn't slack off. Although there are still flaws, it's enough for your level." Doesn't he know who I am? Just as Luo was about to write light, the tree of life suddenly trembled violently, followed by a powerful aura that spread outwards, causing even the area around Luo to fluctuate violently. The rune he was writing halfway through suddenly became ineffective. What's going on? Luo flew into the air, and saw the blood-red vines sprouting outside the tree of life, and the elves being forced to their knees. Sensing something was wrong, she quickly said to Sindaragon, "Something's happened to the Grand Elder. Can you go and check on him?" "It's all right. This dragon is in a good mood today." Interesting, is this a premature backlash? The two figures vanished instantly, reappearing inside the tree of life. It was a room of average size with rows of books, probably a library. In the center was a large blood-red cocoon, which upon closer inspection was covered in dense, sharp vines, looking extremely ferocious. Luo tried calling out, "Herald?" A surprised voice came from within the cocoon, but then he cried out urgently, "Miss Luo? Run! The blood vines are completely out of control. I couldn't even stop them. Soon they will absorb my nutrients and give birth to a magical beast. Run!" In Luo's vision, the blood vine indeed displayed the word awakened, and it was a genuine 6-tier vine, without any extra suffixes. This meant that it was beyond Hail's ability to resist. Silence! But with a cold, light shout, the blood vine seemed frozen, all its wriggling instantly ceasing, seemingly still trembling. "Lord Sindragon." The surprise in Hail's voice was clearly audible. With this powerful figure present, he probably wouldn't die. Sindragon ignored him and shouted again, "Step back." The blood vine, as if granted a pardon, quickly untied itself, retreating back into Hail's palm, even its aura vanishing without a trace, as if it had just been a joke. Hallard wiped the sweat from his brow. "Thanks to you, sir?" "No need to thank me, it was Luo who sent me." "How long has this been going on?" 10 days. "Miss Luo helped me a bit last time, but it suddenly erupted today." Hallard was still a little shaken as he recalled the events of the day. He was reviewing the books on improving the barrier when, completely unprepared, the blood vine went berserk. Something triggered it, but the mother plant's consciousness hasn't awakened. It seems to be something else. "Luo, I need to go." Before he could finish speaking, the entire dark forest was suddenly lifted, the unprecedentedly strong tremor crushing everyone except Sindragon. Boom! 2 of the 3 layers of the newly repaired barrier shattered instantly. The unimaginable speed caused large swathes of forest to collapse like wheat. Even the tree of life creaked and groaned. Fortunately, before the elves were crushed, Sindragon lightly stomped his foot, and the chill instantly covered the entire continent, offsetting the powerful impact. Lo and Hail shook their heads, got up from the ground, still somewhat bewildered. "What is it this time?" "The Foundation is in trouble." "Huh? What Foundation?" Sindaragon didn't explain, disappearing from the library in an instant. Hailed, worried about his people, hurriedly flew out, ordering everyone to stay put. Lo, rubbing his head, followed Hailed away. Looking up, he was completely shocked. Everywhere he looked, night elves lay askew. The trees that had blocked his view were all fallen, making the continent appear barren. Looking into the distance, the edges stretched endless darkness, all light extinguished. In fact, not only the dark forest, but the entire sky forest experienced a slight tremor. Those still in the forest noticed that the vines that usually shone with light had all gone out, and the whole world had truly fallen into darkness. In the darkness, pairs of blood-red eyes opened, growling as they vanished into the forest. The sudden tremor stirred many magical beasts, causing them to become active and attack, with the weaker groups suffering the consequences. The stench of blood rose, absorbed by the plants, and unease and panic began to grow. People could only stand guard around the campfire, wary of the magical beasts that might attack at any moment. Oro and Halia slew 2 gray wolves covered in vines. Using the dim light from their weapons, they saw these strange creatures, completely different from those in the outside world, and their brows furrowed. "Father, these magical beasts are incredibly strong. Their auras are only at the 3rd rank, but they're at least 30% stronger than the ones I encountered outside. Luckily, there are only 2. If another one comes, we have to run. Euro, something terrible seems to have happened in the sky forest. We shouldn't linger, we need to leave as soon as possible." "Yes, father." Euro didn't resist. It wasn't just these strange gray wolves. On their way back to the snowfield, they encountered many previously unseen dangerous magical beasts and plants. As if someone had forcibly woken them, their pent-up morning grumpiness made them agitated, turning their hostility towards the outsiders. Chapter 218. The tremors in the dark forest lasted for a full 10 seconds, then suddenly stopped. Almost everyone who had just regained their footing was instantly thrown into the air, then plummeted down like dumplings being dropped into a pot, groans filling the air. Luo, standing in the open space, was caught off guard and thrown high into the air. He only regained his floating state a moment before hitting the ground, narrowly avoiding a hard fall on his backside. Thud. A sudden pain shot through his head. Luo instinctively shook his head, shaking off a certain doll. Warning, unknown error detected, warning. The doll muttered, also disoriented, wobbling as it flew, almost hitting Luo's face again. Without time to deal with it, Luo grabbed the doll and flew high into the air. Looking at the empty, dark surroundings, a sense of dread crept into his heart. What happened? Something's wrong. They flew quickly to the edge, only to find that the land that had surrounded them had vanished. Looking down, all they saw was darkness. Their senses reached the very end, but there was no response, just air. We weren't lifted up, were we? There might still be a barrier around them, so Luo didn't dare fly out recklessly, and retreated back to the Tree of Life. After the two powerful shocks, many of the night elves were injured, but fortunately, Sea Pearl possessed healing magic, so they were mostly unharmed. Miss Luo, do you know what happened? My connection to the blood vines in other areas has disappeared, as if I'd been completely cut off. Hailed rushed forward, now only able to tell his people to remain calm in the open area, unsure of what else to do. It's probably similar to what you're thinking. The dark forest has become an isolated place. All the land around us has disappeared. How could this be? Hailed exclaimed in shock. This was far more astonishing than the destruction of the dark forest. Who could completely detach a continent from its original state? Boom boom! Faint rumbling sounds came from below. Just when everyone thought something else was about to happen, a white light flashed across the edge of the continent in the blink of an eye, followed by 2, 3, 100, 10,000, a million. After a continuous white expanse, the number in the sky was conservatively estimated to have exceeded 10 million. The edges of the sky darkened again, and soon elves pointed to the sky and cried out in surprise, "Look, the sky!" The dark sky was replaced by a milky white hue. Curious elves flew to the top of the Tree of Life and discovered that everything overhead and in the distant curtain of light was covered by white shadows, as if the sky forest itself was about to be replaced. Those things, Luo murmured. She sensed unusual fluctuations above them. Hailed, unable to detect anything, asked Luo, "Miss Luo, can you sense anything?" "I don't know, but it gives me a strange feeling that they're dead, yet still alive." Hailed was completely bewildered. Dead but still alive? Luo frowned slightly. This feeling was just like when she first met Moriarty, seemingly alive, but actually already dead. Ha ha ha. Run! Run! Suddenly, a childish yet extremely arrogant laugh rapidly approached from afar, stirring up a gale strong enough to shake the continent. It left no trace in Luo's perception. In the blink of an eye, a large hole tore open in the white sky, revealing a dark crack. Die, 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 die. A shrill, frantic voice echoed in everyone's ears. Darkness spread rapidly, the white sky, like shattered glass, instantly fragmented into large and small clouds, allowing darkness to descend once more. A young elf exclaimed in confusion, "That voice sounds so familiar." Not only him, but Hallard, Fooning, and many other elves also felt a sense of familiarity. Hallard looked up at the spreading darkness, uncertain. Was that Miss Moriarty's voice? Lo's throat tightened, her mouth dry. "I'm afraid so." "What? That voice really is hers?" It's no wonder Hallard almost bit his tongue off. Moriarty was usually harmless, seemingly innocent, completely different from Cinderagon's demeanor. No one would mistake her for a powerful figure. "I go check." Lo was about to fly up when she felt a tug on her hand. Looking up in confusion, she saw the doll she had casually grabbed. It was now motionless, its small head staring upwards, a mechanical voice emanating, "High risk warning. Unknown high energy. Do not approach. High risk warning. You mean we shouldn't go?" "Definitely. No, that's my friend up there. I need to go and confirm. Unclear meaning, do not approach." The doll gripped Lo's fingers tightly. Those tiny fingers seemed to possess 1,000 tons of force. No matter how hard she tried, they remained unmoved. "Let me go! Or don't blame me for being impolite." Luo gritted her teeth, intending to cut off its fingers, but a graceful figure appeared instantly and said calmly, "It's right." In its extreme excitement, that guy stirred up this continent with her power. I wonder what those remnant souls did to provoke her. Will little Audie be alright? It's hard to say. Excessive power might weaken her further. Lo panicked upon hearing this and flew to Cindergon's side. What do we do? Even if you ask me, I don't know. I can't beat her. We can only take it one step at a time. By the way, whose puppet are you holding? Hearing that Cindergon was also helpless, Lo knew that worrying was useless, so she tried her best to calm herself down. I don't know. It appeared suddenly, killed that chubby kid, and has been hovering in midair ever since. I was going to ask you when you came back, but you were in a hurry to brew wine and forgot. Interesting. Cindergon's vertical pupils scrutinized it, its slightly aggressive gaze causing the doll's eyes to glow red, issuing a warning, approaching hostility. Little guy, who is your master? Missing record, unable to answer. Looks like a defective product, what a pity. Cindergon's interested gaze vanished instantly, becoming utterly bored, before the red light in the doll's eyes slowly faded. Lo, though curious, was more worried about Moriarty, staring intently at the unseen sky. Who could have imagined that the greatest crisis would come from those closest to them? The sky was quickly half swallowed back by darkness, but the remaining white seemed to realize its imminent annihilation, immediately coalescing into a gigantic white mask with a mouth but no face. Its mouth moved slightly, emitting a soul-stirring voice that echoed throughout the entire sky forest. Do you truly intend to exterminate us all? The voice swept through every tree, every blade of grass, reaching the depths of their minds. Those extraordinary beings, stunned by the dark sky, the white sky, and the darkness swallowing the white, their minds unable to function, instinctively covered their ears. Many weaker extraordinary beings bled from all 7 orifices and fainted on the spot. Not only extraordinary beings, but magical beasts were even more affected. Their inherently weaker spirits caused them to fall unconscious the moment the impact struck, which ironically saved many of the besieged extraordinary teams. Chapter 219. Suddenly, a doll-like little girl appeared before the mask, with deep blue eyes and flowing black hair, but her delicate face was wreathed in a maniacal smile. Exterminate them all? You? Ha ha ha. The soul-piercing laughter raged for a long time before abruptly stopping, followed by a sinister, low voice. You bunch of trash, dare to speak so seriously? Name who ordered you, and I might consider giving you a quick death. The masked face revealed anger, growling, although you are incredibly powerful, we have millions of companions. Your arrogance is too much. The people of Sky Forest couldn't hear what the source of the laughter had said, but judging from the masked face's reply, they were shocked beyond measure. That mask is so powerful, how powerful must the person it fears be? Could those white figures be the cause of the turmoil? I don't know, let's stay away. Who made that laughter just now? I felt a chill run down my spine, like someone was forcibly tearing my brain away. Hearing the masked face's resistance, the little creature revealed a satisfied smile. I love your unyielding spirit. Since you're all going to die anyway, let's make it all clean. Its small hand slowly rose, and with each light tap, dark cracks appeared. In the blink of an eye, the invisible power of the soul riddled the masked face with holes. Each hole represented the annihilation of dozens, even hundreds, of white figures. Faced with Moriarty's arrogance, the masked face no longer hesitated. It opened its massive mouth, unleashing a storm that destroyed souls. A wisp of breeze swept across the magical beasts and superhumans below, and everything it touched instantly lost its light and collapsed. Even the trees withered instantly, black spots spreading as they collapsed to the ground with a deafening roar. What terrifying power! Quick! Get back! Those extraordinary individuals, who witnessed the once vibrant magic vines wither instantly frantically grabbed their companions and retreated, barely escaping unscathed. However, many extraordinary individuals closer to the dark forest were not so lucky, becoming soulless corpses along with swathes of trees. The storm reached Moriarty in an instant. The howling winds of soul energy even made those protected by Cindergon feel a chill. Seeing this, Luo couldn't help but worry. Could she handle it? Ha ha ha. Finally, you dare to fight back. It seems you're ready to end it all. With a mocking smile, a flash of blue light appeared in Moriarty's deep pupils. The terrifying storm was wiped away, as if by a flick of the wrist, leaving no trace. An unparalleled power erupted, centered on her, sweeping across the sky and cleaving the masked face in two, its effects spreading tens of thousands of miles away. Although no extra force was released, everyone was horrified to find that dawn had broken. To be precise, it had become mostly brighter. The dark green vines in the direction of the masked face, as if sliced open by a knife, burst forth, with a ring of blood, instantly collapsing and falling. The severed blood-red vines, stimulated by the blood, caused the blood to spread, turning the entire sky forest from deep green to red, a heavy, nauseating stench of blood filling the air. Sunlight streamed down, and the sky forest, shrouded in vines for over 100,000 years, was no longer dim, somewhat alleviating the horror in people's hearts. Not only within the forest, but also outside the ice plains, there were numerous extraordinary beings. Many of them had escaped from the inner layers, while a few had arrived late, preparing to enter the sky forest. But at this moment, the towering sky forest, like a colossal tree, collapsed with a roar, truly revealing its complete interior. My God, am I witnessing a miracle? Why can't I sense any power fluctuations? Why has it turned red? It gives me a very dangerous feeling. Wait, look, what's that? Someone with sharp eyes spotted a faint white mask, enormous, obscuring half the sky, though it appeared to be broken in two. How is this possible? How can your power be so strong? The masked face shrieked, reforming into a regular tetrahedron. Fragments of runes began to rapidly emerge, pulsating, arranging themselves in a bizarre way into a gigantic tetrahedral array 3,000 meters long, spanning hundreds of floating continents. You forced me to this. Try this. It was as if thousands of voices roared simultaneously. Without the protection of the blood vines, this noise spread outwards, causing the faces of many extraordinary beings in the snowfield to change drastically. However, the speed of the spread was beyond their imagination. Large numbers of extraordinary beings immediately plummeted to the ground, blood streaming from their ears. Fortunately, after being weakened over such a distance, not many died. A colossal three-dimensional array emanated a powerful aura, converging into a white beam of light, a terrifying pillar of soul power visible to the naked eye. The beam, hundreds of meters thick, shot forth, carrying astonishing pressure as it instantly struck the small figure in midair. Ha ha ha, even a 9th-tier life form couldn't survive this magic. Even you wouldn't be unscathed. The 24-sided polyhedron formed by the white figure didn't dare say she was definitely dead. This mysterious powerhouse was conservatively estimated to be at least 9th tier, possibly even a saint tier. However, after tens of millions of consciousnesses exchanged information, they unanimously agreed that although the opponent was stronger, their greatest advantage was their ability to disperse the damage. With this advantage, their side had a high probability of victory. A powerful white light once again coalesced at the four corners of the formation, shooting out four smaller beams that converged into the central beam, causing it to erupt with even greater power. Die! The white shadow's shrill screams raged, but abruptly ceased the next moment. Where the beam struck, a cloud of pitch-black mist billowed out, like a drop of ink staining the sky. The black mist had barely appeared when it instantly appeared before the formation. The beams of light lost their target and shot towards a distant, unseen direction, but the white shadows had no time to care. Their screams, filled with deep fear, roared, "How could you possibly evade our lock-on?" Hee guess. A chilling, shrill laugh emanated from the black mist. A large hand formed of black mist pierced through the formation, disregarding the corroded runes, and directly grasped the heavily protected 24-sided cube at the center. This power you are. The white figure screamed, scattering into tiny white specks that darted wildly, seemingly trying to escape the palm of the hand, but to no avail. It was forced to reform, corroded by the netherworld energy, releasing wisps of white mist before being absorbed. White and black intertwined, revealing a chaotic mix of absurdity and holiness. However, few extraordinary beings witnessed this scene. After repeated devastation, only a handful of extraordinary beings remained within the sky forest, and those on the snowfield hurriedly fled, fearing being affected. They finally understood that this was a realm beyond their reach. Even the slightest aftershock would kill these low-level extraordinary beings at the speed of light. With the core seized, the formation lost its support and completely dissipated. The black mist reformed into a small figure, its body wreathed in towering black flames, burning fiercely. Anyone who looked upon it felt a profound unease and discomfort. Looking at the tattered, trembling icosahedron in his hand, a malicious smile spread across his face. "My little darlings, tell me who's behind you, and I might spare your lives." Chapter 220. In the sky, a barren continent hung suspended, protected by a shield of frigid air. Looking at the brightly lit sky forest, and then at Moriarty engulfed in raging black flames, Hallard and the other elves were speechless with shock. Such a powerful enemy couldn't even last 2 moves? If it were the slave traders, they'd probably be dead in a single glance. Cinderagon, she keeps saying there's someone behind this, do you know? Even she doesn't know, let alone me. Soul magic isn't my forte, but for her to do this, the person behind it all is no ordinary person. Sindaragon's tone was grave, only. However, she still didn't understand why Moriarty was so angry. Had that person done something to provoke her? The white figures felt that small, adorable hand slowly tightening. Their collapsing companions around them made their last murmurs before vanishing completely. They finally understood that they were merely tools he had thrown out to deceive her. "We talk. Let us go!" The clamorous voices were no longer unified. Even having died once, they didn't want to be completely annihilated. They rushed to say they would talk and ask Moriarty to spare them. "Is that so? That's good." Moriarty smiled wickedly, but hidden beneath the black flames, the white figures didn't notice the amusement in his smile. "You remnant souls are quite sensible. Whoever tells me, I let it go, I promise." Having lost their unified will, the remnant souls' thinking abilities plummeted. They blurted out what they knew, one after another. The person behind the scenes probably hadn't expected these remnant souls to be so weak-willed. After a few blows, they crumbled into a pile of loose sand, chattering away and revealing his information. "His aura is somewhat similar to yours. He is very powerful, we can't resist him. He controls this layer. He comes from hell, he's the source of corruption." Something shattered. The deeper you go, the emptier it gets. The remnant soul's words lacked logic and order. They were simply repeating everything they knew out of survival instinct. However, Moriarty quickly analyzed the key information, stroking his smooth chin. "A demon hiding in the realm of the dead? How dare you steal my things? Then you become a part of me too." With a fierce clench of his small hand, millions of remnant souls instantly annihilated amidst screams. The burst of soul power was quickly absorbed without any effect. "Honesty? It's nothing but pity for the weak. Ha ha! What a fine toy." Moriarty laughed heartily without restraint, black flames growing wildly on her body, a powerful aura sweeping outwards, directly destroying nearby islands below. The dark forest, protected by Sindaragon, only trembled slightly, but most of the elves were paralyzed. This power, capable of affecting the entire continent, was enough to injure or kill even high-ranking superhumans upon contact. However, at that moment, a dark rift suddenly opened within a radius of 10,000 meters, and twisted, black tree roots shot out, intertwining into a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky, grabbing Moriarty and the dark forest, dragging them into the black rift. This process took less than a second, so fast that few superhumans noticed it, as if it had been premeditated, everything done solely to capture the person within. In the void, a man whose form was concealed suddenly turned his head to look behind him, only to find nothing. He couldn't help but ask, "Did you hear anything?" This man wore a blue mage's robe. If an outsider saw him, they would immediately recognize him as a blue-robed mage from the mage hall. Beside him was another, younger blue-robed mage, who was controlling a quill to record something. Hearing his question, the younger mage said irritably, "What could you possibly hear? Are you hallucinating from shock? Don't forget to record something." Sigh, although the sky forest is dangerous, there's absolutely no chance of anyone exceeding the mid-level strength appearing. After this interdimensional closure, the main hall will definitely conduct a thorough investigation. TSK, hopefully we won't be involved. Crack, crack. The ice shield surrounding the dark night forest creaked painfully under the pressure of the terrifying tree root giants. Moriarty was pressed outside the shield, his small face squeezed into a dough ball, looking somewhat comical. But no one cared about such trivial matters now. The giant hand was too terrifying. Even Moriarty's black flames couldn't completely corrode it. Upon closer inspection, the tree roots had a layer of reflective, ghostly black, resisting the deadly nether energy and the frost dragon's chill. "I've been tricked. I see who dares to be so audacious." A chilling light flashed in Sindaragon's golden vertical pupils, clearly furious at the schemer's actions. He secretly strengthened the protective barrier to prevent the continent from being destroyed. "Ha! The toy has even delivered itself to our doorstep, hee." Moriarty suddenly let out another eerie laugh, his body jolting violently, as he tore the giant hand apart and vanished from everyone's sight. Through a small gap in the giant hand, they could see that the outside was shrouded in darkness, and they had no idea where the person behind it intended to take them. Luo floated low in the air, her gaze fixed on the giant hand. Due to the powerful shield, she couldn't discern anything about the hand, but she still had some doubts. "Can't we tear through space to escape? The space is sealed off, and the coordinates here are unknown. Recklessly tearing through space might trap us in a spatial storm. Just wait. If it can't even break through the shield, it's not necessarily that powerful." Sindaragon suppressed his anger, not showing much worry, stemming from absolute confidence in his and Moriarty's strength. The dragging continued for about 20 seconds, then suddenly stopped. The next instant, the giant hand formed from tree roots abruptly turned to ashes, scattering everywhere. Only then could they see their surroundings. They were in a peculiar space, surrounded by darkness, but a shimmering river could be seen below, seemingly surging with something. Scattered starlight was visible in the distance, its nature unknown. The descent didn't stop. Under immense inertia, the entire continent plummeted like a meteor. But Luo suspected it was Sindaragon's doing. The river below drew ever closer, soon becoming a vast expanse comparable to the river of life. Just before contact, the dark forest abruptly stopped, suspended above the river. Luo looked down at the edge and realized the glowing surface wasn't real water, but abundant magical energy. It really is here. I was wondering why I couldn't find any information about him before. Luo turned and asked, "Where is this? I never heard of him before." Telling you won't hurt." Sindaragon pondered for a moment, his expression somewhat complicated, and said, "Do you know about the formation of other dimensions?" Luo shook his head. "I only know that a war once took place here, wiping out all the original creatures, but I don't know what happened afterward." "She told you, didn't she?" "But she was sealed away early, so it's normal that she doesn't know what happened afterward." Recalling, Sindaragon sighed, "After the war, Fandala became a dead land. Not only were the native life extinct, but rampant magic and holy power also raged everywhere, making it even less habitable than the Netherworld. To save this world that should have been vibrant, the remaining powerful beings decided to set up a grand array to gather the damaged land and sea, calm the raging magic, and restore life. At that time, the entrance to the Netherworld could not be closed, and the surging death energy polluted the surrounding area. After careful consideration, they placed the center of the grand array at the junction of the Netherworld and the Fandala realm. Under the influence of the array, after hundreds of years, the rudimentary form of the current alternate dimension finally took shape. However, they soon discovered a problem. A complete restoration would require a period of 100,000 years, or even longer, but no grand array could sustain such a long duration. After further consideration, they decided to use saint-level transcendent beings as energy. The original sealed Netherworld saint-level beings numbered over 30, which was sufficient. However, excessive Netherworld power would lead to an overly powerful dark magic, unable to balance the array. The resulting new world would resemble the Netherworld, posing a potential enemy to the living world in the future. Therefore, many severely injured saint-level beings from the living world, with no hope of recovery, volunteered to sacrifice themselves as energy sources, thus maintaining the continued operation of the Grand Array. After countless years of repair, and after experiencing unknown events, this world has once again flourished, and new indigenous life has emerged. As for why it became a testing ground for low-level transcendence, and how the regional overlords came to be, that remains unknown. Perhaps only the mage temple that oversaw the opening of this alternate dimension knows. The river of light below is a line of the entire Grand Array. The river water is holy power. For these low-level transcendents, the external environment is like a mortal falling into lava. They couldn't survive for long. Did you also volunteer to be an energy source because you couldn't heal? Sindaragon had said her father was a demigod. His power should be immense, not requiring sacrifice, right? More or less. But I didn't expect the Fandala realm to shrink so drastically, to less than 1/10,000th of its original size. Alright, I found her. I'm going to help. You all must not leave the protective zone. Sindaragon replied vaguely, then flew out of the protective barrier. Ahead, a wave of water thousands of meters high erupted. Clearly Moriarty and that person were fighting. Chapter 221. 2 months ago, a major event occurred in the Karlov Empire. The Brood family, based in the city of Aloy, was utterly wiped out. Except for a small number of illegitimate family members, who were away, and Brood Luna, the third daughter of the direct line, who was often away, all 300+ members of the family lay dead in pools of blood. According to an informed source, a small family close to the Brood family happened to be visiting them. Upon arriving at the gate, they sensed something was wrong. The once vibrant castle was eerily silent. Opening the gate, they were met with a horrifying scene that would terrify them. The specifics of the massacre didn't leak out, as the acting city lord had urgently suppressed information. Nevertheless, news of the massacre spread quickly. After all, Aloy was a large city with hundreds of thousands of people traveling through it, making complete information suppression impossible. The Brood family was a mid-sized family in Aloy City, but what was enviable was that their third daughter, Brood Luna, had been taken as a disciple by a powerful figure. Due to this connection, and the family's generally low-profile nature, they hadn't had much conflict with other forces. However, Less than 3 days after the Imperial forces that had blockaded Aloy City's Lord's Mansion left, this major event occurred. Many families, fearing repercussions, scrambled to gather their members and plan their escape routes, casting an uneasy atmosphere over this once war-torn city. It is said that shortly afterward, the only surviving member of the third daughter came to the city, but was taken away. Later, a mysterious Imperial force arrived and completely isolated that territory. But less than half a month into the nation's focus, large-scale conflicts erupted around the Empire, quickly shifting everyone's attention. Several kingdoms that had long clashed with the Empire, along with the Orcish territories separated by the Dwarven Empire, launched large-scale military campaigns against the Karlov Empire's borders. However, the Empire's inhabitants were unconcerned, viewing it as a farce. After all, the Empire's territory was far larger than those kingdoms combined. Only the Orcs posed a real threat, but the Dwarven Empire's presence made a large-scale invasion unlikely. The kingdom's long-standing minor skirmishes with the Empire were merely a matter of the Empire's reluctance to invest too much effort, using them only as training grounds for its border soldiers. But if they showed any signs of aggression, the Empire's knightly armies would be enough to crush them all. However, within the imperial capital, Sky City, a tall man in a large fur coat sat on the throne, his face not as relaxed as his people expected. Is the number of refugees in the north still increasing? Yes, those refugees all come from the north, and there are already over 2 million. If it weren't for the dark mountains blocking their way, and the aid from the Bankai Empire, this number would have doubled. A blonde male elf with pointed ears reported seriously. According to them, the root cause is still that incident in the far north. At least 3 million more refugees will be stranded in our empire in the future. Although their arrival has brought many ice attribute materials unique to the north, the sheer number is not a good thing at this time. Yes, the Audro Empire in the north has already experienced several large-scale riots due to the influx of refugees. The Audro Empire has currently issued an order prohibiting all refugees from entering, but for those powerful refugees, the ban has little effect. Have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs finalize a plan as soon as possible, and redeploy some troops to strengthen border stability. By the way, have you found out who's behind instigating the invasions of the kingdoms of Natri, Zhang and Sanfus? Your Majesty, we haven't been able to identify them yet. However, according to our spies, they have close ties to the forces that controlled Aloy City. I suspect they're not from our world. The male elf's words made Kanik, sitting on the throne, tap the armrest in frustration. Even after a year, that maddening power still made him feel psychologically uneasy. If it really was them, then the current situation in the Empire was just an appetizer. Much greater turmoil was sure to follow. Are you all finished? A petite figure leaned against a pillar in the main hall, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Now that the important matters are settled, it's my turn. What are you planning to do about the situation in Aloy City? Kanik pondered for a moment, then said gravely, they acted so soon after we withdrew, which means they planted deep spies. I understand your feelings. After all, it's her family. But there's one thing I still don't understand. What secrets does the Bruder family hold that would make them risk exposing their own existence to take action? Young Emperor, wasn't this your responsibility? What, am I supposed to take charge? This? Kanik paused, then gave a wry smile. Lord Darius, this will take time. How about this, I send some more intelligence personnel over. After all, the Bruder family wasn't some insignificant noble family, and this incident occurred within Aloy City. Even if Darius hadn't said anything, Kanik would have dug deep to find the culprit and demonstrate the power of the royal family. Humph, that's more like it. Ripples surged across the shimmering water, crashing against the protective barrier outside the continent, creating small waves. Luo squinted, trying to make out the battlefield ahead, but it was too far away, and the energy fluctuations there were too strong. She couldn't even see through the spatial distortion alone. Suddenly, she felt a movement in her hand. Looking down, Luo saw that the doll she was holding was twisting its body and slipping out of her grasp, flying towards the outside of the barrier. Luo was stunned, asking in surprise, "What are you doing?" Energy detected. Testing shows 90.67% compatibility with the original body. Before Luo could understand what it meant, the doll emerged from the barrier, and instantly, the doll, made of an unknown material, seemed to weather away, scattering a large cloud of dust. With a whoosh, the puppet instantly returned to the protective shield, emitting a mechanical voice. Warning, external energy concentration exceeds the maximum tolerance level. 99%. However, Luo seemed to detect a hint of fear in its voice. Could a puppet also have feelings? After issuing the warning, the puppet sat down on the ground, its body flashing with faint light, seemingly undergoing self-repair. Luo asked it curiously, "Are you trying to go outside to absorb the holy power below?" Holy power is an advanced product of magic power. Each drop of holy power has more energy than the highest level 9th-tier magic crystal. It's normal for a puppet to use it as energy, right? Corrected. High-level energy confirmed as holy power. Yes, holy power is the source of the body's energy. But you can't go out, can you? Your body material can't withstand the erosion of external energy. The puppet paused for a moment before mechanically replying, "Definitely." After recalculation, a high-level magic crystal is needed as a conversion hub. What? So, professional knowledge is something you can understand individually, but when put together, it's incomprehensible. The conversion center can attract, dilute, and temporarily store external holy energy, then reconvert it through an array, condensing it to replenish the energy storage center. The puppet explained methodically, finally making Luo understand a little. I see. Thinking about it, it did help her kill that chubby kid. Although she was confident, the other party was actually an all-account of an 8th-tier expert, and she didn't know what killer moves he might have. This help was still useful. She rummaged through her things. She had quite a few magic crystals in her ring, but they were all 6th tier or lower. The high-end ones were all contributed by the Grand Steward. Looking at this, Luo felt even more guilty. It seemed like she had taken all the good stuff. Cough, she felt a little ashamed. By the way, how about this one? Luo took out the 7th tier magic crystal with the most conspicuous aura from the pile of magic crystals. Now that she was a transcendent being, she naturally wasn't afraid of that little bit of heat. No attribute mismatch. A bolt of lightning appeared on the doll's small hand, indicating that it was of the lightning attribute, and this fire attribute crystal was unsuitable. Then I don't have a better magic crystal. Option 1. Find a high-level lightning attribute magic crystal. Option 2. Find an empty magic crystal shell. Option 3. Change the magic crystal's attribute. Do you think I can do that? Unable to determine. Option 1 is out of the question. If I had one, I would have used it. Option 2. An empty magic crystal shell. Sounds simple, but all magic crystals turn to powder after use. Where would I find an empty shell? As for changing the magic crystal's attribute, what is that? Chapter 222. Harold was stabilizing the Tree of Life. Although Sindaragon had also placed a protective layer on it, the excessively tall trunk had made it fragile after several dramatic changes, breaking off most of its branches. Beneath the tree, Sea Pearl was holding a water ball to heal an injured young elf. Because of this, the elves' goodwill towards her increased again, and they all took out the fruits they had hidden to give her, making her expression even more serious, though she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. On the edge, Luo tossed the fire magic crystal in his hand, his gaze fixed outside. For some reason, the fluctuations in the distance grew increasingly intense. Red and black lightning intertwined with icy blue winds and snow, and thick black mist swirled around. Even through the protective barrier, the world-destroying power was palpable. Luo suppressed his inner powerlessness, sat down on the ground with the puppet, and casually asked, "What's your name?" Unnamed. Don't you have an owner? Data missing, unable to confirm. Okay, what brought you here? To complete the objective. I mean you. What's your goal? It shouldn't be just because you're bored that you're searching for that wisp of aura, right? The doll suddenly fell silent, then hesitated before replying. 49.9% of the factors, and 50.1% of the factors are that the aura has the effect of nourishing the soul. Little doll, you definitely said that 49.9% on purpose. Really? Haha, so that's the reason. Luo's eye twitched. How could this doll feel shame? As they were talking, Luo suddenly saw a wave, higher than the sky, shoot out from the shimmering water, as if something had been hit. The puppet then took flight, its rousing voice shouting, "Warning! Resist the impact!" The sound echoed across the entire continent. Although the night elves were bewildered, Haldor acted decisively, ordering all elves to unleash their magic to create a buffer zone. Elves of the transcendent realm ascended to protect those of the mortal realm. Boom! Seconds later, a figure traveling hundreds of times the speed of sound slammed into the protective barrier. The massive impact sent the continent staggering back thousands of meters, large chunks of rock detaching and merging into the river of light, becoming pure magic. Even the barrier was blasted open, creating a spreading crack, startling Luo. If it shattered, she might not even have time to escape. However, when Luo looked closely, her pupils contracted. The figure that had been blasted away was none other than Moriarty. She had already reverted to her strongest centaur form, wielding a heavy spear, her body engulfed in black flames, yet still bearing numerous large and gruesome wounds, from which wisps of black mist flowed, and black and red lightning danced. Moriarty's lips moved as if she were saying something, but Luo couldn't hear her. She only saw Moriarty push off with her 4 hooves and vanish instantly from the protective barrier. In the distance, towering waves reappeared, and through the vast expanse of water, enormous, ice-blue wings could be vaguely seen. Something's wrong. Luo quickly flew to where Hailed was. Thanks to the doll's prior warning, they weren't injured, but they all looked worriedly at the shattered protective barrier on the distant horizon. Hailed was also surprised by Luo's arrival, and quickly came out to greet her. "Miss Luo? What brings you here? The battle situation doesn't seem to be going well for us. I'm worried something might have happened." Seeing the worry on Luo's brow, Hailed couldn't help but ask, "Then what does Miss Luo mean?" "I have a place that can serve as your temporary refuge, but the Tree of Life is too vast to be taken with me." Hailed clearly had reservations. Without the Tree of Life, it was uncertain whether their tribe could even survive. "Oh, right." Luo suddenly remembered something, holding up her slender fingers, her cute little face serious. "The sapling you gave me should be a substitute, right?" Hailed paused, subconsciously nodding, but quickly realized something, somewhat helplessly, "But planting the Tree of Life is very difficult. It won't grow at all without suitable soil." No wonder it stopped growing at 5 meters. Luo suddenly understood, wondering why it couldn't grow as tall as the one in front of her, but Hailed almost popped his eyes out when he heard this. "What? Miss Luo, you said it's grown?" "A little bit, really. It's still far from being as tall as this Tree of Life." Looking at the dejected Luo, Hailed was at a loss for words. "Miss, this tree has been cultivated for 1,000 years. If it could be grown that big so easily, then every elf could have won." Suddenly, the puppet's warning sounded again. "Warning? The shield is about to be subjected to 38 impacts." Having witnessed what happened earlier, the elves trusted the mechanical voice more and immediately prepared. Moments later, the continent was knocked back hundreds of meters again, the wave overwhelming the Tree of Life and crashing into the shield with immense force. "Warning! The shield is expected to shatter after withstanding 50 impacts of equal intensity." The puppet's voice held a hint of anxiety. If the shield broke, it would be reduced to ashes in less than 3 seconds. It didn't know why it cared so much about its own existence. A puppet was supposed to absolutely obey its master's commands, even self-destruction without hesitation. The waves surged one after another until the 38 waves the puppet had predicted subsided, at which point the continent finally stabilized, but it had already been pushed back several thousand meters. The shield above was already mostly damaged, and a trace of holy power seeped in, increasing the magical concentration within by more than 30%. If this continued, even if the shield didn't break, the night elves wouldn't be able to survive. Gritting his teeth, Hailed looked directly into Luo's beautiful eyes and asked, "May I see the Tree of Life you planted, Miss Luo?" "Of course. Lower your resistance, and I transfer you there." A moment later, the two figures disappeared from the spot. Inside the ruins, Luo and Hailed appeared. Looking at the small, single tree in the center of the only patch of green, Hailed rubbed his eyes, still finding it hard to believe even though Luo had said so. It really grew. "Can it be used?" Of course. As long as it stabilizes, protecting our people shouldn't be a problem." Relieved by Hailed's confirmation, Luo breathed a sigh of relief, the worry on her face easing somewhat. Over the next half hour, the night elves gathered in the Forest of Life were sent into the ruins one by one. However, the waves caused by the fierce battle between the two women and the mastermind didn't stop. It wasn't just the waves of holy power, but also many skills that missed their mark. A forked, black-red lightning bolt grazed the protective shield, cracking a small hole. Fortunately, the puppet quickly plugged it with its own power, preventing more from seeping in. However, as the battle continued, these gaps multiplied. The puppet, after all, was made of low-grade materials, lacking even the materials used by high-level transcendents, and soon it couldn't hold on any longer. "Warning! Approaching 90% power operation. Warning! Approaching 95% power operation. Warning! Approaching 99% power operation." Chapter 223. The puppet's voice grew increasingly urgent. Luo dared not delay, quickly stuffing all the night elves into the ruins. He went to the puppet's side, looking at its sweltering body, feeling a slight sweat break out on his smooth forehead. Was there any good way? If I open the space here, can I escape? Insufficient information, unable to calculate. High-risk warning. Overloaded. Please escape immediately. The puppet's voice grew more urgent, and its exquisite, white jade-like body cracked with large, unsightly fissures, like a bomb about to explode. At this moment, the magical concentration within the space was more than 50 times higher than before, and more than 300 times the normal concentration outside. Each breath brought a slight burning sensation. Luo instinctively enveloped himself in a layer of magical energy to isolate himself from the external magical energy. Isn't there any way to maintain this? Calculate, 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 square, square, square. The puppet's voice quickly became halting, emitting strange, faint sounds from within, which sounded extremely ominous. Hey! Don't get stuck. This is a matter of life and death. The magical energy concentration within the space continued to rise steadily, and the battlefield in the distance grew increasingly intense. Several times, bursts of multicolored light could be seen, stirring up layers of spatial distortion, accompanied by indistinct, enormous figures, like mountains or behemoths. It was hard to imagine what was happening over there. Luo paced nervously, clutching his head. Based on past experience, spatial rifts that opened would most likely appear within this space, unless the two planes were extremely close. Who knew what the probability was of opening a rift here and being directly exposed to the outside world? Luo dared not gamble, yet he couldn't be certain whether the relic bead could withstand the baptism of holy power. Either way, total annihilation seemed inevitable. The magic concentration was now nearly 70 times the normal level. If he hadn't constantly maintained his magical aura, his skin would likely be feeling uncomfortable and burning. Another wave crashed, causing multiple massive cracks in the continent, leaving the earth riddled with ravines. Broken giant trees were swallowed by the sudden fissures and fell to the ground. The magic concentration surged again, conservatively estimated to have jumped 100 times its original level. What to do? What to do? They might not have noticed this place yet, or even if they have, they might not be able to get here. Is there really no other way? Fangfang's plan. A plan? That's right, maybe we can try that. In desperation, Luo suddenly remembered the plan the doll had just mentioned. It required an empty shell of a high-level magic crystal to replenish energy. All that was needed was to solve the problem of how to create the shell. Simple. Yeah, right. Ugh. They don't even understand the principle. Luo flipped over the fire magic crystal, thought for a moment, then poured out several more fire magic crystals of different ranks. Picking up a third-rank magic crystal, with a slight thought, the magic power within was effortlessly extracted, but the crystal immediately turned to powder. With a gentle twist, the powder fell away in a flurry. This doesn't look like an empty shell at all. Shaking his head, Luo suppressed his tension and picked up a 4th-tier magic crystal. Perhaps a mid-tier magic crystal would leave a shell? However, whether it was a 4th tier, a 5th tier, or even a 6th-tier magic crystal, the result was the same. All of them turned into powder. That's true. If they could be reused, high-level magic crystals wouldn't be so valuable. Undeterred, Luo sat down on the ground and rummaged through the contents of his ring, trying to find something to break the deadlock. Books? No time to read them. A compass? What's the use of that? This is useless. This isn't it either. Nothing. Nothing. After a frantic search, Luo suddenly noticed a pile of anti-magic stones in the corner of a ring. Speaking of which, anti-magic stones can isolate the flow of magic power in the air. What would happen if I put them with a magic crystal? This thought quickly took root in Luo's mind. What if? Seeing that the puppet had been stuck for half a minute, seemingly about to completely shut down, Luo didn't have time to think further. He grabbed a handful of anti-magic stones and placed them next to a 4th-tier magic crystal. In his perception, the crystal's previously stable magic power suddenly vibrated, then its color rapidly lightened, gradually becoming translucent. It really works. Luo's face was filled with excitement. If the doll hadn't been there, she would have jumped up and down to express her excitement. Without hesitation, Luo immediately threw the 7th-tier magic crystal into a pile of anti-magic stones. Under the girl's tense gaze, this unexpected 7th-tier magic crystal began to become unstable, and the unique violent intent of fire magic began to emanate, which she absorbed in time. Fortunately, it was Luo who was operating it. With her authority to control fire, she could control all unconscious fire magic. If it were any other low-level fire affinity transcendent, the magic power erupting from this 7th-tier magic crystal would have been enough to melt them. But soon, Luo discovered that the magic crystal had only faded slightly, as if there was a more solidified magic power inside, which the anti-magic stones alone could not completely and quickly dispel. Are you kidding me? Just when we were about to find a solution, things went wrong at this crucial moment. This is ridiculous. Crack, crack. Several more noticeable cracks appeared on the protective shield, pounding at Luo's heart. Just a little more, Please don't let it really shatter. Damn it! There must be another way. Hugh, calm down, recall, there must be something I overlooked. Luo cast a calming spell on himself, closed his eyes, and rapidly reviewed his memories. Every single moment of the past 10 years flashed through his mind, down to the smallest detail he glimpsed out of the corner of his eye. A few seconds later, the image froze on a peculiar, transparent crystal. How could I have forgotten about it? This special crystal, which Luo named the anti-magic crystal, possessed even more powerful anti-magic abilities, and was indestructible, like the highest quality core of a ore vein. The crystal and the magic crystal gently touched, producing a crisp ding. The fire magic within the magic crystal seemed to encounter something terrifying, surging out in a frenzy, then transforming into a fiery red streak which Luo absorbed into his sea of souls. A moment later, the magic crystal had completely lost its luster, becoming a transparent, empty magic crystal, seemingly possessing some peculiar property, noticeably attracting surrounding magic. The reverse of the anti-magic stone? Without much thought, Luo called out to the puppet, "Can I use this empty magic crystal?" The puppet slowly turned its head, its clumsy movements making Luo worry that it might suddenly snap its slender neck. Yes, confirmed. Barely managing a little strength, the puppet controlled the empty magic crystal to float in front of it. Based on principles Luo didn't understand, holy power seeped in through the small opening and began to flow into the empty magic crystal. The originally transparent magic crystal began to emit a hazy glow, then shot out a thin beam of light into the puppet's chest. Charging? What amazing puppet technology! But ultimately, the crisis was averted. All the holy power seeping through the gap was diverted, and the magic concentration quickly decreased, returning to its original level. Without needing to plug the gap, the puppet's stammering language system returned to normal. Warning deactivated. Lo, your quick thinking is admirable. Just thought of it suddenly. Lo wiped away a cold sweat, but the battle in the distance was still ongoing, meaning that if Moriarty and Sin Dragon were defeated, their fate would remain unchanged. Can you see what's happening over there? Calculating. Confirmed. Instantly, a small crack, no thicker than a finger, appeared in the protective barrier in midair, followed by a distant, distorted dragon roar. Roar! Bar, be forever silenced in this land of the end. Chapter 224. In the distinct intervals of darkness and light, a colossal, ice-blue shadow rapidly expanded. Even from an immeasurable distance, its magnificent wings, occupying half the field of vision, were still visible. Boom! A visible shockwave swept across, creating a river of light thousands of feet high. The protective barrier on the continent could no longer hold, shattering with a deafening roar. The once lush forest instantly crumbled into several islands, sinking into the river of holy power. The colossal tree, which had grown for 1,000 years, slowly twisted its body, a body impervious even to four-tier attacks, but it only lasted for less than 3 breaths before being assimilated into white liquid. Above the spray, Luo rubbed his stiff face and let out a long sigh of relief. The magic crystal hovered on the puppet's chest, continuously absorbing and converting the surrounding sparse holy power, then releasing a small shield large enough to contain only one person. What terrifying power! And this is just the aftershock. Unable to comment. Looking down at the small doll on her chest, Luo asked nervously, "How long can you hold out? Won't it crash halfway through? Then they definitely fall, suffering the same fate as that tree of life." Calculating. It is estimated that the core formation will be assimilated by high-intensity holy power in 3 hours. Hey! Hold on a little longer. Shrinking the shield to just sustain the main body's survival can increase the time to 180 hours. Never mind. Just as Luo was considering whether to enter the ruins herself and have the doll carry the ruins bead, the giant wave subsided, and the awe-inspiring dragon shadow vanished without a trace. No, not only the dragon shadow, but also the explosive icy blue light, and the pervasive black mist all disappeared completely. Only a thick, leaden cloud remained, along with the ceaseless descent of black and red lightning. Roar! A roar, inhuman and inhuman, invaded her ears across the vast river of light. A chaotic mix of negative emotions surged within Luo: rage, panic, bloodlust, terror, and depravity, as if to drag her into hell, unleashing her darkest psyche. But quickly, a flash of golden flame streaked past, instantly dispelling the chaotic negative emotions. Luo shook her head, realizing that she had already gathered magic power in her hands, almost attacking the puppet. What was that sound? I just heard it, and I felt like I'd become someone else. Unknown, all interference completely blocked. The protective shield released by the puppet brightened noticeably, clearly indicating that it had detected some kind of power contained within the sound and had urgently strengthened its defenses. "Run!" A cold, weary voice suddenly rang in Luo's ears. Luo's vision blurred, and he saw himself and the doll being wrapped in a thick tail. Outside the protective barrier was a small dragon, only 5 meters long, identical in appearance to the Sindaragon he had seen before. Luo felt a slight sense of relief, but also immense worry. He anxiously asked, "Are you alright?" "Not dead yet." Hearing Sindaragon's tired, but still somewhat nonchalant reply, Luo felt a weight lifted from his heart. As long as everyone was safe, what did it matter what happened next? Was it very strong? Facing Luo's question, Sindaragon only replied that demon was at its peak. At its peak? Luo felt his heart skip a beat. Moriarty and Sindaragon were both incomplete, with Sindaragon lacking the most powerful part of a dragon's body. To say they were even a fraction of their peak strength, optimistically, was an understatement. Moreover, demons are high-ranking beings on par with angels and dragons, and they wouldn't be at a disadvantage against the Netherworld clan. Their escape likely involved considerable strategy and tactics. Sindaragon seemed to recognize the demon. Feeling his heart pounding, Luo didn't ask any more questions. Survival was paramount. After all, it seemed unable to leave this space. But unexpectedly, this flight lasted for months. Luo even began to wonder if they had reached another dimension. However, Sindaragon replied, "The space here is affected by the Great Formation. The deeper we go, the more the space stretches. According to my estimation, we are currently directly above the core of the Dark Realm." The puppet had already retracted its protective shield, protected entirely by Sindaragon. When Luo asked where Moriarty was, she replied gravely, "She can't show herself for now. She was responsible for 80% of the attack in that battle, and her energy expenditure was far greater than mine." Whoosh! A black and red beam of light suddenly shot towards them, but Sindaragon, as if anticipating it, instantly teleported 1,000 meters, dodging the powerful attack that could pierce through space. "That **** won't give up. We need to hurry." Initially, Sindaragon did manage to lead Law away from the center of the battle, but less than 7 days later, the demon caught up again, relentlessly attacking Law and his companions. After Sindaragon's wings were struck several times, she finally managed to shake off his pursuit. However, this demon seemed to possess some means of tracking them, reappearing behind them every 3 days. This place was extremely close to the base of the Great Formation. The space was incredibly solid. Even Law needed considerable effort to cut a gap in it, let alone Sindaragon, who couldn't simply traverse it directly. After several attempts to escape the Great Formation only to be entangled by strange, transparent roots, Sindaragon simply flew straight towards a line. The demon seemed to know Sindaragon's intentions, its pursuit increasing in frequency, using exceptionally powerful skills several times in an attempt to completely block them. Luo poked his head out and saw a black and red orb of light vanish in an instant, knowing that Sindaragon had used some kind of skill to shake it off again. "I wonder what it looks like. When I'm strong enough, I definitely kill it and avenge us." Sindaragon remained silent. Over the past few months, Luo had asked her many questions about the demon, but she had always chosen to remain silent, as if she was worried about something. Therefore, even now, Luo knew very little about the demon. She knew nothing except that it was a saint-level demon. Hearing Sindaragon's increasingly labored breathing, Luo felt a pang of unease. He remained silent, continuing to cast healing spells on her, but it was merely a drop in the ocean. Magic constructed from mana was far too weak for a saint-level opponent. In the darkness, bright areas could be seen scattered throughout, the lines of other grand formations. As a member of the Frost Dragon race, Sindaragon's flight speed was so great that she could traverse a country in an instant. The vast, seemingly endless river of light that Luo and the others perceived was left behind in minutes. The entire alternate dimension was merely her backyard. But beneath that backyard lurked a treacherous, man-eating demon. Another half-month passed. While recovering her mana, Luo suddenly saw a hazy black mist before her. Despite being in darkness, she could clearly feel something obscuring her vision. Soon, a colossal vortex, indescribably massive, slowly appeared in Luo's field of vision. It was so dark it obscured even the river of light, formed entirely of black, a breathtaking sight resembling a black sun. But then, a muffled roar echoed from ahead. "Dragons who dare to try to escape, you will have no more chances." Suddenly, a black and red sphere of light, over 10 meters tall, appeared between the group and the dark vortex. It was the demon. Chapter 225. In the dark space, a gigantic, pitch-black sun slowly rotated, yet it appeared exceptionally clear, as if color could no longer serve as a distinguishing factor. Before the pitch-black sun, a colossal sphere of light, several meters tall, emanated an ominous aura. Its flowing murky light, like the world's most filthy sludge, slowly writhed, stretching out its tentacles. Incompetent dragon, offer up everything you have, and your soul may be forgiven. A slightly trembling, muffled voice rang out, mixed with an unsettling buzzing and viscous quality, like a fishman uttering irregular tones in a swamp, threatening to clench one's heart, causing discomfort. What an awful sound! Luo covered her ears, her cute face scrunched up. The demon was so close. Even Cindergon's shield couldn't completely filter its sound. Her ears and brain were the first to suffer. The demon's voice has the power to tempt one to commit a crime, Luo. Distract yourself, don't listen. The dragon lady exhaled 2 blasts of cold air from her nostrils, her large mouth, filled with sharp teeth, slightly opened, and a majestic voice emanated from her throat. Bar, you poor wretch, knowing you can't stop me, you're still wasting your energy. If you don't want to be dragged down with me, I advise you to leave quickly. The orb of light trembled slightly, but showed no intention of moving away. You self-proclaimed great race, you will be destroyed by your arrogance. We, who have been silent, have awakened. The scythe falls on our necks, and even gods cannot escape it. Today, with your blood as our guide, we celebrate our return. Bar's words carried the simplicity and obscurity unique to ancient times, just like Moriarty's words when they first met. But Luo understood the gist. That demon simply didn't intend to let them go. Roar! A torrent of golden blue energy erupted, striking Bear fiercely as it spoke. Despicable dragon. Though the words were spoken, Bear was already atop Cindergon's head in the next instant, clearly on guard. A flash of red light appeared, piercing the darkness. Despite Cindergon's best efforts to dodge, a long gash was sliced open on its right wing, releasing a large amount of soul power. With a muffled groan, Cindergon did not attack again. Taking advantage of its movement to the air, a flash of blue light appeared around it, instantly bringing it 30,000 meters ahead, closer to the black sun. That's the entrance to the netherworld. Bar is bound by the Great Formation, and can't leave this space. If we can get in there, we can escape. By the end, Cindergon's tone had become resentful and angry. Clearly, being hunted to this extent was unacceptable to her. If Luo hadn't been there, she would have fought it to the death for at least 3 months. However, after flying less than 1,000 meters, a bolt of lightning struck in front of her, forcing Cindergon to a stop. Useless act, evil spirit, devour her. Hundreds of tall figures with curved horns on their heads, and hooves on their feet stepped out of the void. They were dark red, 10 meters tall, and covered in flowing, magma-like red cracks, steaming hot, surrounding Cindergon. TSK troublesome tricks. Cindergon suddenly flipped over, sweeping away 3 evil spirits with her thick tail. However, more evil spirits pounced on her, their claws incredibly sharp, easily tearing through her scales, and their intense heat completely negated the chill she exuded. Many of the ghasts unleashed black and red lightning similar to that used by Bar, striking Cindergon and leaving charred streaks, causing her to roar in pain. Luo clung tightly to her back, gripping the doll to prevent it from being thrown off. These things seemed to be just magical effects, not real life. She tried using a dispel spell on one of the ghasts, but it was clearly ineffective. Even the anti-magic stone was useless in this space filled with holy power, instead being rapidly worn down and shattered. A waste of effort, a mere dragon soul, hand over the dragon crystal at once. The ear-polluting voice assaulted again, and Luo could only try to cover her ears, having no time to care about anything else. Roar! You want me to hand over the dragon crystal? Impossible. Cindergon's battered dragon body suddenly doubled in size, shaking off the ghasts on her. She spat out a mouthful of frost, freezing and shattering most of the ghasts, and with a tearing motion of her claws, she ripped the remaining ghasts to shreds. However, after the outburst, Cindergon's aura visibly weakened, her vertical pupils revealing utter exhaustion. Humph, if my body weren't gone, a mere demon wouldn't even be worth a single claw from this dragon. Before she could utter a few defiant words, a ring of leaping dark red lightning suddenly appeared around her. This red wasn't warm like flames, it was more like cold, contaminated blood, exuding a sickness and evil. Fall into the abyss. The lightning flashed 9 times in succession, and a black hole abruptly appeared below. A powerful suction force pulled Cindergon, and even though each flap of her wings created gusts of wind, she couldn't stop her fall. Damn it! This is a forbidden technique released using its very essence. When could it have set this up just now? Tens of thousands of transparent arms emerged from the black hole, bearing their fangs and claws, as they reached for Sindaragon. Each hand held a soul's eye, and with each blink, dizzying fluctuations echoed through the space, as if countless souls were screaming and clamoring. It's the hand of hell. Where did it get souls as materials? This is the worst possible situation. I temporarily repel them. You and that puppet must leave quickly. Once we enter the netherworld, there's a glimmer of hope. Luo wasn't familiar with the forbidden techniques and the power of the hand of hell, but for Sindaragon to contemplate self-sacrifice, it couldn't be a simple skill, it might even be a high-level divine spell. Could Sindaragon still resist? Luo didn't think so, shaking her head in denial, and urgently shouted, "No. We're almost there. How can we give up so easily? Hurry! My power is running low. If you really want to save me, then grow stronger quickly. I'd be waiting for you in hell." Feeling its body slowly sinking into the black hole, Sindaragon's eyes hardened. Before Luo could say anything, its dragon body trembled, lifting Luo and the puppet off its back. With a flick of its tail, it tossed her towards the direction of the dark sun. "Go!" The doll swiftly erected a protective shield, tightly gripping Luo's clothes. Amidst the girl's gaping scream, they both vanished into the black sun like shooting stars. "No! Sindaragon." Sindaragon's golden vertical pupils glanced in the direction Luo had gone, a hint of tenderness appearing in her cold expression before regaining their dragon-like majesty and nobility. Resolutely abandoning resistance, she charged towards the thousands of arms below. With a flap of her tattered wings, she instantly covered 10,000 meters, the blizzard shredding hundreds of arms. However, there were tens of thousands of arms here. A few broken arms were utterly useless. Arms climbed up one after another, frantically tearing at her scales, wings, and horns. As her last vertical pupil was completely obscured, Sindaragon was enveloped by the hellish hands, transforming into a small, milky white dragon, slowly sinking into the black hole. You must protect her. Chapter 226. In the endless desert, a small skeleton walked with uneven, shallow steps. Upon closer inspection, one could see that its two leg bones were of different lengths, as if haphazardly pieced together. Crack, crack. Accompanied by rhythmic, slight scraping sounds, the little skeleton walked an unknown distance across the desert until it saw something. After a long while, the little skeleton slowly approached the thing. It was a creature somewhat resembling an abomination, with a piece of moonlight-like silk on its head. Its exposed hands, neck, and other parts were covered in clean, white flesh, not its skeletal form. It was dressed in tattered clothes, the kind of clothing it had only seen on the skeleton general lord of this region. It was said to be something from another world, something only the strong were worthy of possessing. This must be some powerful abomination, right? The two pale wisps of soul fire in the little skeleton's eye sockets flickered slightly. But even without the powerful, it was still not something it could afford to provoke. An abomination was a mid-level undead, 2 levels higher than ordinary skeletons like them. A single punch from it could shatter it. Maybe it's best to ignore it. I heard there was a fierce battle taking place in the Lich's realm, with many mid to high-level undead fleeing for their lives. Maybe it escaped from there too. The little skeleton was using its pitifully small amount of thinking when it suddenly heard a cute whimper. Of course, skeletons don't understand what cute means. It just suddenly popped into its head. The abomination on the ground twitched slightly, startling the little skeleton, which scurried 3 meters away and burrowed into the sand, fearing that a sudden burst of power from it would shatter its bones. Where am I? Lua slowly propped herself up, shaking her head to clear her muddled consciousness. As her vision returned, a dark desert came into view, and most strikingly, the moon occupied half the sky, casting a vast expanse of silvery light that made Lua's long hair appear as if it were solidified moonlight. Such a big moon, where am I? She looked around blankly. The surroundings were empty, dotted with a few white skeletons, and a faint aura of death lingered, the fleeting presence of death, but here it was ever present, like a giant graveyard. That's it. Sindragon. Little Artie. Lua suddenly remembered something, instantly standing up, but dropping the doll clutched at her clothes. Startled, she picked it up, only to find herself holding something with sharp edges. What's this? Opening her palm, she saw a chess piece, a black warhorse chess piece, unfamiliar yet strangely familiar. Little Adie. Gently stroking her cool exterior, just like her pale, icy hands, a flash of black light appeared on the chess piece, seemingly sensing Luo's inner emotions. I will definitely take good care of you. Taking out the pendant the Grand Steward had used to hold slaves, Luo placed the chess piece inside, channeling a ball of dark magic into it to nurture it. Dark magic is similar in nature to netherworld energy, and little Adie also has an affinity for darkness. This would accelerate her recovery. But it seems only Cinderagon truly understands the Netherworld race. She willingly entered the black hole. Could it really be? The girl felt increasingly panicked, a jumble of wicked thoughts surging within her. Recalling their time together, although she always had a cold demeanor, her words were filled with a proud and humorous tone. She was both a teacher and a friend. No, she won't leave so easily. Dragons are a wise race. How could she leave so easily? That's it. A thought suddenly struck Luo, and she quickly probed the feather on her wrist. In that pure white space tinged with a hint of icy blue, an icy blue frost heart was slowly rotating in the center, emanating a faint soul fluctuation, weak yet clearly revealing vitality. Humph, I knew it. How could you not be prepared at all? You must have been corrupted by little Adie. But the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up, and her eyes slightly moistened, as if something was about to well up. Luo hurriedly wiped away the moisture from the corners of her eyes, looked around to make sure no one saw her, then breathed a sigh of relief and shouted with her hands on her hips. So what if it's hell? So what if they bully me with their strength? Stomping her feet and waving her fists to cheer herself up, Luo finally calmed her turbulent emotions after a while. Noticing her clothes were tattered, she quickly repaired them with magical threads, a thought that brought them back to life. Putting on her mage's hat, and holding down her long hair to prevent it from flying too wildly in battle, Luo picked up the doll from the ground. Thanks to it, she hadn't been assimilated by the holy power. Now it was silent, and she wondered what had happened. The doll lay limply in Luo's palm, its beautiful ruby eyes closed, but a faint clicking sound of gears turning could be heard on its body. Phew, everything's alright, thank goodness. After searching carefully, Luo found the empty magic crystal about 300 meters away. It had returned to its transparent state, completely empty. Putting away the magic crystals, Luo controlled the magic threads to weave a small cloth bag, placed the doll inside, and then stuffed in a handful of lightning attribute magic crystals. Feeling the magic slowly flowing into the doll, Luo's mood had never been so light. Anyway, I should ask someone for directions first. This should be the Netherworld. I wonder if the locals are friendly. Luo turned his head to look, but could only see a sandstorm and a few white bones. Is it just my imagination? Why do I feel like something's following me? Gently floating in the air, Luo flew away into the distance, leaving only a bright white shadow. A moment later, a skeleton emerged from the sand, its eyes, with a wisp of soul fire flickering in them, staring in the direction Luo had left. Its jaws clenched a few times, making a crisp click sound. Almost discovered. Thank goodness I hit quickly. I better get out of here quickly. Just as the little skeleton was about to turn and leave, a small hand pressed down on its bald head. If you don't want your head to turn into crumbs in the sand, you better behave. Luo hovered in midair, her crimson eyes filled with coldness. There were no extra restrictions here, and her senses were sharp. How could she possibly detect anything amiss? Little skeleton mortal transformation 4th realm, unranked undead, a basic life form born from the realm of the dead, sustained by meager death energy. Its soul power is weak, its consciousness incomplete, its thoughts unclear, and it cannot communicate. However, this little skeleton seems to be able to think independently. Perhaps it harbors some secret. Magic skills, none, suggestion, a small, detachable ant. Chapter 227. The little skeleton's entire body trembled, its jaw opening and closing, emanating a faint soul fluctuation. You mean you just wanted to escape the higher undead and wandered here? Many undead escaped from that direction. There was a battle there? The soul fluctuation emanating from the little skeleton was filled with scattered words, not belonging to the common language used in Luo's living world. Fortunately, communicating directly through soul power didn't require knowing the other's language, fundamentally solving the communication problem. Releasing the poor little skeleton, Luo looked in the direction it had come from. It seemed no different from the surroundings, but upon closer inspection, one could see faint concentric circles in the sky, as if it had suffered some devastating impact. I didn't notice it before, but now that I see it, it does seem a bit unusual. Seeing that Luo no longer cared about it, the little skeleton cautiously took a few steps back, then quickly ran away. Hearing the crackling sounds recede into the distance, Luo didn't bother it. Although according to the panel description, it was somewhat special, its strength was ultimately too low to pose any threat to her. Let's go check over there, maybe we find some clues. Luo hadn't forgotten his original purpose. Galega had said she was at the border between the Netherworld and the Underworld. Since the connection point between the Pundala realm and the Netherworld was in the center of the Pundala realm, Could the border between the netherworld and the underworld also be in the center of the netherworld? Luo vaguely felt that this might not be the case, but the natives should know more, right? A silver-white figure swiftly swept across the low sky. The starless sky was mostly occupied by a huge full moon, revealing a hint of eeriness. The moonlight, like mist, mixed with the death energy rising from the ground, forming a unique power here. Luo named it undead power, a mysterious, grayish-black force. In his perception, it partially overlapped with dark magic, but also possessed characteristics of water and ice magic. Clearly, like netherworld chi, it didn't fall under the category of elemental magic. Strangely, there's still magic here, mostly dark magic, followed by ice and earth magic. Is it because of the desert? These magical forces, coordinated by undead power, coexisted peacefully with the deathly aura, forming the complex and peculiar composition of the air in the netherworld. Crack! A 2-meter-long skeletal claw shot out from beneath the desert, attempting to grab Luo. But the next moment, the claw shattered into bone fragments, along with half of a giant skeleton beneath the sand. Strands of undead power dissipated, returning to the netherworld. Skeleton Extraordinary Tier 1, low-level undead, a skeleton evolved by undead power. Its bones were greatly strengthened and made more solid, and it can use simple skills. Suggestion: a large ant that can be disassembled. This kind of skeleton has appeared at least 10 times, and without exception, none of them have any description of magical skills. Luo guesses that the power it uses is unrelated to magic, so it's normal that it doesn't have magical skills. It's a pity he doesn't know anything about necromancy skills, otherwise he might be able to figure out how they found him. He touched the pendant at his waist, confirming that it was still active. This was a mid-level item that could shield 6th-level perception, but it couldn't escape the perception of a skeleton that was only at the first level of the transcendent realm. Could it be that I don't have necromancy power? To find out the reason, Luo spread his perception and locked onto a pile of skeletons 3,000 meters away. There were 2 or 3 small skeletons there, swaying about, belonging to the undead class, and there was no fluctuation of necromancy power on them. Whoosh! Long, silvery white hair fluttered in the moonlight, reflecting a soft glow. As the girl flew past, it was stretched into a silver ribbon, but no one could see it. She gently landed on a sand dune not far from the pile of skeletons. The rolling yellow sand was blocked by a layer of magic. The full moon in the sky seemed motionless, still at the same angle, its light unchanging. No matter how many times Luo saw that moon, a sense of awe would rise in her heart. It was as if 2 planets were so close. The little skeleton lingered near the pile of bones. If it were a white skeleton, it would have noticed her by now. Didn't notice me because I'm too far away? Concealing her aura, Luo floated to within 50 meters of a small skeleton, but it was still wandering aimlessly. One leg seemed to belong to some kind of canine, with a reverse joint, while the other leg resembled a normal human leg bone, looking incredibly awkward. Whoosh! A sharp tailbone shot out from the pile of bones, its cold light piercing the air with a shrill cry. It seems to be the effect of necromantic power. I wonder if it can disguise itself. With a flick of his finger, the rapidly approaching tailbone shattered into pieces, the broken bones scattering the pile to reveal a giant skeletal scorpion beneath. But now it was undeniably dead. The massive tremor startled the small skeletons, causing them to hasten their escape. Luo paid them no heed, grabbing a wisp of dissipating necromantic power. This wisp of smoke-like necromantic power, protected by magic, drifted freely without showing any obvious rejection. But once the magic protection was removed, the necromantic power immediately surged towards Luo's hand like a shark smelling blood. The skin touched by the necromantic power instantly turned grayish-white, a stark contrast to the surrounding healthy, pale pink skin. It feels like an intermediate state between necromantic energy and magic power. It won't be immediately fatal, but it's harmful to the human body. Light magic quickly dispelled the trace of necromantic power. Since magic power couldn't completely mask her own life force, and she didn't know any magic that could mask it. Right, wasn't there a priest ready? Luo's figure vanished from the spot, reappearing holding a large, fast-sleeping fish. Wake up! I need your help. What's wrong? Is it time for dinner? Looking at the noticeably plumper sea pearl, Luo's forehead was covered in black lines, and she loosened her grip. Splash. Ouch! Falling headfirst into the sand, Sea Pearl thrashed about for a while before transforming back into human form. Looking around in confusion, she noticed Luo beside her and immediately beamed with joy, grabbing her hand. Luo, you finally remembered me. It's been 4 months, I thought you'd forgotten me. Ahem, a lot has happened. Anyway, I need your help now. Hearing this, Pearl's eyes lit up. She patted her bulging chest and said confidently, "Leave it to me. I've been studying hard these past few months, and I made tremendous progress." Does anyone really claim to have made tremendous progress? Besides, you gained weight. It's not convincing at all. Okay, I need you to cast a spell to shield us from all auras, not just magic and soul auras, but also the aura of life force. That's strict? But those are minor issues. See, Pearl shouted excitedly, "Water, the source of all things, answer my call. Transform into a barrier that isolates everything. High-level water magic. Absolute disguise, unfold." A blue light flashed past the two women. Luo felt her body enveloped in a complex magic. In her perception, all information about Sea Pearl completely disappeared. She seemed to be nothing more than a shadow before her. The effect is indeed very good, but... Luo's cheeks flushed slightly, somewhat speechless. Why did you have to shout it out with such embarrassing words? Had she learned something strange? Really? This is chanting. Fuding said that chanting before casting a spell can increase its effect. Didn't you know that, Luo? You call this chanting? Luo placed her hands on Hai Jinju's shoulders, speaking seriously. Jinju, do you know that chanting spells doesn't use common language? Besides, your spell is at most a mid-level spell, far from high level. Hai Jinju's body stiffened. Luo seemed to hear a cracking sound coming from her body, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Are you alright?" "I'm fine." Hai Jinju's eyes became vacant. She slowly shook her head, squatted down, covered her head, and muttered to herself, "I just don't want to believe that I practiced spell chanting for so long. It seems she's just suffered some psychological trauma. She's probably alright, right?" Chapter 228. With the magic enhanced by the Sea Pearl, no undead discovered them along the way, indirectly confirming Luo's guess. When the Sea Pearl heard Luo's explanation of the netherworld, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she excitedly waved her small fists. What a strange place. Are there really bones that move on their own? I never seen anything like it. She immediately dispelled her shielding magic, but she clearly overestimated her courage. When she saw a skeleton striding towards her with cracking steps, the fish immediately turned into a puddle of water and darted back to Luo's side. How terrifying. That was just a first-tier transcendent undead. That's still terrifying. Casually dispersing the skeleton, Luo and the Sea Pearl flew towards their tentative destination. With her company, the journey wasn't too lonely. In fact, it was quite noisy. 2 days later, Luo and Hai Jinju stopped at the edge of a valley filled with overwhelming deathly aura. Hai Jinju held Luo's hand. Actually, it was because she was afraid of the increasing number of skeletons along the way, and curiously looked at the huge basin shrouded in white mist. It looked so suspicious down there. There are over 1,000 undead gathered inside, and quite a few different kinds. It's really strange. Whether the undead could form their own societies, like the living, were hard for Luo to judge, because the undead they had encountered along the way were all scattered and independent, at most 2 or 3 of their kind in groups, showing no signs of intelligence. The undead inside are at least mid-level undead, with strength of at least the 4th level of the transcendent realm. It's too risky for us to act like this. Let's look for any lone ones. Hai Jinju, always obedient to Luo, nodded. A glint of light flashed, and the two vanished from their spot. They had cast an invisibility spell. After circling half the basin, Luo finally confirmed it was a market-like place with 3 obvious entrances, each controlled by 2 abominations covered in rotting flesh. The pale, lifeless flesh and the sewn-up, obese bodies nearly made Hai Jinju vomit. More disgusting than skeletons. Let's get out of here. Haven't you seen dead people before? Why are you so timid? Hai Jinju shook her head frantically. That's completely different. This is disgusting. It just looks incredibly ugly. A beautiful merman like me must be very vain. If I encountered one, it would be awful. You certainly have a lot of reasons. Alright. Let's find a spot to wait and see if any lone undead come out. After Hai Jinju cast a long-range scouting spell nearby, Luo pulled her to a spot a kilometer away from one of the entrances. He used earth magic to solidify some of the underground sand, creating a temporary shelter. Watching Luo, who was releasing magic to construct a table, Sea Pearl sat on a chair made of solidified sand, munching on a fruit of unknown origin, and suddenly asked, "Where are Sindragon and Moriarty?" Luo flinched slightly, but quickly recovered, somewhat puzzled. "Why are you suddenly asking about that?" "Oh, they helped a lot, didn't they? We're friends. After all, of course I had to ask." "You just suddenly remembered those 2 people, didn't you?" "They left temporarily, and won't be back for a while." "Is that so? Well, then there's nothing I can do. I, the successor of the ocean god, will keep you company. Haijinju seemed carefree, and Luo wondered if her words were just casual. Nevertheless, a warmth warmed Luo's heart. Being together was always more lively than being alone, and less lonely. But I always heard you say you work hard, and I haven't seen you actually try? Well, I show you right now. With that, she finished the fruit in a few bites, a faint blue light emanating from her body, and a rhombus-shaped blue crystal appeared between her brows. She immediately began cultivating. It seemed she hadn't stopped cultivating at all. Luo could sense that her aura had become much stronger. Of course, she couldn't rule out the influence of the demonized fruit, but could merfolk advance to the 4th rank on their own? Putting aside this doubt, Luo also began her cultivation. She constantly focused on condensing her magic and soul power. These foundational skills required time and couldn't be rushed. Her current goal was to learn several powerful spells of various attributes, and to write out all the runes for a single spell. The latter would take too long, so Luo planned to find some suitable spells from the book given to her by Sindaragon. Inside the basin, a ramhorn skeleton tossed down 2 pale blue soul flames, and put away a small black skull it had traded for. Sigh, why are skeleton materials so expensive again? At this rate, when will I ever evolve into a blue cobalt skeleton? McDie, how was the haul? The golden ramhorn skeleton turned around, blue flames flickering in its eye sockets. Seeing a pale human boy behind it, a faint wave of joy emanated from it. Oh, it's Ute. Flesh and blood materials are much cheaper lately, you must have snagged a lot. Haha, not bad. This body of mine is very fresh, less than a year since I died. However, my rank is a bit low, I need to advance to the transcendent level as soon as possible, otherwise the vessel I finally found will be gone. The boy corpse gave a stiff laugh, greeted it, and then turned and left. Maddie didn't linger either. This place was only relatively safe. Once it left the range of the Death Whisperer's mist, its soul fire would likely be targeted by higher-level undead. It said that an unprecedented battle took place in the territory of the Lich King Nethuzad, resulting in the destruction of the region's death aura source, reducing the birth of undead creatures by 90%. Be careful lately. Many mid-level undead have been captured to fill the death aura source. Try to avoid appearing on dark moon nights. The conversation of many undead flurries echoed around him. Medit listened, his steps unwavering, a hint of hesitation in his soul fire. Should he find time to seek refuge with the nearby Frost Whisperer Lich King? Half a day later, he left the undead market. The flames in his eye sockets flickered, and after confirming that there were no undead around, he shot off into the distance. Half an hour later, Maddie suddenly stopped, looking around in confusion. For some reason, it felt like it was being watched. Years of vigilance made it instinctively summon a layer of necromantic power to surround itself, and a ram's head staff appeared in its hand, radiating intense soul energy. Who's there? Show yourself. As a golden skeleton, it was not weak among mid-level undead. Unless it encountered a high-level undead, it wasn't afraid to fight. But if a high-level undead attacked, would it need to be sneaky? The response was hundreds of water chains. The attack, devoid of any deathly aura, stunned it for a moment. This is a living being? However, in that moment of stunned silence, Maddie felt its body sink, its strength suddenly diminished, and a powerful pressure pressed down on it, making it feel as if it were carrying tons of sand. Not good. Chapter 229. A dazzling beam of light shot straight down from mid-air to the ground, evaporating vast swathes of deathly energy. The power of light and the deathly energy seemed mortal enemies. The moment they touched, they sizzled like a hot knife cutting through butter. Ah, my body! Don't move, or I can't guarantee your skeleton won't remain intact. A human female voice rang out, distant and cold like the cascading moonlight, visible yet untouchable. However, Maddie had no time to savor the sound. 3 bright holy flame bullets were encircling its neck, the light magic emanating from them scorching it until its bones felt burning hot. Good heavens! There's a light mage in the netherworld. Living being, don't do anything reckless. This is the netherworld. Once someone discovers your power of light, you'd be hunted down by all the undead. That makes sense. To prevent you from leaking information, I have to silence you. Maddie looked at the living being who appeared as a human girl before her, never imagining she could be so malicious. She quickly shook her head and said, I think we can be more amicable. You let me go, and I keep your secret, how about that? Luo didn't believe her nonsense. Having survived in the netherworld for so long, how could she be swayed by a few words? Enough with the small talk, I just want to ask a few questions. I don't mean to kill you. McGrady nodded obediently. I understand. I'm quite well known in this area. There's nothing McGrady can't find out. Good, come with me. Slender fingers gently sliced through space. Amidst a violent surge of McGrady's soul power, a spatial rift as tall as a person quietly appeared. Although it had forgotten how many years it had been dead, and long since lost the habits of a living being, today, it subconsciously swallowed. Oh damn it, what did I just see? A spatial rift? She could slice through space so easily. Liches can summon skeletons, and possess their own summoning space. But Maddie knew these were completely different things. A summoning space was merely like a spatial ring, requiring only a little soul power to activate, but tearing through space required at least a saint-level cultivation. Impossible. If she had that kind of power, she wouldn't bother with all that trouble. She could just tear me apart directly. Could she be using a spatial scroll? Maddie thought it was more likely this human girl was using some kind of technique. However, having lived so long, from the most ordinary little skeleton to a bone skeleton, a black iron skeleton, a silver skeleton, and now a golden skeleton, it was already very wary of its life. As long as the other party didn't show any murderous intent, it decided not to gamble on that 1% probability. McDie 5th tier of extraordinary, intermediate undead, golden skeleton. Having evolved multiple times from a weak skeleton into a powerful being, his golden skeleton possesses strength far exceeding that of ordinary skeletons. Unafraid of the cold, he is experienced and knowledgeable, but seems more concerned with his own soul. Note: the power of fire and light is his weakness. Advice: be careful, don't capsize. McDie is the first undead that Lowe encountered with a name, and he also possesses the class of golden skeleton, likely related to his ability to communicate logically. He is quite powerful. His golden skeleton only shows signs of melting, the result of being directly hit by an amplified beam of light. Light magic itself has a significant damage bonus against dark creatures, including the undead. Lowe even used Wings of Light, had the Sea Pearl release its divine domain, and then applied another layer of pressure himself. But despite these restrictions, the result was still less than ideal, seeing that her light magic couldn't intimidate it. Although she wasn't afraid of this transcendent 5th tier skeleton, Luo still used a small intimidation technique. Instantly Maddie's initial composure turned into tension and seriousness. Please, I believe we will cooperate happily. The girl's calm, crimson eyes stared directly at Maddie's soul fire, the golden outline radiating immense pressure, making it instinctively feel a fear from the depths of its soul. She was definitely not an ordinary cultist of light. Of course, esteemed lady, I will tell you everything I know. Maddie slightly lowered its skeletal ram head in submission, the true extent of which only it knew. On the other side of the spatial rift was a small space with simple tables and chairs, seemingly constructed of sand. Maddie quickly realized he was beneath the desert. Beside him sat another girl who appeared human. Her aura wasn't strong, but he clearly felt some of the weight on his body emanating from her. Someone who could affect him like this was definitely not a simple superhuman. Maddie silently observed his surroundings. Fortunately, he didn't have the eyes of the living, so no one could tell if he was observing his surroundings. Hello, little brat. Mr. Maddie, using soul magic carelessly isn't good. A faint, mocking tone startled Maddie. What was going on? She actually detected my secretly released soul magic. Could her true identity be one of those madmen who manipulate souls? Please forgive me, it was an instinctive action in an unknown environment. A slightly larger chair rose from the ground. Maddie hesitated for a moment, then sat down. To her left was a blue-haired girl with some scales, and to her right was the silver-haired girl who could tear through space. The pressure on her hadn't disappeared, indicating that they were still very wary of her. Maddie didn't waste any words and asked, "Respected human ladies, I am Maddie. May I ask what questions you have asked me?" Bang! The girl on the left slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Her voice was clear and crisp, like the gentle clatter of sand, yet also soft and sweet like flowing water. "You have food here." "What? We mean, is that place nearby a market?" Maddie looked at the silver-haired girl, who was somewhat flustered, covering the blue-haired girl's mouth. He wondered if they were acting to lower his guard. Surely not to that extent. However, he still clapped his hands in agreement. Accurate judgment. It is indeed the market for the undead not far away, opening every 5 full moon nights. Full moon nights? Don't you know? Maddie was genuinely surprised. This was basic knowledge in the undead world. Even newly born skeletons understood the significance of each moonlit night. Seeing them shake their heads in unison, Maddie felt a strange feeling arose within it. It's naturally cautious and suspicious, Nature quickly told it that these two had probably realized they hadn't been fooled and were trying to lower its guard again. They couldn't possibly not know such a simple question. It seemed this was just a test. The cunning living beings almost fell for it. Ahem, in the netherworld, based on the amount of moonlight, we divide a cycle into 4 moonlit nights: the dark moon night, the waning moon night, the half moon night, and the full moon night. Each moonlit night is roughly equivalent to 30 days in the living world. Now, it's the night with the most moonlight, naturally the full moon night. The moonlight outside was pouring down like snow, indeed dazzling. Regaining its composure, Luo calmly asked its next question. I need to know the details of that battle. Here it comes. Maddie remained unmoved, replying only with a slightly humble tone. I will answer anything I know. Chapter 230. In 1.5 cycles, that is, 6 months ago, in the center of this desert, in the territory of the Lich King named Nathuzad, a powerful human intruded. Initially, their interactions were pleasant, but for some unknown reason, he clashed with the Lich King, and a battle ensued. It is said that the battle had a wide-ranging impact, wiping out over 100,000 mid to high-level undead, turning the central desert, spanning millions of miles, into glass, and even destroying the source of death energy hidden deep beneath the desert, causing this desert to gradually become a true dead land over the next 30 cycles. Maddie spoke in detail, but it seemed he said nothing at all, only broad and general information, presumably, asking any undead would yield similar information. You know that's not what I want to know. Lo's gaze turned dangerous as he looked at him. Soft white light flowed onto the floor, the dense light magic on it making Maddie feel genuinely uneasy. Of course, esteemed lady, I have some information that I believe will interest you. Maddie extended her right hand, devoid of any flesh, her knuckles touching the sandy tabletop, leaving a small, slightly whitish crystal that emitted a faint wisp of soul power. Due to the aftermath of that battle, countless undead returned to their soul state, becoming soul crystals. Although they've been largely looted, I know of a very hidden place that remains undiscovered, containing a considerable amount of high-quality soul crystals. Luo paused, wondering if this was what she meant. But then, thinking of Moriarty and the pendant, her eyes narrowed. No, that was exactly what she meant. What danger? I don't think you leave those soul crystals untouched. Of course, if I could get them, I wouldn't have told anyone. That place was occupied by several iron giraffes of similar strength to me. I was no match for them. Maddie shrugged, spilling the beans, seemingly certain he only given up on taking the soul crystals under duress. Watching its calmly burning soul fire, Luo couldn't discern the truth, but he figured he wouldn't get any more information. At least he knew the reason for the battle, and had unexpectedly learned about the soul crystals. Not a loss. Speaking of which, do you know the connection between the netherworld and the underworld? Maddie waved her hand dismissively. Don't even think about going there. Any undead with full self-awareness knows that the entrance to the underworld is in the abyss of the dead, where the undead emperor resides. Unless you can withstand more than 10 saint-level super undead, don't even think about courting death. Hearing this suffocating news, Luo sighed slightly. She knew it wouldn't be so easy to achieve her goal. Without saying anything more, she stood up and said calmly, in that case, farewell. Don't even think about tracking us, your soul magic isn't up to par. Holding Haijinju's hand, Luo disappeared into a golden spatial rift, leaving Maddie sitting quietly in the chair. As the restraints on her body loosened, the soul fire in Maddie's eye sockets flickered. 9 out of 10 people who inquired about that battle were there for the soul crystals. The reason Maddie answered without hesitation was because it told a small lie. The guardian there wasn't a transcendent 5th-tier iron-bone griffin, but a high-level undead, a holy griffin. Heh! 2 deep purple figures appeared at the edge of the ice field, looking at the shattered crimson sky forest, their mouths agape, momentarily speechless. Sister, what happened? I don't know, it felt like something sliced it off. Oh no! Master and the Grand Elder. Ano realized something too, and quickly followed FIA into the sky forest. Thanks to the fact that almost a quarter of the sky forest had been cut down, they didn't need to go under the vine-covered giant trees, and could fly directly in through the gap. Several hours later, they arrived at the edge of the floating island that usually returned to the dark forest, only to see fallen trees everywhere, lifeless earth, and a vast, empty, dark pit in the distance. Where's my home? Choosing Maddie as their target wasn't a good choice, but they had already waited 5 days. It was the lowest-ranking undead to emerge from it. Perhaps weaker undead would emerge from other exits, but Luo and C. Pearl couldn't just keep waiting. After their daily routine of checking on Moriarty, Cinderagon, and the puppet to ensure everything was alright, Luo packed up the book of the rock dragon, rose from the glassy desert, and called Sea Pearl to continue their journey. Following Maddie's directions, the two women had been flying intermittently for 2 days. Due to the power erosion here, they hadn't been able to fly continuously for long, adjusting and recovering their condition every so often. Sure enough, there are very few undead, and the auras we encountered are quite strong. Sea Pearl, concealed within her magic, clicked her tongue as she watched a semi-transparent white shadow fly past below. That's a 4th-tier transcendent ghost. We should keep our distance. Their soul perception is much stronger. Looking at the ghost, Luo, for some reason, thought of someone. Perhaps she herself had been mistaken for a ghost. Along the way, they encountered countless undead of mid-level extraordinary strength. This made sense. Lower-level undead wouldn't dare linger. The struggle between undead was far more brutal than among humans. Luo had already witnessed many powerful undead casually annihilating lower-level undead and devouring their soul fire. It's still half a month's journey to the place that the golden skeleton mentioned. This place is much larger than the other dimension. Yes, at our speed, we can cross half of the other dimension in half a month. Perhaps due to seeing so many undead, Haijinju was no longer as timid as before. At least, she didn't hide behind Luo in fear when she saw ghosts. Something seems to be happening over there. A violent surge of soul power erupted in the distance, but unlike typical undead battles, this soul power also carried magical fluctuations. There are living people. The two women exchanged a glance, quickened their pace, and the burst of energy was swiftly smoothed out by magic, leaving no trace. Go! I hold them off. Teacher, no. You come with us. Stop talking nonsense. I can't hold out much longer. You and Miguel retreat first. Here are 3 scrolls sealing the holy flame bullets. Remember, conceal your presence and don't be discovered. 3 long, silver-glowing skeletal snakes spewed grayish-white mist, corroding any magic that came into contact with them. Before them, a robust middle-aged man clad in heavy silver armor wielded a great sword with ease, several sword strikes shattering the gray mist. However, the silver snakes were not to be trifled with. They immediately straightened, like a sharp axe cleaving down. Their hard bodies and immense power forced the middle-aged man to retreat. Seeing this, the 2 surrounding silver snakes transformed into a long sword and a whip of white bones, attacking him together. Not far away, 2 young men in light armor were filled with rage, but the aftershocks of the battle kept them at bay. Teacher! You beast, how dare you! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows of light, burning with white flames, suddenly shot out, accurately striking the heads of the 3 silver serpents. They pierced their soul fire, scorching their bones, causing them to writhe on the ground in agony, their arrogance gone. Ah, we're saved? The middle-aged man, still injured by the silver serpents, stared in disbelief at the scene before him, finding it hard to believe that a crisis had been averted so easily. 2 young men nearby rushed forward, and seeing the gruesome state of the 3 silver serpents, they too gasped in shock. Who made this move? So powerful. Are you all right? 2 graceful figures descended from the sky, their unique beauty and bright eyes instantly captivating the 2 young men. How could there be such beautiful girls here? Chapter 231. 3 luminous arrows struck 3 enemies. Luo felt quite pleased with herself, a slightly smug smile spreading across her face. She shook the simple wooden bow in her hand, and the longbow, a gift from the Night Elf Elder, instantly transformed into a common, curved wooden stick, hovering behind the girl. What a fine bow! Reflecting on the feeling of the arrows leaving the bowstring, she realized this bow increased the arrow's speed by at least 40%, easily exceeding twice the speed of sound, and far faster than most projectile spells. Alright, let's go take a look. Okay. Landing in front of the 3 humans, Luo asked kindly, are you alright? The middle-aged man at the head seemed stunned for a moment before shaking his head. Thanks to your help, I'm fine. Then, as if belatedly realizing something, he asked Luo in surprise, this is the realm of the dead, where living people are rarely seen. Are you also from the Garen Academy? Galen Academy? Well, it seems not. We are from the Garen Academy. My name is Friendy Monga, and these 2 are my disciples. Upon hearing this, the 2 young men behind him seemed to snap out of their daze. One of them, with light blonde medium-length hair, quickly introduced himself. I am Durancy Sauter New Regi, you can just call me New Regi. This gentleman beside me is Kokoris Miguel. Thank you very much for your help, ladies. Just call me Miguel. Miguel was a kind-looking young man with short brown hair, more like a warrior than New Regi. Luo nodded slightly, not paying much attention to the 2 youths. They were only extraordinary level 3 warriors, not even worth a finger of Luo's. You can call me Luo. This is Haijinju. Since there's nothing else, farewell. Wait! Ming Jia called out to the two, and under Luo's questioning gaze, she rubbed her hands somewhat awkwardly and said, actually, we're a training team from Jialan Academy, currently participating in a competition to hunt undead. Logically, we shouldn't need outsiders' interference, but for some reason, the strength of the undead in this area has increased significantly compared to before. As their teacher, I'm already overwhelmed, so I'd like to ask you to protect them. Hearing this, Luo waved her hand, no interest. I can pay with soul crystals. Luo paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. Excuse my bluntness, but you're just an ordinary 4th-tier transcendent. Where did you get soul crystals? Seeing the atmosphere gradually becoming tense, Ming Jia's forehead broke out in a fine sweat. She quickly pulled out half a transparent crystal. Judging from the aura emanating from it, it was undoubtedly a soul crystal. My two benefactors, you are not from our Garen Empire, so you may not know, but our empire is not far from the Netherworld, situated on the front lines of the ancient struggle against the undead. Therefore, many soul crystal mines are hidden underground. My family also possesses some strength, so obtaining soul crystals isn't too difficult. Of course, they are still incredibly precious. This half I have is worth a 5th-tier magic crystal. Luo wasn't interested in how precious he described. As long as she had the tangible object, that was enough. With a flick of her hand, the half-soul crystal landed in her hand, before even Ming Jia could stop her. Feeling the pure, unclaimed soul power within, Luo nodded. How long will it take? Too long won't do. Ming Jia suppressed her surprise and coughed lightly. The competition lasts for half a month, until after the night of the full moon. No problem. Luo placed the half-soul crystal into the pendant where Moriarty was. Sensing it, the chess piece began actively absorbing the wisps of soul power from the crystal, its surface glowing with a black light. Looks like it worked. Luo subconsciously smiled, her expression softening considerably, like a lotus quietly blooming under the moonlight, leaving New Regi and Miguel, who had been barely managing to avoid looking stunned once more. Fortunately, Ming Jia intervened in time to explain the competition to the two girls, preventing them from embarrassing themselves. The Garen Academy's undead hunting competition was held every 5 years, limited to 3rd-tier students. Of course, those with the strength to defeat 3rd-tier students could also participate. Students needed to find and kill undead on their own, collecting their soul fire for statistical purposes. Luo and the others didn't need to assist, they would simply remain hidden among them, helping if they might be in danger. How to identify whether outsiders were assisting students was something Garen Academy needed to consider, not Luo and the others. Their job was simply to ensure Miguel and New Regi's safety before the competition ended. 2 days later, Luo and Haijinju floated high in the sky, watching with great interest as two people below fought a hunched, desiccated corpse with long swords. Haijinju, munching on a bright green fruit, commented earnestly, "Go and chop it down. Don't just stand there, quick, quick, you need to dodge now. Hey, where's your magic? Don't just stab it with your sword. If you use a trap-type magic to restrain it now, wouldn't it? Hey, what are you doing, taking the attack head-on? That blonde one's not bad." Ming Jia flew to the side, veins bulging slightly on her forehead. This woman, so long-winded, Luo was used to Haijinju's liveliness and didn't mind much. She was only like that when it was safe. Once danger struck, she was the first to run away. Suddenly, her senses stirred. Luo looked into the distance. Ming Jia, seeing this, quickly asked, "Is it here again?" Luo nodded. An evil brat at the 4th level of the extraordinary realm. With that, the wooden bow that had sniped no fewer than 10 4th-level undead in the past 2 days reappeared in her hand. Under Ming Jia's slightly respectful gaze, the bow unfurled, and a bowstring emitting a pale green light spontaneously wrapped around it. A palm-sized magic circle formed in front of her, quickly receding and condensing into a beam of light. She knocked the arrow, drew the string, and released the bow. A milky white flame suddenly erupted from the arrowhead. Whoosh! The full moon bow instantly reverted to its original state. The arrow, leaving a white trail, pierced through the brat 3,000 meters away in a flash. The light magic blazed fiercely, burning it to nothingness. Miss Luo is still as powerful as ever. No matter how many times I've seen it, it's always incredibly swift and decisive. Faced with Ming Jia's praise, Luo remained expressionless. Why was drawing the bow without any difficulty? Why? Luo had deflected the question of the light feather arrow's origin with a scroll of light magic, but Ming Jia and the other two didn't seem particularly concerned. According to them, due to their long-standing dealings with the undead, the Church of Light here was extremely powerful, and their cooperation with the Garen Empire was very deep. It would be strange if anyone didn't possess some items that stored light magic. About half an hour later, the two returned with a ball of soul fire. Using some unknown technique, the soul fire didn't dissipate but instead condensed into a slightly burning, milky white bead. Based on the intensity of the soul fire, these beads were categorized as transparent, pale white, grayish white, milky white, and the more advanced blue. This one was milky white, indicating very high quality, meaning the undead slain possessed third-tier strength. Upon returning, Shinriji approached Luo with a humble expression. "Miss Luo, is there anything I need to improve?" "No." "Oh, is that so? Okay, thank you very much." Then she straightened up, seemingly giving Miguel a smug look. "Luo, what is he doing?" Looking at the innocent-looking Pearl C, Luo pushed her face away and said dismissively, "Nothing, they're just bored." As time passed, the group traveled to many places, unexpectedly getting closer and closer to the location Maddie had mentioned. 10 days later, 3 days before the end of the competition. On a glassy sand dune, two mummies wrapped in bandages were chatting idly, completely unaware that a skeletal vulture was perched on a withered tree in the distance, while the skeletal vulture was also unaware that two young men in the air were watching it intently, rubbing their hands together. Chapter 232. After 10 days or so of contact, Luo was no longer as indifferent to Mingjia and the other two as before. They would occasionally chat. Luo would offer pointers on Miguel and Xi and Rigi's combat techniques. At least their combat strength had more than doubled compared to the past 10 days, and they were no longer being teased by Haijinju for only knowing how to wield a stick. Mingjia said that they were proper in-depth training students, so although their talent was decent, they lacked practical combat experience, and this was their first time participating in a battle against the undead. Suddenly, the skeletal vulture took flight from a withered tree, unleashing a soul-stirring sonic wave that stunned the two mummies. Its talons lashed out, tearing through their bandages and releasing large amounts of sand thick with deathly energy. However, the mummies were not to be outdone. Realizing they were under attack, their bandages immediately untied, forming dense tentacles that bound the vulture. The deathly energy corroded the vulture's bones, turning them black. Watching the two sides clashing below, Miguel and Shinriji exchanged a glance, then simultaneously plummeted from the sky, their longswords glowing with intense heat as they thrust them directly at the source of the vulture's soul fire. Boom! The crystal-clear desert shattered, scattering fragments of gray glass. The 3-meter-tall skeletal vulture, its neck severed by the sudden attack, its bones scattering with a crack, leaving only its jawbone opening and closing. On the other side, the bandages of two mummies caught fire and instantly burst into flames. Although the deathly aura quickly subsided, in a flash, Shinriji severed the arm of one mummy with a single sword stroke. Then, a flash of gold illuminated the blade, and in an instant, it was reduced to several pieces. Clang! A withered, severed finger hidden within the bandages was precisely impaled by the sword tip, and the still waiting bandages ceased their movement. At the same time, Miguel also dealt with the mummy he was facing. Seeing that the enemy, which had previously required considerable effort to defeat, was now effortlessly rendered powerless, the two couldn't help but smile with joy, looking towards a certain spot in the sky, their hearts filled with gratitude. Of course, there was also perhaps a subtle liking. After the two collected the soul fires of the three undead, Miguel was gathering the deathly sand dropped by the mummy, when he suddenly noticed a small opening beneath the crystal floor they had shattered, wisps of deathly energy emanating from it. Curious, he couldn't resist poking it in with his sword. Crack, crack. The ground suddenly collapsed around the opening, revealing a hole over 30 meters wide and bottomless. A massive surge of deathly energy shot into the sky, rapidly spreading and obscuring half of the silver moon. Before Shinriji and Miguel could react, two ice threads bound their waists and pulled them away from the massive surge of energy. Visibility dropped visibly by several degrees, and a hazy, deathly aura spread rapidly in all directions like a veil. What's going on? The three descended from the sky. Monda frowned deeply. Knowing more about the netherworld, he immediately realized that such a large-scale eruption of deathly aura would attract something extraordinary. The culprit, Miguel, was also nervous. He glanced at the expressionless Luo and quickly explained, "I don't know what happened. I just saw a pit, poked it, and it suddenly collapsed." Luo waved his hand. "It has nothing to do with him. The deathly aura here is already quite high. I thought it was normal. Those two mummies and the skeleton bird were probably fighting over this place. Their battle only accelerated the eruption." Hearing that Luo wasn't angry, Shinriji breathed a sigh of relief, glared at Miguel, and then asked hesitantly, "Should we leave now?" "I guess we can't leave." Luo frowned. In the distance, unseen by the others, a dense swarm of undead appeared. The weakest were at least 4th-tier extraordinary experts, and there were quite a few 6th-tier undead. They had probably been drawn by the necromantic aura emanating from the area. Even Luo felt a chill at their numbers. They were definitely not a match for them. Corroded by the intense necromantic aura, the magic of the seed pearl was greatly diminished. Now it could only barely maintain the group's aura from leaking out, and there were 6th-tier undead lurking outside. "Phew. Let's go down." "Go down?" Luo ignored Monga's surprise. A semi-transparent book appeared in his hand, yellowish and brimming with earth magic. The Book of Rock Dragons opened, and 5 phantom rock dragons flew out, enveloping everyone. Book of Rock Dragons high-level magic, earth attribute, mimics the powerful defense of the rock dragon, creating a strong protective layer for oneself or others. Collecting the aura of earth attribute dragons enhances the magic's effect. Luo uses it because it can simultaneously cast defenses on multiple people, and its strength is considerable. Her ring contains the magic crystals of the Grand Steward summoned beasts, naturally imbued with their auras. She has already collected the auras of the Rock Dragon, the Ironclad Earth Dragon, and Xerex, making it 50% more powerful than the original Book of Rock Dragons. It would be a waste not to use it. After creating another layer of magical shield for herself, before the undead could detect them, Luo was the first to slip into the large hole. Seed Pearl followed, jumping in after her. A layer of water surrounded her, absorbing a large amount of death energy, and using it to resist the undead energy of the same attribute. Sensing the highly concentrated magic emanating from the illusory earth dragon surrounding them, Manga no longer hesitated, and called to Miguel and Shinriji to jump in together. During the descent, Luo gave a brief explanation, and the group finally understood the danger outside. Their leisurely mood vanished instantly, and they were itching to hurry and dive deeper into the pit. 10 minutes later, Luo and the others reached the bottom of the pit. Looking up, they saw that a hazy, deathly aura completely blocked the entrance, but they could clearly feel the surrounding deathly aura rapidly thinning. It wouldn't be long before it returned to normal. "Let's hurry. The undead will soon realize it's what's at the bottom of the pit that's causing this." Not only Luo thought of this, but Manga and Shinriji also realized it, and a chill ran down their spines. They couldn't imagine what would happen if a horde of rotting flesh, dried corpses, and skeletal ghosts flooded into this passage. "We're not going to drown in bones, are we? Don't talk such scary things. Let's move forward." Before them lay a sloping downward passage, seemingly dug by some kind of creature, with claw marks remaining along the edges. Maybe there was originally an entrance here, but it was accidentally sealed off during that battle, leading to the accumulation of undead energy. Luo muttered to herself, not too worried about any undead hiding in the passage. Maddie's actions reminded her of a reconnaissance spell, using the diffusion of soul power to reflect off physical and spiritual entities to gather information. While its perception of magical power was slightly lacking, it was far more useful in the realm of the dead. A small soul array floated at her fingertips, circling like a sprite, emitting a faint soul fluctuation, providing feedback on the information ahead. "It's safe inside for now, let's go. The undead will arrive soon." Miss Luo's perception is truly sharp. "Let's go, and be careful not to fall behind." Pearl C naturally followed Luo, with Miguel and New Regi in the middle, and Monga bringing up the rear. After walking for about 10 minutes in the relatively straightforward passage, the group heard a muffled rumbling sound coming from the passage they had come from, along with some faint roars. "They're here. Let's hurry." Only then did the good-natured Miguel realize that the undead's target was inside this passage. Miss Luo thought ahead. "If you hadn't come in so decisively, we would have been overwhelmed by a horde of undead." "What? Miguel, you only realize this now? Aren't you a bit slow?" "Why? What do you need me to think of?" "Well, it seems that this fish is the dumbest one." "Stop chatting. The strength of high-level undead is not something we can easily deal with." The group immediately stopped talking and quickened their pace, running inside, afraid of being caught by the undead behind them. Chapter 233. The passage widened as they went deeper, and after more than half an hour, accompanied by lingering ghostly energy, the group found themselves in an extremely spacious cavern. The cavern was filled with a hazy, deathly aura. What was truly chilling was that the thousands of meters deep cavern was piled high with white bones, forming 6 skull mountains hundreds of meters high. Each mountain peak was topped with a massive wooden cross, over 10 meters tall, a truly eerie sight. Even Mingjia, who had been to the netherworld more than once, couldn't help but gasp at the sight of the mountain of bones. No one had imagined that beneath this desert lay a massive burial pit filled with white bones. What on earth is this place? Luo stared at the horrifying mountain of bones before her, recalling Maddie's words. Could this be the source of death energy in this area? But Mingjia instinctively denied it, saying, the source of death energy in every area is heavily guarded, and the death energy here is far weaker than the sources I heard of. Looking at the cross above, I suspect this place is related to the Church of Light. However, he quickly looked at Luo with surprise. Miss Luo, you heard of the source of death energy? I heard about it by chance. This area was destroyed because the source of death energy was destroyed. The original undead were wiped out, and the current ones all came from elsewhere. I see. Mingjia suddenly understood. This explained why, in just 5 years, the number of undead here was so different, even reaching the bizarre situation where the number of mid-level transcendents was greater than that of low-level transcendents. Luo's tiny pink ears twitched slightly. Hearing the commotion behind him getting closer, he didn't dare to delay any longer. After confirming several times that there were no strange undead below, he decided to go down and check it out first. After the others entered, Luo cast several earth wall spells, creating layers of thick metal walls. He then soaked the surrounding area with water magic and froze it solid, completely sealing off a passage about 30 meters long. This should hold for a while. Should I learn some sealing magic? Catching up with the others, Luo arrived at the nearest mountain of bones. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the crosses stuck in the bones were very old, emitting a faint aura of light, confirming Monga's guess. These bones look loose, but they're actually quite sturdy. They weren't just randomly piled up here. Stepping on the bones, seeing that even the skulls that seemed like they would crumble at the slightest touch remained unmoved, Shinriji stated his guess. Monga and Miguel nodded in agreement. In Luo's eyes, however, there were more details. The light magic on this mountain of bones was perfectly integrated, covered with intricate runes, and connected to the other 5 mountains of bones. Hidden, fragmented light runes circled the mountain walls, clearly forming a gigantic array. However, this array had obviously lost most of its function. Only the 6 mountains of bones beneath their feet were still barely functioning. Judging from the flow of magic, it seemed to be drawing death energy and converting it into light magic. What a crazy and audacious design. There's nothing here. Let's go check the center. The 6 mountains of bones surrounded a small, altar-like circular platform, upon which floated a crystal-clear, milky white finger bone, resembling a jade carving. However, judging from the hook at the tip, it was likely the claw bone of some kind of ferocious beast. Light magic from the mountains of bones was continuously flowing into this claw bone, neutralizing the layer of grayish-white death energy on it. Clearly, everything done here was to purify this claw bone. How strange, such a large formation, yet there's no protection whatsoever. It might even have been open before. Mingjia's words also struck a chord with the others. It was like a pile of gold coins left unprotected on a slum street, utterly baffling. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, the cave trembled slightly, and several boulders fell, shattering instantly upon impact with the mountain of bones. They're here. Lo, what do we do? What do we do? Miss Lo, it seems there's no other way out. Compared to Zenliji and Miguel's anxiety, Lo focused on the claw bone. With concentrated attention, her affinity with light magic allowed her to perceive hidden details. Although the death energy provided by the 6 bone mountains was converted into light magic to suppress the claw bone, the claw bone still held the upper hand. The massive undead aura from before was emanating from it, which clearly contradicted the formation's intended purpose. Therefore, this place must have been discovered by powerful undead long ago, who assisted Claw Bone in countering the formation. This also explains why no other undead have occupied this place for so long. During the aftermath of that battle, the undead originally guarding this place were wiped out, and the cave was sealed off until they broke through the ground prematurely. Boom! Luo's magic was breached in less than 30 seconds, causing large slabs of rock to fall. Several undead were pushed off the cliff, unable to take flight, and landed on the mountain of bones, where they were burned to ashes by the light magic above. Now all the undead panicked and retreated hastily, their leaping soul flames flickering, and hundreds of soul fluctuations emanating from them. There's the power of light. Be careful. There must be something good in there to be surrounded by such a massive mountain of bones. Make way. Don't block the way. A small, thin figure forcefully pushed aside several skeletons, shoving aside 2 abominations covered in rotting flesh. Seeing the pile of bones, even the figure showed surprise, but the flowing light magic emanating from them made it wary. This was a withered old man, his eye sockets filled with lifeless white pupils, except for a single blue pupil in the center, clearly not a living person. Its pale eyes darted around, pointing at several golden skeletons, its hoarse voice chilling. "You lot, go see what's going on. You're courting death." A tall golden skeleton immediately flew into a rage, its blue soul fire blazing fiercely, spreading to its right bony arm, and it slammed down directly at the desiccated corpse. However, the old man didn't even lift his eyelids, merely emitting a faint soul fluctuation. Shatter. This golden skeleton, possessing at least a 5th-tier extraordinary strength, instantly turned to ashes, terrifying the nearby undead, who nearly lost their souls. One of the undead realized something and cried out in horror, It's him! The Death Whisperer, Shattered Fox. Upon hearing the name of the Death Whisperer, the remaining 3 golden skeletons dared not protest any further, and could only cautiously fly out of the passage, heading towards the interior of the Bone Mountain. Luo and the others couldn't see the undead's movements, but the chaotic and terrifying fluctuations of their auras were unmistakable. Sensing the auras of those undead, they felt as weak as tiny grasshoppers. "Miss Luo, are we just going to wait like this?" Mingjia's heart pounded in her chest. She knew she was doomed. "Ah, this is a good graveyard. Something's not right here." Hearing Luo's nonchalant tone, Mingjia was almost in tears. "I know something's wrong, but we're about to die. Who cares if it's normal or not?" Sensing their anxiety, Luo also abandoned his curiosity about the Bone Mountain itself. Recalling the runes he'd seen along the way, he calmly approached the claw bone. The feathers on his right wrist emitted a soft glow, and a large amount of light magic was drawn into the claw bone. Whoosh! The surrounding deathly aura instantly surged violently. The claw bone trembled slightly, gushing out a large amount of pure necromantic energy, seemingly trying to resist the light magic. But this action only angered the formation on Bone Mountain. The surrounding light intensified, and a massive amount of light magic was instantly concentrated above the claw bone, forming a dazzling 6-pointed star that was directly imprinted on the claw bone. "Oh!" A deafening roar seemed to echo in the ears of everyone, including the undead, but upon closer inspection, they could hardly recall hearing anything. Luo snapped back to reality, and saw that the previously swirling gray mist of the claw bones had returned to calm, and a faintly shimmering 6-pointed star array was branded onto the milky white bones. At the same time, the cage shook violently again, the altar beneath the claw bone shattered, revealing a narrow, circular passage below. The faint light from the 6 mountains of white bones vanished completely, the crosses atop them turned to ash, and all the bones collapsed, allowing the 3 golden skeletons in the air to immediately spot Luo and his companions. "There are living beings! There are actually living people! Quickly grab them! What's going on?" The 3 members of the Ming family were completely bewildered. It seemed that without their knowledge, Miss Luo had skillfully resolved all the problems. As for Haizhenju, well, she hadn't considered that question. In her view, Luo's actions were perfectly normal. I explained later, the Bone Mountain can't stop them anymore. With a flick of her hand, she tossed the floating claw bone into an empty ring. Lola, carrying the seed pearl, flew into the passage. Although still a little dizzy, the sight of the skeletons nearby prompted Monga to quickly lead New Regi and Miguel to follow. Chase after them. I saw them take something. As the Bone Mountain collapsed, the undead began to spot several figures. Following the command of the Death Whisperer Fox, all the undead swarmed out, rushing towards the central passage. Chapter 234. The passage was straight, about 300 meters deep. Surprisingly, below lay a slightly damaged small palace, and ahead was a vast plaza neatly constructed of massive bluestone slabs. However, the plaza was also in ruins. In the center knelt a heavily armored knight. From the faded patterns on his armor, it was vaguely discernible that he was a knight from the Church of Light. A faint, luminous barrier hung above the palace and plaza, but it shattered after Luo and his companions fell. Luo vaguely saw the kneeling knight move. "Ha ha, devour them." A sharp, shrill cry suddenly rang in his ears. It was the mocking laughter of ghosts. Without physical form, they moved with incredible speed, rapidly approaching the last remaining member of the Monga. Transcendent Tier 4, Intermediate Undead, Shadow Ghost. Shadow Ghosts evolve from imps, possessing the powerful ability to strike directly at the soul. They are brutal and cruel, without physical form, and can easily penetrate most solid objects. Note 1. Not afraid of most physical attacks. Note 2. Weaknesses are fire, lightning, and light attributes. Suggestion. Being pierced by it will be an unforgettable experience. The shrill voice pierced straight into the soul. See Pearl, protected by her shattered divine essence, and Luo, with his golden flames, were both unaffected, but the 3 of them, including Mingjia, suffered terribly, clutching their heads and screaming in an attempt to alleviate the pain. Seeing this, Luo's eyes narrowed. He turned and returned, and nearly 100 slightly pulsating soul runes quickly formed a magic circle over a meter wide. Soul barrier. With a soft shout, a spherical transparent barrier rapidly expanded, enveloping everyone. The shrill voice and the jagged soul power were blocked, and the three of them finally felt much better. A straight beam of light shot out, the scorching light causing the ghosts to shriek and scramble away. But the skeletal vultures behind them suffered the consequences. The area struck instantly melted, releasing a torrent of deathly energy, and the holy flames clinging to their bones spread rapidly, inflicting immense pain. No one noticed that, the instant the beam appeared, the knight in the plaza trembled slightly, a glint of sharpness appearing in his sword. "Miss Luo, thank you so much." "Go!" Interrupted, Mingjia knew this wasn't the time to speak. His gaze swept across the area, quickly spotting a cobblestone path connecting to the plaza, though unprotected and more severely damaged than the plaza itself. "There's a way! Quick!" Hai Zhenju's strength was insufficient against these undead, so Luo had her and Mingjia leave first, while she stayed behind to hold them off. "Human, don't even think about resisting. Even if you have light magic, it's useless if you can't hit me." The ghosts let out sharp cries, attempting to break through Luo's psychological defenses. Dozens of skeletons had already fallen from the passage behind them, most gleaming with a silvery white light, their strength not to be underestimated. They stood up with a crackling sound, their heads turning, their eerie soul fire fixed on Luo. "The army of the undead is coming soon. You better obediently become one of us." Hee. Luo merely spat at the ghost's words. A layer of flowing light emanated from his body, and 12 holy flame bullets burning with sacred flames gathered beside him, shooting towards the ghosts. The deadly aura terrified them, causing them to scatter in panic, fearing being hit. "I think, since you're all dead, you might as well die completely." A wooden bow was drawn, a beam of light coalesced, and it shot towards the first silver skeleton to fly towards it. Whoosh! The arrow swiftly severed its arm bone, and in a split second, blasted away half its body, causing its soul fire to surge violently. It was forced to retreat, fearing another arrow from Luo would truly annihilate it. But Luo was not satisfied with this result. She lacked technique, though the arrow was fast, it was easily predictable. She had originally aimed for the head. Crack, crack. The knight slowly raised his head, concealed by a thick helmet, his hoarse, murky voice barely audible, the power of light. The beam shot out again, piercing a ghost that couldn't dodge in time, instantly obliterating it. It also melted most of the 3 silver skeletons behind it, but they were quickly extinguished in the surging death energy. What troublesome undead! While light magic counters undead, their strength is considerable, and their numbers are 100 times greater. That dense death aura is no joke. Seeing many abominations, and rotting corpses descending, and a gigantic skeletal centipede slithering through the air with hundreds of pale, sharp legs, Luo knew she had to leave. Undead, being flesh and blood, have slightly stronger resistance to light magic, and are much tougher than skeletons. Moreover, that hundreds of meters long skeletal centipede is terrifyingly powerful, possessing the strength of a 6th-tier being, far beyond her ability to resist. However, if you want to stop us, you have to take this first. A wall of blazing fire rose up, the intense heat causing the already chilled undead to instinctively halt and huddle together. Just a wall away, Luo gracefully unfurled 3 pairs of wings of light. A dazzling beam of light condensed in his small palm, twice the size of the previous beam, and shot out, sweeping across the area. The power of light instantly purified a large area in front of him. Taking advantage of the undead's confusion, Luo flew close to the ground, quickly disappearing into the distance. That human seems to be from the Church of Light. A rotting corpse covered in burned scars spoke through its mutilated mouth. Mentioning the Church of Light, the undead nearby hesitated. If she really was from the Church of Light, did that mean their order of punishment was nearby? She's not from the Church of Light. Chase her. A gigantic skeletal centipede appeared ahead, its sinister mandibles opening and closing, releasing a torrent of deathly energy. Every bone was almost perfectly embedded in its place, and 2 deep blue soul flames burned in its eye sockets, radiating soul energy. Its powerful aura made the souls of the undead tremble. Weak undead should obey. If you don't want to be eaten, you better obey. Fox's thin figure also appeared beside the skeletal centipede, his sinister tone full of threat. To avoid being torn to pieces by the 2 powerful beings, the other undead had no choice but to grit their teeth and give chase. Massive walls of fire, extinguished by deathly energy, surged towards Luo like a tidal wave under the undead's control. Such speed. Is this the threat of an army of undead? A single undead is 3/10 weaker than an ordinary superhuman, but an undead army's combined strength is more than 50% stronger than a superhuman army. Luo dared not linger. Seeing that Haijinju and the others had already followed the broken path into a clearly man-made passage, he summoned a green wind to surround himself, accelerating forward. Living one, you better stay here obediently. Suddenly, a domineering skeletal foot descended from the sky, piercing through the entire bluestone brick. Had Luo not dodged in time, he would probably have been impaled and shattered on the spot. The protection of the Book of Rock Dragons definitely couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. If you want to stay, stay. I don't like skeletons like you. With a flick of her finger, golden light tore through space ahead. Luo was about to step across, but the next instant, she was slammed to the ground by a tremendous force, shattering a blue stone. The phantom of the rock dragon on her body flickered violently, before finally breaking apart. Luckily, I have good eyesight, you almost escaped. A hoarse, aged voice rang out, and a gaunt old man appeared in midair, his eyes almost entirely white. He held a red bone staff, still bearing traces of necromantic power, proving that he had just used necromancy. Power. The pressure above suddenly increased dramatically. The death energy materialized into a huge slab of brick, crashing down and sinking the ground several feet. Swoosh. The death energy slab was forcibly cut in two, but then slammed shut again. The huge commotion made the people in front instinctively turn around to look, only to see a giant white skeletal centipede coiled in midair, sending chills down their spines. Such a powerful aura. Don't let it detect us. Where's Luo? Can't see her. Wait, over there. Hundreds of meters away from the bone centipede and fox, a blood-covered girl emerged from a spatial rift. Cough. That was close. Suddenly attacked, her defenses were reduced to a thin layer of magical energy. She was then slammed into the ground. If she hadn't quickly used her divine power to cleave through the bricks and tear open space to escape, she might have been crushed. As expected of 6th tier, and 2 of them at that. Too much for me. Light magic flowed through her body, rapidly healing her broken bones and torn flesh. In less than 5 seconds, Luo's injuries were almost completely healed. Sensing 2 malevolent locks, Luo knew she needed to find an opportunity when they couldn't attack her for a short time. Just give me 3 seconds. Chapter 235. Click-clack. Like the dull, grinding sound of ancient machinery silent for centuries, it seemed to rekindle a flame within its heart, a resurgence of power in its body, its stiff fingers slowly gripping the hilt of its sword. Clang. A faint, lingering sword resonance emanated from the still gleaming long sword, sparking a flickering flame. A ghost behind the undead suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. If it had a scalp, it would have quickly burrowed into the chest cavity of a skeleton, only then feeling a sliver of safety again. Eek. Do you feel anything? No, can you not crawl in? I'm cold. Hee hee, your bones are so soft they let in the wind, how could you not be cold? It's strange that those 2 lords haven't captured that human yet. I don't know, I just want to go back as soon as possible. I thought there were some good things, but even if there were, it wouldn't be our turn now. Exactly. They rely on their strength, and don't take us mid-level undead seriously. Once I evolve into an abyss wraith, I devour them immediately. After a while, the ghost didn't hear a response from the skeleton. Just as it was about to say something, a sharp pain shot through its body, and then its consciousness rapidly dissipated. Crack! Half a skeleton fell, startling several undead in front. Just as they were about to say something, they saw a bright line flash across their waists, and holy power spread, incinerating their bodies and souls. After nearly 10 undead had dissipated, finally a 5th-tier death acolyte sensed something was wrong. A sudden tremor ran through its soul, and it instinctively unleashed all its undead energy, quickly fleeing forward. Swoosh! A heavy sword, ignoring the aura of the undead, easily sliced through half of its flesh, revealing straw filled with death energy within. Before the surrounding undead could react, they saw the death acolyte pause with his long bone staff, and thick gray mist condensed into a giant skull, biting at the tall figure behind him. The skull held out for only a moment before being cleaved in 2, white light igniting from within, a light aura that the undead loathed assaulting their senses. Where did this thing come from? It's the power of light. Run! It looks like that corpse in the center of the plaza. Wasn't he an undead? How can he use the power of light? But more undead, driven by instinct, began to attack the knight, using soul attacks, death energy attacks, and even direct attacks with his sturdy body. The heavily armored knight was instantly surrounded, seemingly about to be torn to pieces. Boom! Before Luo could heal himself, he used the wind to abruptly stop the moment he hit the ground, avoiding the bone spikes piercing the earth. He raised a soul barrier to resist the unpredictable attack of the Death Whisperer. Crack! The soul barrier shattered instantly. Luo groaned as he was slammed against the rock wall. Several spears formed from necromantic energy followed, piercing him and creating a large crater. Hidden in the passage, Pearl bit her nails anxiously. Seeing this, she instinctively wanted to fly away, but Meng Jia stopped her. Going out will only distract her. What do we do? At this rate, Luo definitely won't escape. Miguel, standing nearby, was filled with regret. It's all my fault. If I hadn't impulsively poked it, we wouldn't have attracted such a powerful undead. It's no use regretting it now, teacher. Can you contact other teachers? Hearing Zenliji's words, Meng Jia hesitated. If you do that, your results will be cancelled. You better think it over. No need to think about it, I have no objection. Of course I do too, after all, it was me who proposed it. Seeing their determined eyes, Meng Jia's solemn expression suddenly turned into a smile. Of course, no problem. It's just a competition. Miss Luo has been kind to us, so naturally I won't leave her to fend for herself. Really? Is there a way? Miss Haijinju, don't get excited. I call other teachers right away, but they definitely won't be able to get here immediately. I can only hope Miss Luo can hold on during this time. Immediately, Meng Jia took out a smooth bone fragment, on which a complex multi-layered magic circle was engraved, making it look extremely precious. I need some time to activate the communication. Help me cover for a bit. With Haijinju's maximum shielding magic, Meng Jia also focused on pouring his magic power into the bone fragment, causing the runes in the magic circle to light up one by one. Human, hand over what you took, and I might let you go. The skeletal centipede was shrouded in an astonishing aura of death, severely draining Luo's magic power. Invisible ropes coiled around Luo's limbs and body, the whispers of the dead from the Death Whisperer. A binding force. Ha ha. Luo gasped for breath, attempting to struggle, but found his hands immobile. The holy light aura on his body was deeply constricted, stubbornly resisting the corrosive death aura. The amplification from the wings of light had been completely shattered. Take it if you want it? You cowardly snake, daring to ask? TCH. Words are useless. The skeletal centipede pulsed with its 1,000 sharp legs, the three closest to its head cleanly severed by some force. A deep groove ran along the second segment of its torso. It didn't even know how she had done it. If it hadn't dodged quickly, it might have been decapitated on the spot. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the living, their tools are terrifying. Fox's pupils widened slightly, uttering two words imbued with powerful soul force. Control. A surge of soul force suddenly appeared in Luo's mind, attempting to penetrate her sea of soul, but was effortlessly incinerated by the ignited golden flames. What's going on? This brat isn't under soul control. I don't have much patience, kid. That thing is useless to you anyway, why bother? Yes, that claw bone is useless to Luo, but Luo can guarantee 100% that as long as she hands it over, they will kill her without hesitation. Kill her, search her storage items. Heh! That thing isn't in her storage items. If you're not afraid of never finding it, then try. You think I believe that? The skeletal centipede reached into its hideous maw, but was stopped by Fox. It looked at Luo with a smile, its tone softening. I can guarantee that other undead won't harm you, as long as you hand it over. Luo raised her delicate little face, several streaks of congealed blood flowing down it. Although her body was bound, her golden eyes showed no sign of submission. Let me go, and I give it to you, how about it? Kid, are you kidding me? Fox's withered hand clenched tightly, and the invisible ropes binding Luo tightened instantly. Crack! The flowing light on his body quickly dimmed, as the ropes dug directly into Luo's flesh, spurting out a spray of blood. The excruciating pain made Luo gasp. He desperately tried to dispel the invading death energy within him with his light magic. Looking at the enraged Death Whisperer, Luo outwardly resisted stubbornly, but inwardly calculated the time. Almost enough. Suddenly, the undead behind him were blasted apart. Several rotting corpses were cleaved in 2 or more pieces, turning into particles of light and dissipating. A tall knight clad in heavy armor burst forth, his heavy knight's sword, flowing with light, sweeping across the battlefield, instantly shredding several undead. Die! A hoarse voice rang out, as 3 golden skeletons had their heads cleaved in 2. As their light magic surged, The flames of their souls vanished instantly. The sudden turn of events stunned both the bone centipede and fox. While Luo was also surprised that the knight had actually moved, this was the perfect opportunity she had been waiting for. The transformation array on her wrist spun rapidly, unleashing a massive surge of accumulated soul power. A dispelling spell quickly formed, removing the restraints from her body. A powerful aura, reaching the 5th rank, gathered between her palms. Amplified by the angel's feather, even before she could unleash her wings of light, a beam of light far more powerful than ever before shot out. A solid pillar as thick as a fist striking the Death Whisperer and blasting it directly into the ground. The bone centipede awoke, spewing out a cloud of gray mist. Hundreds of smaller centipedes, each as thick as a fist, materialized, rapidly scrambling their legs, attempting to engulf Luo. Sizzle. As a mid-ranking divine spell of light, the beam of light was far more lethal to the undead than ordinary magic. Despite her accumulated soul power only reaching the 5th rank, it effortlessly dissolved the bone centipede's skill, leaving a charred mark on its body. How could this be? Taking advantage of its momentary hesitation, Luo quickly tore open space, about to slip inside. Feeling slighted, the skeletal centipede flew into a rage, its long, sharp legs piercing the crack, but it was a fraction too slow. The piercing was severed by the closing spatial rift. Thump! A girl fell out of the artificial passage a kilometer away, a skeletal leg piercing her abdomen. She vanished into the depths of the passage without a second's pause. Fox blasted into the ground, soared into the sky. His deep blue eyes widened more than tenfold, his powerful soul surging, transforming into hundreds of transparent hands that formed a transparent cloak. His figure instantly broke the sound barrier, flying towards the direction Luo had left in. I go after him. The passage was too narrow. Despite its rage, the skeletal centipede knew it couldn't catch up quickly enough, and could only vent its fury on the knights wreaking havoc behind it. Ugh! I'm so angry! That thing will definitely be monopolized by Fox. It's all your fault. Turn to dust. A dozen sharp legs stabbed out simultaneously, like a dozen spears. The knight only had time to raise his sword to block before being sent flying by the massive impact, crashing into the small palace and revealing a statue inside. It was a solemn man bowing in prayer, draped in a wide robe. The moment the knight struck him, it emitted a dazzling light, temporarily blinding the many undead. Ugh! That annoying light! The skeletal centipede instinctively went to defend itself. A few seconds later, the white light disappeared, and its senses returned to normal, but the knight who had been knocked away was nowhere to be found. Where did he go? Damn it! Ugh! You just wait! Chapter 236. Meng Jia, who was activating the communication array, was startled by a blood-soaked girl before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Luo. At this moment, Luo's abdomen was pierced by a bone spur radiating a dense death aura. The wound had turned grayish-white, and the flowing blood quickly turned dark red, a sign of decay. Miss Luo, are you alright? Such a serious injury. I'm not dead yet, get out of here. Before the words were finished, the hoarse voice of the Death Whisperer came from the passage. Let's see how you get out of here. Daring to play me, you're courting death. Having witnessed its terrifying power, Luo's expression changed. She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain in her abdomen, concentrating her mind to construct a mental barrier, and quickly building a second one. The soul power converted from magic was largely consumed. Limited by her own cultivation level, Luo could only maintain a 4th-tier level. Although much stronger than before, she still couldn't withstand the Death Whisperer's attack. Shatter! The chilling voice fell, and the first barrier, powerful enough to withstand a 5th-tier undead soul attack, shattered instantly, completely breaking in less than 2 seconds. Crack! The second barrier followed, also rapidly crumbling. Luo felt her brain boiling. The rapid use of her soul power in such a short time caused dizziness, but thankfully, the coolness emanating from her brow greatly alleviated her discomfort. Damn it! Don't even think about attacking Luo. Seeing Luo struggling against the gaunt old man's attack, Haijinju, unusually fearless, stepped forward against his imposing aura, standing beside Luo. Ripples spread across the water, her divine domain expanding, imbuing him with a layer of restriction. I cultivated very diligently, you know. Pale blue water, like water sprites, danced in the sea pearl's hands, landing on Luo. The cool sensation invigorated her, and the healing magic eased the pain in her abdomen. In an instant, the second barrier, which was on the verge of collapse, stood firm once more. Staying here is extremely dangerous. Of course I know. But we're friends. I'm going to surpass you, How can I let you bear it alone? The sea pearl's soft yet firm words made Luo feel as if she were seeing her for the first time. This fish could actually say such sentimental things? Yes. We can't just stand by and do nothing. New Regi also stepped forward. Although the long sword in his hand trembled slightly, he still channeled his fire magic, unleashing a sword aura towards the Death Whisperer, even though it was instantly obliterated by a soul attack. Miss Luo, this is my fault. I can't keep running away. Miguel walked over resolutely, pointing his sword at the Death Whisperer alongside Zenliji. I, Miguel, am not a coward. I just die. After all, Miss Luo saved my life. The two young men, who were fellow disciples, exchanged a glance and simultaneously unleashed their magic to attack the enemy. Bang! Bang! Get out of here! I'm still here. It's not your turn, you two brats. Mengjia kicked them both backward, leaping into the air and slashing a cross-shaped attack at the Death Whisperer. Miss Luo, I'm sorry to have dragged you into this. If we escape this time, I definitely welcome you as a guest in the Garant Empire. We see then. With a slight smile, Luo suddenly felt the gloom caused by the two women and the puppet's predicament dissipate considerably. They saved me. How could a mere undead possibly kill me? Seeing the group regain their courage, the temperature around Fox plummeted, his deep voice crackling with barely suppressed rage. Looks like I was too merciful. In that case, you may simply vanish. With a casual flick of his wrist, Fox dispelled Monga's cross slash. A crimson glow flashed across the bone staff in his hand, and powerful necromantic energy coalesced into a gray arrow. The terrifying energy surge widened the passage by a ring. If Neo, Regi, and Miguel were exposed outside the barrier, they would likely be reduced to bones in moments. Whoosh! Crack! The arrow, carrying a storm of deathly energy, pierced through 3 layers of soul barriers in the blink of an eye, then successively penetrated layers of solid earthen shields. Monga and Sea Pearl panicked, gathering their magic to try and stop the arrow's advance, but found it too fast. They couldn't intercept it in time. Clang! Boom! A heavy sword slammed into the space between the arrow and Luo. The powerful impact pushed the 3 of them back several meters. The arrow, having struck the heavy sword, continued its momentum, slowly retreating against it, but suddenly dissipated on its own. Snap! Boom! Fox's frail body was slammed against the wall. A heavily armored knight, 2.5 meters tall, took his place. With a sweeping motion, the heavy sword returned to his hand, and he slashed horizontally. Powerful light magic condensed into a thin layer of sharpness, aiming to cleave Fox in two. Break! The sword energy immediately broke in two, grazing Fox's body and leaving 2 deep gashes. That idiot Divinite couldn't stop him. Despite cursing, Fox still focused its attention on the knight, who had suddenly moved. From the first 2 exchanges, it sensed a threat. Seeing the Death Whisperer blocked, the 3 of them tacitly took off, quickly catching up with the 2 forced away by Monga. Miss Luo, Miss Sea Pearl, and Teacher, it's so good you're all alright. We're not safe yet, hurry! Monga carried 1 person in each hand, and the 5 of them quickly moved forward along the passage. As the artificial traces slowly disappeared, the passage gradually became narrower and more irregular, until a glimmer of light appeared before them. It's the exit! We're finally here! Miguel was the most excited. He had been feeling guilty, and was the most eager to find the exit. Next was New Regi. Sea Pearl, however, didn't seem as happy, only tightly gripping Luo's hand, maintaining healing and shielding spells. Just as Miguel was about to rush out, a pale blue interface suddenly appeared before Luo's eyes. Holy Griffin Rank 9, Super Undead, Holy Skeleton. A powerful undead resurrected after the death of a Holy Rank Griffin. From birth, it possessed strength far exceeding that of ordinary undead. It has a ferocious nature and inherited some of its memories, and most of its abilities from its previous life. Suggestion: don't let yourself be detected. Come back quickly. An ice wall blocked Miguel's path. With a muffled groan, he clutched his nose and doubled over in pain. Monga knew Luo wouldn't speak without reason. She must have discovered something. Miss Luo, is there danger outside? Luo nodded, removing the ice wall. Only then could she see that the so-called exit was actually hidden by a magically created boulder. However, a corner of the boulder had been smashed, allowing light to shine through. There's a 9th tier undead outside. Don't go out. 9th tier? Miguel stammered in disbelief, quickly covering his mouth to avoid making a sound that might alert it. Monga and Zenliji didn't dare utter a sound, slowly moving away from the light. Wait a moment, hey! A delicate shout rang out, and a ring of water vapor spread out from the Sea Pearl, quickly forming a barrier. Alright, the sound can't travel now. Phew, that scared me to death. Thinking about how he almost came face to face with a 9th-tier undead, Miguel still felt lingering fear. Monga slapped him on the back of the head, angrily scolding, "Can't you be a little more composed? If you keep being so reckless, you won't even know how you died." Miguel knew he was in the wrong and remained silent. Seeing this, Shinriji, standing nearby, quietly tried to defend him, only to be scolded by Monga in return. Pulling the bone from his abdomen and casting a dispelling spell on himself, Luo sat wearily on the ground, looking at the sea pearl diligently maintaining various spells, and at Monga criticizing the two of them. His tense mind finally relaxed, but a sense of confusion followed. What should he do next? Chapter 237. Inside the ruins. The saplings, originally 5 meters tall, had grown to over 50 meters. A vast grassland of over 30,000 square meters radiated outwards from the Tree of Life, lush with green grass and colorful wildflowers, and clusters of low shrubs laden with bright red berries. I wonder how Miss Luo is doing. She contacted us half a month ago, and then we haven't heard from her. Hailed was somewhat uneasy. Although his people had survived after entering this place, the 4-month-long loss of contact had left him, like many of the night elves, worried. Had something happened outside? Would they ever be able to leave in their lifetime? Fortunately, over half a month ago, Luo finally contacted them and took Sea Pearl away. Since then, they had maintained brief contact every day or two. Hailed knew she was currently in the perilous netherworld. Luo had promised to release them upon returning to the other dimension, and to return the Tree of Life to them. However, Hale didn't agree to the Tree of Life's request. How could he take back what he'd given away? He stated that he only needed a section of the sapling, and with some time, a new sapling could be cultivated. But now, after being out of contact for so long again, it was impossible for Hale to feel at ease. This place is safe, but it's not suitable for the race's development, alas. Elder, that forest seems to have regained some life. Not far away, Footing flew over excitedly, bringing some good news, which eased Hale's unease somewhat, allowing him to temporarily set aside his worries. Take me to see it. If life has returned, we can begin cultivating new saplings. Yes, Elder. After a short 10-minute rest, Luo cautiously peeked out from a crumbling corner of the boulder. Facing a powerful undead capable of wiping them out, she dared not easily unleash her perception and detection magic, relying solely on the uncontrolled ice magic of the outside world to sense the general situation. Outside the boulder lay a vast valley, bathed in the long-absent moonlight. In the veil of moonlight, a colossal creature lay prone on the ground, its body composed of white bones shimmering with iridescent colors. It had 4 legs, wings on its back, an eagle's head, and a lion's body. A whip-like tailbone swept erratically, scattering countless stones into powder, a testament to its immense power. Beside it were clusters of transparent, colorless crystals radiating spiritual energy. Soul crystal. Luo Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise, carefully examining her surroundings. She realized this was indeed the place Maddie had described. Wasn't it just 2 iron giraffes? These things are called transcendent 5th rank? A cold sweat broke out on Luo's back. If they really followed Maddie's advice and entered the valley directly from the outside, they'd probably be discovered before even getting close. With the powerful strength of a 9th rank undead, Luo didn't think she and Haijinju would have a chance to resist. I almost got tricked. If I encounter them again, you're dead. Clenching her fist tightly, Luo quietly retreated, only to see several people looking on expectantly. Miss Luo, how is it? I'm keeping watch outside, but they seem to be asleep. That's no use going around them. The soul power of undead is quite strong. Getting close will definitely be detected. Meng Jia also felt a headache coming on. The exit was right in front of them, but it was blocked by a ferocious beast. Teacher? Should we call another teacher? The communication had been interrupted earlier, preventing them from successfully notifying the other teachers. However, Meng Jia simply shook his head bitterly. The strongest teacher here is the Vice Dean of the Demon Academy, possessing the strength of an 8th-tier transcendent being, but that's no match for a 9th-tier undead. Then we be trapped here forever? How could things be so good? I'm sure the undead behind us are looking for us. Although the night had temporarily blocked the Death Whisperer, don't forget there's still an equally invincible giant centipede and numerous undead with strength reaching 4th or 5th tier in the underground plaza. Just then, Shinriji suddenly said with a determined look, Teacher, I remember that the undead are attracted to the aura of the living. Why don't I go out and lure it away? Idiot! You can't even withstand its aura. Don't be foolish. After scolding Shinriji, Monga seemed thoughtful, and said to Luo, Besides being attracted to the living, the undead are also attracted to items carrying a lot of death energy. I have bone powder specifically for luring away the undead. Maybe we can try. Taking the small bag of powder from Monga, which looked similar to flour, Luo explained that bone powder, when activated by fire magic, would burn rapidly, instantly releasing the death energy it contained. After thinking for a moment, Luo agreed to his suggestion. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Luo condensed a hollow wooden arrow, concealing the bone powder inside. Aiming at the notch, without using any magic, the bowstring snapped back halfway, emitting a faint hum. With a whoosh, the arrow flew 1,000 meters away in an instant, then was ignited by a wisp of flame that appeared out of nowhere, burning it along with the bone powder inside. A dense death aura suddenly spread out, and the lying holy griffin seemed to notice it, raising its head slightly, as if wondering why there was such a strong death aura. To everyone's disappointment, the holy griffin merely glanced at the aura, flapped its bony wings slightly, dispelling the death energy, and then fell asleep again. Could it be that the death energy was too weak? After all, it's a 9th-tier being, it won't be so easily fooled. The situation seemed to have reached a dead end again. Luo couldn't think of a solution for the moment. Was tearing through space to escape the only option? No, that kind of being could touch the mysteries of space. Luo wasn't sure if tearing through space would be detected. Let's try this. Luo conjured a several-meter-tall ice giant in the distance, deliberately radiating magical energy. The unfamiliar magical energy immediately alerted the holy griffin, causing it to abruptly stand up. Miss Luo, how did you do that? Mingjiao was stunned. Manipulating the surrounding magic without relying on soul power, was that even possible? Maybe it's Miss Luo's special skill, teacher. You can't possibly not do it, can you? Miguel, go back and copy basic magic 100 times. Why? Look, it moved. Shinriji, who was secretly watching, was quite excited. Even Hai Jinju wanted to see, but there wasn't enough space, so she could only anxiously hop around. Let me see too. But the next moment, Shinriji's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he shouted, "Oh no, get out of the way!" Luo, who was constantly observing the holy griffin, was even faster. A layer of ice shield instantly condensed, surrounding them completely. The next instant, a gust of wind swept through, tearing the ice shield to shreds, and dust billowed up in the passage. Fortunately, the wind came and went quickly, and soon subsided. Shinriji, what happened? I saw it just flap its wings. A mere flap of its wings created a gale-force wind comparable to a storm. The ice giant that Luo had conjured was rendered useless, instantly returning to its magical state. This action seemed to have alerted the holy griffin. It looked around several times, a suffocatingly vast surge of soul power sweeping past. Fortunately, it seemed to have only done a quick search, not focusing its attention on its rear, allowing Luo and the others to escape unscathed. After a while, it lay down again, but the eerie blue soul fire in its eye sockets hadn't completely subsided. Don't act rashly for now. No one could guarantee it wouldn't use an even more powerful reconnaissance spell next. After much deliberation, Luo decided to wait until it was completely off guard before acting. The others naturally had no objections. In fact, they couldn't think of a better way. A dozen minutes later, the holy griffin lowered its head again and fell asleep. Luo used his magic to sketch out the approximate terrain he had sensed through his ice magic. This was a deep valley, approximately 2,000 meters deep. The sides, and where they stood were sheer cliffs. Apparently, due to the terrain, the cliff faces hadn't been affected by the battle. There were no signs of smooth, vitrified surfaces. The valley stretched endlessly, with numerous boulders scattered around, presumably fallen from above. The area around the holy griffin was much cleaner, without even a large pebble. Isn't this completely blocked off? As for hiding behind boulders to get through, no superhuman would be that stupid. The undead don't rely on their eyes to see. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, strong footsteps echoed from within the passage. Monga immediately pulled Nuriji and Miguel behind him, nervously watching the open space ahead. Could it be that old geezer coming again? Luo, who stood in front of the seed pearl, her expression grave. She knew it wasn't the Death Whisperer, but that didn't mean the newcomer was necessarily friendly. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps grew clearer, and cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the three of them, their eyes wide as they stared at the bend in the passage. Tap. After a slight pause, a foot emerged. Chapter 238. Amidst the tense expressions of the four people and the fish, a thick, muscular leg clad in tattered leg armor appeared around the corner, followed by an upper body riddled with piercings, and half a helmet revealing a pale, lifeless eye. seemingly severely injured in the battle with the Death Whisperer. The knight before them couldn't fly, and even walk slowly, giving Luo and the others a slight illusion that they might be able to win. The knight walked slowly, but the passage was only so long, and soon he arrived before Luo and the others. Luo slightly bent down, staring intently at the knight who wasn't alive, and said with a hint of respect, "Thank you very much for your help back then. May I ask what brings you here?" The knight paused, his lifeless eyes revealing nothing. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, pounding his chest with his right hand, his hoarse voice seemingly filled with some kind of unforgettable faith. Halbo Arudo, captain of the 39th Squad of the Punishing Knights Legion of the Knights of Light, reports that the defense of Part 1999 of the Calamity Bone Dragon has been successfully completed. Few words, but a wealth of information. The Knights of Light. Isn't that one of the three major combat factions of the Church of Light? And the Punishing Knights at that, the elite force of the Knights of Light. Mengjia timely acted as an explainer, helping Luo understand the shock behind the knight's words. But soon, Monga gave Luo a strange look, seemingly puzzled. Why did he report to you? Are you a high-ranking member of the Church of Light? Not to mention Monga, Luo, as the person involved, was also incredibly confused. Was there some identity he didn't even know about? You mistaken me for someone else. I don't know anything about the Knights of Light. The guidance of light never fails. Huh? But the Knight of Light named Arudo simply stood up straight, motionless like a statue. Halbo Arudo, Undead Transformation, 6th-tier Transcendent, Light, Knight, Punishment Knight, a miracle of revival from a dead corpse, but this might not be a good thing. Perhaps the next moment he will truly fall into the undead. Note, the power of light will prevent one from becoming undead, but it will also be consumed. This is quite rare. When Luo first saw him, there was no information, but after revival, he showed as undead. It was practically like witnessing the birth of a magical beast. Seeing that he stopped speaking, Luo had to change the subject. What is part number 1999 of the Calamity Bone Dragon? This one? Luo took out the claw bone. Its milky white luster looked warm and smooth to the touch, like a jade carving to someone who didn't know better. Arudo's expression changed, and he immediately wanted to draw his sword, but upon seeing the magic circle above, he silently sheathed it and stood still. Seemingly deep in thought, after a long while, Arudo explained in a hoarse voice, "This is part 1999 of the Calamity Bone Dragon Hidayah. After being killed, its death aura lingered, its soul remained undying, showing signs of resurrection. Under the guidance of His Holiness the Holy Pope, Hidayah's body was divided into 2,893 parts, each sealed in one of the three planes. My team is responsible for sealing part 1999. Luo looked at Mengjia, but he also shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what this Calamity Bone Dragon was. After thinking for a moment, Luo asked again, why was Hidayah sealed like this? This time, Arudo simply spoke calmly. This is an internal secret of the Church of Light, and must not be revealed to outsiders. He then looked at Mengjia and the others with his pale eyes, clearly referring to them as outsiders. Can I tell them to leave? Please understand, Your Holiness the Holy Light, His Holiness the Pope has decreed that confidential information regarding the Calamity Bone Dragon is forbidden to be disseminated in any form, including, but not limited to oral or written communication. Then can you reveal its strength? Confidential information. Will it revive again? Confidential information. Again, confidential information. What kind of Calamity Bone Dragon is this that warrants such strict control? Alright, then how did you revive? This was also something the others were very curious about. From any perspective, this knight was undoubtedly dead, and it was common knowledge that members of the Church of Light could not become undead unless a great deal of time had passed, causing the light power within the corpse to be completely depleted. But even then, whether the bones would still exist was another matter. However, Arudo's ability to still use light magic was extremely puzzling. I apologize, Lord Light. I was slumbering in darkness, but upon sensing the light again, I suddenly awoke. Therefore, I cannot answer your question. Please forgive me. Alright. It was a disappointing yet expected answer. Randomly smoothing her hair, Luo stopped asking. As long as she knew he hadn't harmed her, or the others for the time being, and besides, asking would likely yield no answer. Would you like some treatment? Thank you, Lord Light. Worried that his undead state might conflict with healing spells, Luo only dared to use wood healing. It was a bit slow, but with the water-based healing magic of the Sea Pearl, he recovered most of his health in less than half an hour. Arudo remained silent, ignoring all questions from others, only selectively answering Luo's questions, ending his silence with confidential, or I don't know when he didn't answer. Why do you call me Lord Light? I truly don't know anyone from the Church of Light. Lord Light, that has nothing to do with it. All guidance from the light is what I yearn for. You possess the most sacred aura I ever seen in my life. That is proof that you reside in the light. What nonsense! Whatever you want. I'd better think about how to leave. Thinking of the holy griffin outside, Luo felt a pang of distress. Should he simply teleport to its soul fire, and then slice it in two with divine power? How could that possibly succeed? Even if he were sliced open, he probably wouldn't die. The stronger the being, the more tenacious its vitality. Luo was merely a low-level transcendent. Being pierced through the abdomen wouldn't be a problem. Even a high-level transcendent wouldn't necessarily die from having their body destroyed. By the way, how is that Death Whisperer? I apologize, my strength was insufficient, he escaped. Aruto immediately knelt on one knee, placed his right hand on his chest, and lowered his head, appearing very formal, seemingly taking all the blame upon himself. I didn't ask you to apologize, don't be so startled, get up. Thank you for your understanding, I'm flattered. Rubbing his temples speechlessly, Luo was worried that Haijinju's soul might not be able to withstand such prolonged magic. He got up and channeled some of his own soul power into her, to relieve the pressure on her soul. Magic power can be quickly replenished with magic crystals, but the depletion of soul power is not easily recovered. Not far away, the teacher and two students were discussing in hushed tones. Teacher, do you think there's a high chance of digging a tunnel through? Hard to say. The soil here contains a lot of death energy. It's difficult to break through without using a large amount of magic power. Why don't we turn back? There might be other ways out. Just as everyone was considering a solution, Aruto suddenly spoke up. You seem to be in trouble. Could you tell me what's going on? Everyone was taken aback, not expecting him to bring it up. Mengjia carefully chose his words, saying somewhat helplessly, there's a 9th-tier undead guarding the outside. We don't have any sure way to get out. I see. Aruto gripped his heavy sword without hesitation and declared, the Holy Scripture of Light states, Light bestows power upon us, which should be used to protect humanity. Fighting evil is our eternal mission. Wherever we are, our blades will never dull. His voice was resonant, seemingly encouraging himself. Soon, Aruto's strong corpse flashed with a dazzling white light. His previously damaged armor rapidly repaired itself, transforming into a brand new armor of light. His aura surged, his divine power intensifying. I go in distracted. Please, Lord Light and everyone else, leave as soon as possible. Wait! The others were nearly terrified and quickly blocked his way. That's a 9th-tier weapon. Yeah, even you, to put it bluntly, are just easy prey. If we alert it, we're all doomed. Big guy, don't be so impulsive. Life is only once, it's better to be safe. Aruto, carrying his gleaming great sword, stood tall and resolute. I am already a broken body. To fall into the dead would be the greatest blasphemy against a knight of light. Let me burn myself in these final moments and return to the embrace of light. Looking into his pale eyes, Luo vaguely sensed a faith emanating from his soul, a burning passion and loyalty that even death could not extinguish. Just as he called himself Lord of Light, he obeyed not himself, but the shadow of light. The two remained locked in a stalemate for several minutes. Luo sighed inwardly and stepped aside. I understand your thoughts. Is there anything you want to say to someone else? I can pass it on for you when I return. Seeing Luo, everyone stepped back, and the others had no choice but to make way, softening the light emanating from Aruto. After a moment's thought, he slowly spoke. Although Hidaya's 1999th part is still sealed, it's best to send it to a level 3 or higher Church of Light for suppression as soon as possible. Also, if there's an opportunity, please say a word to Captain Gibran Willie of the Punishing Knights for me. Tell him that none of the 39th squad are cowards. With that, he vanished from everyone's sight in a flash. However, in Luo's eyes, Aruto's information shot out of the cave entrance at incredible speed, followed by a crisp clang outside, and then a soul-shaking shock filled with anger. Screech! Who gave you the courage to disturb the saints' sleep time and time again? The power of light? An unpleasant aura. The aftershocks of the soul-shaking shock swept through the boulder, instantly shattering all the magic. Luo and the others' auras were completely exposed. In Luo's vision, Aruto's information also disappeared instantly, as if he had just been instantly killed. However, the Holy Griffin unexpectedly ignored Luo and his group, instead fanning a whirlwind before vanishing as well. It seems Aruto somehow managed to escape, but under the pursuit of a 9th-tier being he's doomed. We don't know how long Aruto can hold out. Let's go! Chapter 239. Quickly exiting through the gap, the scene before them opened up dramatically. Although they hadn't been underground for long, they still felt a joy akin to returning to the light of day. There were about 50 soul crystals on the ground, and of considerable quality. Furthermore, where the holy griffin had been lying, there was a crystal with a multicolored sheen, roughly the size of a head. Luo immediately recognized it as extremely similar to the saint-level soul crystal Moriarty had shown her. Time was of the essence, so Luo didn't search thoroughly. With a wave of her hand, the exposed soul crystals snapped off and were stored in a ring. Hurry! The group didn't dare delay and flew upwards, avoiding the risk of crashing into the holy griffin. Half an hour later, a sharp cry echoed from outside the valley. A colossal creature crashed to the ground, creating a powerful storm, but it quickly realized that what was in the center of the valley was gone. Thief! Who is it? A powerful force, unleashed in fury, shook the surrounding cliffs, causing large sections of rock to collapse, easily swept away by the storm a kilometer away. As it raged, another, slightly larger, holy griffin flew in from afar, its aura even more imposing. It quickly realized that all the soul crystals in the valley had vanished. What happened? We were tricked by a mere insect. How dare they use such a paltry trick to fool the great griffin? Humph. Save your excuse for when you meet the great lord. Griffin, knowing it was in the wrong, let out a cry, its 10-meter-tall body rapidly shrinking into a robust young man clad in white bone armor, though its face was pale and lifeless. I will find the thief. They stopped at the entrance of a cave 1,000 miles away, clearing away a skeleton that had slumbered there before finally relaxing. I don't think I ever experienced anything this exciting again in my life. Shinriki nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Miss Luo's help, we would have become undead long ago. But then he noticed Luo looking in the direction they had come from, and couldn't help but ask softly, Miss Luo, is something else chasing after us? Aw, no. Luo, having regained her composure, stopped paying attention to the distance. Perhaps, for her, dying in battle against the undead was a good end. Reaching the sea pearl's side, Luo was somewhat worried about her health. Why don't you rest for a while? There aren't any particularly strong undead around here. The merman lady wasn't doing well. The high-intensity release of magic had greatly depleted her energy, especially since the shielding magic had been broken, causing a backlash. Her once lustrous scales were now much dimmer, and her playful eyes were weary. Yes, Miss Sea Pearl, the undead around here are attracted by the death energy, making it much safer. We also have some methods to prevent undead attacks, so it should be fine for a short time. Seeing that Meng Jia agreed, Sea Pearl hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. After Meng Jia used a prop called Simple Shielding Barrier to block the cave entrance, Sea Pearl also withdrew her magic. Exhaustion overwhelmed her, and she soon fell into a deep sleep, leaving Luo stunned. Perhaps in her mind, there was no concept of danger at all. These are the soul crystals we found in that place. Luo took out the soul crystals he had collected. More than 50 soul crystals, the smallest of which was at least the size of a fist, were piled together. The soul fluctuations they emitted invigorated everyone, and even the sleeping Sea Pearl relaxed her brow. Such high quality. Menjia's eyes widened as he picked up a flawless, transparent soul crystal. I only ever seen such pure soul crystals in my family's treasury. Is this what they mean by surviving a great calamity and being blessed with good fortune? Zenliji and Mijiel were also excited. They couldn't even imagine such a large quantity of soul crystals. Even the Garen Academy only awarded a small soul crystal as a prize during major competitions, and that was enough to make all the students envious. I need high-quality soul crystals, so I must take this one, Luo said. She picked up the Saint-grade soul crystal and placed it into Moriarty's pendant. You can divide the rest among yourselves. Ah? Miss Luo, don't you know the value of soul crystals? Monda was stunned by Luo's astonishing words, her mind reeling. New Rigi and Miguel's breathing quickened. Wouldn't they be rich overnight? You know a little, right? They greatly aid in soul cultivation. Then why didn't Miss Luo take more? This time it was Luo's turn to be surprised. She wasn't stupid. Why would she hand over such a rare item? Don't you know? I took the most expensive one. The rest combined wouldn't even amount to a fraction of it. Then we can't take that many. Saying this, Mengjia only took 3 soul crystals of medium quality. I know very well that without Miss Luo's help, we wouldn't be alive now. Taking them all would be unworthy, absolutely unacceptable. Teacher is right, Miss Luo. For us, this one soul crystal is enough to sustain us until we break through to the 4th level of the transcendent realm. It's all thanks to your help. I can't do something so greedy. Shinriji tossed his flowing golden hair and proudly declared, Miss Luo, Don't let my noble birth fool you. My family's teachings forbid greed. Please accept these. Seeing the three were determined to persuade her to change her mind, Luo touched her nose. Fine, she thought, I give some to others. She collected the soul crystals from the ground, and then pulled out 3 more. We spent some time together, so we can be considered acquainted. Keep these 3. She tossed the soul crystals over. Mengjia caught them, his brow furrowing slightly, but quickly smoothing out. I understand, Miss Luo. Thank you so much for your help. If you ever come to Garen Academy, I will certainly give you a warm welcome. Yes, me too, Miguel chimed in. But Shinriji seemed to sense something, his eyes dimming slightly. Miss Luo, are you leaving? Luo glanced at him, and nodded slightly. There were only 2 days left until the end of the competition, and besides, she had more important things to do. Naturally, she wouldn't linger. Only Miguel reacted now, somewhat incredulous. Miss Luo, you're leaving? Carrying the soundly sleeping sea pearl on her back, Luo looked into the distance, her pink lips parting slightly. Don't go any further. See you again sometime. Leaving those words behind, Luo flew without looking back towards the center of the battle. There might be more soul crystals there. If Moriarty still hadn't woken up, they would have to search again. At the same time, how to enter the abyss of the dead was a major problem. The center of the vortex was very dangerous, but sometimes it was the key to breaking the deadlock. Watching the girl's departing figure, Miguel felt a pang of sadness. I thought I could stay a little longer. Mengjia walked over, punched him on the head, and laughed, so reluctant to part. Shinriji also came over and teased, I think you can't wait to follow Miss Luo around. You? Humph. You little rascal, you haven't fallen for Miss Luo, have you? Miguel blushed at Shinriji's words, stammering, well, how should I put it? Isn't it normal to appreciate beauty? Then he pointed at Shinriji and shouted, don't talk about me, you're the same. I've seen you peeking at Miss Luo several times. Shinriji also blushed slightly, instinctively shouting back, don't you dare accuse me. You were the one peeping. I was being completely open. Just tell me, do you like Miss Luo or not? This humph. Looking at the stammering Zenliji and the stubborn Miguel, Mengjia covered her eyes and shook her head slightly. Were these 2 children? Then she looked in the direction Luo had left, a sigh escaping her lips. Perhaps you be a part of the future legends. A pure white figure streaked across the sky, leaving only a white trail. The moon remained bright, but even the most perceptive undead sensed its gradual dimming. This meant the night of the full moon had passed, and the night of the half moon was approaching. The battles between the undead would intensify, and the turmoil would gradually spread to most of the undead realm, culminating in the night of the dark moon. Luo, how much longer until we arrive? After a few days of rest, Haijinju had recovered and was in much better spirits. She was now circling around her, appearing quite lively. If we hadn't encountered what happened yesterday, we should have been able to reach the combat center in 3 more days. Recalling what happened yesterday, Luo was still a little frightened. That day, while the 2 were flying, a powerful shockwave suddenly came from afar, sweeping the unsuspecting Luo and Haijinju 1,000 meters away. Upon cautiously approaching, they discovered that 3 gargoyles, each over 20 meters tall, were fighting a clean-cut, youthful corpse. The soul fluctuations emanating from them had reached the 7th rank, and Luo and Haijinju had been caught in the aftershocks of their battle. Who's there? The clean-cut youth suddenly turned to look at Luo and Haijinju's location, startling them so much that they immediately ducked down, holding their breath and praying they wouldn't be discovered. Fortunately, the 3 gargoyles were also quite powerful, forcing the youth to focus on fighting them, allowing Luo and Haijinju to find an opportunity to escape. Sigh, curiosity killed the cat. I never go near them again. Things like that don't happen often. Battles between high-ranking undead were rare. Luo had only witnessed one such battle on their journey, and most were fights between undead below the 3rd rank, posing no threat to her. Huh, a small soul crystal. Luo keenly noticed 2 skeletons fighting on the ground, with a small soul crystal buried nearby. This was a common occurrence, and half the reason for battles between the undead was this. After casually purifying them, Luo picked up the soul crystal and tossed it to Sea Pearl. The latter happily absorbed it, and in no time, the soul crystal vanished without a trace. This stuff is incredibly useful for refining soul power. If using too much didn't cause instability in my soul, I could break through to the 4th rank in a year. Don't you need advancement runes? Luo had wanted to know for a long time, but had been preoccupied with other matters and forgotten. Now that Sea Pearl had brought it up, Luo couldn't help but ask. Yes, we need it. Sea Pearl smiled brightly. However, Our bloodline contains the knowledge of advancement runes. Once we break through, we acquire the corresponding knowledge. What an enviable bloodline. So, the reason your magic can't be taught is because it requires the cooperation of your bloodline? Yes. How did Luo know? Because you mentioned it before. You forgot? When we first met, you said you taught magic to the merfolk, but it didn't go smoothly. Besides the bloodline, I can't think of any other possibility. Oh right. Luo is so smart. You're the one who's stupid. No way. I'm the future high priestess, how could I be stupid? After playing around for a while, the two women sat down on the spot, looking at the huge full moon in the sky, feeling somewhat dazed. So, what are you planning to do after returning to this other dimension? See, Pearl splashed her long legs, nonchalantly replying, mermaids have long lifespans. Of course I go out and have some fun, and come back in a few hundred years. You were missing for almost 100 years. Aren't you afraid your parents will worry? A little bit. Then let's say goodbye. Huh? See, Pearl turned her head, looking at Luo's calm face in surprise. I thought you'd try to persuade me to go back. Luo shrugged. Why? What? That's your freedom. I have no right to interfere. I talked to the fishmen about it. You don't need to worry. Wow. Luo, you're so nice. Hee hee. Don't suddenly hug me. Are you a dog? Hee hee. Luo smells so good, so nice. Bang. Wiping her smoking fist, Luo ignored the sea pearl rubbing her head beside her, took out the doll from her small bag. After nearly a month of magic crystal nourishment, she hadn't changed much, but the gears within her body were becoming more stable, probably developing in a good direction. To Luo's delight, nourished by the Saint Rank Soul Crystal, the chess piece Moriarty had transformed into had begun to emerge from the black mist again, the best news Luo had received in a long time. Of course, she dared not take it out now. If the sea pearl touched it, it would truly become a dead fish. Luo, why did you hit so hard? Humph. Who told you to never change your ways? On the desolate, glazed land, crystallized stones and cracks of unknown origin were scattered, wisps of deathly aura emanating from them. Luo, who was chatting idly with the sea pearl, suddenly saw a mushroom cloud flash in the distance, followed by a plume of gray smoke rising into the sky. What was that? I don't know, but I have a bad feeling. Luo felt every hair on her body stand on end, her heart pounding audibly. The tremor within her made her instinctively release her strongest defensive spell to date, the Book of Rock Dragons. Whoosh! In the next instant, an unexpectedly massive shockwave struck, sending the two women flying like ripped sacks over 2,000 meters away. Following the shockwave was a storm carrying countless fragments of debris and a gray, deathly tsunami 10,000 meters high. Countless bones and corpses were swept up in it. Many half-broken skeletons and shattered abominations flailed frantically, only to be slammed to the ground and reduced to dust. The pockmarked, polished surface, worn smooth by months of fighting among the undead, was smoothed back up. The few wispy clouds in the sky vanished in the blink of an eye, and the still abundant moonlight, as if pushed aside by an invisible hand, distorted into a visible hemisphere before slowly setting normally after the shockwave. Minutes later, after the initial storm had subsided, the deafening roar that could tear flesh apart finally arrived. Many low-level undead were instantly ripped apart, and the remaining fragments were brutally destroyed by the sandstorm that swept in half an hour later. This sandstorm raged for a full 4 hours before finally stabilizing, but the air was still thick with gray dust. 10 times more violent death energy and chaotic magic than before stirred up continuous turbulence, colliding with the restless soul power to form gray-white lightning, capable of easily piercing through even a third-tier transcendent skeleton. From the ground buried by rubble and sand, a small hand covered in dust suddenly stretched out, still bearing traces of yellow light. It flickered a few times, then shattered with a thud. After rummaging around for a while, a small head suddenly emerged, its delicate face still showing lingering fear. I almost thought I was going to die. Huh, where's Luo? Chapter 240. For the undead, this was a catastrophe second only to the battle a few months prior. Countless low-level, weak undead were wiped out, and many third and fourth tier transcendent undead were also ravaged, their bodies torn to pieces. Those in the central region were completely wiped out. Fortunately, the impact didn't spread too far, only ravaging an area of about 500,000 miles. The dense death aura attracted many mid to high-level undead, who flew towards the central cloud pillar. A gigantic skeletal centipede raised its ferocious skull, gazing in the direction of the approaching storm, and hissed in a low voice, perhaps another opportunity. Don't let me run into those little bugs again. Somewhere, on a 100-meter tall, withered tree, hundreds of crows perched, cawing incessantly. Beneath the tree lay a carpet of bones. A chilling wind howled, and ghosts sang, creating a terrifying panorama of the undead amidst the harsh, hoarse cries. The ground suddenly trembled, startling 100 crows into flight. At the highest point of the withered tree, a large crow, half a meter long, blinked its scarlet eyes, its blood-red pupils reflecting the sweeping tsunami of deathly energy. Caw, caw, such pure deathly energy. Caw, it seems to come from that place. In that case, it's mine. The crow flapped its wings and disappeared into the withered tree. Kicking the broken gargoyle away, the young man reached out and grabbed the struggling, deformed soul inside. He swallowed it whole, chewing slowly. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, making his clothes flutter loudly. What's going on? This power. A hint of surprise flashed across the young man's face, followed by a surge of joy. Could it be that something's wrong in that place? Let's go check it out. A pale-faced young man carried a terrified middle-aged man, his long sword broken, the ground littered with the remains of over a dozen shattered skeletons. You dare attack someone from the Church of Light? Aren't you afraid the Knights of Light will wipe you out? Humph, I already been lenient with you. If you can't kill one person in 5 seconds, now it's your turn. Tell me who it is. I don't know who you're talking about. Even if I did, as a novice knight of the Church of Light, I would never bow down to mere undead. The young man's lifeless face suddenly grinned. Who else besides the self-proclaimed Holy Church of Light could use the ability to escape through light? I won't allow you to smear the sanctity of light. The middle-aged man swung his broken sword at the young man, the blade flashing with white light, striking him instantly. Just as he thought he had succeeded, the blade didn't even cut the young man's skin. The light flickered and then vanished. How is this possible? It didn't work. Ha ha. A little insect thinks it can impress the saint? You are the most laughable human I have ever seen. Damn it! Damn it! The middle-aged man, unwilling to give up, slashed at it again and again with his sword, but only heard clanging sounds. How is this possible? Who are you? Seeing the middle-aged man on the verge of collapse, Griffin had had enough. He laughed loudly, his voice filled with soul power, causing the man's face to contort in pain. Listen carefully, this saint is the famous. Suddenly, Griffin turned its head to look into the distance. A chilling wind blew by, causing its sharp eyes to narrow slightly. It casually snapped the middle-aged man's neck. The horror on his face froze, and then the flesh decayed, turning into a skeleton, which Griffin casually tossed to the ground. I told you that method wouldn't work. Looks like I have to clean up the mess. After searching for over half an hour, C. Pearl finally found Luo fighting several undead blown in a few hundred meters away. They were several 4th-tier transcendent undead and one 5th-tier transcendent abomination. Fortunately, their original location was closer to the shockwave center, so the impact was stronger. With C. Pearl's help, after more than 10 minutes, Luo finally burned the fat abomination to ashes. So tired. The two sat on the filthy ground, looking completely disheveled. The surrounding area was a mess, with water stains and charred craters scattered everywhere. C. Pearl turned to look at Luo, covered in dust, and chuckled twice. Luo, your face is covered in dust, so dirty. You're the same too. Looking at each other's dusty faces, the two suddenly laughed, but unfortunately, with the dust everywhere, any happy mood couldn't last long. A short while later, after Luo and Hai Jinju finished cleaning themselves, they finally had time to reflect on the impact they had just experienced. If we had gotten any closer, would we have ended up like them? Hai Jinju pointed to a few bone fragments on the ground. It was unclear whether they were there originally or blown there. Maybe. We were at least 200,000 meters from the center, and at that distance we still had no resistance. I suspect the power at the center could reach the full force of a 9th-tier transcendence attack. Although it was just a completely unreliable guess, whether it was a 9th-tier or 7th-tier attack, it wouldn't have made much difference to Luo and Hai Jinju. Being hit would have meant certain death. However, since there hadn't been a second impact after so long, the possibility of a powerful force confronting it was extremely low. Looking at the soaring gray cloud pillar in the distance, Luo hesitated for a moment before deciding to go and investigate. After all, with such a powerful impact, the undead would either be destroyed or would definitely go to investigate, making the journey much safer. He was only taking the opportunity to find scattered soul crystals. There was no need to venture into such a dangerous place at the very center. 7 days later, after stopping and resting along the way, braving the turbulent death energy and gray-white lightning, the two finally arrived at the sheer cliffs beyond the cloud pillar. 2 days earlier, the towering cliffs had been vaguely visible, Only upon closer inspection did the magnificent, layered cliffs fully reveal themselves. Hundreds, even thousands of meters high, of the Earth's crust were hurled up by something, forming a rough circle, like a giant bowl large enough to hold a lake. One couldn't help but gasp in awe, wondering if a celestial star had fallen here, creating sheer cliffs and annihilating all life. In the distant center, a massive death or a tornado, over 300 meters in diameter, raged. One could see surrounding rubble being continuously sucked up and then flung thousands of miles away, falling as a fine rain of stones, a consequence of the persistent yellow dust in the vicinity. At this moment, the surrounding death aura had reached a terrifying level. Even the magic shield couldn't completely block it, and the stench of rotting corpses filled the air with every breath. "We can't go any further. Our bodies can't take it," Luo said regretfully. The closer they got, the better the quality, and the more numerous the soul shards they encountered along the way. Aside from the ones used by the sea pearls, she had used quite a few herself. The speed at which her soul power condensed had clearly more than doubled. If it had previously taken 5 years to condense, using the soul shards could shorten it to 2.5 years. Moreover, the entire journey was filled with completely silent undead. After 7 days, aside from some broken undead encountered at the beginning, there hadn't been a single enemy. This was truly collecting soul crystals. There must be a lot of good stuff inside. I really want to see. Sea Pearl's eyes sparkled. Having witnessed the benefits of soul crystals, her love for them had reached the same level as her love for fruit. Wait, an undead. A panel suddenly appeared before Luo's eyes, and he quickly pulled Sea Pearl to hide. The next moment, a fair-skinned young man appeared in the sky, seemingly observing his surroundings, before rushing straight towards the tornado and plunging into it. It's that undead from before. Luo also realized that this young man was the powerful undead they had encountered earlier, who had almost seen through their shielding magic with just a glance. Now, he dared not act rashly. "What's it doing here?" "I don't know, let's leave. It's too dangerous." "Caw!" A harsh cawing came from overhead, its hoarse, shrill cry carrying the aura of death, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. A jet-black raven with red eyes swooped down, instantly transforming into a young man in black. He glanced at the deathly aura tornado and flew inside as well. Why do I feel like a lot of high-level undead are targeting this place? They must have been attracted here. Let's go! Worried that more powerful undead would arrive, Luo and Haijinju retreated quickly, skimming the ground, trying to escape this horrible place. Chapter 241. The Netherworld is vast. Even a Lich King's territory barely occupies a corner of it. It contains countless beings from various planes who have perished over the years, giving rise to countless undead, which can be broadly divided into 3 races: skeletons, corpses, and spirits. Beyond these, many special races and beings also live, such as artificial undead resembling gargoyles, the Dark Raven clan, who are said to announce the arrival of death, or perhaps, fallen necromancers. 2 living little girls? Truly rare. Standing before Luo and Haijinju was a withered old man with eyes radiating a ghostly blue light. Years of contact with death energy had made him look like a dried corpse, retaining only a faint trace of life. He held a long staff inlaid with gray-white stone spheres, his aura surging, emanating a powerful sense of oppression. Less than 10 minutes after the 2 left, this old man blocked their path, clearly indicating ill intent. Transcendent rank 6, darkness, mage, necromancer, a mage corrupted by death energy, willingly offering their soul to the abyss of the dead. Human emotions have been completely extinguished. They possess powerful necromancy, and are passionate about experiments converting the living into the undead. Magic skill? Note, every necromancer has one most persistent thought. Suggestion, perhaps trying to beg for mercy? Old sir, you are also a living being. There's no need to attack your own kind, is there? Hee, the flesh and blood of my own kind are more delightful. Become my experimental subject obediently. The necromancer completely ignored Luo's words, directly casting a spell. With a light tap of his staff, death energy swept out, transforming into several ropes that shot towards the 2, seemingly intending to capture them alive. Can't you listen to a few more words? Several holy flame bullets repelled the death aura ropes, and Luo, pulling Sea Pearl along, flew rapidly back the way they came. A light mage? Hee, I like it even more. A mere low-priced extraordinary being, daring to run away? Get down here. The death aura rope surged, transforming into a nimble white serpent, hissing as it slithered through the air, chasing after the 2. Die! A beam of light shot out, but the serpent easily grazed it. Seeing that it was about to catch up, Luo simply unfolded his wings of light, summoning a blue wind, while Sea Pearl used a priest's unique blessing magic. Their speed instantly increased, quickly shaking off the serpent's pursuit. Humph! You old codger, come and catch me if you dare. As she spoke, Sea Pearl stuck out her cute tongue at him. Heh. For some reason, the necromancer only gave a sinister smile and didn't pursue them, easing Luo's anxiety. However, she knew it wasn't out of kindness. Something more important to him must be at play. And the most likely candidate here. Luo watched the approaching deathly tornado and sighed slightly. Was this thing really that alluring? Forced back, the two had no choice but to hide temporarily, burying themselves 100 meters underground, leaving only a few reconnaissance spells. Over the next 2 weeks, 15 powerful auras appeared one after another, far more impressive than the previous deathly aura eruption. Just as Luo was inwardly grumbling, the earth suddenly trembled violently again. Fearing being crushed into pancakes, the two had to emerge from underground. They immediately saw the tornado, over 300 meters wide, slowly contracting, the surrounding deathly aura rapidly weakening, and even the surrounding yellow dust quickly converging towards the center. A moment later, the tornado vanished completely, replaced by a massive, pale yellow vortex 10 meters wide. The dim moonlight fell, absorbed by the vortex, and around it, Luo discovered nearly 100 figures standing. So many undead. Will we be able to escape? Sure, they definitely won't notice us. Once they're gone, we leave. The figures around the vortex were roughly divided into 4 concentric circles based on their strength. At the very center stood a robust young man clad in bone armor, his strength clearly at the 9th rank, and whom Luo had met once before. Holy Griffin, transformed, 9th rank transcendent. Second only to him were 6 8th rank undead, then 23 7th rank, and the rest were 6th rank. Those with lower strength dared not approach, except for 2 reckless girls. Most of these powerful individuals were undead, but a few were living beings, such as the gloomy-faced necromancer he had seen earlier, or the red-eyed youth in black robes, exuding the powerful aura of an 8th rank. Transformed, extraordinary rank 8, darkness, ice, dark raven of death. Legend says this is a jet-black raven standing on the right arm of death, long imbued with the power of death, able to sense death's arrival and bring calamity. Its strength is unfathomable, possessing powerful skills that can kill with a single blow. From rumors, suggestion, although it's only a hybrid, you should know it's not to be provoked, right? There were also several figures that Luo and Sea Pearl had seen before, such as the hundreds of meters long white bone centipede, the death whisperer whose aura had weakened considerably, and the seemingly innocent-looking boy's corpse. You all know how important this place is, so I won't say more. I won't interfere with your struggle, but when the dark moon arrives, I will completely close this place. Don't blame me for not warning you. Griffin's words were arrogant, but no one dared to interrupt. Even the black-clad youth from the Dark Raven clan merely turned his head slightly, remaining silent. As the many powerful figures waited, the vortex in the sky gradually transformed into a silvery white hue under the moonlight. At a certain moment, the vortex erupted with a bright light, then quickly stabilized. From within the silvery white vortex, a patch of yellow sand could be vaguely seen. What's that? It looks like a space. So the netherworld also has places like other dimensions. Just as the two whispered among themselves, many powerful figures in the sky entered the vortex one after another. In the end, only the bone-armored youth, transformed from the Holy Griffin, remained. Just when Luo thought he could finally leave, he raised his hand and tossed out a white necromantic force that exploded in the sky, rapidly spreading in all directions. This saint commands you all, come quickly. A vast and majestic voice, carrying the sinister aura unique to the undead, swept away into the distance. Then he sat quietly in the void, seemingly waiting for something. What is it doing? It seems to be summoning something? Before long, the earth trembled again, and billowing deathly energy rose. Rumble. A skeletal skeleton dug into the ground, stretching out its gray arms, its empty eye sockets burning with pale flames. Its jaw opened and closed unconsciously, blankly leaving its birthplace. Then came a second, a third. Crack, crack. 10, 100, 1,000. Click, click. 1,000,000 skeletal skeletons swayed their bone frames, slowly walking step by step towards the central vortex. So many. So many. Haizenju's eyes widened, her words slurred. 1,000,000 skeletons surged forward like a tidal wave, bringing an astonishing sense of oppression. What do we do now? The vanguard of the skeleton army was only 300 meters from Luo and Haizenju. Although their strength was all below the extraordinary level, their sheer number meant they couldn't be wiped out even in a year. Moreover, that 9th-tier Holy Griffin was guarding the vortex entrance. Using magic would likely result in immediate detection. Wha, this time I'm really going to die. Ignoring Hai Jinju's jade-like arm clutching his waist, Luo's expression turned grave as he quickly considered possible ways to break the deadlock. Perhaps there's a way. Chapter 242. Judging from the fact that the Holy Griffin guards the entrance to the vortex, it shouldn't interfere with the entry and exit of forces from the netherworld. Logically, Luo and Hai Jinju shouldn't have had a chance to sneak across disguised as undead under its watchful eye. However, there is such a force in the netherworld. Necromancers. They are a group of madmen who have abandoned their humanity, even allowing their bodies to actively absorb dark magic. Although they are also living beings, they are more repulsive than cultists. Imitating undead is difficult, but impersonating necromancers is easy, isn't it? Sending Hai Jinju back to the ruins for the time being, Luo took a deep breath. Her mind stirred, and dark magic symbolizing chaos emanated from her body. She allowed death energy to invade her body, and in an instant, the originally aloof and elegant girl became sinister and gloomy, a wicked smile playing on her lips. Her figure silently slipped into the group of skeletons. As the dark magic emanated, Griffin glanced suspiciously at the undead army below. A human with dark attributes? And a necromancer again? Why did it take so long? Never mind, it's none of my business. The true purpose of summoning the skeleton army was to clear the surging death energy within, and they also served as his spies, preventing any powerful beings from the living world from infiltrating. With such a commotion, the living world couldn't possibly be unaware. However, Griffin, who wouldn't leave the undead world even once in a century, naturally wouldn't know that the living world had been shielded from fate since the day of signs, and right now, diviners were facing widespread unemployment. Undead or necromancers, it didn't matter to him. They were merely tools for clearing death energy. Thinking this, Griffin closed his eyes again, ignoring them completely. Imbued with dark magic, Luo walked unhurriedly among the shadowy skeletons. The skeletons beside her glanced at her with confusion, before turning away in bewilderment. Lacking any reason, they could not distinguish between the living and the dead. Possessing dark magic, they must be her companions. Crack, crack. Amidst the dense mass of white bones, a stunningly beautiful young girl walked lightly, seemingly out of place with her surroundings. A wicked smile played on her lips, yet she appeared perfectly at ease. The feeling of dark magic, it's truly addictive. This was Luo's first time using dark magic in large quantities. Influenced by the inherent properties of magic, Luo clearly felt her thoughts slowly shifting, becoming more whimsical yet controllable, able to revert at any moment. No wonder darkness represents chaos, wantonly defying laws and rules. It's no wonder it's met with hostility. However, at this moment, Luo still needed the cover of dark magic and didn't deliberately suppress the change in her thoughts. A vast skeletal army of skeletons shoved and jostled each other forward, filling in the gaps in the cliffs with sheer numbers. Crushed bones mingled and quickly reformed, forming new skeletons, chaotic yet terrifying. Hours later, the skeleton army had completely filled all the cliffs, piling up the towering rock formations into slopes. But most terrifyingly, the skeleton army absorbed the drifting death energy in moonlight, their numbers increasing rather than decreasing, constantly giving birth to new members of their kind. The vortex was quite high above the ground. The skeleton army couldn't fly, but as skeletons piled together, forming a white, pointed peak, the first skeleton finally touched the vortex. Then, like a raging torrent, more and more skeletons surged into it. Carefully controlling his steps, Luo glanced at the sacred griffin, confirming it didn't react to his approach, before following a skeleton into the unfamiliar space. As soon as you enter, all you see are endless white bones and endless yellow sand. The deathly aura is more than 10 times stronger than outside, and it gets even stronger the further you go in. After confirming several times that no powerful undead were lurking nearby, Luo withdrew all his dark magic, smashed through several skeletons, and quickly left. A gigantic, pulsating gray heart floated above the sand-shrouded pyramid. Thousands of grayish-white tubes, resembling blood vessels, writhed slowly into the void, eerie yet strangely sacred. However, the enormous wound torn open above it resembled an ugly worm, defiling this perfect creation. A 3-meter-long vertebra was visible through the wound. The gigantic heart suddenly pounded. Thump! A sound echoed in the void, as if the entire space had violently contracted and then suddenly relaxed. A large amount of death energy was absorbed, but leaked out through the wound, with only a portion flowing out through the tubes. Beneath the pyramid, a pale man, with a gloomy face stared intently at the heart. Suddenly, he glanced in surprise at the trembling spine. A sealed component? Somewhere in the desert, there was a pentagram formed by 6 gray lakes. 5 smaller gray lakes formed the 5 points, and the largest lake was in the center, upon which sat an old man with white hair, radiating a milky white power that resisted the corrosive power of the surrounding undead. 11 enormous white chains bound him tightly, one end of each chain connecting to the void. Something seemed to provide them with energy, causing the old man to repeatedly crack the chains, only to have them instantly repaired. Humph. Even if you stake that thing, you think you can trap me? After leaving the pile of skeletons, Luo reconstructed a magical shield, using light magic to dispel the deathly aura that had invaded his body. After a long while, the chill on his body gradually disappeared. It's so cold. If it weren't for the dark magic, I would have fallen seriously ill when the death aura invaded. Of course, without the light magic, he would most likely have collapsed from illness anyway. After all, Luo wasn't a true necromancer and couldn't be exposed to death aura for long. He took out the sealed claw bone from his ring. Since entering, it had been trembling intermittently, as if something was attracting it, but the seal had blocked it. Could it be its true form summoning it? Shaking his head, he dismissed this unrealistic thought. If that Hadiah reappeared, how could the people of the Church of Light not know? Luo, how did you do? Did you succeed? As soon as Haijinju emerged, she looked around anxiously, afraid she was surrounded by skeletons. Seeing the empty surroundings, she breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes widening as she praised Luo in an exaggerated tone. As expected of Luo, you easily accomplished what the future high priest couldn't. Stop fooling around. Since we're already here, let's go take a look. Without the covetous eyes of powerful figures, Luo wasn't worried about being unable to leave. He could simply tear open space. With enough power, he could even cleave through planes. The space here wasn't small, but it was only a little over 500 meters high, with one level above it. An invisible barrier, the ceaseless swirling yellow sand carrying a vast amount of death energy, but to the two's disappointment, there was nothing particularly eye-catching. It wasn't that there were no good things here, like the crystals condensed from death energy, but things used by the dead couldn't be used by humans. However, adhering to the principle of creating something even if there's no benefit, Luo still collected the death energy crystals he encountered and placed them together with the grave soil he had dug up when he met Moriarty. Both were used by the dead, so perhaps they had something in common. Luo and Sea Pearl had initially been wandering on the outer perimeter, but as large numbers of skeletons entered, rapidly multiplying and growing with the support of the dense death energy, from above, the ground began to show specks of white, gradually merging and encroaching on this strange, low-ceiling space. Luo had no choice but to lead Sea Pearl away from the bones to avoid being surrounded. Unintentionally, they gradually entered a deeper area until they saw a huge skull half buried in yellow sand. That's not. Chapter 243. A grotesque skull, several meters tall, was half buried in yellow sand. Howling winds blew through the skull's cavity, producing a mournful sound. Sea Pearl condensed a ball of water, clearing the sand from the skull. She was somewhat shocked. Isn't this that giant centipede? How did it get so dead? It probably died fighting other undead. Upon closer inspection, there were a dozen or so scattered, completely dismantled joints and sharp legs nearby. It wasn't hard to imagine that it had been dismantled piece by some powerful being as if it were a toy. I never thought the guy who routed us would suffer this fate. Luo's expression was complicated. While he wasn't weak, there were many stronger opponents. Even at the Saint rank, a slight mistake could lead to being outmaneuvered. Thinking of where he and Haijinju were, he felt a pang of regret. Wasn't he in the same predicament? He should have stopped in time. He insisted on checking things out since they were almost at the center, never expecting so many ridiculously strong individuals to gather there. I wonder who killed him. Maybe we should take a detour, in case we run into them. Not long after Luo and Haijinju left, the scattered bones of the white skeletal centipede, including its skull, suddenly moved. For small legs sprouted from its base, and a faint blue soul flame ignited. It spun around aimlessly a few times, then automatically joined its ends together to form a mini centipede over 20 meters long, hurriedly burrowing into the sand. Crackling sounds. In the distance, a white figure gradually approached. It's easy to lose your way in the desert, especially with the yellow sand swirling everywhere and no landmarks. After several hours, Luo and Haijinju could no longer distinguish which direction they had come from. Why is the concentration of death energy all the same here? There must have been death energy leaking out through the vortex where we came in. This sand is making my eyes tired. Outside the two orbs of light, countless grains of sand lashed out wildly, creating ripples. Disoriented, the two could only fly in any direction they could find. Tear. In the dim light, a blurry, strange figure hovered ahead. Before Luo and Haijinju could see it clearly, the figure flashed and appeared before them. The three ugly, shriveled heads and 13 withered limbs, a grotesquely mummified corpse, startled them both. Haijinju immediately fired a water spike. The water spike struck the corpse, having no effect, but a subsequent holy flame bullet blasted it away. Ah! How terrifying! A mighty river poured down from the sky, crashing down on the desiccated corpse that had been sent flying, blasting it away before it could even regain its footing. Then, the river transformed into a water python, tightly constricting and strangling it. Snap! The water python snapped in two, but Luo had already prepared a beam of light, directly striking the desiccated corpse to the ground. Its parts scattered everywhere, and it lay still, which somewhat alleviated the chill in Luo's heart. Don't come any closer. Get away from me. See, Pearl was still frantically firing water bullets, but her aim had completely gone astray. Luo, annoyed, transformed her water bullets into water chains, binding the thrashing mermaid and bringing her to the ground. It's alright, it's nothing, just some desiccated corpse parts. Oh really? That scared me to death. Thinking of her panic state just now, see, Pearl blushed, but quickly forgot it, excitedly squatting down to look at the scattered pieces of the desiccated corpse. How strange, they don't have any death aura on them. Luo also found it strange. This monster, composed of fragments of a dried corpse, moved swiftly yet could be easily struck. A single beam of light disintegrated it, but the scattered parts remained intact, demonstrating its remarkable resilience. Strange, truly strange. Could it be an escaped experimental subject? This priest doesn't know. I wasn't asking you. It's best not to concern yourself with it, it's rather disgusting. Really? Look closely, it's actually quite beautiful. So, are you a coward or not? Luo suddenly felt a slight movement from inside the small bag. As soon as she opened it, a small figure flew out. Suitable materials found, please approve. Before the little doll could finish speaking, Luo grabbed it, her voice filled with joy. You're awake. I thought you were broken. Report, body repaired 67.3%, 87.5% of functions restored to normal use. Luo see Pearl, long time no see, hello. Hello, little doll. See, Pearl immediately abandoned the dried corpse on the ground, bounced over, and squeezed Luo's face aside, her eyes almost sparkling. Hello, little doll. This is our first formal meeting. By the way, how do you know my name? See, Pearl wasn't familiar with the doll, but over this period, Luo had occasionally taken it out to examine it, and knew that it had protected her from harm when she entered the netherworld, so naturally she had a great fondness for it. Relevant information was collected before an unknown time. The unknown time is probably because the doll did not record the time during her coma. In the long-broken dark forest, the sea Pearl often passed by the doll. Although the two had never communicated, it is not surprising that the doll would remember her. Holding the exquisite little doll, Luo couldn't help but ask, somewhat puzzled, what happened while I was unconscious? Why did you stop moving? The doll sat with its hands resting on Luo's palms, tilted its head, and then calmly explained, report, encountered spatial turbulence while crossing a spatial node, determined to be the effect of a skill released by an entity called Demon. To protect Luo, its bodily functions were overloaded, and 97.5% of the array, except for the core array, was damaged to varying degrees. Patting its little head, Luo was grateful to have made so many kind friends. Dolls can be friends too, right? Thank you so much, little doll. If it weren't for you, I probably would have disappeared into the spatial turbulence. Unpredictable, outcome unknown. The doll replied with its mechanical voice, indicating an incalculable result. However, Luo didn't mind, it was essentially just a magical puppet, and she couldn't ask for more. Little doll, what's your name? Subject number 005. You regained your memories? Luo was somewhat surprised. She had asked it who its owner was, and what their name was before, but only received answers about missing records. Confirmed. Approximately 3.9% of the artificial souls were repaired by an unknown force. The doll's eyes flashed red, seemingly scanning Luo. Testing shows a 92.3% probability that it originated from Luo. Me? Luo was somewhat incredulous. She had only given it a little thunder magic crystal, what else? Suddenly, she remembered what Sindragon and Moriarty had said about divine power. Could it be that their time together had caused the doll to also absorb some divine power? No, it must be because he used soul magic later, which caused a partial leak of his aura. To verify this guess, Luo condensed a ball of soul power in his palm and enveloped the puppet. The invisible soul power emitted a gentle fluctuation. The puppet glanced at itself with some confusion, but soon, its eyes flashed red, and its voice rose slightly. Soul power detected. It has a healing effect on artificial soul injuries. But it quickly became puzzled. I can't understand. How can Luo's soul power heal artificial soul injuries? Luo trusted the puppet and the seed pearl quite a bit, and didn't hide anything. It's probably because my soul power contains divine aura. Moriarty said it's beneficial to the soul. Undetectable, temporarily named divine aura, already recorded. This wasn't surprising. Its artificial soul wasn't strong. At the soul level, it wasn't even comparable to the seed pearl, so naturally, it couldn't detect that aura. This was one of the puppet's most obvious weaknesses. What kind of divine power is this? By the way, little doll, you said you're number 005. So did you have 4 brothers and sisters before? Seed pearl forcefully squeezed in, looking at the doll curiously. Not only her, Luo was also curious about this question. No, this doll is the first successful individual. Then do you remember your creator? Missing record, unable to answer. Still can't remember? How long will it take? Unable to determine. The joy on Luo's face faded again, but since there was a way, she wasn't in a hurry. She didn't know how she could help it, so she just helped repair the artificial soul's injuries. She stroked its smooth, long hair again. What did you mean when you said you found suitable materials? The doll flew from Luo's hand and hovered above a dried-up corpse arm. Suitable materials detected. Suitable for upgrading the body. Huh? Chapter 244. Fortunately, the puppet explained in time that these mummified remains didn't contain excess death energy or soul power, only clean blood and chi. For the puppet, this was a direct and effective enhancement material. You scared me to death. I thought you were going to turn into a 7-armed, 8-legged doll. A meaningless guess. Luo tapped Haijinju on the head to stop her from talking nonsense, then curiously watched the puppet's actions. It spread its arms, slowly constructing a purple magic circle in the middle. Based on the runes on it, Luo guessed it involved complex processes of decomposition, absorption, and conversion, and also had functions similar to elimination and filtering. The gradual accumulation of runes allowed her to deduce the approximate function and possible effects of the array based on the runes used to construct it and the connection methods. On the 6 mountains of bones, she had seen more than 10 kinds of runes such as suppression, purification, and burst. Luo roughly knew that the array had the effect of concentrating all power for an instantaneous burst, but this required some external stimulus. However, Luo hadn't expected that all the power unleashed was used for sealing, and that there was actually a passage beneath the altar circular platform. Perhaps once Luo fully understood all the runes, he would be able to see through the essence of each spell at a glance. Under the influence of the purple array, the mummified corpse's limbs gradually loosened, with crimson threads continuously flowing into the center of the array and being absorbed by the puppet. As the crimson threads were gradually devoured, the puppet's jade-like skin began to regain its color, and a blood aura, not belonging to magic, began to emanate from it, along with a tiny artificial soul within it beginning to grow stronger. It feels like watching a real person take shape. Luo deeply resonated with Haijinju's words. If the previous puppets merely resembled humans, now even gods were evolving in a human-like direction. Could puppets evolve on their own? I'm so curious what type of puppet you are. I never seen a puppet that can evolve on its own. Missing data, unable to answer. Although a little disappointed, it was within expectations. The desiccated corpse had disintegrated into 16 parts, the largest being the torso. After 3 hours, the puppet finally decomposed all its limbs, leaving only a small pile of dry debris on the ground, which, with a gust of wind, blended into the yellow sand. Enhancement progress, 24.2%. Luo opened his palm, and the doll hesitated slightly before landing on it. Feeling the doll's slightly warm thigh and faint life force, Luo truly felt this miracle could only be created by a god. Since you're gradually strengthening towards becoming a living being, calling you a doll isn't quite appropriate anymore. How about we give you a name? Haijinju's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and she pressed her face closer. Great. How about Haijinjin? It's my sister's name, isn't it cute? You think this is your sister? I suggest Mayor. It sounds very noble. The little doll isn't noble, so let's call her Haijinjin. She's not a merman. She should have a human name. Listen to me. Mine. The little doll tilted her head, somewhat confused about what the two were arguing about, but for some reason, A strange warm current came from her left chest. It was an unfamiliar feeling. She couldn't identify what it was, but it didn't seem bad. Luo and Haijinju, like children, held each other's faces and suddenly asked the doll in unison, "Tell me, whose do you choose?" Unable to decide. "What?" The doll snapped out of its daze, looking at the two flawless faces. Though their crimson and azure eyes were completely different, they both reflected its image. A blurry scene suddenly surfaced in its memory, a purple-haired girl carefully examining its broken form. In her beautiful purple eyes, a faint, transparent gear was turning, ticking away. That gear seemed to be the original Luo herself. You? The doll's tone suddenly became much firmer. Name change request. Kagome. Luo was taken aback. Kagome meant gear in common. Was she reminiscing about her time as a doll? Kagome sounds nice. I agree. Haijinju was even more excited than the doll, though it was unclear what the child was so excited about. The doll simply stared at Luo, seemingly waiting for her consent. With a slight smile, Luo said softly, "Of course, from now on you be called Kagome." Name confirmed, changed to Kagome. The doll paused, then its eyes seemed to brighten slightly. Standing in Luo's palm, it bowed slightly. Unknown model doll Kagome greets Luo and Sea Pearl. The merman priestess Sea Pearl also greets Kagome. Sea Pearl mimicked Kagome, clasping her hands together and bowing slightly, though her smiling face had a mischievous quality that instantly brought a smile to anyone's face. Seeing the two of them doing this, Luo naturally wouldn't be left behind. She crossed her left leg over her right heel, slightly bent her knee, and lifted her skirt with both hands. A genuine smile on her face. Future great magician Luo greets Kagome. Wow! Luo, you're cheating. If that's the case, then I'm the future high priestess. Kagome watched the two playfully bickering, puzzled, but a warm current in her left chest made her feel a surge of happiness. Perhaps, this is my final mission. After the Sea Pearl had been beaten and begged for mercy, the two avatars stopped playing and calmed their breathing. Luo's face still had a faint blush, from the Sea Pearl's tickling. Thinking that Kagome's enhancement was only a little over 20%, Luo suggested, "How about I go find some more of these enhancement materials? They look so weak, and with Kagome around, there won't be too much danger." The fish avatar naturally had no objections. After cleaning up the mess, the two avatars took flight again, heading deeper. Actually, they were lost. On the way, Luo returned the empty magic crystal to Kagome. She stared at it blankly for a moment, then placed the crystal at her feet. The transparent crystal, about half the size of a fist, acted like a small platform beneath her feet, carrying her around. It was quite beautiful. Flying through the swirling sandstorm, protected by a protective shield, their senses could barely penetrate far, and aside from death energy and dark magic, their other magical energy was pitifully scarce, making endurance a problem. Luo and his group had to constantly monitor their remaining magical energy, especially Sea Pearl, whose magical energy reserves were relatively low. She had also wasted a lot of magical energy due to the previous shock, so Luo simply gave her all the water magic crystals. The number of mummies was unexpectedly small. In several days, Luo had only encountered two, one composed of 5 segments, resembling a long snake, and the other like a spider, using both hands and feet with incredible speed. However, their strength was only at the 3rd level of the extraordinary realm. Sea Pearl, a fish, could easily handle them. After defeating her, she absorbed the mummies, bringing her evolution level to 68.3%. It was estimated that 2 more would be enough. That day, as Luo and his group were flying, their vision suddenly cleared considerably. Looking closer, they realized the swirling sand had lessened considerably, and for some reason, the fierce winds ahead were rapidly weakening, creating a stark contrast with what lay behind. The 3 little ones exchanged glances, and decided to sneak off and investigate. Perhaps they find something good. With Kagome by their side, anyone not reaching the saint rank could easily escape. Luo's courage also swelled considerably. Chapter 245. Somewhere in the netherworld, an unimaginably vast palace complex spans the void, its boundless deathly aura radiating in all directions, giving rise to a vast undead forest. Countless treasures are hidden within, attracting powerful undead to explore, yet also becoming the greatest obstacle to approaching the palace. Beneath the endless palace lies a dark abyss, impenetrable even to light. Distorted space is everywhere. The spatial knowledge of ordinary superhumans is useless here. No one knows the depth or width of this seemingly bowl-sized abyss. All they know is its terrifying name, the Netherworld's first forbidden zone, the Abyss of the Dead, and at this depth, where even distance is meaningless, A black sun slowly rotates, countless white points of light revolving around it. Every now and then, large numbers of white points appear out of thin air, and many more disappear into the black sun. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these countless white dots were actually translucent souls. There were humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, as well as goblins, giants, winged beings, and even occasionally, the souls of powerful races such as dragons, angels, and demons. However, all these souls were illusory, lifeless, seemingly merely shells. Their memories and thoughts completely vanished. In this strange space where white and black intertwined, a single point of gold stood out conspicuously. It was a white-clad girl, seemingly fast asleep, except that wisps of golden flames burned around her, making her appear as if she were inlaid with a layer of golden light. White souls that collided with her shattered instantly, devoured completely. This continued for an unknown period of time, until one day, the girl slowly opened her bright, watery eyes. Her beautiful eyes held a hint of languor and nonchalance. She stretched her perfectly slender waist, yawned widely, glanced at her familiar surroundings, and then slumped back down. How long did I sleep this time? Whatever, we can't get out anyway, might as well keep sleeping, snore. In a place filled with darkness, the sudden appearance of a clear, bright spot would pique anyone's curiosity. Passing through the layer of yellow sand, the group stopped outside a wall. Calling it a wall was a stretch, it was actually a great barrier, estimated to be over 10 kilometers long, quite massive. Constructed of death energy and dark magic, it seemed to possess some kind of oppressive force, preventing the sandstorm from getting close. Worried about the barrier's safety, Luo only cast a few spells from a distance, but they didn't even cause a ripple, demonstrating its formidable strength. There must be something incredibly valuable inside. Maybe it's a forbidden area or something. After discussing it for a while without reaching a conclusion, the group flew around the barrier, only to unexpectedly discover a familiar face absorbing something on the other side. Grayish-white death energy slowly flowed from the barrier into its body. "It's you?" See Pearl exclaimed, drawing the attention of the gaunt figure in the distance. The figure stopped absorbing the death energy, licked its purplish-black lips, and smiled cruelly. "So it's you too. What a coincidence." Luo crossed his arms, his face turning cold. "You're just a worthless thing chased away by a knight. You can't even catch 2 juniors, yet you have the nerve to act tough. So don't blame me. Who told you to deliver yourselves to my doorstep?" Fox slowly uttered 2 words. Binding. A massive amount of soul power contracted, applying itself to Luo and Sea Pearl. However, Luo had anticipated this move, and had prepared a soul barrier while speaking. The binding effect didn't land instantly, but it still caused the barrier to crackle and creak. Ridiculous. I don't know what you're so smug about. You don't think you can beat me after a couple of moves, do you? Humph. You soon find out if I'm arrogant. Transcendent Rank 6, High-Level Undead, Death Speaker. A powerful being resurrected after death by a soul mage proficient in soul magic. The unique power of combining soul magic and death energy allows it to unleash powerful skills through language. While physically weak, it possesses even greater soul power. Advice: be careful to protect your soul. Luo had already read the information about this death speaker at least 10 times. Taking advantage of its carelessness, she transmitted her voice to Kagome through magic. Its body is relatively weak. Can you kill it? Definitely. Without her doing anything, the surrounding space suddenly rippled, and the death speaker before her was instantly cleaved in 2, the soul power binding Luo and Sea Pearl vanishing. How could this be? Fox's remaining soul flame murmured, unable to comprehend how all this had happened, especially when the advantage was clearly in his hands. Seeing the 2 women fall, its soul trembled violently. Why? But the next moment, crack! Luo mercilessly crushed its skull with a single stomp, the force sending sand and soil several meters away. Once, she was certain the creature was completely lifeless, she calmly said, because I have someone protecting me. In the bright sunlight, the girl stood atop a shattered skull, arms crossed, her silver hair swaying slightly, her crimson eyes indifferent and ruthless. Her petite frame had accumulated a certain murderous aura through countless battles. However, this scene was immediately shattered by Pearl's exaggerated admiration. Luo, that line is so cool. I want to learn it too. Even Kagome, still puzzled, interjected, questioned, Rockin', what does having someone protect you mean? Ahem, well, it means having a good friend. Pearl, didn't I tell you not to come over here? Thump. While Kagome was still pondering the meaning of good friend, Rockin', after his usual beating of the Sea Pearl, was surprised to find the skeleton of the Death Whisper beneath his feet undergoing a strange transformation. A large amount of death energy rapidly evaporated from its cleaved body, disappearing into the void, as if sucked away by something out of thin air. Soon, the Death Whisper skeleton became denser, flesh and bones melting away, absorbed by its hands. Minutes later, only a pair of intact hands remained of the two halves of the corpse, radiating wisps of life energy, grasping and clenching as if alive. This bizarre change made both the human and the fish extremely uneasy. Suddenly, Luo realized something and exclaimed in shock, "Could this be the source of those mummies? Ah! Doesn't that mean a lot of undead died here? No wonder we didn't find any undead remains along the way. I thought our enemies took them." Wait! Luo and Sea Pearl suddenly realized something and shouted in unison, "That centipede! If undead would twist into mummies after dying here, then there's no reason why those scattered bones should remain intact, unless skeletal undead are unaffected." But there were more than just that centipede among the skeletons that entered. Could it be that they were just lucky enough not to have touched the remains of other skeletal undead? Gorgon didn't know this. After Luo explained, she thought for a moment, and shook her head, insufficient evidence, unable to determine. Luo wasn't surprised. Besides, she had also observed the bones, and found no information. She still believed they were dead. Forget it, we can't go back to verify it. It's best if it's dead, if not, we can deal with it next time we see it. After Kagome absorbed the two arms, the enhancement progress reached 70.2%, and everyone focused their attention on the gray barrier. It seems there's no entrance. Let's just go in and take a look. After circling around, Luo decided to use the simplest and most direct method to enter. Anyway, this place was within enemy territory, so they wouldn't regret whatever they did. Clang! The barrier trembled, but only cracked slightly, which was quickly repaired by the death energy. Luo and Sea Pearl were both astonished. That was Kagome's attack, which had instantly killed a 6th-tier undead, yet it couldn't even break through a single barrier. Hiss, we can't be that lucky, can we? Chapter 246. Are we really that lucky? No, this should be bad. How could we just randomly run into a barrier that can block holy power attacks? Kagome carefully scanned the area and finally came to the unacceptable conclusion. The target barrier's strength is estimated to exceed Kagome's strongest attack by 178.3%. It cannot be broken. The little doll's expression dimmed slightly, feeling somewhat guilty for not being able to help. Luomin noticed her expression, gently patted her head, and said softly, "Kagome, you did very well. At least we know this is a place we can't mess with for now." Kagome paused, then nodded nonchalantly. "Kagome's alright. Luo doesn't need comforting." Okay, let's go look somewhere else." Agreed. Just as Luo and her group were about to leave, a ripple suddenly appeared where Kagome had attacked, and 3 gray-white chains shot out, instantly binding the person, the fish, and the doll. With a sharp tug, they were pulled into the barrier before Luo and the others could react. It happened. As if passing through a layer of extremely cold ice water, Luo felt her body instantly freeze. Her thoughts slowed down tenfold, fragmented and unable to process anything. The next moment, Luo lost consciousness. The Sea Pearl suffered the same fate, even losing consciousness faster than Luo. However, Kagome was unharmed. A milky white light shield enveloped her, preventing contact with the death energy, but it couldn't resist the powerful binding and pulling force. 3 chains connected in 3 directions, separating the small group. Kagome tried to sever them with her holy power, but could only cut them in half before instantly returning to normal. Luo! Sea Pearl! The two had already lost consciousness, helplessly dragged by the chains to a lake flowing with a grayish-white liquid. Splash! Only a slight sound remained before the 3 little ones vanished. Floating on the largest body of the lake was an old man, with a full head of white hair. He suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, scanning the area with his soul power, with some confusion. Strange, I think I just heard a sound. But looking at the chains binding him, the old man frowned, closed his eyes again, and attempted to break them. Dragged into the lake by the grayish-white chains, the chilling deathly aura rapidly invaded Sea Pearl's body. The shielding and protective magic attached to her body shattered after only 2 seconds. Her scales quickly lost their luster, her flesh corroded, her bones became brittle, and her magic power dissipated. Her body's instincts triggered Sea Pearl's rapid regeneration. However, in this environment of dwindling deathly aura, the speed of regeneration was far slower than the rate of dissolution. Am I going to die? In a daze, Hai Xinju felt herself fall into a cold, dark place, a feeling as if she had returned to the icy days of imprisonment in a sunless underwater cage. Cold laughter, needle pricks, helplessness, forced smiles even as blood was drawn. No family, no friends, only endless despair and the shadowy figure of a fake smile as her companions. Am I going back to that place again? Haijinju murmured unconsciously. Water was her race's gift, yet it had also become the deepest nightmare within her, shrouding her and tormenting her day and night. After escaping from there, she was once again imprisoned in a form, the nightmare returning. Every night as she fell asleep, nightmares assailed her, her body was imprisoned, her soul torn apart, and the pitch-black water spread, as if to drown her completely, pushing her mind to the brink of collapse time and again. But she was the future high priestess of the merfolk, her parents' most prized child. How could she be afraid of water? Wouldn't all her years of hard work have been for nothing? Could she still inherit the title of high priestess? So that's impossible. That's why she had to always be happy. That's why she didn't want to go back to that place. A shimmering blue rune suddenly appeared in her consciousness, flowing with a deep blue light, slowly rotating, emitting wisps of moist mist. This is... In a hazy vision, Pearl seemed to see a figure with long silver-white hair, teaching her to write stroke by stroke. Each time, she struggled to write it completely, but that figure never looked down on her clumsiness, even when she practiced herself, even when both of them were exhausted and delirious. Despite their frequent playful fights, only joyful memories remained. Oh right, and her too. I haven't surpassed her yet. How can I sleep here? Pearl suddenly opened her deep blue, ocean-like eyes. A crystalline blue crystal appeared between her brows. Azure power rapidly spread throughout her body, quickly repairing her body, which had been corroded by death energy to mere shreds. Her fair skin, jade-like arms, delicate fingers, and even her beautiful, translucent, water-shaped fishtail reappeared. Fine, light blue scales formed beautiful flowing water patterns. A powerful aura suddenly erupted. She clasped her hands together, and a majestic shout reverberated through the void. Where my heart resides is the sea's territory. Surge forth, the call of the ocean. The crystal between her brows emitted a touch of azure, and an immense power erupted from her slender body. An endless torrent of seawater surged forth, displacing the lake's death energy. A deafening roar erupted, a colossal wave crashing forth and echoing within the massive barrier. The irresistible force instantly vaporized the entire lake, and as the spray receded, it was replaced by the azure sea. This sudden turn of events caused the old man to open his eyes again. He tried to sense the surroundings with his soul power, but was instantly overwhelmed by a majestic and noble aura, forcing him to relinquish a portion of his released soul power. That is, he wanted to deceive himself, but the overwhelming power, clearly surpassing even holy power, constantly reminded him that the legendary power of the ancient times was truly before his eyes. How is this possible? His senses were limited, and he couldn't see through the hazy mist. He could only stand there anxiously. If only I could touch that power, maybe. Ah. Nathuzad? You just wait. Faintly, Pearl seemed to hear a roar, but her mind wasn't on it, so she paid it no mind. She was currently staring in astonishment at the pale blue water swirling around her. She felt an unprecedentedly powerful force emanating from it. With just a slight thought, the gray barrier not far away seemed ready to shatter. Then she did just that, and immediately, the entire massive barrier seemed to be stained blue. Pop! The barrier instantly collapsed, scattering into large splashes of water, devoid of any deathly aura or dark magic, as if the water had appeared out of thin air. The surrounding sandstorm receded rapidly, seemingly in fear of this power, making the surrounding area within a kilometer extremely clear. Such powerful power. Right, Luo Kagome. Pearl exclaimed, subconsciously releasing her senses, only to find that her senses were connected to water. Wherever water could reach, she could sense it, and all water was at her fingertips, easily manipulated without expending much energy. The Sea Pearl, who possessed an entire lake, immediately sensed two more similar lakes nearby, also filled with liquid condensed from death energy. Remembering how she had just been corroded to nothing but flesh and blood, the Sea Pearl dared not delay. She quickly manipulated seawater to flood the other lake, forcefully dispersing the death energy within. In the very center of the lake was a small figure, protected by a layer of light, 5 small chains tightly binding the light. The seawater manipulated by the Sea Pearl poured in, causing the death energy chains to lose energy and snap instantly. Kagome was then gently held in a hand formed from seawater. Kagome, are you alright? The little doll's nascent worldview seemed somewhat shattered. Staring blankly at the Sea Pearl in her mermaid form, she stammered, no, I'm fine. You're the Sea Pearl? Of course. This is my mermaid form, but my tail seems a little different. As she spoke, her translucent, watery tail slapped against the lake's surface, creating a splash. Recorded. Sea Pearl mermaid form? Sea Pearl, where's Luo? That's right, Luo. Sea Pearl suddenly dispersed into a spray of water droplets, recondensing from the other side of the lake. She nervously watched the lifeless lake on the other side, her slender jade hand reaching out to grab it, and a giant hand formed from the seawater simultaneously reached into it. However, when Sea Pearl controlled the giant hand to lift it up, she found she had grasped nothing. Chapter 247. How could there be nothing? Sea Pearl panicked instantly. The lake behind her transformed into two giant hands, plunging directly into the adjacent lake of deathly energy. However, her worst fears came true. This lake was completely empty. Impossible. Luo wouldn't disappear so easily. But Sea Pearl found it hard to convince herself. Even with her super-fast regeneration, she could only survive for a few minutes here. If her shattered divine spark hadn't been activated, she wouldn't be able to speak now, unless Luo possessed a similar divine spark. Just as Sea Pearl was filled with anxiety, Kagome removed her protective shield, flew down from the void magic crystal, and suggested, "We can't rule out the possibility of multiple lakes of deathly energy. Sea Pearl, Luo might be in a lake in another direction." Right, how could I forget that? Within this densely packed barrier of deathly energy, perception was severely limited. Sea Pearl hadn't thought of it at first, but Kagome's reminder rekindled a glimmer of hope. Seawater gathered beneath her tail, carrying her swiftly across the empty lake. Seeing another lake appear on the opposite side, she breathed a sigh of relief. At least there was still hope. Before Sea Pearl could act, the lifeless lake opposite seemed to suddenly come alive. Two skeleton warriors clad in bone armor materialized on the calm surface, each radiating a terrifying aura of a sixth-tier power. However, Sea Pearl was anxious, and her strength had surged. Without even glancing at them, she slapped them across. "You think you can stop me?" At the bottom of a certain lifeless lake, a girl bound by chains slept peacefully. A thick layer of ice magic condensed around her, protecting her from the chilling aura carried by the lifeless energy. Fire magic flickered across her pale skin, effectively blocking the deathly aura. Even if some deathly aura managed to infiltrate her body, it would be repelled by the water magic circulating within. The three types of magic acted like the most loyal guardians, protecting their master from harm. While they couldn't completely resist the intrusion of deathly aura, their speed was far slower than normal. Suddenly, a layer of golden flame ignited outside the girl's frozen soul, instantly dispelling the chill, and gradually awakening her frozen consciousness. So cold. The chill contained within the deathly aura was different from that of the ice magic. It wasn't a physical cold, but a sensation that struck directly at the soul. Having been impacted by the vast deathly aura within that barrier, even now that she had returned to normal, the sensations in Luo's memory hadn't completely disappeared. After a while, Luo finally recovered from the lingering cold, realizing she was immersed in a lake of deathly aura. A significant portion of her body surface had turned gray, but fortunately, it hadn't yet invaded her vital organs. Mobilizing her light magic to dispel the death energy within her body, a golden light flashed, and the chains binding her instantly snapped. Before they could repair themselves, Luo unleashed her light magic, causing the death energy to boil, the calm lake surface to bulge slightly, and then a towering column of white liquid erupted. At the cost of her magic shield shattering and multiple broken bones, Luo finally managed to withstand the immense impact and escape the lake of death energy. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Luo reestablished her protective shield, her body rapidly repairing itself. She was fully healed in no time, but she didn't feel relieved. The lake below seemed to have been triggered into a reaction. Even with her light magic exhausted, it was still boiling violently, as if something terrifying was about to be born. She couldn't see anything. Just to be safe, Luo summoned the Book of Rock Dragons, casting a rock dragon shield around herself. Whoosh! A massive bone dragon broke through the lake's surface, slowly raising its head. Its nearly 100-meter-long body was composed of pale bone segments, complex and desolate, with deathly aura sliding down its surface, perfecting its details. Its aura was also slowly increasing, soon rivaling the previous Death Whisperer. The bone dragon resembled an earth dragon, with 4 legs but no wings. Its tail was long and thick, ending in a bone ball, which made a series of whooshing sounds when it swung, sending chills down one's spine. Being hit by it would surely turn one into a meat patty. However, Luo quickly noticed that unlike ordinary skeletal undead, this bone dragon lacked soul fire. It seemed that only its aura and power met the requirements, not a complete 6-tier being. As Luo had expected, even when she used magic, the bone dragon made no attempt to dodge, allowing the light magic to melt a large hole in its skull. However, A small hole was nothing more than a needle prick to the nearly 100-meter-long bone dragon. It healed instantly, its massive jaws, filled with fangs, opening wide, and a vast amount of grayish-white death energy condensed. Not good. Luo only had time to dodge to the side before the pillar of death energy shot out, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. The rock dragon's protective shield was merely grazed and shattered instantly. This guy is completely ruthless. This meant it had no reason, but it also meant that facing it would mean encountering the most violent impact. In that half-second, Luo's thoughts raced, and he immediately made a decision, turning and flying away. I can't beat it. I can't beat it at all. Bye-bye. The bone dragon roared, spewing out a large amount of death energy, which condensed into countless bone spikes that shot towards Luo. It then took off from the lake on all fours. So that's why it can fly even though it's so heavy. Of course, it's common knowledge that those in the transcendent realm can fly. Luo was just having a headache from its relentless pursuit. The bone spikes weren't easy to dodge. Using his holy flame bullet to deflect some of the spikes, Luo barely managed to dodge a few, but several spikes pierced him, leaving deep wounds. Deathly energy spread rapidly, but what followed was a rapidly swinging heavy hammer. Without time to dispel the deathly energy, Luo instinctively crossed his arms to protect himself. Bang! The bone hammer was incredibly heavy. The protective shield that had just been formed shattered again. Luo felt his arms being crushed by an unimaginable force, and he was instantly set flying backward. Luo was directly slammed into another, even larger lake on the opposite side, creating a 100-foot-high wave. After skipping several times, he crashed into something hard in the center. Thump! Who hit me? On the other side, Sea Pearl had recovered and was pressing her injured abdomen, using water magic to suppress the invading death energy. Above, Kagome was desperately fighting off thousands of 8th-tier skeletons, retreating as she fought. Sea Pearl was practically in tears. Why did her divine power burst last so short? She was exhausted in less than a minute. And these enemies were relentless. After she instantly killed the first 2 6th-tier skeletons, 4 more 6th-tier skeletons appeared in the lake. She crushed them into bone dust, and 8 more 6th-tier skeletons materialized. 1632. After the number increased to 516 7th-tier skeletons, Sea Pearl was using seawater to resist the overwhelming attack when she suddenly found her strength rapidly waning. Her abdomen was also hit. Fortunately, Kagome intervened in time, and the fish and the human puppet together finally annihilated the remaining skeletons. Before they could even catch their breath, 1024 skeletons simultaneously materialized, each possessing a breathtakingly powerful 8th-tier strength. Sea Pearl's strength plummeted, leaving her weakened. Without Kagome, she would have been a dead fish long ago. Another wave of deathly energy attacks was sliced apart. Taking advantage of a lull in the attack, Kagome hurriedly led Sea Pearl away. If they didn't leave soon, Kagome herself wouldn't be able to withstand the onslaught. Shortly, they reached the massive lake in the center. The deathly energy here was even denser, making it even more difficult to deal with any enemies. However, Sea Pearl and Kagome had no time to think. They could only try to escape and find Luo. Huh, what's that over there? In the center of the lake, Sea Pearl vaguely saw something. Kagome, focused on deflecting incoming attacks, only spared a moment to investigate when she heard Sea Pearl's words. To her surprise, she discovered that the person they were looking for was right there. It's Luo. Chapter 248. Ouch. What was that hard thing? Luo rubbed her swollen forehead. Being whipped by a tail, and said skipping across the lake was bad enough. But to crash into something harder than a mountain in the middle of the lake was just unbelievable. But a startled, aged voice made Luo freeze. Who hit me? Luo instinctively looked up, and saw an old man bound by similar chains, his white hair giving him a kind expression. He too looked at Luo with a puzzled expression. It's you? As the saying goes, enemies meeting are bound to be furious. Luo's thought, in just one glance, recognized this old man as the culprit who had initially rendered her unconscious. She fired an ice spike from her right hand. Crack! The ice spike pierced the old headmaster's face, shattering instantly, while his wrinkled, seemingly fragile skin remained completely unharmed. You're Luo? How did you get here? Albert was far more shocked. Could it be an illusion cast by that dead thing? No, even if it were an illusion, it should make more sense. A girl of about 10 years old suddenly becoming an extraordinary being, and venturing into one of the most dangerous places in the netherworld. Was he really that easy to fool? What do you care how I got here? Stop trying to get close, old man. I never thought you'd end up like this. Tell me, who told you to mess with me? 2 hard ice spikes were pointed at Albert's eyes, as if they would pierce him instantly if he hesitated even for a moment. Seeing Albert muttering something, Luo put her hands on her hips, her tone undisguisedly disdainful. "Old man, you're not trying to renege on your promise, are you? I know far better than you what you done." Sensing an aura that was about 80% familiar, and hearing her call him old man repeatedly, Albert felt a little disoriented. Wait a minute, where did that affectionate address of Grandpa Headmaster go? Where did my gentle and lovely student go? Old man? She actually called me old man. Am I really that annoying? No, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He was, after all, a former headmaster. To be disliked by his own student was incredibly embarrassing. Hey! Stop playing dead. I'm not called Hey, I'm called Tamslin Albert, little Luo. Can you please stop calling me old man? It makes me lose face. Luo looked him over suspiciously. The kind and composed old headmaster who used to sit in the chair below the academy's office building was now bound by layers of thick chains, the chains extending into the void. His short, graying hair was now completely white, and his beard was a mess. He looked nothing like a powerful saint-level cultivator. TSK. Cough cough, I was just caught off guard. How pathetic. So it was just a momentary lapse. Roar. A roar interrupted Albert's voice. Luo remembered that a bone dragon was chasing him. He turned around and saw the bone dragon slam its claw down, the terrifying death aura pressing down and pinning Luo to the spot, unable to move. Damn it, I forgot this guy was still here. Seeing Luo about to be hit, Albert, interrupted, felt extremely annoyed. A little skeleton dragon dared to interrupt this old man's conversation with his student. Get out of the way! A sharp shout rang out, and powerful, materialized soul energy transformed into a sharp sword, directly slicing the bone dragon into several pieces, scattering into drifting death aura, and simultaneously shattering the ice spikes Luo had condensed. Alright, the little nuisance is gone, Luo, let's continue our chat. Luo, who was about to forcefully break through the blockade, quietly withdrew her power, revealing an awkward smile. Grandpa Headmaster, I suddenly remembered. I still have friends who are missing. Goodbye, sir. How does this old guy still have such powerful abilities? Was my tone a bit unfriendly earlier? Come back. Seeing Luo running even faster, Albert became impatient and directly released his soul power to grab her back, saying irritably, Your friends are those two little guys over there, right? They're being chased by a bunch of bones. But they're alright for now, don't worry. Luo, who was about to struggle, brightened up and blurted out, Really? Would an old man lie to you? Yes. Hearing Luo's extremely certain answer, Albert was furious, but then remembered that it was indeed his mistake, so he pretended not to hear. Thanks to you for breaking part of the necromantic pentagram sealing array, I only need half an hour to escape. Shall Luo, have your friend stall for time. After the seed pearl broke through 2 lakes of deathly energy, Albert immediately sensed that the restraints on his body had loosened considerably. Now, the 3rd lake had even diverted some of its power to pursue him, weakening the force binding him by 30%. If he could escape before that damn thing could react, there was a high probability of him getting away. The force holding Luo loosened, and the girl opened her mouth, but ultimately only gave a cold snort. I reluctantly trust you one more time. Seeing the reluctant girl still obediently leave, a relieved smile appeared on Albert's aged face. He immediately focused his energy on dealing with the restraints on his body. Those chains weren't just simple death energy, but a high-intensity necromantic aura, carrying complex runes and that guy's will. Sealed for months, his body, soul, and even his holy power were locked up layer by layer. Even weakened, breaking free wouldn't be easy. Lo! After Kagome discovered Lo chatting with Albert, the seed pearl quickly noticed her approaching and couldn't help but get excited. Seeing that Haijinju still had so much energy, Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Her earlier claim of having a friend to look for wasn't just an excuse. Thankfully, Kagome was with her. But what kind of enemy could force Kagome to flee as well? Then, Luo saw the dense swarm of powerful skeletons closely following Kagome and gasped. How could they be even more troublesome than her? Luo, don't get close. I know. Kagome, they're not very intelligent. Led them in circles. Kagome, received. New mission established, in progress. No fewer than 200 skeletons had been slain behind them, but for every one that fell, 2 new skeletons would revive, their auras growing stronger. Kagome dared not kill them anymore. Hearing Luo's words, she decisively led them in circles. A small puppet flew rapidly through the air, carrying a beautiful girl with long, azure hair below, pursued by thousands of armored, sword-wielding skeletons who roared in pursuit. Perhaps this is just how strange and wonderful the world of the extraordinary is? Outside the damaged heart, the pale young man pressed his hands against the vertebrae, trying to sense the location of the other sealed part. Suddenly, his heart pounded 3 times, startling him. What happened? 3 of the seal's foundations have been breached? Frowning deeply, it no longer bothered searching. It unleashed its own soul power, personally manipulating the formation, attempting to reseal it before the young man could break free. After all, it had paid a huge price to barely seal it. If it escaped, it would be the one to escape. Chapter 249. Kagome and Sea Pearl were being chased by a group of skeletons, but fortunately, these skeletons were merely flawed creations of an array. Kagome was focused on evading them, and they couldn't catch up. Old Dean Albert was struggling to break free of the chains binding him. Just as the chains were about to snap, they suddenly healed instantly. At the same time, the skeletons chasing Kagome and Sea Pearl collapsed, turning back into death energy and flowing into the lake below. Furthermore, large amounts of death energy poured in from 2 other directions, making the seal on Albert even stronger. No, it's found me! Albert opened his eyes, sighing inwardly. He hadn't expected it to be so decisive, willing to risk the complete collapse of that thing to trap him. Grandpa Headmaster, you're not going to pass out, are you? Hearing Luo's clearly distant and teasing tone, Albert gave a wry smile. Don't be so hostile towards me, it was just an accident, little Luo. Just then, freed from the enemy's pursuit, Sea Pearl pounced down, interrupting Albert's words. She grabbed Luo's hands, scrutinized them carefully, and just as Luo was about to think she was about to do something again, the merman girl breathed a sigh of relief, her smile radiant. It's so good that Luo is alright. Hearing this, Luo, who had wanted to punch her, couldn't help but gently stroke her smooth blue hair. You're the one who worried me the most. I be fine, we all be alright. Of course. Let me tell you, this priest just went on a killing spree, 1 punch and a whole bunch of high-level skeletons. Do you think I believe that? It's true. Fortunately, just as Sea Pearl was about to explain with great enthusiasm, Kagome flew down, sitting gracefully like a little lady, floating between the two, and promptly explained for Sea Pearl. Sea Pearl did indeed use power far exceeding the specifications of Holy Power 17 minutes ago, which weakened significantly after 56 seconds. Alright, no need to say the rest. Sea Pearl quickly covered Kagome's mouth, trying to cover up the weakness of its short duration, but it was too late. Somewhat embarrassed, she tried to defend herself. Maybe it was just the first time she used it, and she's not yet proficient. She'd definitely be able to extend the time in the future. However, Luo was also shocked. Power exceeding holy power? Could it be? She hadn't forgotten that Sea Pearl was also the successor of the ocean god. If it was the divine power remaining from that broken divine spark. That seems to make sense? Suppressing her surprise at her friend's awakening, Luo placed her hands on Haijinju's shoulders, interrupting her murmurs, and said seriously, "Don't tell anyone about this, or others will covet it." Haijinju sensed her sincerity, and nodded subconsciously, "Don't worry. This is our secret. Kagome will record this information as top secret." Ahem, I'm still here, old man. Albert looked at the 3 happy children, with a hint of helplessness. Was his presence really that insignificant? Haijinju then remembered the old man beside her. Oh no, they hurt us. What should we do? Kagome thought for a moment, and offered a sound suggestion. Killing them is the best solution, Luo. What do you think? Well, Albert was genuinely afraid Luo would say I agree, so he quickly interjected, I think she's probably a very rare merfolk. How about letting her study at the Imperial Academy? The Alien Academy also offers courses for aquatic races. Grandpa Dean, you know about merfolk, so you should know they learn through bloodline inheritance, right? What's the point of further studies? Luo didn't actually believe the old Dean wanted to harm them. After all, even sealed away, killing them would be more than enough, and besides, there was no reason for it. She was just very annoyed that the old man never kept his word. Speaking of this, the old Dean's confidence grew. His experience far surpassed that of the 3 youngsters. He could even speak casually of the merfolk, a race most extraordinary individuals might only encounter once in their lifetime. Of course, it's useful. While races like the merfolk, with their inherited bloodlines, can grow rapidly and become powerful without additional learning, if they follow a set path, they usually only develop about 70% of their bloodline. I think this merfolk girl has only developed about 40% of her bloodline. Her strength relies entirely on that power. Continuing like this, she might be wasting her talent. Sea Pearl paused, somewhat dejected. No wonder I was so weak before. As the most powerful race within the River of Life, Sea Pearl's strength before obtaining her shattered divine spark wasn't actually weak. However, the old Dean had seen far too many geniuses. Moreover, Those who reached the saint rank were all exceptional geniuses, so his standards were naturally much higher. He bluntly pointed out Hai Jinju's flaws. Her skill in using magic is even worse than yours, Xiao Luo. The magic she wastes on flying alone is enough to show that she lacks control over magical skills. She relies solely on brute force to suppress others. And if I'm not mistaken, she's a priestess, isn't she? Priests, like knights, need a devout heart, but this young girl is too playful. Perhaps it will take decades to correct her. Albert, like a learned teacher, pointed out every flaw in Hai Jinju, both those she had noticed and those she hadn't, causing her face to grow paler. Luo, observing this, stopped Kagome from stepping forward. She had felt this invisible pressure from Sin Dragon many times before, knowing the old headmaster genuinely wanted to correct her mistakes. She just wondered what choice Hai Jinju would make. Young lady, what's your decision? Do you want to come? Hai Jinju pursed her thin lips and timidly asked, Old man, will joining that academy really make me stronger, as you say? Of course. I'm a saint-level expert. Why would I lie to a little girl like you? Hai Jinju turned to look at Luo, seeing her and Kagome encouraging her. A sense of clarity returned, and her previously insecure confidence swelled again. Old man, I'm incredibly powerful. A little setback won't defeat me. I decided, I join that academy and defeat all your so-called geniuses. However, Hai Jinju hadn't yet grasped the gravity of her words. Ha ha. Good. This old man likes ambitious young girls, like you. Albert was pleased and subconsciously wanted to stroke his beard, but his hands were bound, so he could only smile slightly. Little Luo, won't you introduce this old man to another little friend? He could tell at a glance that the little one was actually a puppet, but the strange thing was that, in all his years, he had never been able to tell what kind of puppet it was. Her name is Kagome. She's our friend. Yeah, Kagome is incredibly powerful. Hearing the two girls say this, Kagome seemed a little embarrassed and hid behind Luo's ear. I can't comment. Kagome is definitely not very happy about it. Can I see her? She doesn't seem like an ordinary puppet, does she? You're not thinking of taking advantage of her again, are you? Seeing Luo protect Kagome, Albert shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed that his mistake that time had made her more wary of him and less persistent. He looked up at the clear sky. In his eyes, the seemingly normal sky was blocked by dense, invisible lines, plain barriers. Without saint-level strength, they couldn't be observed, let alone torn open. Luo. Albert's tone became serious. Luo vaguely sensed that he had something serious to say, so she stopped playing around with the other two girls and waited for his next words. Chapter 250. First, I apologize for what happened back then, but I can assure you that neither Actos nor I intended to harm you. Upon hearing this, Pearl and Kagome, though still confused, became wary of Albert. No matter how amicable their conversation had been, they would unhesitatingly side with him if it involved hurting Luo. I know. Luo stopped in front of the old headmaster, Albert. She didn't know what a mage's soul was, but something radiating a seven-colored aura was definitely not ordinary. Who would go to such lengths for a mere mortal? Of course, it was impossible not to be angry, but being hit with an ice spike and seeing the once mysterious old headmaster in his current predicament somewhat appeased her anger. I won't dwell on the past, so can you tell us how you ended up like this? Albert didn't repeat it was just an accident, but hesitated before slowly asking, Do you know about the root of death aura? Luo and C. Pearl nodded, but Kagome honestly shook her head, leaving Albert momentarily stunned. What was going on? Since there's still one little girl who doesn't know, then this old man will give a brief explanation. Maddie had only mentioned it briefly, but it was through Elder Albert's words that Luo learned the true nature of the root of death aura. The netherworld is truly boundless. Such a vast region naturally attracts many powerful undead who want to occupy it, inevitably leading to numerous disputes and conflicts. To prevent high-level combatants from killing each other, the nominal ruler of the netherworld, the Netherworld Emperor, established a rule. That is, territories are divided based on the source of death energy. The stronger the source, the larger the territory it encompasses. As a powerful tool, the source of death energy possesses many functions. The most important are controlling the undead within its territory, managing their birth, and gathering death energy as a resource for the Lord's cultivation. The first two relate to the struggle and absorption of death energy sources, while the latter reflects the undead's inherent desire to seize territory. The stronger the source, the greater its benefit to the Lord's cultivation. The Lord here is a saint-level Grand Lich King named Nethuzad, proficient in soul magic, controlling a territory spanning millions of miles. Due to his preferences, this place has been transformed into a desert landscape, and he commands over 39-tier undead powerhouses. So, Grandpa Headmaster, you had a grudge against it, and that's why you fought it? Luo, of course, understood by now that the epic battle Maddie spoke of was the duel between the Grand Headmaster and this Grand Lich King, which directly annihilated the very center of the territory, and most of his 9-tier subordinates were either dead or fled. However, Albert shook his head, looking at Luo's delicate little face, and said without a hint of joking, "For you?" "Me?" See, Pearl and Kagome also looked at Luo, seemingly asking what happened. She quickly waved her hands. "Don't look at me, I'm wondering the same thing, Grandpa Headmaster. Please stop beating around the bush. What is it for?" A trace of self-reproach flashed in Albert's eyes. "When you fell into a coma, another old friend and I did our best to protect your sea of souls from shattering, but to awaken your consciousness, we needed the help of a powerful being proficient in soul magic. However, none of the people I knew met the requirements, so we thought of searching for liches. Each of them is a master at manipulating souls. Perhaps they can awaken you." Hearing Elder Albert's sincere words, Luo pouted and muttered, "Seeing how sincere you are, I reluctantly forgive you. So you still haven't told me how you ended up like this." Albert heard Luo's whispered murmur clearly. Hearing her loud, veiled question about what happened next, he smiled kindly, not wanting to expose her, and continued recounting his experiences. Because they were mortal enemies, the liches naturally refused to have a friendly chat with Albert. Upon discovering this, they immediately attacked. After annihilating 3 High Lich Kings, Albert arrived in Nathuzad's territory. After a brief test, Nathuzad, realizing he was no match, agreed to grant Albert the magic to heal souls, but on the condition that he win 10 games of chess against him. Albert didn't explain what the life or death game was, only telling Luo and the others that after winning 10 consecutive games, Nathuzad had already placed the bet. However, taking advantage of a moment of distraction, it unleashed a powerful soul magic. In a daze, he was caught off guard and his combat power plummeted. After 4 days of fierce fighting, he was finally trapped by the source of death energy and became a prisoner. However, as a saint-level being among the strongest in thousands of years, Albert was not someone Nathuzad could easily deal with. During the fierce battle, Albert forcefully blasted a crack into the source of death energy. It should be noted that every source of death energy, upon its initial creation, could withstand attacks from a saint-level being. This source of death energy had evolved multiple times, and even its master, the Lich King, couldn't be harmed in the slightest. Thanks to that crack, the formation sealing Albert had a flaw, allowing him to hold out for more than half a year. However, without Luo and the others' arrival, Albert would have been completely sealed away in another 6 months. At that point, unless another saint-level being arrived, becoming a puppet of the Great Lich King would be inevitable. But just now, it detected the movement of the formation and concentrated all its power on my seal. It can't break free in a short time, but there's some good news. Luo and C. Pearl couldn't help but lean forward a little, and even Kagome became curious, widening her eyes, and waiting quietly for Albert to continue. To maintain the seal, Nathuzad had to abandon repairing the source of the death energy. In the long run, the source will inevitably shatter completely, and then it won't be able to seal me anymore. Now it's just a matter of who can hold out the longest. After learning about Luo and Albert's past, the Sea Pearl was no longer so hostile and asked curiously, "Grandpa, how long can you hold out?" "About 4 months. Originally, I could only hold out for about 5 months, but the seal has strengthened, so my consumption has increased." According to Albert, this necromancer pentagram array could seal up to 6 saint-level beings simultaneously, and sealing him alone was more than enough. That little puppet named Kagome must have released power exceeding the 9th rank. The necromancer pentagram array is a formation targeting powerful living beings. Any attack exceeding the 9th rank will trigger a counterattack. With Albert's explanation, Luo understood why the Grey Barrier suddenly counterattacked, while the Death Whisperer absorbed the death energy without any reaction. "For months isn't that long, Luo, and I will stay here with you." See, Pearl casually put her arm around Luo's shoulder, only to be unsurprisingly pushed away by him. However, Albert gave a wry smile. "It's not as simple as you think. At the current rate, the shattering of the death aura's source is irreversible, but it's enough to last for more than a year. So my plan is to take advantage of my remaining strength to break through the dimensional barrier here, and send you to a safe place in the netherworld." "Ah? How can you do that?" Chapter 251. How can this be? Luo instinctively denied it. "You don't think we're cowards, do you? Little Luo, this is a formation targeting saint-level beings. Once the Great Lich King reacts, you won't be able to leave. Even little Kagome won't be able to do any damage to it. As a true saint-level being, Albert understood the power of this level better than anyone. Killing someone across a plane was possible. Whether or not to kill was simply a matter of choice. At this moment, Kagome suddenly asked, question, does the necromancer pentagram formation consume more energy when attacked? Albert thought she wanted to accelerate the consumption by attacking the seal, and explained, that's true, but even a 9th level attack wouldn't significantly reduce its energy consumption. Understood. Understood? So what? Albert realized he really couldn't understand young people these days. Was he not clear enough? Or had he really reached retirement age? Just as he was racking his brains, Kagome stood on the void magic crystal, and a magic circle gradually formed in front of her. Reconstruction magic? Albert was even more bewildered. This was a common spell used for refining materials, a standard spell used by low to mid-level transcendents. Its effect was to alter the properties of materials based on the intensity of the input magic power. Correct. Kagome continued working, and several minutes later, the spell was completed. Under everyone's gaze, the magic circle lit up, and the chains binding Albert trembled, slowly beginning to break. This is holy power? Could anyone tell him what had happened in the outside world in this short year? Why could a mere puppet wield holy power representing the highest level of authority? Definitely. Kagome answered Albert's question earnestly, radiating a powerful aura. However, this caused a backlash from the lake below, the surface rippling and spreading, many grayish-white tentacles extending out. The next moment, a centipede-like octopus emerged from the lake. Humph! Disappear from my sight. The octopus collapsed instantly, unable to comprehend what was happening in this era. Albert seized the opportunity, cooperating with Kagome to accelerate the breakthrough of the seal. Meanwhile, Nethuzad sensed the rapidly diminishing power of the array. At this rate, he would surely be overtaken. Gritting his teeth, a ferocious glint appeared on his pale face, and terrifying soul power rapidly traversed space. Griffin, far away in space, suddenly opened its eyes, looking in surprise at the almost motionless moonlight. How long has it been? Why has Nethuzad already made a move? However arrogant, it was in front of others. It dared not easily defy the lord of this territory. With a shrill cry, the skeleton army, having absorbed a massive amount of death energy, instantly dissipated, releasing a vast amount of death energy that flowed into the void and appeared at the damaged heart. Although I don't know what method you used to deplete the array's power, I was prepared. Let's see who can outlast whom. The Griffin brothers had been stationed in its territory for a long time, so how could Nethuzad not try to win them over? After the source of death energy was inexplicably disturbed and rioted, it urgently contacted the Griffin brothers, hoping to use their power to repair it. Under the power accumulated by Griffin, the seal on Albert's body, which had been gradually crumbling, was slowly repaired, and it also carried another kind of saint-level aura, making the seal even stronger. What's going on? The damaged parts of the seal have reversed. Seeing the chain slowly breaking down, only to be instantly restored, Luo and Haijinju's heart sank. External force has intervened. It seems this great Lich King has prepared quite a few methods. The game of life and death, magic scrolls, soul magic, the source of death energy, and this external force, all are aimed at him. Albert doesn't know how many more trump cards it has up its sleeve. Perhaps, it had already set its sights on him, while he was slaying other Lich Kings. Ha ha ha. Become an undead. The thought of a saint-level powerhouse about to become his puppet filled Nethuzad with immense excitement, and the gloom on his face lessened considerably. Even if the source of death energy truly shattered, with the combined strength of the two saints, seizing a possessed source of death energy would be no difficult task. Buzz. Seemingly having absorbed too much death energy, the faintly visible spine suddenly vibrated, causing his heartbeat to become erratic for a moment. Although Nethuzad quickly stabilized, the seal's repair speed noticeably slowed. Recalling the incident that nearly destroyed the seal, a sense of tension arose in Nethuzad's heart. Looks like I need to hurry. What happened on the night of the full moon must not be repeated. Back on Lothar's side, Lothar, who was contemplating whether to use his divine power to help, suddenly felt the claw bones within his ring twitch violently again, then forcefully burst out of the ring and fly in a certain direction. What happened? Fortunately, the claw bone only flew about 10 meters before it seemed to lose power, falling in a parabola and being retrieved by Luo. What is this? A look of surprise flashed across Albert's face. He sensed a deeply hidden aura of death emanating from the claw bone, no longer than a palm. The aura was so terrifying that even he felt a chill, and it was remarkably similar to a vertebra he had glimpsed in the source of death energy. Where did Xiao Luo find these random things? I don't know. I found it in a place protected by a light array. A Knight of Light said it was a part of a Calamity Bone dragon named Hidayah. It had been vibrating ever since it entered this space. But this is the first time it has happened so suddenly, bursting out of the spatial ring. The Calamity Bone dragon Hidayah. I feel like I heard that name somewhere before. Albert felt like he had seen the name somewhere before, perhaps from a memory from 1,000 years ago. However, the important thing right now was to break the seal, so he could only put aside his doubts for the time being. I found a similar bone at the crack in the source of death energy. Now that the seal's repair speed has slowed down, it seems the two are from the same source. The recent resonance interfered with the seal. If this happens a few more times, it should greatly increase the collapse speed of the source of death energy. See, Pearl seemed to understand, her eyes revealing a clear naivete. It will explode? You could think of it that way. However, see, Pearl's casual remark gave Luo a sudden flash of inspiration. An explosion? Grandpa Headmaster, do you know about the explosion that happened more than half a month ago? Hearing this, Albert carefully recalled for a moment, then shook his head, replying with a slight apology, I'm sorry, I've been focused on breaking the seal, and didn't notice the explosion you mentioned. However, not long ago, the seal did suddenly weaken for a moment, then quickly recovered. Perhaps this helps with your questions. Although he didn't get the answer he wanted, Luo still had a premonition that this claw bone would be the key to breaking the deadlock. Chapter 252. Luo couldn't control the resonance between the claw bone and the bones Elder Albert had mentioned, but if the seal on it were broken, it should spontaneously trigger the resonance. However, the seal on the claw bone was exceptionally complex, as it combined the power of 6 bone mountains. Luo and C. Pearl had studied it for 3 whole months before they had barely made a dent. Luo was responsible for analyzing the runes, while C. Pearl was responsible for cheering them on, but after Kagome reported that she was interfering with the casting of magic, Luo gagged her. At this time, Kagome's face showed signs of strain. Continuously using reconstruction magic was rapidly depleting her power. Fortunately, Albert still had a considerable amount of high-level magic crystals, which kept Kagome connected, but the exhaustion originating from her soul was unavoidable. With the two sides locked in a tug-of-war at an unknown distance, the seal was being repaired extremely slowly. According to Albert's estimate, if this continued, a winner would be decided in at most 2 months. Assuming Kagome could hold on. Clearly, the situation was not good for them. Dozens of spell books floated before Luo, which she quickly scanned, hundreds of pages at a glance. The gift from Sindaragon provided her with ample information to decipher the runes within. During this time, Albert also helped decipher some runes, but unfortunately, he was an affinity bound to light, and knew very little about the most crucial light runes. In the modern era, the Church of Light possessed extremely strong control over light runes. Only ancient texts like those from Sindaragon, dating back 300,000 years, could reveal traces of them. This rune should be for targeted release, regulating the flow of magic. The main structure is mostly clear, but I can't handle the minor details. The magic circle contained tens of thousands of runes, a significant portion of which were concealed. Luo estimated that the array's light magic had been overconsumed, leaving insufficient power for its concealment function. Kagome, I'm going to try. Be careful. Roger. Kagome will operate at full capacity if necessary. Albert also opened his slightly tired eyes. He had witnessed Luo's efforts over the past 3 months, and while he felt guilty for relying on a junior to help him escape, his appreciation for Luo grew even stronger. Her leap in strength was a secret, but to memorize such a vast number of runes at this level was rare even in history. A talent for super memory. Little Luo, remember, every magic circle has its own base. Activate the hidden power, allowing the bone's power to break the seal on its own. As for the consequences of breaking the seal. Okay. I understand. Phew. It's about to begin. The claw bone hovered before Luo, its magic circle occasionally flashing. Recalling the hardships of the past few months, the small array appeared in Luo's mind, rapidly expanding into a vast, celestial phantom. Large, blurry areas existed within the array, representing parts that couldn't be broken for the time being. However, a series of rapidly shifting white forked lines appeared prominently on these areas, the most crucial part of the entire array. Staring at the ceiling array on the claw bone, a similar array seemed to appear in Luo's beautiful, ruby-like eyes. The illusory array constantly changed, yet it could never overlap with the one on the claw bone. Damn it, I don't believe it. The transformation array on his right wrist was activated, and the magic power in his sea of souls began to be transformed into soul power. Calculating the changes in the array required the support of powerful soul power. Even the simplest form of this array was far beyond Luo's current level of ability to deduce. Fortunately, she had a cheat code. Her magic power was rapidly depleted, while her soul power slowly increased. The illusory array in her eyes gradually became clearer, and the thousands of changes in the blink of an eye quickly decreased to hundreds. Albert, standing beside her, narrowed his eyes. He could feel Luo's magic power being rapidly consumed, seemingly being converted into soul power by that peculiar array. Surprisingly, the amount consumed in just 1 minute exceeded the total magic power of an ordinary second-tier transcendent being, and the consumption was still increasing, yet she showed no signs of exhaustion. That woman's words were indeed true. 10 minutes later, Luo's simulation of the array was extremely close to her true form. The lines that were previously difficult to observe became clearly visible, and under intense concentration, a sliver of golden flame quietly appeared. Unconsciously, Luo once again activated the power of her divine power. In her vision, the small array on her claw bone instantly froze. In a fraction of a blink, Luo clearly detected the flow of magic power within it. Now! Soul power transformed into a fine needle, and Luo seized this hard-won opening, striking precisely at the point where the magic was about to flow. Ding! 6 clear, crisp sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The sealing array on the claw bone suddenly dimmed, then burst forth with a dazzling white light, only to be replaced by dense death energy. The claw bone also began to tremble violently. Crack! As if something shattered, the originally palm-length claw bone rapidly expanded into a gigantic claw as tall as a person, unleashing a terrifying aura that pressed Luo and Sea Pearl directly into the lake of death energy, even burying the lake's surface several meters deep. This aura. Albert seemed to recall something terrifying, his eyes widening instantly. However, before he could discern the details, the claw vanished instantly, and the immense pressure dissipated. Seconds later, Luo and Haizhenju, looking disheveled, flew up from the lake. Fortunately, the fall was short, and their magically formed clothes hadn't been corroded. So I've been holding something terrifying all this time. Luo patted his chest, still somewhat shaken. He couldn't imagine just how powerful a fully formed Calamity Bone Dragon would be. Its claws tore through the void, appearing within the source of death energy, leaving Nethuzad, who was still struggling to control the seal, momentarily stunned. What is this? Oh no! The claws aimed straight for the spine. All the measures protecting the heart were completely ineffective against it. In a split second, the claws lightly touched the spine. The next moment, roar! An invisible roar transcended time and space, instantly appearing in the souls of every living and dead in this space. Its powerful aura froze everything in place. Even the raging sandstorm trembled, afraid to move. Seconds later, everyone and the undead returned to normal, cautiously casting spells to protect themselves. Those who had fought were even more suspicious, suspecting the other had tampered with their weapons, and became even more vigilant. Nethuzad recovered in less than half a second, but it didn't even have time to think about where the part came from, or why it had been unsealed. It controlled the surrounding death energy to tightly envelop the two parts, attempting to separate them. However, it was too late. Bang! The next moment, the entire heart suddenly doubled in size, only to be suppressed by its own efforts. Thump! Thump! The heart pounded violently, its shape gradually becoming bloated. Nethuzad's face grew increasingly grim. Then, as if realizing something, its expression turned completely dark. A moment later, a hint of madness appeared on its tightly closed, pale lips. Since that's the case, I just have to kill you. You took my things, now it's time to spit them out. A vast, boundless soul force spread out, instantly freezing the deathly aura that permeated the entire space. The many undead, who had been vying for the deathly crystals, and using this place for cultivation suddenly found themselves unable to move. What's going on? Griffin didn't say anything like that. In the center of a sandstorm, a group of undead were confronting each other around a bone-white flower on the ground. Behind a young man in black, a robed skeleton wielding a giant scythe appeared, an endless aura of death emanating from the scythe, as if anyone touched by it would die instantly. This was originally released because of that soul-piercing roar, but unexpectedly, it saved the young man in black's life. The phantom of death stubbornly resisted the powerful pressure emanating from the entire space. The 6th-7th tier undead confronting it were not so lucky. Their bodies shattered instantly, their soul power twisted and extracted. The death energy they had absorbed, and their own undead energy dissipated, merging into the void. Even their shattered corpses writhed before transforming into hideous, desiccated carcasses. This scene unfolded simultaneously in many places. Except for a few undead in special locations, all undead below the 8th tier were crushed into powder without any reaction. These undead, having absorbed a large amount of death energy from the space, thought they had gained an advantage, but little did they know they were doing all the work for others. The combined power of over 76 tier undead and over 27 tier undead converged on the heart, calming its increasingly twisted and collapsing state. Thump thump. Just as Nathuzad breathed a sigh of relief, the heart suddenly exploded, revealing a 30-meter-long spine and 2-meter-long claws, all vanishing into the void. How could this be? Nathuzad stared blankly as the shattered heart gradually dissipated, and the pyramid beneath it slowly collapsed and disappeared. The heart, which had stopped beating for thousands of years, felt a long-lost fear and helplessness, as if a massive shadow was rapidly enveloping him. No! Run! Awakened, Nathuzad no longer cared about his plans and stepped into the spatial rift. However, a giant hand formed of holy power pierced through space and slapped him away. Boom! You wretched thing, are you ready to bear my wrath? Chapter 253. Luo Gang flew out of the lake of deathly energy. Seeing that the claw bones had disappeared, she felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her vision blurring. See Pearl, who was repairing her clothes corroded by the deathly energy, noticed Luo's condition and quickly flew over, embracing her tightly around the waist. Hey! What are you doing? Luo, you don't look well. What's wrong? It's nothing, just a little tired. I'd be fine after a rest. Put me down. No way. Hee hee, Luo's body is so soft. She struggled for a moment, but couldn't break free. Instead, she became even more exhausted and had to give up, taking out a few magic crystals to absorb. Having not replenished her magic power for so long, and expending so much energy, even Luo's magic power reserves were clearly depleted, hence her dizziness. Once the emptiness within her body eased slightly, Luo Gang remembered that Sea Pearl was once again forcibly pressing her against those soft breasts. Helplessly, she could only focus her attention on the chains binding Albert. So, I'm being taken care of by that fish? Under the tense gaze of the three women, the seal suddenly trembled, then cracked open with a clang, revealing chains riddled with fissures radiating milky white light. It's going to succeed. However, before the Sea Pearl could even rejoice, the chains abruptly reverted to their original state, seemingly declaring to everyone that all their efforts had been futile against the overwhelming power of that great Lich King. How could this be? Humph. Of course not, shatter for me. Terrifying waves of energy surged around Albert, distorting even space itself. Deathly aura was purified by his power, but thanks to his deliberate protection, the three women weren't blown away. Crack, crack. Space was easily sliced open with countless tiny cracks. The newly restored chains shattered into uniform fragments in an instant, vanishing without a trace. Albert's wrinkled hand clenched gently, conjuring a giant hand several meters long. Boom! Space was forcefully shattered, revealing a bloated young man with pale, smudged skin and his face patched with coarse threads, seemingly trying to escape. You wretched thing, are you ready to face my wrath? At this moment, Griffin, standing at the entrance to the deathly aura source space, looked at the now dim and lifeless enormous moon, somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it supposed to close on the night of the dark moon? What on earth is Nathuzad doing? My time is precious. If he and his elder brother hadn't been unable to refuse its request, they wouldn't have wasted time here. The whereabouts of the saint-level soul crystal were still unknown, and they had thought they could use this sudden burst of deathly aura to lure the living here, especially the self-proclaimed Holy Church of Light. TSK, could I have made a mistake? It wasn't those bored people from the Church of Light who did this. At this moment, the silvery white entrance vortex suddenly twisted violently, bursting forth with a terrifyingly powerful aura. Besides an aura clearly not belonging to the undead, there was also a somewhat familiar one. Yes, aura? It's fighting the living? Relying on its true form as a holy griffin, Griffin was completely unaffected by this aura. Quick, the exit is here. While he was still pondering the reason, a commotion erupted from within the vortex, followed by several figures rapidly flying out. The fastest was a young man in black, then 4 8th-tier undead, with 2 7th-tier and 1 6th-tier undead close behind. Finally escaped. Griffin, what happened? It's definitely a trap. Even if you're a tier higher than us, aren't you afraid of the forces behind us? Gaga has fallen. He was a member of the Ghost Armor. If you don't give us an explanation, let's see what you do. 5 8th-tier undead released their auras, simultaneously pressuring Griffin. The immense pressure from the entire space had already made them tremble. Then, a powerful clash erupted between the two auras. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, the remaining undead hurriedly fled. If they remained inside, they might not even have a chance to escape. Humph! Who gave you the audacity to question me? Griffin, interrupted from his thoughts, snorted coldly. Facing the auras of the 5 8th tier undead, he showed no fear. His sharp eyes swept around, and immediately, the previously aggressive 8th tier undead fell silent. Recalling where they had gotten their arrogance, their souls skipped a beat, and they subconsciously took a step back, not daring to face him directly. Get lost. The 4 8th tier undead, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly left. The black-clad youth clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, and had no choice but to leave first. The remaining, weaker undead lacked the courage to fight back, and quickly fled in different directions, including the handsome young corpse. Although his soul flame was almost extinguished, the thought of the item he had accidentally obtained made the trip worthwhile. New York Thuzad was very strong. Even though Albert, also a saint-level being, destroyed its body more than 10 times, it could instantly recover. Finding the right moment, it summoned thousands of powerful 8th and 9th tier corpse puppets, briefly entangled Albert, and then tore through space to escape. I spare your life for now. Remembering that Luo and the others were still there, Albert ultimately didn't pursue them. After spending some time eliminating all the corpse puppets, Albert's power surged, completely clearing the deathly aura from the space. The raging sandstorm suddenly lost its power and slowly drifted down, restoring a long-lost calm to the surrounding yellowish landscape, leaving only the soft rustling of sand as it landed. So strong. Not only were Luo and Sea Pearl shocked by Albert's strength, but Kagome also realized the enormous gap between herself and a true saint-level being, a realm she couldn't reach even 100 times over. Neo-Thuzad has lost his source of death energy, and so many corpse puppets, his strength must have dropped significantly. He's nothing to worry about. Alright, let's leave first. The Netherworld isn't safe, the living are easily surrounded and attacked there. The overall strength of the Netherworld is greater than their own plane, staying any longer is unwise. Wait, Kagome needs a few more materials. After briefly explaining to Albert, the latter thought for a moment and nodded. It's alright, it's just a temporary stop, it won't have much of an impact. Mummies are extremely rare, but for some reason, they were easy to find this time. Soon, they found a fleshy mound-like corpse, a dozen heads forming a round ball of flesh, rolling around on the yellow sand. These are the embers of the undead. 99% of their power was absorbed by the source of death energy, leaving only a trace of blood essence discarded. However, this is the first time I've seen it used for puppet enhancement. What Albert didn't say was that using blood essence for enhancement is almost always a cult practice, no less than a flesh sacrifice. But he didn't sense any evil energy from Kagome, so he pretended not to see it. After absorbing the fleshy mound corpse, Kagome's enhancement level finally reached 100%. After saying, enhancing in progress, estimated time unknown, Kagome paused in Ra's hands. Luo rewoven a small satchel, placing her and the void crystal inside, awaiting her awakening. Having completed this, Albert waved his hand, and everyone vanished from the yellow sand. After a long while, from somewhere in the sand, a skeletal centipede over 20 meters long silently crawled out. Sensing the unusually scarce death energy here, it was contemplating which direction to explore when 2 enormous bones suddenly appeared above it. What is that? No, no. A mournful soul-stirring cry followed, and a long spine appeared on the skeletal centipede's back. A sharp claw hovered in front of it. Shaking its head, the skeletal centipede emitted a deep, ferocious roar. Ha ha ha. No one can seal me. Calamity will return. Chapter 254. After several dimensional tears, the group found themselves on an unfamiliar grassy field. The field was covered in short, dense black grass, which felt like cold, sharp thorns underfoot. Under the dim moonlight, all was silent. It's safe here for now, Albert said, gazing at the sky. Little Luo, I'm curious how you achieved transcendence in less than 2 years, and how you came to the Netherworld. But those are your secrets, and I won't pry. However, the Netherworld is dangerous, and I will send you back to your original world. I'm truly sorry, but I still have things to accomplish here and cannot return for the time being. Albert paused, then turned to see Luo's determined gaze, and asked with interest, in that case, why not tell this old man? Perhaps it can be of some help. Pearlsea also wanted to know what Luo was doing, but seeing her hesitation, she remained silent. In certain matters, she could overcome her instincts. Consider it my way of making it up to you. Well, alright. Thinking of the place Maddie mentioned, surrounded by saint-level figures, Luo felt as if an insurmountable wall stood before him, impossible to cross on his own. Galaga said he could go there, but that was based on its own strength. Yet so much time had passed, and there was no sign of its return. When it left, it was in a hurry, unusually serious, likely due to something difficult to handle. Although I awakened from my slumber, I'm not whole. Luo subconsciously clenched his small hand. That fair skin was on his body, but it didn't belong solely to him. Even after occupying it for so long, the thought occasionally crossed his mind, am I a bad person? I need to go to the border between the netherworld and the underworld to find the missing piece. Pearl C hurriedly stepped forward and carefully examined Luo's body, but found nothing unusual. Luo, what are you talking about? What incomplete thing? I can't see anything wrong. Even Albert initially thought Luo was talking nonsense. What could possibly cross the dimensional barrier from the living world to the entrance to the underworld? This old man has never heard of it. Let me think. This wasn't the first time Albert had doubted himself. Even though he kept telling himself it was just a coincidence that he hadn't touched it, encountering something so absurd again made it hard for him to regain confidence. Good heavens, what have I been through in these thousands of years? Why do I feel like such an idiot? Grandpa Dean, it's alright if you don't know. After all, it's a defect in your soul. What do you mean it's alright if you don't know? How could I, a saint-level being, not be able to handle a little girl's problem? Albert's brain was racing. He had just said he could help. If he couldn't think of anything, wouldn't he lose face? Just as he was breaking out in a cold sweat, he finally remembered something. Little Luo, if it's a problem with your soul, this thing might be able to help. Speaking of which, this was also my initial goal. Albert took out a scroll. The scroll was as thick as a forearm and 30 centimeters tall, dark gray all over, emanating a thick aura of death. However, it was clear that this aura was only on the outside. The scroll's own power was not leaking at all. This is a scroll? This was the first time Luo had ever seen a real scroll. It was a rather expensive item, something that ordinary low-level superhumans couldn't possibly access. That's right. The condition of my bet with Nethuzad was this forbidden magic scroll. It can summon back a damaged soul, even one that's been dead for 3 days, reversing life and death. That powerful? Doesn't that mean you can't die? Well, not really. All forbidden spells that bring the dead back to life come at a great cost. Unfortunately, I'm not an expert in this area. However, this forbidden spell has the ability to summon fragments of a soul, so it seems to have some use. Luo took the scroll. The moment he touched it, he felt its cold metallic texture, and his soul felt as if it were being scanned. See, Pearl's curiosity was also piqued, and she urged Luo to open it quickly. Quick, open it and see. Don't rush me. As the scroll slowly opened, its contents were gradually revealed. A forbidden spell to resurrect the soul? Is that the name of this spell? I only see a bunch of graffiti. These are soul runes. It's normal that you don't understand them, since you never encountered them before. A white-haired old man nearby suddenly felt as if he'd been shot in the knee. How did he become the same level as that mermaid girl? Is there anything she can't do? Luo didn't notice Albert's change of heart. The twisted, leaping runes on the scroll, which looked like a bunch of random scribbles to others, contained profound knowledge in her eyes. It's highly likely true, but the price is indeed high. It requires the sacrifice of 100 undead of the same rank, and there's a 50% chance of being detected by the guardians of the underworld, leading to endless pursuit. Don't underestimate 100, those who can use this forbidden spell are almost all high-level transcendents. If Nethuzad were to use it, he would need 100 saint-level beings, making it fundamentally impossible. Guardians of the underworld? That's an extremely powerful race, wandering on the other side of the entrance to the underworld. Oh! Grandpa Dean, do you know what they are? Albert nodded casually. Normally, this level of knowledge shouldn't be shared lightly, but he embarrassed himself in front of Luo several times, his status plummeting. Now that he finally encountered something she didn't know, he naturally wanted to show off his erudition as an elder. Guardians of the underworld, as the name suggests, are beings that protect the underworld, a race that safeguards it from the influence of the living world and the underworld. Unlike the underworld, our plane has many small connection points with the underworld, so I know a fair bit about the guardians of the underworld. Their strength isn't particularly high, mostly between the 5th and 6th rank. But the special netherworld aura emanating from him makes him difficult even for high-level transcendents to deal with. Finally, Albert earnestly reminded Luo, little Luo, if you're sure you want to use this forbidden technique, be sure to use it now. The probability of encountering netherworld guardians in the underworld is much lower, and I can help you deal with them. If you provoke them in the living world, it will have a significant impact on our plane. Albert's words weren't unfounded. Historically, the destruction of the Knight's Hall was related to the Netherworld, so high-level transcendents have always been wary of it. If Luo attracts something from the Netherworld, he will definitely be surrounded and killed by powerful figures. I understand. Luo took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, calmed his tense emotions, and continued to open the scroll. A moment later, the scroll was fully opened. Following the brief introduction was a strange magic circle, occupying 3/4 of the scroll. Unlike ordinary magic circles, on this 2-meter-long scroll, an elliptical magic circle resembling multiple circles was depicted using a dark red, unknown material. What appeared to be a blood-red pattern was actually a series of stacked, 3-dimensional soul runes. Most of the runes were as complex as the most intricate part of Lazel's memories. If quantified by divine spell levels, this magic circle might even surpass the realm of high-level divine magic. A bead of sweat trickled down Luo's temple. Ah, I don't understand it at all. Chapter 255. Of course, not understanding it doesn't affect its use. Thanks to the great man who invented the scroll. After much deliberation, Luo decided to give it a try. The longer she delayed, the more unexpected things might happen. She didn't want to return hundreds of years later. Who knew if it would be too late? After confirming, Albert didn't say much, only reminding Luo to be careful before leaving. Half an hour later, Albert returned controlling 104 tier undead, mostly corpses and skeletons, all of whom had their strength completely sealed, rendering them immobile. Logically, with Luo's cultivation level, 2nd tier undead would have been sufficient. However, considering the effect of soul resurrection, the cultivation level here should be determined by the strength of soul power. To be on the safe side, Albert chose the more powerful 4th tier. All the undead trembled under the slight pressure of the saint-level power, even their soul fire weakened by more than half. Little girl, see Pearl, let's keep our distance. The forbidden spell has a wide range. Sensing that the two were already 500 meters away, Luo's heart tightened, and her palms became sweaty. From the description, there won't be any adverse consequences if this spell fails. At most, it'd just be a waste, it'd be fine. But after going through so much, her ultimate goal was very likely to be achieved in this instant. What she would become afterward was still unknown, and Luo couldn't help but feel uneasy. Maybe it's not as bad as I think. Knowing Galega's nature, it didn't reject me, so it must accept my existence. Okay, I don't want to think about it anymore. Casting a calming spell on herself, the chaotic thoughts disappeared. Before the spell wore off, Luo unfurled the scroll in midair. Soul power flowed into the scroll. Not much was needed, and instantly, as if a fuse had been lit, the red patterns on the scroll emitted an eerie, pale red light, which then gradually faded. But in the soul's vision, invisible soul runes twisted and suddenly surged forth from the 2-meter-long scroll. Countless layers of runes writhed, one after another shooting into the air hundreds of meters high, gradually forming a colossal array thousands of meters wide. A tremendous soul pressure began to gather, and the undead sealed on the ground began to stir restlessly. Their innate soul instincts told them that something extremely ominous was about to happen. To prevent any unforeseen events, Albert, along with C. Pearl, moved another 500 meters away, watching intently as a circular magic circle appeared. The air was forced outwards by the pressure, blowing against Luo's skirt and hat, bending the grass and creating layers of black waves. Such astonishing soul pressure. Thank goodness it's not offensive magic. Not only did Luo and his companions think this, but the wandering undead in the distance also felt the same way. With the arrival of the Dark Moon Night, most weaker undead would hide. Those who dared to swagger out were all-powerful individuals confident in their strength. What's that commotion over there? Soon, hundreds of mid-level undead gathered there, wanting to investigate. However, Albert was no pushover. He immediately released his domain, his thin, almost invisible blade appearing and disappearing within a range of over 2,000 meters, instantly killing all the undead who entered its area of effect. Get out of my way! A low growl filled with rage swept across thousands of miles, the powerful aura it carried causing all the undead to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They immediately turned and fled, wishing they had more wings. That sound was from who knows how far away. The moment I heard it, I almost lost consciousness and fell to my death. How terrifying! Get away! It's not something we can covet. What a pity. After deterring the nearby undead, Albert refocused his attention on the magic circle above Luo. The surrounding death energy was pulled together, gradually forming a gray-white array below. Luckily, it was used in the realm of the dead. This magic requires death energy as an aid. No wonder it's a scroll made by a lich. If it were used in the realm of the living, it might have failed. Countless soul runes formed loose lines, outlining the shape of the magic circle. After 3 full hours, with the last rune flying out, the scroll finally exhausted all its power, fell to the ground, and turned to ashes. At this moment, tens of thousands of runes in the sky were still recombining and intertwining. Under their influence, the space within a nearly kilometer radius was faintly distorted, allowing the naked eye to vaguely see some spectacular afterimages. With the appearance of the first ring, the magic circle entered its second crucial stage. The entire formation was divided into 5 layers. The second layer, the most complex part, consisted of 7 interlocking rings connected in a highly intricate structure, forming a massive ellipse. Under the tense gaze of the 3 individuals and the 100 undead, the final ring was successfully constructed. In an instant, all the rings connected, forming the second layer of the formation. Buzz! A piercing, soul-stirring hum resonated within the formation, followed by 100 pale arms reaching out to grab the panicked undead sacrifices. However, the undead, unable even to utter a sound, could not possibly escape Albert's seal. In a short time, they were all drawn into the magic circle. After all the traces of the dead vanished, a deathly white eye was revealed at the center of the array. Exposed to the eye, Luo immediately felt locked onto something, but at the same time, a surge of soul power locked onto Kagome inside his small handbag. A faint voice echoed in his mind. Please confirm the resurrection target. Could Kagome also be chosen as the resurrection target? Quickly placing it into the empty pendant, Luo then answered directly in his mind. Confirm. Resurrection target confirmed. Instantly, a circular array of 5 rings of deathly runes appeared beneath Luo's feet, facing the eye in the sky. Deathly energy seeped into his body, its aura somewhat similar to that of the undead sacrifices, but still within an acceptable range, perhaps due to the need to limit the strength of the sacrifices. The deathly energy array, hundreds of meters wide on the ground, also began to emit a hazy gray-white glow, as if all the power was converging on Luo at its center. The 4-layered array began to slowly rotate, unleashing powerful soul fluctuations. With each rotation, the soul power intensified, and the array shrank by 1 level. Grandpa, will Luo be alright? Pearl Sea was hiding within a protective barrier. The soul power unleashed by the forbidden technique was far beyond her capacity to withstand. Even the high-ranking undead, who had sensed the energy, had to retreat thousands of meters, fearing they would be obliterated by the unknown force. The array is relatively stable, there should be no problems. Despite saying this, Albert kept a close eye on Luo. If anything went wrong, he could tear through space to rescue her. Luo felt herself lying uncontrollably in midair, her body scanned back and forth by eyes above, as if some hidden information was being collected. However, her magic instinctively resisted, slowing the intrusion of death energy. She only restrained her own magic to avoid affecting the effectiveness of her spells. As the deathly aura penetrated deeper, the scan became increasingly detailed. It felt as if someone were peeling away her body, skin to muscle, then to internal organs, until every cell and its underlying will was being collected. It feels like a corpse being carelessly manipulated. Why isn't it over yet? However, since the magic was cast on a corpse, it naturally didn't consider the feelings of the living. Despite Luo's best efforts to control the repulsion of her own magic, the intrusion of the deathly aura was still slow due to the influence of residual light magic. The scan lasted for 3 whole days before the eye above finally closed in satisfaction. The magic circle continued to shrink, but after the eye closed, the shrinking speed increased rapidly. Soon, the emitted soul fluctuations surpassed those of a 9-tier transcendent being, and the ground was forcibly pressed into a crater hundreds of meters deep. Except for Albert, no one could directly face it. When the magic circle shrank to 2 meters, 5 gray rings began to surround Luo in 3 dimensions, gradually enveloping her body. The final layer of the formation slowly materialized, standing outside the gray sphere. It opened its other eye, wandering around as if searching for something. Grandpa, what's going on? I sense subtle fluctuations in soul energy in space. It's probably traversing space to search for the missing part of Xiao Luo's soul. We can only wait now. Hai Zhenju unconsciously clenched her fists, her beautiful blue eyes unblinking, afraid to miss any change. The wait was incredibly agonizing, but for people from another dimension, time passed quickly. In a blur, the dimensional rift was about to reopen after a year. Time flies. Yes, sister, how much longer do we have to wait? Who knows? Chapter 256. Since several major pieces of news about the Sky Forest broke more than half a year ago, the cursed dolls, the mysterious girl, the slave traders of unknown origin, the dark elves, and the damaged sky forest had become the talk of the town for many residents of the riverside city. Just as the 300-pound summoner was about to deliver the fatal blow to the silver-haired girl, the cursed puppet tore through space and made a powerful entrance. One glance from it killed all the summoned beasts. Then it fought the summoner for 300 rounds, finally cleaving him in two. Hey, Kaleo, don't talk like you saw it with your own eyes. How could there be such a powerful outsider, with dozens of 4-tier summoned beasts? Even if you're just spouting nonsense, at least think it through. You don't know anything. Don't assume all outsiders are as weak as you. I saw it with my own eyes. That chubby guy was adorned with jewels, his aura was stronger than 100 of you. Summoning 4-tier summoned beasts was a piece of cake for him. And what about that silver-haired girl? You say she smashed a 4-tier summoned beast into mincemeat with one hand? You might as well say she's a 5th-tier transcendent. Inside the noisy restaurant, 2 middle-aged men were arguing, while the diners below, with a let's see what happens attitude, ate their simple meals while discussing the matter with those around them. Father, do you think we ever see her again? Europa devoured the stewed fish. The fish here was different from the ones outside. Not only was the flesh firm like beef, but it was also almost boneless, containing a trace of magic, and its taste was superb. It was the first time he ever thought fish could taste so good. Holia, much more refined, heard her son's words, and a hint of amazement flashed in her eyes. Definitely. With such strength, she's bound to be a seed of a powerful force. One day she'd definitely appear in everyone's sight. It's a pity I have to go back in 2 days. It's a real shame I couldn't see her one last time. I bet you're still thinking about that fishwoman girl. Ahem, father, let's eat. Just as Euro was throwing his father an unknown fruit, trying to shut him up, the restaurant door opened, and 2 aquatic men in security uniforms walked in. Kaleo, I knew it was you again. How many times this month? Sigh, Burnett, if I remember correctly, this is the 13th. Officer Burnett. No, no, no. Burnett looked exasperated, conjuring a water rope to tie up Kaleo and the 2 who were arguing, before politely apologizing to the other diners. Sorry, these 2 will have to go to the solitary confinement room for now. Everyone can continue eating. Sir, could we discuss it? Could we only lock them up for 3 days? 5 days is too much. Always making a racket, shut up. As their footsteps faded into the distance, most people, except for a few who were clueless, had become used to it. Those 2 deserved it. They could tell a story, but they always had to start arguing. What was that called again? Right, it's an eyesore. On the street, Ano watched in confusion as the 2 sheriffs dragged the 2 bound men away. After thinking for a moment and confirming she didn't recognize them, she forgot about it. Sister, what do we do next? Let's go to the entrance to the outside world first. Our master is from the outside world. If everything is alright, he will definitely return to his own plane. Fia and Ano were dressed in long robes, their faces painted with a special potion, making them fair-skinned and completely unrecognizable. They strolled around the streets, and people would only mistake them for ordinary elves. The connection with our master is now very weak, indicating that he's probably not in this plane. The Grand Elder and the others are also missing. There's no point in us staying here. We should go out and wait. That makes sense. Sister, let's do as you say. Several days later, as a strange fluctuation swept across the entire alternate plane, everyone outside looked in a certain direction. On the outermost edge of the peaceful, fertile grassland, tens of thousands of extraordinary beings were gazing towards the place they had come from. Sparse campfires still burned on the ground. They had been waiting here for days, hoping to be the first to escape and fetch a better price for their harvest. Amidst the tense anticipation, suddenly, a purple rift quietly opened. Then, the rift rapidly expanded, quickly reaching tens of thousands of miles, encircling the entire grassland. A violent storm arose, sucking countless blades of grass and dust to the other side, only to be blocked by an invisible barrier, allowing only magical energy to escape. Thousands upon thousands of mages clad in cyan or red robes flew in from outside, guarding the exit from a distance of 1,000 meters. Even the weakest among them exuded an aura of at least the 3rd rank, deterring the lower-ranking extraordinary beings, whose highest rank was no more than the 3rd, from approaching. After a long while, as the invisible barrier disappeared, the extraordinary beings dispersed, handing over some of their spoils before vanishing into the other dimension. Bella, waiting for Davy to deliver the spoils, yawned widely and subconsciously glanced back. Senior, do you think Lua might have gone out? I don't know. Although I like you to befriend her, she's too mysterious. I don't really like her. 2 people, 6 items, Let's go. Okay. Can you please not answer me with that completely flat tone? I thought you were a block of wood. Fine. You. On the other side, a group of muscular, shirtless men were arguing with a blue-robed mage. Huh? Last time the exchange rate for the remains was 5-1, right? How come it's 6-1 this time? Even if you ask, that's the order from above. Give it or don't. You? Alright, Faga, stop wasting time. You're driving me crazy. Faga snorted coldly, his bronze upper body muscles taut. Hearing Kale's words, he still threw a leather bag at him with a disgruntled expression, making the blue-robed mage secretly breathe a sigh of relief. These guys were not to be trifled with. If they got angry, they might cause a riot. Yo-yo, isn't this musclehead? What, do you still think this is your church? Faga turned his head, and immediately saw the group from the Church of the God of Magic flying towards them. Without any politeness, he threw a punch at them. He had casually conjured a magical barrier to block the punch, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and gave a soft chuckle. Without even glancing at him, he smiled gently at Natalie beside him, and said softly, Miss Natalie, goodbye at the academy. Natalie, who was lost in thought, was startled by the sudden address and her face showed a moment of panic. She instinctively bowed and replied, Yes, Senior Yad? Natalie. Ah, Senior Faga, I'm so sorry. Ha ha ha. Yad laughed loudly, leading the students behind him blatantly through the crowd of the Church of War, tossing down a bulging bag. The extras are a tribute to the brothers of the Mage Hall. Kalila stopped the nearly frenzied Faga, smiled coldly, and turned to the others, saying, Everyone follow me. Don't bother with a fool. Let's go back. Oh. A day later, a group of people hurried over. Leading them was a gentle-looking boy, followed by 2 panting girls, and then a robust young man. Behind them were a tall, tan girl and 2 figures in long robes, though their pointed ears indicated they weren't human. Finally here. Brother Hall, yes, finally we can go home. Holland suddenly stopped, turned back to Kriya, and whispered, I don't know what conflict you have with Ape, but if you still consider me your older brother, don't make things difficult for her. Kriya's joy froze, slowly fading. Looking at her newly grown arm, her heart suddenly felt chaotic. She forced a smile and said, I understand, Brother Hall. Lillian squeezed her hand, and gently patted her frail back. Alright, don't scare Kriya. Ha ha ha, it's my fault. Don't take it too hard. Get some rest when you get back. Venus scratched her short hair. A good rest? Does that mean a good meal? Behind her, Ape, after hearing Fi's words, was somewhat surprised. You mean, you're planning to go outside and wait for Xiao Luo? That's right. There's no use staying here. We might as well go out and see. Our bodies can still hold out for a while. Even if we don't see our master return, at least we won't have lived in vain. I see. I feel a little sorry. Fia smiled slightly, deftly changing the subject. I noticed that girl seems to be avoiding you. Does she dislike you? Probably. She used to be sarcastic towards me a lot, but ever since I reattached her arm, she's been avoiding me. Wow, how ungrateful. It doesn't matter. Aside from her, I get along well with everyone else. I don't want them to fight because of me and her. By the way, you two have nowhere to go after you leave, right? How about coming to my house temporarily? That's not appropriate. You're a friend of our master. This is too presumptuous. It's alright, Xiao Luo won't mind. It's settled then. Fia and Ano exchanged a glance, remained silent for a moment, and then agreed, we consider it. As they were talking, Holland suddenly shouted, Ape, there are 2 more friends, come quick. Fia nodded slightly to him. He really is a good person. Right? We'd be there soon too. Several days later. As the interdimensional space remained open for longer, fewer and fewer people remained. Just as a blue-robed mage stood yawning at his post, a small rabbit person cautiously stepped across the exit, carrying a small green cloth bag on its back with a small wooden stick. Oops. Don't forget to pay. The little rabbit was startled, frantically looking around. Suddenly remembering something, it quickly rummaged through its pack, finally pulling out a yellowish, pitted magic core. Is this okay? The green-robed mage subconsciously waved his hand. The little rabbit, relieved, dropped the magic core and hurriedly jumped out with its luggage. Wait. The green-robed mage took it, only to find it was just a low-quality magic core, barely above the extraordinary level. Just as he was about to reprimand it, a sinister aura came from behind him. 3 marks, right? Yes. The green-robed mage turned around and found that, without his knowledge, A green-skinned goblin had completely concealed himself behind him, revealing only a pair of ferocious eyes. A large bulge on his back resembled a book. A cold sweat broke out on his back, instantly banishing his drowsiness. Yes. The goblin glanced at him, casually tossed down 3 marks, and left without looking back. The green-robed mage wiped his cold sweat, feeling a chill run down his spine. What a terrifying fellow. He must have hundreds of lives on his hands. Then, remembering something, he quickly looked outside, but the goblin was already gone. He sighed in frustration. Oh no, they're going to deduct that from my paycheck again. That wretched little rabbit, I hope I don't catch him. Chapter 257. Countless translucent white phantoms merged into the pitch-black sun, except for a single golden point that steadily circled, neither moving away nor approaching. At a certain moment, a grayish-white eye opened in this distorted space, scanned the area, seemed to find something, and locked onto the golden point. Something's coming? The girl, as if sensing something, opened her sleepy eyes, and saw a huge eye staring straight at her. Whoa! The girl jumped in fright, instinctively curling up, the golden flames on her body pulsating violently, weaving into rings of golden threads that protected her. What are you? The eye didn't answer her, for it was just an eye. A faint soul fluctuation emanated, as if confirming something. Sensing no malice, the girl's tension subsided, and the golden thread slowly rotated, revealing the girl within again. Do you know how to leave here? Then do you know where this place is? Seeing that the eyes didn't speak, the girl also fell silent, lying flat in the void, and letting out a long, lazy sigh. Never mind, at least there are still many people with me. A soul crashed in, and was absorbed by the girl, making her white soul form grow slightly stronger. This kind of life was quite nice. No worries, no need to get up early, and no one would bother her if she slept until the world turned dark. Whoosh! The eyes suddenly closed, turning into a black hole, with something grayish-white constantly rotating in the center. A suction force was generated, but it only affected the girl. Even the souls passing by showed no sign of being sucked in. What? Golden threads wrapped around her, neutralizing the suction. This inexplicable change made the girl's eyes light up. She quickly scrambled to her feet, and carefully examined the black hole. It seems to be a passage. Strange, all the other souls fall directly into the black sun below, but why is it a hole for me? Differential treatment? She tried to touch the grayish-white vortex in the center, but passed through without any hindrance, startling her so much she quickly withdrew. Could the other side be the underworld? I heard that once you go there, you can never come back, but staying here is a bit boring. Just as the girl was pondering this, the black hole seemed to have consumed too much energy, trembled slightly, and slowly shrank. No! Without thinking, the girl lunged forward, plunging directly into the black hole. A moment later, the black hole flickered and disappeared completely. The next moment, 3 strange creatures suddenly appeared where the black hole had vanished. They resembled hunting dogs, but had heads but no tails, sharp teeth, and incredibly sharp forepaws. Their lower bodies gradually transformed into a wisp of drifting black mist, utterly ghostly. It smells of death. It's from the netherworld. Bring it back. Yes. In the netherworld, the moon casts its soft, pale light. See, Pearl is learning about controlling magic under Albert's tutelage. Divide the water arrow spell into 15 parts, each containing equal magical power, and with consistent strength. Ah, that's too difficult. You little brat, hurry up. Albert chuckled, turning to look at Luo, enveloped in a gray sphere in the distance, stroking his white beard. It should be about time. He could feel the soul fluctuations emanating from the magic circle growing stronger, and the small eye had almost stopped moving, staring fixedly at a certain spot. Several days later, just as Haijinju looked utterly hopeless, the magic circle suddenly trembled violently, and a black hole more than 3 meters high abruptly appeared. A strange aura spewed from it, causing Haijinju to shiver for no apparent reason. Something's happening. Luo should be awake by now, right? It's the aura of the underworld. It really is connected to the abyss of the dead. However, after a long while, nothing appeared from within the black hole, giving Albert a sense of unease. That's strange. Now that they found the location, they should be coming out soon. In the agonizing wait, the black hole began to slowly shrink. Why is it getting smaller? Grandpa, stop it from shrinking. Is that something I can stop? It seems there was an accident. I hope little Lou is alright. Something's coming out. Just when Albert thought the magic had failed, a golden light swiftly pierced through the black hole and disappeared into the gray sphere. The next moment, The black hole instantly closed, and the sphere enveloping Luo slowly slowed down, transforming back into concentric rings, revealing the girl within. However, only 2 months had passed. Luo's body had turned ashen, like a corpse. If it weren't for a faint glimmer of life, Pearl C would have almost thought she was dead. How could this be? It's the effect of the magic, but she seems alright. Albert sensed the life force emanating from deep within her body, and knew that as the magic dissipated, Luo would soon recover. He breathed a sigh of relief. Tear. 3 wisps of black mist suddenly appeared around, coalescing into 3 wolf heads, drifting in the void and emanating an extremely unsettling and eerie aura. It's the Guardians. Oh no, they're going to attack Xiao Luo. A major side effect of the deathly aura invading his body was a decline in consciousness, his thinking gradually becoming sluggish. Luo disliked that feeling, so he simply submerged himself in his sea of souls to study the runes. Gradually, Luo forgot about time, focusing intently on deciphering the runes. That day, Luo gazed thoughtfully at a low-temperature rune before him. 3 intersecting runes danced around it, their golden edges tinged with faint golden flames, quite different from the other runes. Simple ice magic can be deciphered, but more difficult magic involves other types of runes. I feel like I'm missing a key rune that can delay the release of magic power. This was also the key reason why Luo couldn't continuously inscribe runes in the past. It seemed only a scroll-making craftsman would know about this type of rune. Just as Luo was pondering how to access that knowledge, the Sea of Souls suddenly trembled violently. Tens of thousands of runes flickered simultaneously, and Luo's control over them rapidly weakened. What's going on? Runes are the foundation of a mage, more reliant on them than other professions. If a mage loses control of the runes, they can only cast small fireballs. Just as Luo tried to strengthen his connection with the runes again, a figure wreathed in golden flames suddenly appeared in the Sea of Souls. It was a pure white figure, identical to Luo's soul body in both physique and face, except for the illusory clothes and the light in its eyes. Who are you? Luo wanted to back away, but instinctively, she sensed a familiar aura emanating from her, and felt no wariness whatsoever, as if she were her closest confidant. I think I know who you are. Eh? Why? I still don't know who you are? But it feels so familiar. The girl opposite floated over, and the 2 identical girls gazed at each other silently, except one's eyes revealed innocence and languor, while the others held a coldness and complexity. As if by telepathy, the 2 girls simultaneously extended their delicate white fingers and gently touched. Pop! The golden flames on their bodies instantly merged into one, transforming into a tornado that enveloped the girls together. Luo suddenly understood what Galega meant when he said, "This body is yours, you don't need to return it." She was, in essence, an aggregate of the remnants of this body's consciousness, so there was no need to distinguish who was who. Memory exchanged, Luo's consciousness blurred, yet gradually cleared. 2 pure white figures slowly embraced, like water and milk blending together, indistinguishable from one another. So I am you. The golden tornado dissipated, reattaching itself to the girl. However, the original 2 girls were now reduced to 1. Looking at her small hands, she murmured, "It's kind of interesting." Shaking her head, Luo looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar Sea of Souls, and sighed softly. I was wondering why the mage's soul hadn't worked. Turns out it was in another part of my soul. But thanks to spending 2 years at the boundary between the 2 realms, the condensation of my soul power has accelerated considerably. I estimate it will be done within 2 years. With soul crystals, the speed will be even faster. Luo, or rather Lagrandel Luo, now understood what Galega had said. After being struck by Lazel's soul attack, she should have completely dissipated. However, this golden flame, resembling divine power, protected her from the influence of the underworld, preventing her from falling into the cycle of reincarnation. Later, with the help of fairies and instinct, her body, relying on the golden flame and her remaining will, reconstituted a part of her soul, driving her to retrieve the missing pieces. So, as long as the body doesn't break down, it can keep recovering? Of course, this was just Luo's fantasy. With so many variables, no one could guarantee what the conditions would be. However, the golden flames and soul power have doubled, and the mage's soul effect is working. I can feel the rune analysis speed is more than 3 times faster. Is this what they call the settlement reward? Never mind, let's go back first. His consciousness sublimated, returning to his body. Luo saw 3 dog heads shrouded in black mist imprisoned in the void, with old Dean Albert and see Pearl watching him from afar. Yo! Chapter 258. Wow, Luo, you seem to have never changed. There's no way you could have changed. No, there's been a slight change. What's changed? I feel your aura has deepened, and your face isn't as cold anymore, it's become gentler. Hee, I feel like you won't attack so easily anymore, let me try. Thump. What? It still feels so familiar, how could this be? After habitually punching her on the head, Luo looked at the strange creatures imprisoned. The aura emanating from them felt very familiar. Grandpa Headmaster, these three dog heads are the guardians of the underworld? That's right. Although their highest level is only 6th rank, their underworld energy is extremely powerful, and their vitality is tenacious, enough to contend with superhumans 2 ranks higher. At this moment, the 3 guardians were baring their teeth at Luo, not at all like captives. A thick black mist emanated from their bodies, but it was also confined to a very small space, unable to escape. It seems like I'm their target? Yes, they were attracted by the forbidden technique. Luckily, only 3 appeared. If hundreds or thousands of guardians appeared together, it would be dangerous. The danger Albert referred to was the ghostly energy emanating from the guardians. If even a trace of it touched the unsuspecting Luo, he would be instantly corroded and killed. Seems quite resentful. Luo moved forward slightly, stopping half a meter away from the largest guardian, meeting its bulging, deep purple eyes. The black flame mark on the back of his hand was slightly warm, indicating that the area had indeed been touched by ghostly energy. You guys have some sense, right? Since I'm not dead, stop chasing me, understand? Living beings, rules are rules. The forbidden resurrection technique must be eradicated. Is that so? As the gentle voice faded, the air slowly grew heavy. A terrifying pressure descended upon the 3 guardians and their souls, causing them to swallow back what they were about to say. Any more objections now? The pressure gradually intensified, and the guardians' pupils flickered, even the black mist faintly dissipating. I ask, any further objections? No. My lord, absolutely no objections. Albert, watching from behind, was completely dumbfounded. Why did the unruly guardians become such sycophants after just a few words? With a slight smile, Luo withdrew all his oppressive aura and patted the head of the dog in front. That's a good boy. I don't want to create another enemy out of nowhere. Little Luo, are you alright? I'm fine, I didn't really touch you. Luo turned and waved to Albert, whose heart had nearly jumped out of his chest. Only the 6th-tier guardian knew that this living being had truly touched it without being affected in the slightest. Who exactly are you? Unfortunately, it would never have the chance to ask that question again. Seeing that the 3 guardians had lost their hostility towards Luo, Albert simply tore open space and threw them to the other side. The guardians of the underworld play a vital role in maintaining stability across different planes. Little Luo, Little Pearl, if you ever encounter them, try not to kill them. I know. Luo, you're amazing. How did you do that? Because I'm amazing. Fine, I won't tell you then. I tell you. I've been training hard for a long time now, I'm sure I can defeat you. Just as Haijinju was about to try, Albert interrupted their playful banter. Since it's over, let's go back. Staying here too long will have a significant impact on your health. Wait. Albert looked at Luo with suspicion. What's wrong? Is there something else? Haijinju comes from another dimension, and we like to go back to say goodbye. Is there something wrong with that? Not really, but the other dimension is controlled by the Mage Hall. Any transcendent being above the 3rd rank will attract the attention of the surveillance array. If I go in, it will definitely trigger a large-scale search by the Mage Hall. So at most, I can only send you back, but I can't bring you out. Ah, this seems to be from before. It's already emitting an excessive aura, hasn't it? Luo broke out in a cold sweat. If that's the case, then what Sindaragon and Moriarty did in the Sky Forest must have been discovered long ago. Wait, let me calculate. The interdimensional space is about to open. You can go out through the spatial rift. That's great. Finally, we can go back. I'm getting depressed here. Albert stroked his beard, looking kindly at the 2 happy girls. In reality, as a saint-ranked individual, he wielded considerable power. Even if the 2 girls couldn't return through the rift opened by the spatial array, he could ask the temple master of the Mage Hall for help to get them out. At worst, he could simply barge in. Afterwards, he'd just give them an explanation, and nothing more. The once dark green Sky Forest had turned blood red. The huge gap Moriarty had cut open still existed, and the cut surface possessed an eerie power that couldn't be eliminated. No matter how the Bloodvine tried to repair it, it was to no avail. Therefore, after the turmoil subsided, this area gradually became a new area of exploration. With sunlight, the threat of magical beasts was greatly reduced, and the dissipated wood magic prevented injuries from being easily corrupted and twisted by demonic energy as before. However, as the alternate dimension reopened, the explorers here gradually disappeared, and the forest returned to silence, quietly awaiting the arrival of the next century. At some point, the space outside the forest was cleaved open, and two girls fell out. Finally back. What fresh air. I finally realize how wonderful the normal world is. Alright, let's go. We need to leave before the exit closes. I wonder what time it is now. Albert had only calculated the approximate date, but he wasn't a fortune teller, so calculating the exact date was difficult. Therefore, figuring out how much time was left before the alternate dimension reopened was crucial. But before that, Lo grabbed the seed pearl's wrist, and the two girls instantly disappeared from the spot, leaving only a bead the size of a thumb, tied to a golden feather, drifting gently to the ground. Having not entered the ruins for a long time, Lo was stunned by the changes inside. The Tree of Life, originally over 50 meters tall, stretched out to its fullest extent, covering most of the sky, like a green dome replacing the original heavens. The once barren forest was now vibrant with life. Lush green seas sprouted from fallen branches, and low-lying grasses emerged around the desolate temple, adding a touch of life to the otherwise dilapidated and bleak landscape. The abandoned residential area had been artificially divided into many zones. Besides residential areas, there were also planting areas. The seeds that Luo had casually planted were moved there, and trees, vines, and shrubs grew in a pleasing, orderly fashion. It could only be said that the night elves, being a type of elf, had inherited a natural affinity for plants. Upon seeing Luo appear beneath the Tree of Life, the little elves who were playing paused for a moment, then cried out, "A strange person is coming," and scattered in all directions. However, some night elf guards, who had seen Luo and see Pearl patrolling, immediately flew to report to Hailed. Several sensible third-tier elves stood respectfully beside Luo and see Pearl, appearing completely subservient. Shortly afterward, Hailed arrived with Funing, accompanied by another somewhat familiar figure. "Miss Luo, how have you been?" "How have I been? I be frank. I come to fulfill a promise." Chapter 259. I come here only to fulfill my promise. Hearing Luo's calm words, a complex mix of emotions welled up within the night elves present. Was it the joy of returning home? The reluctance to leave? Or perhaps gratitude? Hallard stood at the forefront of all the night elves, a complex mix of feelings swirling within him. From first hearing the history of his race, to being hunted by slave traders, to repeatedly moving his homeland, the discovery of the Dark Forest, becoming the Grand Elder, feeding the blood vine with his own body, the emergence of Fia and Ano's talents, the sisters' disappearance, the inability to withstand the slave traders' massive attacks, to the sisters' return, the sudden appearance of the outsider girl, and even the sinking of the Dark Continent, forcing him to live in a small space. Fragments of memories from hundreds of years flashed through Hallard's mind: anger, fearlessness, panic, helplessness, joy, shock, reluctance, before finally settling on the complex emotions before him. The Great Elder, who ruled the entire tribe, bowed deeply amidst the exclamations of his people, placing his hand on his chest, and solemnly declared, "I, Avon Hallard, in the name of the Great Elder of the Night Elves, bestow upon this Miss Luo, from the outside world, the position of Guardian of the Forest for life, granting her the rights of a Great Elder. All Night Elves shall regard her as the Great Elder." This sudden declaration left Luo and Pearl somewhat bewildered, and the other Night Elves were even more incredulous. A year ago, humans were their enemies, and now, the Great Elder himself declared that a human held the highest position in their tribe. However, Funing reacted quickly, immediately kneeling on one knee and bowing respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Guardian of the Forest. We will be eternally grateful to you." The night elf beside Funing was a beat slower, but cleverly followed suit, kneeling and shouting, "We are eternally grateful to the Guardian." With the two elves beside Hallard leading the way, the other night elves, recalling Luo's rescue, gradually knelt as well, crossing their hands in front of their chests, heads bowed, expressing their respect with the unique elven etiquette. "We are eternally grateful to the Guardian." The voices were initially somewhat scattered, but as more and more night elves knelt and shouted, tens of thousands of cries merged, echoing in the small ruined space, causing the Tree of Life to sway slightly. "We are eternally grateful to the Guardian. We are eternally grateful to the Guardian. We are eternally grateful to the Guardian." Luo was somewhat bewildered by this scene. He raised his hands as if to refuse, but didn't know what to say. His previously calm expression couldn't help but show a hint of panic. "Please don't do this. I feel really embarrassed." Fortunately, Halder noticed Luo's embarrassment, and quickly calmed the elves' increasingly agitated emotions, letting them go back to regroup. Miss Luo, I hope you don't mind. What you've given us is far beyond what we can give back. No, I'm just a little surprised. I almost thought you were going to pass the position of Grand Elder to me. Ha ha. If Miss Luo wants, it's not impossible. Let's not. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Luo rubbed her head, finding it hard to imagine what it would be like to manage a large group of people. Many night elves around were interested in Luo and the Sea Pearl. In the dark forest, most elves had only seen Luo a few times, only learning from a few how she fought against numerous summoned beasts, and how she rescued their kin. The most they had ever interacted with was when she led them into the ruins. As time passed, their impression of Luo gradually became mythologized. So, when she appeared here, everyone was naturally curious, especially the elves, who stared wide-eyed, seemingly wanting to see if this beautiful human was as they had heard. So she's not 3 meters tall, she's a little shorter than me. She's not as imposing as the legends say, she looks quite cute. She seems very easygoing, but my sister is still the gentlest. Hey, you little brats, don't disturb the guardian and the elder. Wow, it's Sister Elena, run. The elves scattered in all directions. Luo's mood calmed considerably thanks to the little one's antics. Looking at the pale purple-skinned elf on the other side of Hailed, he asked curiously, "You're Idra, right? I thought you weren't in this tribe." The second night elf to shout a slogan was indeed Idra, whom Luo had met in the shattered snowfield. She had been captured by a slave trader's caravan and rescued by Luo and his companions. Yes, yes. Lord Lo, I'm so grateful you still remember me. I'm in charge of logistics, so I've been taking care of the elves from the rear. It's normal that you didn't see me. Idra seemed surprised that Lo recognized her so quickly, almost speechless. Oh, you two know each other too? We met once, didn't we? More than that. Lord Lo is my savior. After a brief explanation, Funing and Hailed learned the story. Hailed exclaimed, Miss Lo, you are truly our clan's good fortune. Then, changing the subject, he asked Lo with some concern, Miss Lo, do you know where Fia and Ano are? Back when Luo first contacted him, both of them remembered that they had escorted Ape away, just in time to avoid the upheaval in the dark night forest. They're not in danger, but they're no longer in the other dimension. I don't know their location. Is that so? Hailed was somewhat troubled. The Fia sisters were a major attempt to help the Dark Knight elves break through to the 4th tier. Now that they're missing, they might never have the chance to reach the 4th tier again. How would they protect the tribe then? Even more troublesome was that the Tree of Life was destroyed, and the newly sprouted saplings would need a long time to recover to their original state. Even if Fia and the other sister were still alive, they couldn't proceed according to plan. Sigh, perhaps this is the curse of the elf goddess. However, things didn't seem as bad as Hailed had thought. Upon returning to the other dimension, he suddenly felt the parasitic blood vines mutate. They rapidly emerged from his palm, their spikes growing several times larger, appearing exceptionally ferocious. Another riot? Wait, no its consciousness has awakened. Upon hearing this, Luo tensed up. A complete lesser bloodvine was a 6th-tier magical beast, far beyond what Luo and Hailed could handle. However, Hailed's expression quickly changed from grave to surprise, then to joy. Soon, the bloodvine burrowed back into his body. You seem to have some good news? Yes. Hallard's face lit up with joy. It said the mother plant's consciousness has awakened, so returning to the other dimension stimulated it to awaken as well. Because of this, it no longer needs to absorb elven blood as a form of exchange for continued parasitism. It only needs to nourish the mother plant. Elves are experts at cultivating plants, and the bloodvine probably took a liking to their abilities. This way, Hallard and his group no longer need to worry about the consequences of a failed backlash plan or future attacks from slave traders. The bloodvine is the overlord of this area, almost invincible. Of course, there are drawbacks, such as their lineage likely being unable to leave this place for generations. However, compared to that distant future, survival is more important now. The demon seems to have lost control of the bloodvine. Could it be that the previous battle consumed too much power? Perhaps only the demon and Sindaragon know the truth behind this. For now, Luo puts it aside. In any case, the Night Elves have returned to where they belong. Chapter 260. After spending some time rescuing all the Night Elves, Luo should have stayed longer to say goodbye. However, Hailed received information from Bloodvine that all outsiders in the forest had retreated 5 days prior. This meant the interdimensional exit had been open for some time now. So, after a brief chat, Luo left the Sky Forest alone. The future of the Night Elves was now entirely up to them. As for why he was alone, it was because Sea Pearl refused to come out of the ruins, saying she needed to replenish the nourishing fruit she hadn't eaten in the underworld. Considering a fish out of water for so long was indeed a bit difficult for her, Luo let her eat as much as she wanted. Kagome awoke 2 days later, just as Luo crossed the snowfield and arrived at the edge of the ancient battlefield. The little doll flew beside Luo's head. After the enhancement, Kagome's appearance hadn't changed much, but her breathing seemed more vibrant. Most noticeably, her physical strength had greatly increased. Even if struck by a 5th-tier monster without any defense, she would be unharmed. Furthermore, her artificial soul had grown several times stronger, granting her more complex emotions. Luo, hello there. Kagome, how are you feeling? An unprecedented sense of clarity. Kagome seems to know she's not just a simple puppet anymore, but she doesn't have a definite answer yet. I see. So what do you plan to do next? Kagome doesn't know, but if Luo doesn't mind, Kagome wants to stay by Luo's side to find answers. Luo's aura can also help Kagome heal the injuries to her artificial soul. Luo didn't mind. She was still very curious about why Kagome looked exactly like Bella. If she encountered Bella again when they got back, she would ask her. In a cave on the edge of the ancient battlefield, Luo followed the traces of the contract and found the tyrant dog sitting there in a daze. I thought you would leave with me. A clear, cold voice came from the cave entrance, making the tyrant dog somewhat incredulous. Upon seeing the person's face clearly, he snapped out of his daze and knelt down with a thump. Despite being a tall, strong orc, his voice was choked with sobs. Master, you finally returned. The contract link had become blurred for over half a year. At first, the tyrant dog thought his master had forgotten him and gone back on his own. Then he thought that even his master couldn't travel between planes alone. He struggled with this for a whole month, but ultimately decided to wait for Luo's return. And that wait lasted half a year. Alright, you're a superhuman over 200 years old, don't act like a child. Luo raised his small hand, gathering a ball of light magic to soothe the dog's minor physical ailments. Thankfully, the dog wasn't stupid and could still hunt on its own, otherwise it would have starved to death. Yes, master. The tyrant dog felt the familiar warmth spreading through his body, his eyes welling up briefly before he quickly composed himself, standing behind Luo like a loyal guard, prompting Kagome to curiously turn back to look at him frequently. He is my servant, the tyrant dog. Her name is Kagome. Seeing her is like seeing me, understand? Yes, master. After circling the tyrant dog for a while, Kagome's eyes flashed red before she returned to Luo's shoulder. Kagome has recorded the tyrant dog as an ally. Luo, you know so many people. Really? I feel like I know fewer than a normal noble. I see. The tyrant dog pretended not to hear the two women's conversation, silently following behind Luo. As for where the others were, he said, if my master doesn't tell me, I won't ask. From the tyrant, Luo learned that the alternate dimension had reopened about 7 days ago. According to past practice, it would close after half a month. However, the opening period a year ago was significantly shorter, so the tyrant couldn't guarantee there wouldn't be any unexpected events this time. Worried about staying too long, Luo used magic to rapidly fly the two towards the River of Life's region. After a day, they finally arrived at the Great Rift Valley. The eternally cascading waterfall plunged into the abyss as always, creating a tremendous roar. Time flies so fast. This is where I parted ways with Bella and the others. I wonder if they left yet. With a sigh, Luo flew upwards, passing the spot where Sea Pearl had fallen. Rumor had it that the merfolk's stronghold lay beneath the abyss, but Sea Pearl had already stated that their tribe was actually located in the deepest part of the River of Life's White Mist region, unrelated to the Great Rift Valley. Standing on the surface of the River of Life, surrounded by a strange, white mist, Luo grabbed Sea Pearl by the collar and pulled her out. We arrived. Sea Pearl, still munching on some blue flesh fruit, quickly finished it, wiped her mouth, and stepped barefoot into the gently rippling water. Her pale blue toenails blended perfectly with the water's hue, and her magically conjured dress remained perfectly still. Wow, that was fast, Luo. I'm suddenly a little scared. What should I do? What's there to be scared of? But I've been missing for so long. What if my parents have already held a funeral for me? Don't think about that. I think your parents will be very happy to see you again. Reassuring the nervous Sea Pearl, Luo couldn't help but picture a loving yet slightly stern figure in her mind. Mother, are you alright? Because the River of Life was extremely dangerous, Luo sent the monstrous dog into the ruins to wait. The poor kobold nearly shed tears, thinking he'd been abandoned again. However, When Kagome calculated that the monstrous dog would be crushed into a pulp at 30,000 meters, the loyal kobold guard resignedly disappeared. Luo, you really become much gentler. Splash. The surrounding water parted automatically, forming a bubble that enveloped the three women. Guided by the sea pearl, they began their ascent underwater. Even the merfolk didn't know the true depth of the river of life. Legend had it that at 30,000 meters, there was a flat riverbed, inaccessible to ordinary superhumans, upon which sat a complex and vast underwater city, the legendary city of the merfolk. So deep. Luo complained softly, as he floated in the bubble. The sea pearl, her legs now together, and her fishtail regrown, swam merrily, her agility far surpassing Luo's ability to control the water. I'm so envious. I want to grow a fishtail too. Lo, Kagome believes humans can't do it. I know, that's why I want it. In this environment rich in water magic, the water pressure is greater than in ordinary rivers. With increasing depth, the pressure multiplies. For most low-level superhumans, they wouldn't even reach 5,000 meters before they couldn't withstand the immense pressure. Swish swish. A giant catfish over 300 meters long swam slowly past, its body covered in thick armor. It swallowed tons of water in a single gulp, along with a large amount of magic and small fish. In the distance, a transparent swordfish charged wildly. Its streamlined body, over 20 meters long, combined with a sword over 50 meters long, looked even more lethal than a real heavy sword. In an instant, it was in front of the giant catfish, its sword energy condensing at its mouth, easily slicing through its thick body. A large amount of blood splattered, attracting many small fish. This happens frequently. Without the interference of superhumans, the deep waters teem with aquatic magical beasts of exceptional diversity. Second and third tier superhumans are commonplace, and even fourth tier beasts occasionally flit through the deeper layers. However, all the magical beasts are clearly wary of the sea pearl. The swordfish that had just approached her immediately fled, as if the sea pearl were some terrifying magical beast. Pearl, it seems like all the magical beasts are afraid of you. Is that strange? I've never been attacked by magical beasts in the river. They're all very well behaved. The little ones often play with the big fish. No wonder you weren't attacked when the Blue Scale clan was attacked by the shark swarm. Now I'm starting to suspect that the shark swarm appeared just to save you. Really? Luo looked at Pearl, who was clinging innocently to the outside of the bubble, and waved his hand wearily. It's okay, go play. Okay. Luo guessed that this was a racial trait of merfolk, an innate aura that made aquatic magical beasts submit. However, Pearl hadn't encountered any aquatic magical beasts before, so Luo hadn't noticed it. After diving for most of the day, Luo felt an extremely soft sensation beneath his feet, and knew he had reached the seabed. Not far away, two long-tailed white fish chased each other, blowing bubbles, and picking up pretty stones from the riverbed. Suddenly, they swam up to Luo, and the fish in front, caught off guard, crashed straight into him. Thump! Chapter 261. In life, sometimes we inevitably encounter things that shatter our preconceived notions. For example, a tiny doll could breathe like a human, or a harmless long-tailed white fish that crashed into the boulder behind Luo suddenly transformed into a 3-meter-tall, muscular man wielding a trident, his face fierce and menacing, causing Luo to silently withdraw his hand that was about to greet him. Question mark, mermaid, 5th tier extraordinary, water, warrior, mermaid warrior, a patrolling warrior from the merfolk race, highly vigilant, skilled in disguise, loyal to the merfolk capital, possessing powerful control over water magic, and whose strength is multiplied in the water. Magical skills: tide summoning, regeneration, cavity blast, water blade, water control, suggestion. Try playing the emotional card. Hey Pearl, something's definitely wrong with your people. Two burly men, transformed from merfolk, swayed their broad fishtails, seemingly casually, but in reality, they had already surrounded the area. No matter where Luo attacked from, escape was impossible. The viscous aura had even frozen the nearby water. Even knowing that Sea Pearl was also a merfolk, the two didn't let their guard down. The patrolling warrior in front shouted sternly, "State your name if you come here." "Hey, they're my friends." "Whose family are you, little girl? Don't you know that outsiders are strictly forbidden from entering the deep waters?" This. Sea Pearl visibly embarrassed. "So you knew it yourself, yet you openly defied it." Sigh. Luo pulled Sea Pearl aside, giving the two patrolling warriors a friendly smile. "Hello, we meant no harm. We just encountered her during our exploration, and are helping her get home." The patrolling soldier in front immediately glared at Sea Pearl. "Another brat who dared to leave the deep water without permission? Tell me, what's your name?" With a flick of his right hand, a blue book surfaced in the water. It looked like it was made of some kind of translucent gel, with magically written characters on it. Many names could be seen written in some unfamiliar script. See Pearl. Seemingly intimidated by their rudeness, Pearl shrank back like a child who had done something wrong, completely losing her previous arrogance. Hi, Jinju. That sounds familiar. Just as he was muttering to himself, the patrolling soldier behind him suddenly exclaimed, "Isn't that the Lesser High Priest's name? You're the Lesser High Priest?" The patrolling soldier in front, who was flipping through the roster, also realized something. He quickly flipped forward until he reached the first page, looked at Haijinju again, and compared them carefully. He exclaimed in disbelief, "It really is the Lesser High Priest." "Quick, inform the High Priest. Tell him the Lesser High Priest has returned." The patrolling soldier behind him transformed back into a large white fish and darted away like an arrow. The other patrolling soldier closed his book, his expression softening considerably, even bordering on ingratiating. This sudden change caught Luo off guard, and he instinctively asked, puzzled, "Is the High Priestess's status very prestigious?" Unexpectedly, the soldier's eyes widened immediately, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Of course. The priest is a position second only to royalty. The High Priestess is the successor to the High Priestess. She disappeared for nearly a century, causing the High Priestess to neglect the newborn ceremony, resulting in a significant decrease in newborns over the past 100 years. However, seemingly realizing he had become too agitated, he coughed twice and changed the subject. "High Priestess, the High Priestess misses you dearly. Now that you're back, please don't leave the mermaid capital again without permission." This. Pearl hesitated, her tail thrashing uneasily, a sudden sense of foreboding rising in the patrolling warrior's heart. "High Priestess, could it be? I'm sorry, I just came to say goodbye. I want to go outside and see the world. I don't want to be confined to a priest's temple." "That won't do. As the High Priestess, you should abide by the rules of the merfolk. Could it be that this outsider has deceived you?" His gaze shifted, landing on Luo. The patrolling warrior's imposing manner intensified, seemingly convinced that she was the one who had caused his High Priestess to abandon her family and leave her home. Luo felt the surrounding water become incredibly heavy, the bubbles suddenly shrank, the immense pressure making it difficult for her to breathe. Just as Kagome was about to step forward, Pearl blocked Luo's path, saying, "Don't lay a hand on her. This is my own decision." The patrol soldier, afraid of hurting her even slightly, had to withdraw his imposing aura, speaking with a hint of helplessness, "High Priestess, please stop playing around. The High Priestess should be here soon, and she certainly won't let you leave again. I explained to my mother." Faced with Pearl's willful reply, the patrol soldier scratched his smooth head and could only smile sheepishly. This wasn't something he could decide. The wait was exceptionally long. 5 hours later, another patrol soldier finally arrived, followed by 2 middle-aged merfolk, a man and a woman. Their clothing wasn't extravagant, but they exuded a mysterious aura, and their features bore a resemblance to Pearl. "Is that little Pearl?" Before the patrolling warriors leading the way arrived, the merman instantly appeared in front of the Pearl. The turbulent aura around her softened, and she tremblingly stretched out her fair hand towards the Pearl's face, but hesitated to touch it, as if she was afraid that everything before her was an illusion. Haijinju's gaze darted away, but Luo clearly saw the excitement and longing in her eyes. Her lips moved, and she softly called out, "Mother, I'm back." Hai's mother's hand paused, then finally touched her. Feeling the warm touch, she could no longer hold back. Large tears streamed down her face, turning into pearls that fell to the riverbed. "It really is little Pearl. You're finally back. Your father and I thought." "Mother, I'm sorry." Haijinju opened her arms and hugged her tightly, choking back tears. "It's all my fault for being so playful. I'm sorry, so very sorry." Recalling the leisurely days at home, and contrasting them with the dark times of imprisonment outside, Haijinju hugged even tighter. Cold tears fell, turning into pearls, as if trying to release all the pent-up grievances she had endured. "Mother, I'm so scared," sobbed. Don't be afraid, I'm here. You must have suffered a lot of grievances outside. It's your father, and I who didn't watch you well enough." Watching the mother and daughter hug each other tightly and weep, Luo quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. His home, separated by a plain, must be the same, definitely waiting for him to return. Just wait a little longer, and he'd be able to go back. Only Kagome sat blankly on Luo's shoulders. She was still young, without parents, and couldn't understand what family affection was. She simply swung her legs, recording everything before her. Perhaps one day in the future, when she recalled today's events, she would know what expression to use. Another merman arrived quickly, sporting a blue mustache. His sternness and authority were particularly evident on his face. It wasn't hard to see that the Pearl's parents were a typical strict father and kind mother. Seeing the mother and daughter embracing, he didn't approach, only blinking and slightly turning his head away, but his slightly reddened eyes betrayed his turbulent emotions. "Quick, Hylon, let's go back first." "What's wrong?" "The high priest is still here." "Never mind. Come with me." Another patrol soldier anxiously waved for Hylon to return, seemingly not wanting to disturb the High family's reunion. However, Luo, as an outsider, noticed that the other patrol soldier's aura was abnormal, his breathing uneven, as if he hadn't fully recovered from an injury. Considering the excessively long round trip, it was hard not to suspect something. Could something have happened? However, they left quickly, and as an outsider, Luo couldn't press them for answers. After a long while, Pearl wiped away her tears, and got up from her mother's embrace. "Mother, Pearl missed you so much." She then turned to her father, whose expression was serious. "I miss father, and the other sisters too." "Humph. It's all because you secretly ran away." Pearl's father's voice was harsh, but he moved closer, his serious expression softening considerably. "I think you only realize how dangerous it is outside after suffering some hardship." "All right, dear, Pearl just got back, so say less." "Humph, you just spoil her." Pearl's father grunted twice, but didn't continue scolding her. However, his eyes remained fixed on Pearl, as if afraid she would slip away again if he wasn't careful. "By the way, father, mother, let me introduce you." Pearl leaned against her mother's chest and gestured to the two girls. "This is my best friend, Luo. She and the other friends rescued me. And this little friend, you can call her Kagome. Although she's very young, she's very capable, and has helped me many times." Chapter 262. To be honest, the strength of the Sea Mother and Sea Father far exceeded Luo's expectations. Luo had previously thought that the merfolk, like the Dark Elves, were at most at the third rank in this region explored by low-level transcendents, with the strongest perhaps comparable to the fourth rank. However, the data on her panel told her that the Sea Father possessed the strength of a 7th rank transcendent, and the Sea Mother had even reached the 8th rank. Fortunately, after hearing the Sea Pearl's words, the Sea Father and Sea Mother's attitude towards Luo and Kagome was clearly friendly, so they shouldn't become enemies. After carefully observing Luo and the little doll on her shoulder, the Sea Mother's dignified and elegant face lost its solemnity towards strangers, leaving only kindness and gratitude. "My name is Halondo, and this is my husband, Halaton. I am truly grateful to you two friends for taking care of my daughter. Pearl has always lived in the deep sea and rarely comes into contact with the outside world. She is very innocent and naive. If it weren't for your help, she would have suffered even more. You two are truly kind people." Luo blushed slightly at her praise, and waved her hands repeatedly. No, we are friends. Helping each other is only natural." "Please don't say that." Hee, what a lovely girl." Hai's father was much more straightforward, pounding his chest with his right hand, making a deep thud. "You helped us bring Pearl back, and I don't know how to thank you enough. But if you need any help in the future, I will do my best to assist you." "That's too much. You are Pearl's father, which means you are my elder. This is very impolite." Pearl had helped Luo a lot along the way, and had always been close to her. Although she could be annoying at times, Luo still liked this somewhat naive merman, and naturally didn't expect anything from her parents. "Since that's the case, then I call you Xiao Luo and Xiao Wei. From today onwards, you are friends of our merfolk tribe." The Sea Father spoke bluntly, giving Luo and Kagome no chance to react before waving his hand, and officially elevating their status from guests to friends of the tribe. "Well, it can't hurt anyway. Then we gladly accept." Kagome also flew up, mimicking Luo's gesture, lifting her skirt and bowing slightly. "Kagome is honored." The Sea Father's lips curled slightly upward, showing his happiness, though he seemed to be deliberately restraining himself. While the Sea Pearl and Sea Mother chatted, he also gave Luo a brief introduction to the merfolk tribe, eventually mentioning Highland's earlier statement that outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering the deep waters. "Well, your outsider superiors should know this well. Long ago, the merfolk made an agreement with you outsiders. We cannot frequently appear in the shallow waters, and you cannot disturb our lives. This was an agreement beneficial to both sides, though it might have been finalized after a fight. The Sea Father said he wasn't sure, and it was passed down within the merfolk, observed generation after generation. However, over time, flaws inevitably arose. As Hylon mentioned, Sea Pearl wasn't the first merfolk to run away. In fact, the aquatic bloodline of the River of Life was born from the union of a merfolk who ran away and an outsider. The merfolk knew this, but for certain reasons, they couldn't stop the bloodline from spreading in time. As a result, later, most of the residents of the river city were aquatic, and by then, they were powerless to stop it, leading to the scene of numerous races, like tributaries within the River of Life region. Luo was actually the first recorded outsider to venture deep into the riverbed in tens of thousands of years. That's why Hylon and her 2 patrolling warriors chose to approach stealthily even after discovering the 3 women's presence. They were worried Luo might possess something threatening. I apologize for Hylon and Haegang's offensive behavior. No need. They were just doing their job. But they're truly professionals. I didn't initially suspect they were doing it on purpose. I thought they were just playful merfolk. Although the panel indicated the 2 fish were merfolk, who would have thought 2 fifth-tier powerhouses would pretend to be playful children just to gain a pincer attack position? Ha ha ha, you flatter me. Hylon and Haegang are excellent patrolling warriors. 10 minutes later, Luo was telling Hai's father about her and Hai Jinju's experiences living in a vast forest inhabited by dark elves, when she suddenly heard Hai Jinju's shrill cry, "Mother, please tell me, what happened?" Hai's father's expression changed slightly, and he appeared beside Hai's mother. "You told her?" The latter was clearly regretful. "I accidentally said something too much. Didn't we agree not to let the children know?" "Father, you deliberately kept it from me?" "Little Pearl, things are more complicated than you think. Your father, and I didn't mean to." Pearl broke free from her mother's embrace and said seriously, "I am the High Priestess of the Mermaid Capital. I have the right to know about that." "Nonsense. What rank do you have? Leave this to your mother and the royal family." Father scolded Pearl without hesitation, but to his surprise, Pearl didn't obediently submit like she had 100 years ago. Instead, she looked directly at him and mother and said earnestly, "Father, mother, I want to know what happened in the Mermaid Capital." Hai's father was momentarily stunned, then tried to say something, but Luo interrupted him. "Uncle, Hai Jinju has made great progress while traveling. Perhaps overprotecting her isn't a good thing. What do you think?" "How can that be?" Perhaps moved by Luo's words, or perhaps seeing the determination in Hai Jinju's eyes, Hai's father's voice weakened, finally letting out a long sigh. "All right, Jinju, you're not a child anymore. There are some things you should know." Luo had intended to take Guwei away, but judging from their expressions, it was probably a matter of the tribe. She thought that as an outsider, it wasn't appropriate to interfere, but Hai's father didn't mind. "Little Luo, little Wei, you are Jinju's friends. This isn't a secret. There's no need to avoid it." With Hai's father's explanation, the 3 girls finally understood what had happened. The Merfolk capital is the name of the tribe where the Sea Pearl resides. However, rather than a tribe, it is actually a vast city complex covering nearly 100,000 li, approximately 50,000 kilometers, and reaching a height of 3,000 meters, inhabited by 100,000 merfolk. A truly prosperous city. However, even a powerful city like the merfolk capital faces the constant threat of a formidable enemy, the overlord of the River of Life. Medroy. This is a shell-shaped magical beast that constantly roams between 5,000 and 20,000 meters along the River of Life. Its massive body, spanning over 1,000 square meters, resembles a small, freely moving reef. Numerous aquatic magical beasts live parasitically on its shell, forming an underwater ecosystem. As the overlord, its strength reaches the 8th rank, and coupled with the magical beast horde that obeys it, it is a formidable force that cannot be ignored. However, for a long time, the relationship between Medroy and the merfolk was lukewarm, marked by minor frictions and occasional acts of assistance, resulting in a relatively peaceful coexistence. About 80 years ago, in the years following the disappearance of the Sea Pearl, the merfolk's extensive search of various aquatic areas intensified friction with Medroy, gradually escalating their relationship to the point of near war. A year ago, the situation changed dramatically, turning the 2 forces into complete enemies. A year ago, a group of Merfoy sharks was inexplicably wiped out. Normally, Medroy wouldn't have given them a second glance. The fighting among aquatic monsters was commonplace, and she had no reason or ability to prevent it. However, the problem arose when the merfolk's distinctive trident weapon was discovered in the shark's lair. Thus, things became tense. Chapter 263. Recently, Medroy has frequently roamed the vicinity of the merfolk capital. Her suffocating aura forced the merfolk capital to consolidate its forces and deploy more patrolling warriors to prevent the invasion of magical beasts. Just recently, the leader of the merfolk capital temporarily left the capital to discuss Medroy's affairs. Medroy seized the opportunity to launch a major attack on the merfolk capital. The Sea Mother, one of only 2 8th-tier warriors in the merfolk capital, naturally had to fight back. However, priests are ultimately a support class with low combat power. Even with the prior deployment of other tribes to defend the area, the strength of the two sides remained evenly matched. The merfolk paid a heavy price before the fighting eased slightly. Meanwhile, the Sea Father and Sea Mother took this opportunity to secretly see their daughter. Otherwise, Sea Pearl's siblings would certainly have come to greet her as well. Although the Sea Father didn't explicitly say so, Luo and Sea Pearl both knew who the merfolk were searching for. Thinking about this, Sea Pearl felt even more distressed. It's all my fault. The Sea Mother stroked her smooth, long hair, gently comforting her. It's not as serious as you think. With the protective barrier in place, they can't get in. Sea God's castle has also sent reinforcements. Our temporary departure won't have a significant impact on the battle. Even so, everyone knew that the Sea Father and Sea Mother couldn't be away for too long. At Sea Pearl's insistence, they agreed to let them travel to the merfolk's capital together. However, Luo believed that the most important factor was Sea Pearl's last statement: Kagong can kill an 8th-tier transcendent, which made them agree with some skepticism. The merfolk's capital wasn't far from the riverbed where Luo and his companions were. Carried by the Sea Mother, the group darted underwater at several times the speed of sound. In less than an hour, a hazy, majestic outline appeared in the distance. The merfolk, as expected of the most powerful race in the River of Life, had built a magnificent city surrounded by a 1,000-meter-high wall, enclosing a continuous, orderly cluster of buildings like underwater mountains. At the center stood a towering tower, its imposing presence even giving the illusion that it extended to the water's surface. 3 azure crystal rings floated around the tower, radiating a shimmering light, connecting to a giant barrier encircling the city. Medloy wasn't nearby, but as the group approached the barrier, their expressions turned grim. The area outside the barrier had likely been cleared. There were no corpses, but a thick, lingering stench of blood persisted, and there were clearly strong remnants of magic. It was easy to imagine that a significant battle had taken place here not long ago. Since Hai's parents had left quietly, the group couldn't openly enter through the main gate, as that would easily demoralize them. Led by Hai's father, they navigated several turns to a spot within the high wall. He flicked out a burst of magic, and the wall suddenly shifted, revealing a small hole 2 meters high. Pearl, your mother, and I need to check on Medroy's current situation. I called Jinjin over. You two stay inside the barrier and don't go out. Seeing Hai Jinju agree, Hai's parents glanced back several times before disappearing into the distance. Hai Jinju waved to them until they were completely out of sight, then stared blankly in the direction they had gone. Luo, don't you think I'm being too willful? Luo knew she was bothered by the trouble she had caused by leaving without permission. Seeing her guilty expression, he gently tapped her head. Oops. Why did you suddenly tap my head again? Humph. Who told you to look like that? But if I hadn't left so impulsively, none of this would have happened. So what's done is done. What we need to do is figure out how to solve it, right? Sea Pearl paused, turning to see Luo's bright red eyes, filled with encouragement and trust. But my strength? Don't forget, we're friends. Kagom agrees. Sea Pearl was wrong. You guys. Sea Pearl's voice trembled slightly with tears as she lunged forward. You're too close. Hee, we're all friends, don't be so bothered. I didn't say that. But regardless, it's good that Sea Pearl has regained her energy. Just as Luo grabbed her hands to prevent her from hugging her, a timid voice suddenly rang out from the side. Is that Pearl Nichin? The 3 girls turned around simultaneously, startling the voice's owner, who hid behind a nearby rock, revealing only her smooth forehead and light blue eyes, still tinged with shyness. Jinjin! Hai Jinju immediately turned around, grabbed Hai Jinjin, who was hiding behind a rock, pulled her in front of Luo, and proudly introduced her. This little one is Hai Jinjin, only 50 years younger than me, and a very talented child. Back then, she was just born in my arms. Sister, let's not talk about those things anymore, I'm all grown up now. Hai Jinjin protested weakly, blushing, but this only attracted Luo's attention more. She was petite, and her appearance was about 80% similar to Hai Jinju's, except for slightly lighter eye color and short hair. She was practically a miniature version of Hai Jinju. However, unlike Hai Jinju's innocent and cheerful nature, Hai Jinjin was more delicate, giving off a pitiful feeling. Hatching? Yes, we mermaids are all oviparous. Okay, it's hard to imagine what a mermaid looks like when they first hatch. Maybe like a fish fry? Suppressing this thought, Luo smiled gently at Haijinjin. Hello, little sister. Kagome also nodded in greeting. Hello, Haijinju's sister. Haijinjin hid behind Haijinju, her fishtail swaying nervously. She seemed afraid of the bubbles around Luo, yet curious about Kagome on her shoulder. Hearing this, she timidly replied, Hello, you guys. After a pause, as if gathering her courage, she softly asked, did my sister cause you any trouble? Although she's a little unreliable, she's still a very good partner. Your sister is very capable. Is that so? That's good. Haijinjin visibly relaxed. She wondered what impression Haijinju had left on her brothers and sisters at home that made Haijinjin speak well of her sister. Your sister isn't that bad. Father and mother have always said I'm the most talented high priestess. Glancing at the expressionless Kagome, Haijinjin poked her fingers together, somewhat embarrassed, and said something that was a bolt from the blue for Haijinju. But Brother Dawn was recently chosen by Mother to be the new high priestess. They said if the position remains vacant, some rituals can't continue. So sister, you won't be the high priestess anymore. Sister? Luo poked the petrified Haijinju. Shrugging helplessly, she might need some time to process this. Did Jinjin say too much? This is giving me a headache. Sister's friends, Mother asked me to take you home. Please come with Jinjin. Saying this, she glanced curiously at the bewildered Kagome, picked up Haijinju, and turned to swim inside. As they ventured deeper into the mermaid city, the number of merfolk increased, most retaining their human torso and fish tails, while some transformed into white fish and chased after them. What puzzled Luo was that, despite being the daughter of the high priest, the merfolk didn't show Haijinjin any respect. Instead, they seemed somewhat distant. Maybe it's because I'm Pearl's sister. After she ran away from home, I saw many uncles and aunts searching for her, but they couldn't find her. Then everyone became very nervous. Although everyone said everything was fine, I felt that something bad had happened. Is that so? It seemed that not only Haijinjin, but many young merfolk hadn't been told about Medroy. It was probably because the higher-ups didn't want their people to hate Haijinjin's family. After all, the root of the problem was Haijinjin running away from home without permission. Chapter 264. Beneath the tower lay a complex of temples, the tallest of which the merfolk called the Ocean Temple. Reaching hundreds of meters, its exterior was adorned with thousands of sturdy, heavy stone pillars and covered by a powerful array. According to Haijinjin, the temple only opened during major festivals and celebrations. It was extremely sacred and not to be defiled, so children like them were not allowed to enter except on the day they hatched. Prayers and blessings were usually offered in the adjacent smaller temple, also called the Azure Temple, which was where Haijinju usually stayed. However, as an immature junior priestess, Haijinju mostly listened to the confessions of her people and comforted them. Given her personality, that kind of work was indeed very suitable. Behind the Ocean Temple was a group of simple-looking domed buildings covered by circular bubbles. It was said that many items used in the festivals were stored inside. However, Haijinjin soon led Luo and the others to the innermost part of the complex, a magnificent mansion covering 3,000 square meters. The mansion was also surrounded by enormous bubbles. Haijinjin, carrying Haijinju on her back, stepped inside. Her fishtail instantly transformed into two fair legs, her bare feet splashing in the shallow water. We're home. Sisters, come in quickly. The other brothers and sisters aren't here, only Xiaoyu and Xiaomo are. Luo curiously observed the mansion. Unlike the ground, it was filled with moisture. Without magical protection, clothes would quickly become soaked. The ground was covered with shallow pools, some deeper ones planted with pretty aquatic plants. There was a fountain in the front yard, and judging from the shape of the courtyard, there should also be a backyard. The house consisted of several buildings, constructed of deep blue boulders. The upper levels were painted white with an unknown pigment, resembling wave foam. Through an open window, Luo caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure. Who's that? Maybe it's Little Fish. I was the youngest before my sister ran away from home. Little Fish and Little Mo were born later, so they always been curious about Pearl's sister. Back home, Haijinjin seemed a bit more lively. Although her face still had an inexplicable blush, she spoke much more normally, obediently placing her sister on a chair before going to prepare hot water for Luo and Guwei. Ah! I'm not the high priestess anymore. Haijinju suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. It's actually that kid Dawn who wants to be the high priestess. You been resurrected? I didn't die, Jinjin. Where's Dawn? Where did he go? With a thud, Haijinju ran into the room Haijinjin had just left, and the living room fell silent. Pearl has so many family members. Luo, what is family? Kagom's sudden question left Luo speechless. After thinking for a moment, she softly replied, probably people you can act cute with. I see. Luo, what is acting cute? This. Luo subconsciously turned her head away, feeling her eager gaze on her. She couldn't very well demonstrate what acting cute was, could she? Huh? Suddenly, around the corner, Luo noticed a slight breath. Is that the little fish Shinjin mentioned? Her breathing suddenly became erratic, and then Luo saw a boy with a buzz cut leap out, wielding a shimmering water sword, shouting, "Who goes there? State your name." Judging from the aura emanating from him, he was only at the 7th level of the mortal realm, not even a transcendent being. Luo curiously looked at his face, which bore a resemblance to Sea Pearl's, showing a tense yet resolute expression, and couldn't help but have the urge to tease him. I'm the witch who kidnapped the Sea Pearl, and I'm very, very bad. The little boy was startled and took a few steps back, but seemingly feeling too embarrassed, he regained his footing and hissed, "Take this." He charged forward, sword raised. Splash. A water chain silently appeared at his ankle, tripping him. However, Luo didn't actually let him fall. As he frantically tried to brace himself, the water chain wrapped around his ankle, hanging him upside down, and then gently placed him on the chair opposite him. Luo smiled at the defiant little boy, flicked her slender finger, and a drop of water hit him squarely on the forehead. Does this count as defeating you? I will never admit defeat. But she quickly muttered, but this time, consider it a defeat. Decide whether you want to fight or kill me. This personality was nothing like the Sea Pearl. It was more like the Sea Father. Then, let me ask you a few questions. Can you answer honestly? Only 3, that's the rule. It seems merfolk are quite similar to humans when they're young, playing these kinds of games. Luo hadn't considered that, according to her age, she was also a child. Perhaps with more experiences, her childlike innocence gradually faded. Sea Pearl aside, she was just innocently naive. Then, let me think. Let's start with your name. What's your name? The boy squirmed, his little body shifting slightly, and stammered, "Sea Fish, you can't laugh at my name." Luo paused slightly, then smiled faintly, "Of course not, Sea Fish, it's a nice name." Really? Of course I never lie. Well, I guess I reluctantly believe you, Even so, the sea sparrow's short legs, which couldn't even reach the ground, swung around quite happily. Seriously, wasn't it great? Then, the second question, do you know Sea Pearl? Of course I do. But quickly, the sea sparrow shook its head, correcting itself. I heard father and mother talk about her so many times, I'm almost tired of hearing it, but this is the first time I've seen Sister Pearl. She's so beautiful. So you were the one peeking through the window just now. Then, the last question, what do you think of Sea Pearl? The sea sparrow squeezed it soft. With his short, straight hair, his little face showed he was thinking hard. Father and mother both love her. They always say she's cute, hardworking, and very talented. Then my older brothers and sisters always say she bullies them, that she's a troublemaker. But I think Pearl's sister is so cool, I'm sure we get along. This confidence was dazzling. Luo was almost blinded by the light in Haimayu's eyes. Was this the influence of his parents? Little Fish? Sister, Little Fish hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? It was Haijinjin, who came out carrying several steaming cups of tea, with a larger version of Haijinju in her arms. No wonder Haimayu's older brothers and sisters always said Haijinju bullied them. You work so hard. No, Little Fish is very cute. Okay, Pearl, you haven't seen your little brother yet, have you? Hearing this, Haijinju poked her head out, looked at the momentarily bewildered Haimayu, her brows furrowing slightly before relaxing into a cheerful smile. Mother gave birth again. Let your sister hold you. No. Chapter 265. Today was perhaps a day of both a beautiful beginning and a devastating end for Haimayu. After Haijinju had his cheek swollen from being roughly handled, his attitude towards her shifted from curiosity to fear, and he hid behind Luo, too afraid to come out. Alright, he's your brother. Is it okay to act like this on your first meeting? What's wrong with that? My little brother is so cute, of course I should be affectionate with him. Upon hearing this, Haimayu visibly trembled. This psychological trauma was too much. However, Haijinju's little face remained calm, clearly unfazed. Poor little guy, he must have been bullied like this by Haijinju when he was little. You cowardly bully. Thump. Ouch. Why did you suddenly hit me? No reason, I just thought you deserved to be hit. Hey! How could you do that? Just then, the door suddenly opened, and a disheveled little girl ran in, with a blue braid and innocent eyes, clutching a large abalone. She immediately shouted, "Sister Jinjin, look what I found." "Hey, so many people. What day is it today?" The little girl was barely a meter tall, covered in mud. Anyone who didn't know her would think she just come from a mud pit. However, from her dirty face, one could vaguely see her fair skin. She'd definitely grow up to be a beauty. Hai Jinjin quickly stood up, patted the little girl's thin shoulders, and introduced her to the group. "This is Hai Momo. She's 20 years old now. Come on, Momo, call her sister." "Hello, sisters." Surprisingly, she was very polite, just like Hai Jinjin. Was this family's personality split? The Hai Jinju faction and the Hai Jinjin faction? Hai Momo's bright eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at the two unfamiliar older sisters who had appeared in her home. "Sister Jinjin, are they your friends?" "Not really. This older sister with blue hair like you is what our parents called Pearl Sister. She just came back today. This is probably the first time you and Xiaoyu have met her. This pretty older sister with white hair is from out of town. Her name is Sister Luo. And that little sister is Sister Guwei." Hai Momo then noticed a small purple-haired doll sitting on Luo's shoulder. Her mouth widened in surprise. Holding up the large abalone in her hand, she boasted, "So many ladies. Come see what I caught." "Momo, don't always go to those dirty places. What if you get the guests dirty?" "Don't worry, Jinjin. I'm also a little curious about what she's holding." Luo's eyes narrowed as she looked at the large abalone in Hai Momo's hand, her voice turning colder. "Mr. Abalone, is being an assassin fun?" "What?" Everyone was stunned, but Hai Jinju was the first to react. A stream of water rose from the ground, suddenly swirling towards the abalone in Hai Momo's hand. "Haha, I didn't expect someone to see through my disguise." The abalone suddenly chuckled, extending a sharp blade from the seam of its shell, deflecting Hai Jinju's stream of water. It didn't cut through. "Oh well, it's alright." The next moment, the blade turned, intending to stab Hai Momo. At such close range, Hai Jinju had no time to save her, let alone the terrified Hai Jinjin and Hai Mayu, who hadn't even seen what happened. "Momo, throw it away quickly." However, Hai Momo was just a child, and her reaction speed was far slower than that of a superhuman. She didn't even see what happened in that instant, so how could she understand Hai Jinju's words? Just as the abalone assassin was gloating, it was shocked to find its fatal blow blocked by a curtain of water. Layers of swirling water tightly bound its long, sharp spikes, rendering it immobile. The next attack from the sea pearl arrived. A fist formed of pure water slammed into the giant seashell, sending it flying and embedding it deeply into the hard rock. "Momo, are you alright?" The sea pearl rushed to the dazed Hai Momo, anxiously checking her over. Finding she hadn't been affected, she breathed a sigh of relief, thank goodness. Hai Momo then realized what had happened, looking at her empty palm, and asked in confusion, "Where's my big seashell?" Her adorable question made the sea pearl laugh. "Your big seashell is going to be cooked." Their extraordinary strength far surpassed that of Hai Mayu and Hai Momo, so they had no idea what had just happened. Only Hai Jinjin knew how dangerous it had been, her eyes filled with longing and admiration as she looked at the sea pearl and Luo. The abalone assassin was stunned by the enraged punch from the sea pearl, yet its shell remained unscathed, a testament to its incredible hardness. Luo stepped forward and pried it off, a string of information flashing in his eyes. Deep-sea spiny abalone 4th tier transcendent, water. It appears no different from an ordinary abalone, but its true strength is hidden within its shell, making it difficult to detect. A single thorn carries potent poison, easily piercing the defenses of an ordinary 5th tier transcendent, delivering a fatal blow. Magic skills: disguise, enhancement, regeneration, suggestion. If you don't want to get stabbed, strike first. This is a dangerous magical beast, and clearly set by the enemy. For a magical beast to obey orders, it's most likely a subordinate of Medroy. But why is it in Momo's hands? And why only target the sea pearl's family? A layer of water rippled across his hand, seeping into the crevices of the deep-sea abalone's shell, where it transformed into water blades that severed its thorns. Ah! Deep purple blood flowed out, the excruciating pain jolting it awake. "What did you do to me? My venomous stinger. You severed my venomous stinger." Just a little bit of caution. Now I give you two choices. First, obediently tell me your purpose for coming here, and I can release you. Second, I crush you and extract the memories I want from your soul. A suffocatingly powerful pressure slowly descended upon the deep-sea spiny abalone. The suppression from a higher level of life sent a chill down its resentful heart, and fear rose within it. This creature was absolutely not to be trifled with. After calming her younger siblings, Sea Pearl approached the deep-sea spiny abalone with an unfriendly expression. Quickly, Tell me, what is your purpose for coming here? Undersea Pearl suppressed rage. A blue crystal faintly appeared between her brows, and another terrifying aura rose, making the deep-sea spiny abalone feel as if it had fallen into the deep sea. Even as a deep-sea creature, it felt a fear of facing the abyss. Under the double pressure, the deep-sea spiny abalone could no longer withstand it. Its tightly closed shell opened, revealing the soft flesh inside. I talk. The king sent me. He said if I could assassinate the merman priests, the barrier would break, and the king could send troops straight in. How many assassins like you are there? There are. With a sound of flesh tearing apart, the delicate body of the deepwater abalone instantly turned into a bloody mist, a dazzling light erupting, faintly revealing a powerful force. It's a demonic core self-destructing. Danger? Without time to think, Luo threw the shell, which pierced through the thick stone wall, and appeared in the water 100 meters away. Instantly, a violent explosion rang out, shaking the building slightly even with the barrier in place. The powerful energy fluctuations also attracted the attention of many mermen, especially in such an important location as the back of the temple. What happened? It looks like an explosion. The guards are here. Get out of the way. A strong team of merfolk quickly swam closer, dispersing the nearby residents. A tall female merfolk, leading 3 strong male merfolk, swam into the center of the explosion. They heard wailing cries coming from the priest's house, and could see a large hole in the building. Damn it, they actually dared to attack the high priest's family. Chapter 266. The door was forcibly broken down, and 4 figures rushed in. Surrender? However, the leading merman was quickly astonished to find that although the house was somewhat messy, it hadn't been damaged. The high priest's youngest daughter and son were crying, scattering small pearls all over the floor, while his 4th daughter and another merman girl he didn't recognize were comforting them. Furthermore, there was a girl from outside watching her warily, but she didn't sense any aura from the same source as the explosion, which reassured her somewhat. It seemed the worst hadn't happened. Xinjun, who are they? Hai Xinjun hugged Hai Momo, trembling slightly, seemingly a little afraid of her. And Hai Tang, she's Pearl's sister, she just came home not long ago, along with her 2 friends. They're not bad people. Hai Tang was surprised, looking at Hai Xinju, her long, wavy blue hair overlapping with her childish appearance from years ago. Young high priest? It's me, and Hai Tang, I remember you, you used to scare me all the time. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Luo also lowered her guard, patting Kagom's little head to reassure her. High priestess, why are you back? And now? Are you all injured? Halfway through her sentence, Hai Tang abruptly changed the subject, making Luo suspicious. Could there be something going on? And Hai Tang, everyone is alright, but Jinjin is so scared. Hearing Hai Jinjin's answer, Hai Tang's expression softened, and she asked gently, Jinjin, tell Auntie, what just happened? With Hai Jinjin's fragmented description, and Hai Jinju's supplementary information, Hai Tang quickly understood what had happened. She breathed a sigh of relief and earnestly thanked Luo. I am Hai Tang, the captain of the Mermaid Capital's guard team. I am very grateful for your protection of these children, but the situation was urgent, so please forgive me for not being able to thank you properly. My apologies. It's alright. I also want to know how they infiltrated. Most adult residents of the Merfolk City are below the 3rd rank, while the guards are around the 4th rank. Hai Tang is a rank higher, reaching the 5th rank, roughly equivalent to the patrol warriors. For an assassin with top-notch disguise skills, infiltrating wouldn't be too difficult. The question is, how did they break through the barrier? Hai Tang seemed to know something. Her expression changed, but she ultimately revealed nothing. I am extremely grateful for your help, and the merfolk will certainly not forget your gratitude. Leaving 3 guards to stand watch in the courtyard, Hai Tang bowed to Hai Jinju and hurriedly left. Soon after, Hai Momo and Hai Mayu cried themselves to sleep and were carried to the bedroom by Hai Jinjin. Soon, only Luo, Hai Jinju, and the 3 girls, Kagome, remained in the living room. I think you know something, don't you? Hai Jinju wasn't surprised that Luo had noticed, and her cheerful expression dimmed. I know a little bit. I've known since I was little that the selection of priests isn't predetermined. It's just that the bloodline of a priestly family is usually the most suitable for the position. So, thanks to our bloodline, our family has always held the positions of high priest and junior priest. But, just as the selection of priests isn't predetermined, even though in most cases the junior priest elected by the people is born into a priestly family, there have been several changes in priesthood throughout history. The Sea Pearl family, for example, seized the position from the previous priestly family a long time ago. The junior priest is the successor to the high priest. Although the responsibility isn't heavy, the significance is crucial. The junior priest's inauguration means the next high priest has been determined, eliminating concerns about a succession gap caused by an unforeseen event in the high priest's succession. However, after Haijinju was imprisoned for many years after leaving home, various discussions about the position of junior high priestess inevitably spread. Coupled with the fact that the search for her had angered the local tyrant, the public's attitude towards Haijinju's family gradually changed. It's hard to believe that other families weren't involved in this. The mermaid capital was so easily infiltrated by assassins, who precisely targeted Haijinju's family. Only a fool would believe there wasn't a mole within their ranks. I roughly know which families are eyeing the high priestess position, but any family that dares to collude with external enemies will be beheaded as a traitor. I can't imagine who would do that. Normally they might not dare, but at this time, everything can be pinned on your family. As long as someone in the know isn't careless. No one will know if she died fighting the enemy. And Haitang must have suspicions, but without evidence, the guards can't arrest her, right? That's right. If I hadn't left without permission, they wouldn't have dared to have such thoughts. So? Luo placed her hands on the table, her expression serious. What do you plan to do? My plan. Haijinju murmured, the confusion in her eyes lasting only a moment before she suddenly stood up, declaring boldly, even if the fault lies with me, it's not a reason for them to collude with the enemy. Luo, Kagome, I need your help. Can you lend me some strength? Looks like she's grown up after all. Luo's bright smile returned. I've been waiting for you to say that. Haijinju is Kagome's friend. Kagome will definitely help her friend. Two small hands and one tiny hand were stacked together, and then lifted up together. The girl's sweet shouts left the three guards bewildered. Oh well, as long as the young priestess likes it. Then the assault team is formed. Huh? Is there a problem? So when was the name assault team chosen? Just now. Never mind. So what should we do now? Pearlsea pondered for a moment, then pointed outside. First, gather intelligence. I want to know who slaughtered the shark swarm. If there wasn't a second shark king, as far as Luo knew, the entire swarm was ultimately hunted down by the Blue Scale Merchant Guild of the Fishmen. Could they have escaped and been killed by some mermen? Alright, let's go. Albert emerged from the spatial rift and quickly entered a palace. Albert, what brings you to my humble abode today? You old codger, you reek of death. You stink? Are you finally going to die? A rare guest indeed. Long time no see, Albert. Ignoring Darius's sarcastic tone, Albert nodded slightly to the golden-haired elf beside him in greeting. His expression grave, he approached Canik. Seeing his demeanor, Canik stopped joking and said in a deep voice, Albert, is there a problem in the netherworld? With a wave of his hand, a thick barrier rose in the hall. Darius, no longer interrupting, waited for Albert's words, just like the golden-haired elf. Your Majesty, Hadiah has awakened. For a moment, the other three looked confused. Hadiah? Who was that? But quickly, the golden-haired elf remembered something and exclaimed in shock. Could it be one of the Calamity Beasts from 40,000 years ago, Hadiah? The mention of the Calamity Beast's name caused Canik and Dalius's expressions to change drastically. Canik even stood up abruptly, appearing before Albert and saying solemnly, word by word, Tamslin Albert, do you know what this news means for our plane? The solemnity in Albert's tone. The weight hasn't lessened, Albert declared. Your Majesty, I saw it with my own eyes in the netherworld, there's no mistake. Upon returning to the living world, Albert immediately went to his library and meticulously reviewed a vast amount of material before finally confirming that Haida was indeed one of the Calamity Beasts that wreaked havoc across the entire plane 40,000 years ago. The atmosphere in the hall was terrifyingly heavy. Only those at their level truly understood the sheer horror represented by Calamity Beasts. After a long while, Kanika's hoarse voice finally came from the high seat. Block the news. Contact the Church of Light to inquire about the seal. Yes. Chapter 267. Haijinju knew Luo couldn't stay in the alternate dimension for too long, so without sufficient information, directly asking the leader was the quickest way. No one could have imagined that the little doll following them possessed the power to turn the tide of battle. Finding Medjroy was a problem. Relying on soul magic was a good option, but the mermaid capital had many powerful figures, and doing so would easily arouse unnecessary suspicion. Therefore, this could only be done outside the city. A moment later, Haijinju put the two children to sleep and returned to the living room, only to find it empty. Even the cute little doll was gone, except for a note on the table. Sister Jinju? Without anyone noticing, a crack appeared 1,000 meters away from the mermaid capital, and two figures, one large and one small, emerged. Spatial teleportation is so convenient. Wrong, that's not spatial teleportation, it's just tearing space. Kagome doesn't possess any spatial abilities. Is that so? I'm so envious. It's a pity those abilities are far beyond my reach. Alright, if you like it so much, then hurry up and get stronger. By the way, how's your divine power recovery going? It feels like you're bringing up my sore spot. It's recovering so slowly. It takes about a month to recover 5 seconds of usage time. Unpleasant. Kagome led the two through the underwater space, tearing open numerous spatial rifts. Half an hour later, Katie returned to find only 3 children left in the house. The High Priestess and her friends had vanished, leaving a note saying they were leaving for a while. The High Priestess is gone again? Quick! Notify the High Priest. Meanwhile, Luo and her companions had already traveled over 300 kilometers. Looking at the deep, dark waters, Luo opened her small hand, upon which rested a wisp of unknown aura. When they passed the battlefield outside the Merfolk City's barrier, Luo had asked Kagome to capture the aura most likely belonging to Medroy. This aura was thick and solid, carrying the ferocious characteristics unique to magical beasts. A large part of the residual pressure in the water originated from it. I'm beginning. It might alert some powerful magical beasts, so I leave it to you. No problem. Kagome understands. With hands outstretched, soul runes appeared, and a complex magic circle quickly formed. After Luo released the wisp of aura, a faint soul fluctuation rapidly spread, infiltrating every inch of the river water it passed through in a spherical shape. Buzz. The unfamiliar, subtle fluctuation startled a resting giant whale, but it merely swayed its broad tail fin slightly, and then ignored it. However, there were quite a few ferocious magical beasts. Lower-ranking beasts couldn't sense them, which meant only the powerful ones could. Immediately, several spiky sea spheres emerged from the underwater hole, letting out a piercing shriek. High-frequency sound waves propagated through the water, shattering nearby wandering magical beasts. Kagome won't let you disturb Luo. A milky white barrier unfolded, blocking the sound waves, instantly transforming into an equal number of sharp blades. In a flash, they cleaved the spiky sea spheres in two, annihilating their life force. Zzz. It was a bolt of lightning shot from a blue-purple electric eel-like magical beast, striking from thousands of meters away in an instant. The stronger the magical beast, the more developed its self-awareness. Luo's unbridled use of reconnaissance magic was naturally seen as a provocation. Crack! The lightning missed its target, instead cleaving through space itself. A deathly aura enveloped the area, causing the electric eel to dart away, but it was still severed in half, its soul extinguished. This was the deep water, far from the Merfolk capital. Powerful magical beasts abounded, but after Kagome forcefully killed several reckless creatures, the others could only console themselves. It was just a glance, my life is more important. They only retained a sliver of perception to see if they could pick off any stragglers, their bodies obediently retreating. After a long while, Luo opened his eyes, and shook his head slightly. Not in this direction. The maximum range of soul perception was about 10 times Luo's, yet there was no similar aura within a 100,000 meter radius. Let's go to the next place. As the three's auras disappeared, the lurking magical beasts breathed a sigh of relief, wondering where these creatures came from. So small, yet so powerful, but the calm only lasted a short time. Soon, the dead beasts became the catalyst for their battle. Continuing to unleash perception magic and frequently changing direction, several hours later, Luo finally sensed a vast, suffocating aura, like the deep sea, within his perception magic. Crack! The magic circle on his hand shattered with a bang. Luo felt as if his mind had been struck by a hammer, and he was momentarily disoriented. Fortunately, the golden flames protected his sea of souls, and Medroy's counterattack against the tracking magic aura was ineffective. Luo only suffered a slight backlash from the shattering of his own magic. Luo! What happened? It's nothing, I found it, but it also found me. A cool sensation came from between his brows, and the pain quickly disappeared. Luo frowned, looking at the dark, almost black distance. Something seemed to be approaching. Kagome's soul power wasn't strong, so she could only traverse a distance of 1,000 meters each time, and even after enhancement, it was only 2,000 meters. For an attack of her level, this was practically within arm's reach, so she was currently gathering a protective shield of holy power around the three of them. Boom! Completely imperceptible, the seawater outside the shield was suddenly compressed, exploding with a deafening shockwave. Immediately afterward, Several water jets shot towards them, their tips landing precisely in front of Law. If not for the shield's protection, it's easy to imagine Law being instantly shattered into pieces. Such precise control. These water jets weren't actually skills, but rather the marks left by highly compressed air piercing through the water, demonstrating Medroy's immense power. Its physical strength is incredible. Law and Sea Pearl became spectators, commenting on the attack that came from 80,000 meters away from behind the shield, while the main combatant, Kagome, wasn't idle either, rapidly approaching along the direction of the attack, each blink covering a distance of 2,000 meters. Seemingly sensing the power of the newcomer, Medroy ceased its simple probing. The seawater outside the protective barrier instantly transformed into a strangulation array, and invisible soul power manifested as tentacles, aiming directly at Kagome's soul. Sizzle! The soul power collided with the holy power, quickly being corroded away, but the rate of holy power consumption exceeded Kagome's expectations. Warning! At the current rate of consumption, the approach mission cannot be completed. Kagome, high-level transcendence can already use soul attacks. That guy is not comparable to those skeletons. Try to dodge the attacks. Understood? Not only Luo and Sea Pearl, but Kagome herself had never fought a true high-level transcendent, so her lack of experience was normal. With Luo's reminder, Kagome adjusted her path, avoiding most of the enemy's attacks, thus avoiding the risk of being shot down halfway. Seemingly seeing that her attacks were ineffective, Medroy stopped attacking. Just as Luo was wondering, a deep voice came from afar. Strong one, let's have a chat. Chapter 268. Hallaton stood in a dilapidated living room, his face grim, his eyes blazing with barely suppressed rage. Have you found out who it is? Reporting to the chief instructor, we have 3 suspects. The Sig cult had contact with the shallow water fishermen a year ago. The radical faction of the Miles Party secretly contacted the Great Abyss forces of Sea God Castle 3 months ago, and His Highness, the 4th Prince, led a group out 8 months ago, heading in the same direction as King B's departure. However, since it involves royalty, we cannot investigate further. King B is Medroy. Out of respect, ordinary merfolk address him as King B and dare not call him by his given name. Seeing that Hallaton remained silent, his subordinate cautiously analyzed, the Sig cult advocates the principle of peace and enjoys high prestige among the people. There's no need for them to resort to such self-destructive means. The 4th Prince is royalty, and unlikely to interfere in the succession of the priestly family. Although the Miles Party belongs to the War Department, the Radicals have always believed that the merfolk should be united under one voice, not the current separation of powers. Sea God Castle has also been coveting our territory. Therefore I believe. Alright, I have my own analysis. Send some guards to protect this place. Have the intelligence team focus on the Sig cult and the Radicals. I will keep an eye on the 4th Prince. Understood. After the others left, Hayland emerged from the inner room, accompanied by a muscular male merfolk wielding a trident. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to Hallaton. Darling, they're all alright, but I'm worried about little Pearl. Does she know something? Ugh. She's infuriating. She just got back and ran off again. I think we need to tie her up. At this moment, the merman beside Haylando clasped his hands in a fist salute and pleaded with Hallaton, Father, why don't you let me lead the Waves squad to find Sister Pearl? But Dawn, if something happens to you too, the position of junior high priest will truly be vacant. Your sister, Jinjin, will need decades to mature. Don't worry, Dawn, I've been diligently cultivating. Even Sister Pearl is definitely no match for me now. With me here, the Waves squad is strong enough to handle most magical beasts. Hallaton knew perfectly well that he wanted to defeat High Pearl, who always seemed to be superior to him. Although there were several candidates more suitable than him, after some thought, he agreed. But your Uncle Hyjin must come along. Also, if we encounter Medroy's forces, we must retreat. Your son understands. Haylando witnessed Hai Liming's departure, but didn't stop him. Although Hallaton was strict with his children, his love for them was no less than his own. He would definitely send someone to secretly follow them. And if Hai Liming wanted to secure the position of junior high priest in the future, he would need even more training. After all, not just anyone can be a high priestess. When Kagome reappeared, Law found himself and the others above a vast underwater mountain range. Dense aquatic plants grew on the undulating hills, and schools of colorful fish swam among them. The peaks were dotted with strangely shaped, precipitous rocks, and one could see faintly glowing crabs and octopuses with outstretched tentacles. As Law and the others appeared, countless eerie lights of varying sizes suddenly illuminated the mountain range. When the light slowly emerged from the caves, Law and the Sea Pearl realized that they were actually countless aquatic magical beasts pulsating with magical power. Such weak creatures, why would the king give them a chance to communicate? Crunch, crunch, eat them. Eat them. The noisy buzzing spread underwater, reaching the ears with a sharper, piercing sound. You're asking for death. It's one thing to be unable to defeat the leader, but a bunch of shrimps living on its back dare to be so arrogant? Loco wouldn't tolerate them. Intimidation activated, golden light filling his eyes, a heavy pressure descending, the surrounding seawater instantly freezing. Many weak magical beasts were immediately crushed, their limbs shattering, their blood staining the seawater a vibrant hue. Enough. The mountain range suddenly trembled, tearing apart the frozen seawater. The magical beasts, having narrowly escaped death, scrambled back into their caves. Even the fourth and fifth tier magical beasts fell silent. The mere pressure of the newcomer could completely suppress a third tier being. Even if the newcomer wasn't a king, it was still stronger than them. Their lives were at stake. Rumble. The small mountain range, stretching for over 10 kilometers, turned around with a deafening roar. Countless deep blue eyes, hundreds of meters in diameter, focused their gaze on the three. A terrifyingly wide fissure was revealed, from which hundreds of fleshy tendrils, each thousands of meters long, extended, churning up vast swathes of seawater with a slight movement. A pale white soul appeared, resembling a human, bald, with fleshy tentacles on its chin. Its limbs were formed from densely packed tendrils, and it carried a pair of uneven seashells on its back, resembling a miniature mountain. The soul power emanating from this spirit is incredibly strong, more than 10,000 times that of an ordinary third-tier transcendent. Even though it's a magical beast and not particularly adept at soul attacks, its increased cultivation level has made its soul power far surpass that of mid to low-tier transcendents. Medroy, Sea God Shell, 8th-tier transcendent, water, the overlord of the river of life, possessing an unparalleled, impenetrable defense. Its massive body contains immense power capable of breaking through almost anything. Extremely skilled in water magic, its long lifespan has allowed countless creatures to parasitize its body. Note 1. The sea god clam is a unique species, with no offspring and no ancestors. Note 2. It contains the shattered divine essence of the ocean god. Note 3. It contains a sea god pearl, which takes 100,000 years to mature. Note 4. Its soul is connected to the interdimensional array, making it impossible to kill easily. Suggestion: you might like to become a round pearl, even if it's not your choice. Outsiders, merfolk, and puppets, a strange combination. Since you can withstand 3 of my moves, I won't make things difficult for you. Come with me. Medroy was surprisingly easy to talk to, although this was based on the premise that Luo and the others had the ability to fight back. So why would she launch an attack so readily because of a blood-stained trident? The Sea Pearl originally wanted to give up. After all, Medroy's strength was somewhat beyond everyone's imagination. Compared to the 8th order skeleton conjured by the Necromancer Pentagram Array, she was more than 100 times stronger. However, Kagome stated that after her enhancement, her soul power was much stronger, allowing her to imbue her body with holy power. Given that all 3 possessed trump cards capable of briefly confronting saint-level opponents, it was Luo who made the decision to follow its soul form. Medra's true form was enormous. Deep within it, Luo felt as if he were surrounded by mountains. Influenced by this, the concentration of magical energy nearby was several times higher than in other bodies of water. No wonder many aquatic creatures preferred to reside on it. Trying to conceal their astonishment, Luo and the others followed the soul form, soon arriving at a small pavilion surrounded by swaying seaweed. Strange though it seemed, it was true. Thousands of meters of deep green seaweed floated vertically, each piece wider than the 3 Luos combined, radiating a soft emerald light, like an underwater forest. Countless small fish, shells, shrimp, and crabs lived on it, making the seaweed their home and food, a vibrant ecosystem. A delicate little pavilion sat in the center, its entire surface a deep blue, seemingly made of a material similar to the walls of the Sea Pearl's house. Enveloped in a dense aquatic magic, it shimmered in the soft light, creating a tranquil atmosphere. When Luo and her companions arrived, Medroy's spirit was already seated in the pavilion. Several small crabs, carrying strange fruits on their backs, were placed on the table in a human-like manner. Upon seeing Luo and her group, they hurriedly dropped their loads and scurried away. This all seems so strange. Are we enemies? Chapter 269. In the small pavilion sat a semi-transparent non-human creature, a human girl, a merman girl, and a small doll. A tense atmosphere permeated Luo's group. The girls were enveloped in a golden glow, Kagome's holy power shield. If the opponent made the slightest mistake, they would all unleash their strongest attacks without hesitation. In contrast, Medroy's expression was calm. Her eyes lacked the savagery of a demonic beast, displaying only the wisdom and world-weariness unique to an old man. Now you can speak, right? What is the purpose of our visit? Medroy picked up an unidentified, translucent fruit, resembling some kind of bubble, with a jewel-like emerald green hue. Hearing Luo's question, the fruit peeled off its own skin, revealing crystal-clear flesh. No rush. It's rare to have guests, so it's only proper etiquette to treat them well, isn't it? Luo couldn't fathom the thoughts of this ancient seashell, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Feeling the power within him ready to erupt at any moment, his unease eased slightly, and he scoffed. For magical beasts to learn the etiquette of intelligent races is rather laughable. Perhaps. Time always changes things. I lived too long. What's wrong with wanting to try new things? Medroy stared directly at Luo, flicking her fingers, and 3 emerald-like fruits flew to the 3 of them, revealing their flesh. A faint fragrance wafted up, making Luo irresistibly want to eat them. No! I can't be underestimated. Seeing that Luo and the others didn't move, Medroy didn't care. She stuffed the fruit flesh in her hand into her mouth. Although it was a soul form, the fruit flesh transformed into pure soul power and merged into it. This is a fruit from the sea god's belt, imbued with the divine power of the sea god. It has no name. Perhaps it could be called the sea god fruit. The 3 of you, are you sure you don't want to try it? Upon hearing this, Luo and Sea Pearl abruptly stood up, staring at it in shock. Kagome, not quite understanding, also flew up, adopting a look of apprehension. You are the successor of the sea god. Successor? I think I once had such a title. Is it that important? Medroy slightly opened her narrowed eyes. Her nonchalant expression made Sea Pearl unleash her aura. Her slender fingers gripped the table tightly, and the crystal between her brows flickered, revealing the immense turmoil within her. You talk so casually. Do you not take us seriously? Medroy seemed to realize something, smiling kindly. Sorry, I'm old. There are some things I can't process. The merfolk are all believers in the ocean god. It was indeed inappropriate of me to say that. A cup is punishment. A cup is punishment. As it spoke, a stone goblet emitting the aroma of wine appeared in its hand, which it drank in one gulp, its amiable smile unchanged, seemingly unwilling to be enemies with Luo and the others. This is troublesome. Luo felt her heart pounding. According to her initial estimation, Medroy might be able to fight 10 8th tier, or even approach 9th tier, combat power simultaneously with its powerful physique and subjugated magical beasts. However, when it uttered the phrase ocean god, Luo knew that things had exceeded expectations. The Sea Pearl, having just awakened, could use divine power to break the great formation trapping a saint-level being. It had been awakened for countless years, and its attack could easily shatter the entire river of life. Now that a conflict has broken out, can they really defeat the opponent? No, or rather, can they really escape? Is this the true power of a hegemon, and is there one on every floor? Was it really the merfolk who drove it away, or did it leave on its own? Alright, the hospitality has been served. Now let's talk business. Medroy's words jolted Luo awake, realizing he was drenched in a cold sweat. He quickly grabbed Sea Pearl's hand and pulled her to sit down. Luo? Let's hear what it has to say first. Sea Pearl was puzzled, but suppressed her displeasure, her azure eyes glaring at it. If looks could kill, Medroy would have been torn to pieces long ago. Medroy, let me get straight to the point. You and the merfolk have always kept to yourselves. If a large-scale search could anger you, I think the merfolk would have ceased to exist long ago. Besides, I don't believe a group of sharks, no higher than the 4th rank, is worth you waging war over. What is your reason for doing this? Oh, is that what you mean, little girl? I can assume you're standing up for the merfolk, right? Medroy's tone was calm, seemingly a question to Luo, but actually quite certain. Her overly nonchalant demeanor infuriated Sea Pearl once more. What do you mean that's what you mean? You killed so many of my people, and you think you can just brush it off with a flippant remark? Absolutely not. Medroy ignored Sea Pearl's anger, looking calmly at Luo, seemingly waiting for her answer. However, a terrifying aura quietly gathered, her calm eyes seeming to conceal the greatest terror in the world. Luo felt a sharp pain in her eyes, unable to look directly at her. When? Little girl, you should think this through. You're not a merman. There's no need for you to get involved. Medroy's words interrupted Luo's reply. Her soul's gaze grew increasingly sharp and heavy, pressing down on Luo, as if forcing her to change her mind. Humph. Unexpectedly, Luo merely snorted again, a more ancient, more absolute, and more powerful pressure surging back. Golden light appeared around her crimson pupils. Medroy's pressure on Luo was easily broken, and she rudely pressed down on her soul, causing the clearly visible, translucent soul to flicker violently for a moment. The massive mountain beneath her also trembled violently, frightening the fish into scattering in all directions. Of course, what's there to think about? We're friends. Luo shouted, her lithe body springing up, striking while the iron was hot. Golden light spread, slashing towards the still recovering soul form. Unlike before, when it could only appear at her fingertips, after merging with her main soul, her divine power was now enough to cover a palm. A diagonal slash, if it hit, would surely severely injure Medroy. Not easily killed? Well, she would still die. See, Pearl and Luo had been fighting for a long time. The moment she made her move, she unleashed her accumulated divine power, instantly shattering the barrier protecting the pavilion. A massive amount of water instantly transformed into the most powerful weapon, pulverizing both the physical body and the soul. Kagome was a beat slower, but her reaction speed was actually the fastest. Simple and brutal, several spatial rifts appeared on Medroy's soul form. Below the Saint rank, it couldn't withstand spatial tearing. The destruction of a single space was enough to shatter its soul form into pieces. Swoosh! Medroy's newly restored soul form shattered into countless pieces before it could even react. A flicker of surprise remained in its fragmented eyes before dissipating into pure soul power. So easily resolved? Not only were Pearl and Kagome momentarily stunned, but Luo was also incredulous. An 8th-tier being, and one who possessed a shattered divine spark at that, was so easily killed. Wait. The panel hasn't disappeared yet. It's not dead. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Now, please be quiet for a moment. The three suddenly felt the surrounding water being controlled by some force. Kagome's holy power shield shattered after only a moment, and they were mechanically forced back into their seats like puppets, compelled to sit upright like obedient girls, a forced smile on their faces. However, the fake smile on her face couldn't conceal the sudden crisis. Kagome's holy power shield, besides resisting high-level attacks, had another crucial function, preventing her body from being corrupted by Medroy's powerful magic. Let me go! Medroy let out a soft exclamation, still able to speak using soul power, truly rare at your level. Then, even Luo couldn't release his soul power. After settling Luo and the other two, Medroy leisurely sat back down where she had just been killed, not forgetting to take a sip of wine, and said kindly, "Don't be too nervous. I just want to make a deal with you. How about it?" Chapter 270. A 13-member merman team swiftly glided across the river, leaving a trail of white foam. "Captain, we found traces of the second Miss's movements." "Give it to me." Hai Liming took the scroll handed to him by his subordinate. These fishskin scrolls were not only waterproof, but they could also display different colors depending on magical power, and were compatible with most rune effects, making them ideal for transmitting intelligence. "Captain, the second Miss's aura is very faint, and it spans a very long distance. If it weren't for the recent large-scale deployment of patrols, and the installation of several times the usual reconnaissance arrays, we might not have been able to track her down. Those guys' stuff is still somewhat useful." Hai Liming gave a light compliment, staring at the crosses and dotted lines on the fishskin scroll. It was clear that Hai Jinju's group wasn't moving in a straight line, but rather deliberately circling around. Despite their detours, the direct distance wasn't far. The latest intelligence indicated they were about 50 kilometers away. Fortunately, if they had left in a straight line, they wouldn't have been able to catch up even with all their might. "Hurry up. They're not far. I want to make a deal with you. How about it?" Medroy said calmly. Only then did the three women regain their speech. Pearl immediately erupted in a rage, shouting, "Old man, this priest will never believe you. Release us." With her own people involved, Pearl's timidity seemed to be suppressed, and the crystal between her brows fully revealed itself. Medroy's imprisonment of her showed signs of breaking. "Wait, Pearl, don't waste your power." The feeling of being imprisoned was extremely unpleasant. Luo also wanted to punch this old man in the face, but the Overlord's power was beyond imagination. Currently, the opponent was even stronger, so Luo could only suppress his agitation and soothe Pearl's emotions. With the opponent using divine power, Kagome was actually the most restricted. She could break free of the restraints with some time, but the opponent wasn't stupid and wouldn't let her escape. Moreover, the opponent hadn't shown any intention to kill them, so Luo resisted the urge to break free. "You said, what kind of deal?" Medroy suddenly changed the subject, bringing up another topic. "Do you know the previous overlord of the River of Life?" The three women exchanged glances and gently shook their heads. Medroy wasn't disappointed and began to recount a piece of history. 40,000 years ago, or 50,000 years ago, I was just a small seashell, frequently hunted by powerful magical beasts. At that time, the overlord of the River of Life was a catfish king, devouring everything. The merfolk were still weak and unable to shoulder the responsibility of governing the River of Life. Back then, because of the catfish king's existence, the River of Life was actually very desolate, unworthy of the name Life. Not to mention high-level magical beasts. Even 4th and 5th level magical beasts were extremely rare, and the remaining deep-sea creatures could only eke out a living in the crevices of rocks. The merfolk were already the most powerful race at the time, yet even with their combined strength, they could only manage a meager meal against the catfish king, a being at the 9th level of the transcendent realm. Calling that era a dark age wouldn't be an exaggeration. By chance, Medroy devoured a fragment of divine essence, greatly increasing her intelligence and accelerating her cultivation. After over 1,000 years, she reached the 8th level and ultimately used her divine power to defeat the former overlord, taking its place and protecting the ecosystem of the deep waters of the River of Life. As the ecosystem improved, the merfolk also grew stronger, quickly producing high-level transcendent beings. Their leader was also a remarkably intelligent and powerful being, and the two sides agreed to non-aggression and peaceful coexistence. This continued for 10,000 years, until the emergence of a peculiar race called the Fishmen, which changed everything. Fishmen? Aren't they just indigenous races with a faint trace of merfolk blood? Whether it's the merfolk or Medroy, dealing with a merfolk of the highest rank, 3rd tier, is a piece of cake. How could a mere merfolk possibly affect the stability of the entire River of Life? A mere merfolk is certainly nothing to fear, but that little merfolk girl should know that the deep waters have an agreement with the outside world, strictly prohibiting contact between the two. Therefore, all mid-tier and higher magical beasts are under my control and cannot cross the 5,000 meters depth. The Sea Pearl was displeased, but could only agree. He nodded. That old fellow is right. The merfolk are the same, they're forbidden from surfacing to the shallows, or they be captured by their clan's strongest members. Why would someone as powerful as Medroy and the merfolk abide by their agreement with outsiders? Even the former dean of the Imperial Academy is a pure saint-level expert, capable of seeing 100 things from a single glimpse. An empire couldn't possibly have fewer than 3 saint-level experts. This suggests that the outside world's power is far greater than that of other dimensions. Perhaps the Mage's Hall alone is enough to annihilate all the overlords of the ring layers. Medroy and the merfolk's higher-ups clearly know this, and it's even possible they have connections with the Mage's Hall. While pondering, Medroy continued calmly about the dangers posed by the merfolk. Some of the fishmen are quite clever. Taking advantage of their close relationship with the merfolk and their status as shallow water creatures, they travel back and forth between the two places, continuously transporting deep-sea resources outward. However, their greedy nature makes them not satisfied after acquiring a large amount of wealth, and they set their sights on intelligent magical beasts. Namely, magical beasts born under the influence of the power of the ocean god Medroy. Thus, the intelligent magical beasts clashed with the merfolk several times, but the intervention of the mermaids disrupted the balance, forcing the magical beasts to retreat and cower on Medroy's back. Nearly a century ago, the mermaids conducted a large-scale search of the surrounding waters. The merfolk, under the pretext of joining the search, took the opportunity to attack Medroy's isolated subjects. Even though Medroy's temperament was relatively mild among the magical beasts, the repeated attacks angered her. In a fit of rage, she swept across thousands of miles of water, naturally including many mermaids, thus beginning the feud between the two sides. They respectfully call me king, so naturally I must protect them. They are my subjects, not those savage magical beasts. Lua realized he had been somewhat presumptuous. The slain Shark King wasn't particularly powerful, but it was likely an intelligent magical beast, which was why Medroy harbored murderous intent towards the mermaids. How could this be? Sea Pearl was momentarily speechless, finding it hard to accept that her own people had colluded with the fishmen, causing the breakdown in relations. She didn't want to admit that the murderer of her people was on the side of justice. Wouldn't hating them mean she was the villain? Seeing Sea Pearl's dejected expression, Lua asked the question she wanted to know. So you want us to find the traitor within the fishmen? No, of course not. Unexpectedly, Medroy shook her finger, coldly revealing her true purpose. I hope you can help me deal with the fishmen in exchange. I will no longer attack the merfolk. That's asking too much. The merfolk aren't strong individually, but their numbers are vast. Moreover, they have close ties with the city of the Ringing River. For the three of us to attack an entire race is nothing short of wishful thinking. Heh, I think this little merfolk girl understands. Pearl? I understand. I agree to your deal, but you must keep your promise. Unexpectedly, the Sea Pearl agreed to Medroy's deal. She raised her head, her thin lips pressed tightly together, her eyes filled with a gloomy light. Pearl. I understand. Although I don't know what you're thinking, I will help you. Kagome too. Just then, a seahorse emerged from the seaweed forest, hurriedly shouting, reporting to the king, several merfolk are approaching outside and have already started fighting with the brothers. Chapter 271. Medroy was definitely not an ordinary 8th-tier transcendent. Luo suspected it could easily kill a 9th-tier cultivator, and probably escape unscathed even from a Saint-tier one. It must have known about the merfolk attack long ago. After the seahorse reported it, it merely waved its tentacled hand and smiled faintly at the Sea Pearl. Little merfolk girl, congratulations on making a very wise decision. I will keep my promise and not attack them. Damn old thing, one day I will definitely kill you. This was the first time Luo had seen such resolute killing intent emanating from the Sea Pearl. A deep chill permeated the air, causing the river water temperature to drop by more than 10 degrees. I'd be waiting for that day. Medroy remained completely unmoved, its cheerful smile returning. It waved its hand, show them out. Immediately, 2 giant lobsters emerged, brandishing their large pincers, and bowed respectfully to ask the 3 women to leave. Luo knew it was time to leave. The merman outside was clearly someone the Sea Pearl cared about. She must have sent something to force her to accept Medroy's deal. Her weaknesses had been exposed. Kagome reapplied holy power shields to everyone. Luo floated in the bubble, glancing back at the small pavilion completely submerged in water, only to find Medroy smiling at her and nodding gently. This is our second meeting, little girl. I look forward to our third. Its kind voice reached her ears. Luo glanced around, finding neither the Sea Pearl nor Kagome acting strangely. Was it speaking to her? The second time. When had she met it before? Wait, Luo's eyes widened slowly. As they moved further away, the complete form of the seaweed stretching for thousands of meters gradually came into view. On its broad base, flexible whips gradually grew sharp serrations. A single thrust pierced through a large fish, absorbing its flesh and blood. Isn't this exactly the same seaweed he had cut before arriving at the city of the Ringing River? It was that dark figure. Luckily, he hadn't investigated further back then. Luo? Ah, coming! Sea Pearl quickly regained her composure, but Luo knew she was just hiding it. Her innocent side was probably a facade, who says innocent children have no worries. I'm furious. How dare they threaten this priest? I cut it in half at the waist someday. 2 halves aren't enough, it needs to be cut into 4 pieces. No, 8 pieces are needed to quell my anger. Kagome was a little confused by their conversation, but still added what she thought was the most appropriate words. Kagome thinks Kagome should add another cut. Okay, Kagome, we're good friends now. Deliberately talking about light topics to calm her emotions, the shadow cast by Medroy gradually faded. Soon, the 3 women left the massive mountain range. Countless enormous blue eyes watched for a moment, before slowly disappearing into the void, vanishing along with the creatures on the seashells. Clang! Clang clang! 1,000 meters away, several mermaids with human torsos and fish tails were fighting against several magical beasts. However, seemingly receiving some command, the magical beasts tacitly retreated, quickly leaving the battlefield despite being hit. Don't run! The handsome young merman leading the group, wielding a trident, tried to give chase, but soon noticed the 3 women approaching and stopped, raising his trident to meet them. Who is it? Take this. A small, white, plump fist appeared instantly beside his face, clenched tightly, and slammed down. The merman youth tried to dodge, but found the surrounding seawater incredibly viscous. He only had time to shout enemy attack, before bracing himself for the punch, gathering strength for a counterattack. Pop! The expected blow didn't come. The fist merely touched his face lightly before withdrawing, and a familiar, sweet laugh rang out. Little Dawn, what's wrong? You grown up, daring to lay a hand on me? Sister Pearl. High Liming instinctively shrank back, but then remembered he was grown up now, not a child anymore. Even Sister Pearl couldn't beat him. Thinking this, he couldn't help but puff out his chest and said in a deep voice, Sister Pearl, you left the deep water without permission. I'm here to bring you back. Hey, Little Dawn, you can speak like an adult now. You're not cute anymore. Ahem, I grown up now. You grown up, you're not the little kid you used to be. Wait, Pearl, don't change the subject, come back with us. You grown taller too. You used to be shorter than me, now you're 2 heads taller than me. The 12 teammates behind her, who had been focused on preparing for an enemy attack, were now forced to watch their captain suddenly display his bulging muscles as if suffering from a sudden illness, and then suddenly, with a split personality, righteously demand that the target be brought back with him. They couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. Had their captain been under too much pressure lately? Luo didn't get too close. Pearl needed the company of her family to alleviate her negative emotions. As a friend, she would just watch quietly. Luo, why were you so hesitant when facing Medroy? Kagom's sudden question surprised Law. You can think now? Kagome has always been able to think, but based on recent records, Law should be more agitated and persistent when facing Medloy. Kagome doesn't understand. Law recalled Medloy's words and sighed softly. How credible do you think its words are? Kagome tilted her head, a little puzzled, but still gave her answer, about 89.2% credible. That's quite a high credibility rating. If it were before, I would have believed it too. What reason would a gentle overlord, who only wants to protect his people, have to deceive us? Even with its immense power, it could still negotiate terms with us so amicably. Kagome didn't understand. Simply put, I don't believe it. Luo's ruby-like eyes gleamed with thought. I've seen it in the shallow waters before. I was quite surprised when I first remembered, but it also reminded me that the claim that it can't rise to the shallow waters is nonsense. It just wants to intimidate the merfolk, using them as a scapegoat to scare the rest. Perhaps 10,000 years ago, the two sides were indeed friendly, but now the merfolk's influence is too great. The numerous underwater city-states and powerful figures have weakened the once dominant power of this overlord. However, it claims to be the protector of intelligent magical beasts. If it were to attack the merfolk without cause, it would likely diminish its prestige among magical beasts, which is why it has hesitated to act. This time, using the excuse of the merfolk colluding with the fishmen, Medroy declared that this area of water is still her territory. Now she is giving them a warning. If they don't immediately wipe out the fishmen as a pledge of allegiance, don't blame her for not giving them a chance. Beneath its facade of kindness lies the savage nature of a demon. The high command of the merfolk likely knew that this was why the leader of the merfolk capital contacted the various tribes to discuss countermeasures. The truth known to the soldiers was mostly embellished, just as the sea father and mother had told them, deliberately omitting the stain of collusion with the fishmen. However, Luo still didn't understand why Medroy had given him a private reminder at the end. Was it to express her friendliness? That seemed too deliberate. Sorry, Kagome still doesn't understand. It's alright, Pearl seems to have subdued her brother. Let's go over there. After the sea Pearl repeatedly revealed embarrassing stories from Hai Liming's childhood, the latter finally couldn't hold back, swinging his trident to try and bind the sea Pearl. Then the water rope turned around and bound its own master instead. Ha ha ha. Little Dawn, what new game are you playing? What's going on? Pearl, what did you do? Hee hee hee, I'm not telling you. The other team members tried to rescue their captain, but unsurprisingly, they were all tied up. A semi-transparent, watercolored rope appeared in Pearl's hand. She slung it over her shoulder and called to Luo and Kagome, "Let's go! Let's go back!" She then led the way, dragging 13 tall, tied-up merfolk behind her, looking quite comical. Luo shrugged slightly, glanced around, paused in 2 places, and then floated over, with little Kagome sitting on his shoulder. Childhood innocence has its own fun, at least it's quite enjoyable. However, the 2 hidden merfolk didn't find it very fun. Did that outsider just glance at us? Right. Chapter 272. Haijin and Hai Yuan carefully concealed themselves behind the Wave Squad to avoid any unexpected situations. Not the trivial matter of their second young master being tied up along with the entire squad by their second young lady, but rather they couldn't understand whether the outsider's glance at them, though not particularly strong, was unintentional or deliberate. The 2 brothers had been pondering Luo's retreating figure the entire way, unable to come up with a reasonable explanation, until the outline of the mermaid capital came into view. They finally abandoned the question, exchanging a wry smile. Let's just say it was an illusion. When Hai Jinju dragged the Wave Squad into the mermaid capital, Hai Liming was trying his best to curl up and hide his face, but he was quickly recognized by those who knew him. Isn't that the captain of the Wave Squad? It really is young Master Dawn, he's tied up. The other members of the Wave Squad are tied up too. Who's that girl? She's so powerful. Young Master Dawn is the cream of the crop of our generation. I bet he's playing with something really new. This shows that Hai Liming is quite popular, and has a good reputation in the mermaid capital. It's just that being dragged down by his sister like this will make him a little less able to hold his head high in the future. Perhaps in the future, we see dialogues like, I'm better than you. But you were paraded through the streets by your sister. I'm the leader of the younger generation. But you were paraded through the streets by your sister. Can you change the subject? Sure, you and your wave squad are tied up by a pier. Such conversations seem quite amusing, don't they? But at this point, High Liming is utterly despondent. Being discussed like a spectacle by so many people, he only appeared once as a child after being beaten down by Pearl's sister, surrounded by many friends, the mockery a shadow over his childhood. Later, he vowed to surpass Pearl and trained relentlessly. After she disappeared, he trained even harder, wanting to participate in the search and rescue. Unexpectedly, he gradually rose to prominence among the new generation, becoming a leading youth. The ridicule never returned. However, he never imagined that after so many years, that shadow would reappear. He was too ashamed to face anyone. But just as Pearl dragged them to the outside of the Ocean Temple, a group of merfolk blocked their path. The leader was a long-haired youth, bare-chested, with bulging muscles and 2 crisscrossing scars on his chest. His face was rugged. Behind him were 5 arrogant merfolk youths, looking like thugs. The surrounding onlookers immediately backed away. They're radicals. Stop looking, or they target you. Haijinju, stopped but not annoyed, sized up the rugged young man, pinched her smooth chin as if thinking, then exclaimed, It's Little Squirrel. It's Hai Song-shu. After a roar, Hai Song-shu rubbed his temples helplessly. Sister Jinju, you just got back, and you already caused such a commotion. What are you trying to do? Me? Hai Jinju pointed to herself, smiling brightly. Of course, I'm teaching some ignorant brat a lesson. Dawn, did you provoke her again? TSK, never learns. Mind your own business. Heh, I remember you're a radical, wanting to implement reforms, you can't bypass the priest's supervision. Oh right, little squirrel, how did you get into the radical faction? The people there are too volatile, I always want to pour water on them to calm them down. That's why I'm called Song-shu. I think you also want to be calmed down? No. Sister Pearl, call me whatever you like. That's what good brothers do. Yes. Not only Hai Song-shu, but his good brothers behind him also fell silent, not daring to say anything more. 100 years ago, Hai Jinju was considered extremely wicked by the younger generation. She had no sense of restraint when playing around, and most importantly, no one could beat her. However, as another pleasant, magnetic voice rang out, the smile on Hai Jinju's face slowly faded. I'm truly sorry. Pearl has been back for so long, and I only just realized how incompetent my fiancé is. But it's also my fault for hiding it so well. A young merman dressed in magnificent robes emerged from the crowd, followed by a man and a woman who appeared to be servants. Upon seeing the magnificent young man appear, the surrounding onlookers immediately exclaimed in surprise, It's the Whale Fall Saint of the Sig cult. Is that the cult that advocates equality for all? I don't remember them. Don't you know? The Sig cult is full of good people. Without them, we ordinary people would definitely have a hard time. That's right, my son was bullied by the powerful, and they helped me solve it. I'm so grateful. Luo was surprised that this Whale Fall Saint's fame was no less than High Liming's, and perhaps even surpassed it, but she was more curious about his words. Fiancé? Pearl hadn't mentioned that, however, High Pearl didn't seem to appreciate it. Instead, she coldly shouted, Whale Fall, get out of my way. I warn you, if you use that disgusting term fiancé again, I personally tie you to the highest point of the Azure Temple. Hearing this, the magnificent young man's face stiffened, but he quickly recovered and said gently, Pearl, jokes should have their limits. Our engagement was arranged since childhood. You don't want to disobey your parents' wishes, do you? Upon hearing this, Hai Jinju's face darkened completely. She instantly moved in front of him, grabbing his neck, her face filled with murderous intent. Didn't you understand me? Take your disgusting dog and get out of here. You actually want to. The other man seemed shocked by Hai Jinju's murderous intent, desperately trying to pry her hands off, only to find to his horror that he couldn't budge them an inch. A hint of boredom flashed in Luo's eyes, and he yawned slightly. What a joke, just one-sided narcissism, how boring. Put down the holy sun. The 2 guards beside him finally reacted, rushing forward simultaneously, their fists gathering powerful force to strike Hai Jinju, showing no intention of holding back. But the next moment, the 2 guards were horrified to find themselves unable to move, unable even to utter a sound. How could Luo allow these 2 to interrupt Hai Jinju's personal show? Regardless, Medroy's deal was made, and neither Luo nor the merfolk had the ability to restrain it. They could only abide by its rules. Dealing with the fishmen alone is impossible for the three of them, so bringing in the merfolk is the best option. Before Hai Liming became the High Priestess, the current High Priestess was Hai Jinju, who wielded considerable influence. The stronger Hai Jinju was, the higher the residents' approval of her, making it easier to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Of course, Hai Liming's parents also needed to be won over, but having more avenues meant more security. Since this plan was still in its early stages, Luo hadn't told Hai Jinju yet, they just have to wait and see. Get lost. Hai Jinju flung the person in her hand away. The whale fall sank crashed into the simple street paved with boulders, like trash, leaving large bloody marks. His bones were crushed, making a soft cracking sound, and a trickle of pale blue blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The Holy Sun has been attacked. The Holy Sun of Whale Fall is only at the 3rd level of the Transcendent Realm. How come he couldn't even withstand a single blow? Who is that girl? I never seen her around here. Don't you think she looks a bit like young Master Dawn? Now that you mention it, she really does. Could she be the eldest daughter of the High Priest's family? But I remember she joined the Royal Guard. She shouldn't be here. The surrounding merfolk's conversation drew everyone's attention back from the Holy Sun of Whale Fall to the unfamiliar merfolk girl. At this moment, the two guards suddenly felt the strange restraints on their bodies loosen, and they hurriedly retreated several meters before rushing back to help their Holy Sun up. Glancing coldly at the fallen Holy Sun of Whale Fall, Sea Pearl swam silently towards the Ocean Temple. The restraints on the Wave Squad had just been released, and they were now throwing disdainful glances at the Holy Sun of Whale Fall along with Sea Song Technique and his group. Nothing to see. Such a weak Holy Sun. I knew he shamelessly tried to get close, but I never expected him to be so easily defeated. I bet he thinks he's better than Pearl, just like you. Hey! Can't you speak properly? Just as Luo was about to turn and leave, the Holy Sun of the Whale Fall suddenly shouted sharply, Pearl, what are you doing bringing outsiders here? Are you even going to disobey the teachings of your ancestors? Luo secretly gave a thumbs up. Finally, he said that. Looks like your intelligence can still be salvaged. Perfect timing, now it's my turn to make my appearance. Previously, out of consideration for Hai Jinjin and Hai Jinju, the other merfolk were only curious about Luo, this human floating in the bubble, and didn't pursue the matter too much. The guards and patrols, who were in charge of the merfolk capital security, had obviously received a hint from the head instructor, Hai Litten, Hai Jinju's father, which is why they didn't question or arrest Luo. However, it's true that outsiders aren't allowed here. Now that the Whale Fall Saint has brought it into the open, it means Sea Pearl must provide a suitable reason, otherwise, she struggled to convince the crowd, and might even be accused of treason. Of course, this also means Luo can use this opportunity to transform into another identity, one that can influence the internal decisions of the merfolk. The third path has arrived, hasn't it? Chapter 273. Earlier, inside the High Priest's house, Heilanda was anxiously awaiting the children's return when suddenly, sensing something, she summoned a water mirror. Initially, only a dozen or so yellow lights shone on it, but with a flash, hundreds of red lights rapidly appeared and then disappeared. Hayleton, who was listening to his subordinate's report, noticed her expression change slightly and asked suspiciously, Heilando, is something wrong? Just now, my water mirror divination detected that all the hidden magical beasts have left, and they even deliberately exposed themselves, as if they're intentionally telling us this. You mean Medroy summoned them back? That doesn't make sense. Many of those assassin-type magical beasts are giving us headaches. Why wouldn't they use such a good advantage? Unless they don't want to continue fighting. Not only that, I sense that the magic monitoring the Merfolk City has also disappeared. Is it really leaving? Hayleton. He was utterly baffled. Who in this body of water could possibly make it abandon its attack? Just then, a stream of water entered from outside, and was caught in Hayleton's hand. The water immediately unfurled into a message, report. The second miss, and the people of the Sig cult are clashing outside. This girl, can't she just stay still? Hayleton crushed the water stream, veins bulging on his forehead. She only been back a short while, and she already caused such a tarnished reputation for the priestly family. Including her previous sneaking out, that was twice already. Couldn't she just behave herself? However, Heilando didn't think too much about it, a look of joy on his face. Is little Pearl back? I go check on her, make sure she's not being bullied by anyone else. Seeing his wife disappear into the house, Hayleton shouted irritably, as long as she doesn't bully others. As his voice faded, he too vanished. In front of the Ocean Temple, surrounded by hundreds of residents, Sea Pearl stopped, turned, and slowly approached the Holy Sun of Whale Fall, looking down at him coldly. Whale Fall, say that again? Seeing her anger, Whale Fall calmed down, unhurriedly standing up, wiping the blood from his mouth, and straightening his clothes to make himself look less disheveled. Pearl, you haven't forgotten the ancestral precepts passed down through the merfolk, have you? You, as a high priestess, left the deep sea without permission, and now you brought back an outsider. It's truly unacceptable. The Holy Son of Whale Fall's words made many people realize the girl's identity, and their gazes towards her became complicated. So she's the high priestess who's been missing for nearly a century. If she hadn't left without permission, we wouldn't be with King Bei. Sure, there are children here. The high priestess must have had a compelling reason to leave. She's such a cheerful child, she definitely didn't do it on purpose. The high priestess is truly wonderful. My child is incredibly mischievous, but as soon as she's mentioned, they become incredibly well-behaved. Yes, whenever we're sad, going to the Azure Temple to chat with the high priestess always cheers us up. Since she disappeared, everyone's spirits have been low. But the high priestess did indeed violate the prohibition. For a moment, the discussion about the Sea Pearl split into two camps. Some thought she was young and immature, and her good deeds outweighed her mistakes. Others thought that as the high priestess, she should have adhered to the rules even more. Seeing this, the Holy Son of Whale Fall flashed a cold smile, then said softly, Pearl, do you know, after you disappeared, it was the Church of Sig, upholding the principle of not abandoning any member of their race, who withstood immense pressure to find you. But now it seems their good intentions have been repaid with ingratitude. She sighed at the end, seemingly heartbroken. That's right, it was the Holy Son of Whale Fall's father who overruled everyone's objections before deciding to search for the high priestess. Now she's bringing outsiders. How ungrateful. This time, I can only stand with the Holy Son of Whale Fall. Public opinion quickly turned against Pearl, causing her to clench her fists, unsure how to refute it. Luo quietly approached Hai Liming and asked curiously, what's the background of that Whale Fall saint? I thought he was just from an ordinary powerful family. You are? Hai Liming frowned. He didn't know who Luo was, and Hai Zhenju didn't give him a chance to ask. Hai Songshu, standing beside him, readily answered Luo's question. His real name is Hai Jing Luo. He was born into the Shiga cult. His father is the current leader, so it's not wrong to say he's from a powerful family. Friend, you don't know about the Shiga cult, do you? Well, it's a pretty good sect. They believe in the equality of all things and often negotiate with other races. The relatively peaceful environment of our merfolk is largely thanks to them, so they have a great reputation among the people. Other races? Yes, besides our merfolk, there's the Shell King's forces in the deep waters, as well as the Coral Palace where the Coral Elves reside. But I heard they also have dealings with races in the shallow waters, such as the fishmen, certain aquatic creatures. Hey, why did you just blurt that out? What's wrong with it? It's common knowledge anyway. Luo interrupted their banter, somewhat puzzled. If that's the case, why does Pearl dislike him? Ugh. It's because that guy always talks like an adult. We disliked him since we were kids. Get out of the way, let me explain. Hai Liming nudged Hai Songshu hard with his elbow, and said seriously, since we come this far, and you're Pearl's friend, I won't hide it from you anymore. Whale Fall's father, and our father, had a good relationship. We've known each other since childhood, and his strength and talent are top-notch among the younger generation. So when his father proposed marriage, my father agreed. Pearl naturally resisted it, but Whale Fall seemed determined, always considering himself her fiancé. So later, even Pearl. I think that's one of the reasons she left the deep water. I see. See, Pearl had never mentioned her fiancé to her, probably because she genuinely disliked him. Now, she just walked right into his trap. No wonder she was angry. See, Pearl wanted to punch him, but then thought she should retort first. After a long pause, she finally blurted out, do I need your permission to bring a friend back? Of course not. If you brought someone from the Coral Palace or the aquatic tribe, no one would object. But outsiders are from a different world. Who knows what secrets they might have? Whale Fall. You're not allowed to insult her. A ball of water condensed, transforming into a water arrow that shot directly at Sea Whale Fall. In the water arrow's power was even greater, stronger than a full-force attack from an ordinary third-tier transcendent. High Priestess, are you trying to incite a civil war between the priest family and the Sig cult? A tall merman suddenly appeared in the arena, shattering a water arrow with a single punch. His expression was hostile, and his aura exploded, controlling the surrounding water flow. He attempted to subdue Sea Pearl directly through sheer force of his power. If he succeeded, Sea Pearl's image would undoubtedly be tarnished. Hai Zhen and Hai Yuan, sent by Hai Lighten to secretly protect Hai Liming, naturally couldn't allow this to happen. They were about to step forward to shield the second miss from the pressure when they heard a cold voice beside them. "You two don't need to appear." Startled, they instinctively looked at the human girl. She floated lightly in front of Sea Pearl, her powerful aura thickening the water, yet it didn't even cause her to flinch. Given Luo's personality, she wouldn't be so blatantly arrogant, let alone willingly step forward to draw everyone's attention to herself. But there was nothing he could do. His friend needed help, and he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Luo took a deep breath, suppressing his tension and forcing himself to appear even more indifferent. "Instead of targeting me, the person directly involved, you're making things difficult for your own priest. Your motives seem a bit ulterior." "Humph. Outsiders are none of your business. Am I speaking to you? A servant should act like a servant." The tall merman suddenly realized his magic was in disarray, and his concentrated aura vanished. The next moment, he, like the previous whale fall, was knocked down onto the street. Luo swept his disdainful gaze over the crowd, his words merciless. "You're all so weak. Can you really stand against Medjroy?" Chapter 274. An eerie silence fell over the ocean temple. The girl's cold voice still echoed. Hai Jinglu's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, "I don't understand what you're saying. The name of the King of the Sea is not something you can use. Guards, seize her." Luo raised an eyebrow. He seemed to know something. Remembering that the Sig cult had diplomatic relations with the fishmen, could it be? A dozen Sig cult members hidden in the crowd suddenly rushed out, their magic propelling the dark currents, trying to crush Luo. Using tide summoning underwater is completely invisible. It can only be detected by the flow of magic and changes in pressure. At such close range, a dozen tide summoning surged forth simultaneously, inevitably releasing extremely terrifying pressure at the center. Even a fourth-tier transcendent would be severely injured or even killed on the spot. Luo raised an eyebrow. Using water magic techniques underwater? So too weak. Disperse. With a soft shout, the dark currents instantly collapsed on their own. Go back. As soon as the words left his lips, the collapsing undercurrent, like an obedient dog, reformed and surged back towards the cultists. How is this possible? Don't come any closer. Bang. In the same instant, all the attacking cultists were struck by the water and instantly knocked unconscious. How is this possible? How did you manage to deflect that? Hai Jinglu's expression changed drastically, and he retreated in disbelief. That was an attack from over a dozen third-tier attackers. How could you, an outsider, be completely unharmed? Luo simply floated quietly in the bubble, his silver hair slightly disheveled, his crimson eyes filled with indifference, and uttered the exact same words again. "You're so weak. Can you really fight against Medjroy?" The same words evoked different feelings in the merfolk. The undisguised disdain pierced their hearts like a thorn, especially in the hearts of the warriors and guards hidden among the crowd, maintaining order and vigilance. They had witnessed Medjroy's ferocity firsthand. Her aura, as vast as the ocean abyss, was like a sea god descending to earth, utterly unstoppable. Pearl didn't understand why Luo would offend most of his people from the start, but she trusted him, so she pretended not to hear the sarcastic remarks, widening her eyes to make herself look even fiercer. Soon, a merfolk with half his tail severed squeezed out from the crowd, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at Luo. "What right do you, a little girl, have to speak like that? I saw it with my own eyes. That guy just moved a tentacle, and the aftershock killed over a dozen brothers. How do you think we can resist? Don't think you can be arrogant just because you defeated a few low-level transcendents. Any mid-level could do that. You haven't witnessed the power of King Bei, so what right do you have to lecture us? I think she's just trying to undermine our confidence. Her intentions are despicable." A dozen warriors stood up indignantly, accusing Luo of arrogance, but they didn't notice the confused looks on the faces of many young merfolk watching. "King Bei attacked us? Impossible. Can we even stop her?" But that outsider just mentioned King Bei's full name. Could it be true? The doubts grew louder and spread rapidly, with the help of busybodies. The excited warriors then realized they had let something slip, and were about to say something. Luo preemptively silenced the murmurs, using magic to amplify his voice. "Everyone. You heard me right. Many of you young merfolk may not know, but not long ago, your merfolk capital was attacked by Medjroy. I imagine there was quite a commotion at the time." A moment of silence fell over the crowd before a sparse murmur of discussion broke out. "I remember now. My father disappeared for a while 2 days ago. When he came back, he seemed very weak, but when I asked him, he wouldn't say anything. I also feel like several of the neighbors are missing. My parents told me they temporarily moved to another city. Hai Liming, not far away, quickly swam over and hurriedly whispered, "What are you doing? We're still at a disadvantage against King Bei. If we reveal the truth, everyone's attitude towards Sister Pearl will completely turn hostile. We should at least wait until we have favorable conditions before announcing it." "It's all right." Luo waved his hand, controlling the water flow to cover his mouth and throw him back. Seeing the two hidden merfolk also trying to come over, he scratched the back of his head helplessly. "One by one, can't you let me finish?" "Quiet." A small, transparent magic circle lit up, accompanied by a wave of energy carrying a spiritual suggestion, and instantly, all sound ceased. Sensing that most of the merfolk's attention had returned to her, Luo took a deep breath, calming her increasingly tense heart, and spoke again in a loud voice. "I'm not saying this to prove how strong I am, nor to make you give up the fight, but to say that we are equally weak in the face of it, yet instead of thinking about how to fight it, you waste your energy on dealing with your own kind." As she spoke, the current propelled the sea pearl forward. Luo pointed at her and cried out in a sweet voice, "She is your high priestess." "You heard it too. She left the deep waters without permission, disappeared for 100 years, and now she has brought me, an outsider, back, risking so much danger. For what purpose?" Most of the merfolk, bewildered, instinctively shook their heads. Luo exhaled lightly, coldly staring at Hai Jingluo, and shouted sharply, "Isn't this all for you merfolk? You're talking nonsense." Looking at the enraged Hai Jingluo, Luo's lips curled into a slight smile. 100 years ago, your high priest sensed that the relationship between Medroy and the merfolk was rapidly deteriorating, but you were still fantasizing that it wouldn't act because of its status. The girl's spirited voice spread outwards, carrying a powerful spiritual force that made it extremely penetrating, breaking through the barriers of countless residential buildings and attracting more merfolk to stop what they were doing and listen intently. Only she, your high priestess, through countless trials, sought to investigate the cause, leaving her homeland to investigate alone, braving countless dangers, only to discover that it was because some of her people colluded with the fishmen of the shallow waters, angering the overlord of this place. However, just as she risked her life to bring this news back, she was imprisoned by those despicable traitors and the fishmen. But she was devoted to her people, enduring countless hardships, and finally escaped from her cage, rushing back immediately to tell you this news. But the higher-ups are unconvinced, because they already know that some of the merfolk who colluded with the fishmen are. A powerful current of water suddenly shot out, compressing all the river water in its path. The condensed water magic possessed a hardness comparable to 5th-tier earth magic, piercing fiercely towards Luo. Danger? But Luo was not worried at all, not even glancing at it, as the attack suddenly appeared and swallowed up by the gap. Those in higher positions. In order to break through the traitor's information blockade, your high priest has to confront the most terrifying being. That is. Listening to Luo's impassioned speech, the many merfolk held their breath, their eyes wide, awaiting her next words. "The overlord you call King Behemoth. Medroy." Instantly, the crowd erupted in uproar, their faces filled with disbelief. That was King Behemoth, the overlord who had ruled the River of Life for countless years. The supreme power that only the entire merfolk race could withstand. Although the high priest was a rising star among the younger generation, he was not even as strong as the warriors. How could he possibly escape from King Behemoth? Let alone face it directly. That required immense courage and resolve. Impossible. I don't believe it. Hai Jingluo's face contorted with madness. He didn't even care about his disheveled clothes, pointing at Luo and roaring, "If you're going to make up a story, at least make it believable. Do you think we believe a story just because some outsider made it up?" But to his surprise, Luo's expression remained calm, even conveying a sense of having been waiting for him to say those words. "Of course not, so I have evidence." Under the watchful eyes of the merfolk, Luo slowly ascended into the air, 3 strange fruits appearing before him. The translucent, emerald green flesh emitted a faint, sweet fragrance, yet was eerily alluring. All the merfolk stared uncontrollably at the 3 fruits, their eyes filled with longing. "Uncle Hai, please come out and tell everyone yourself what these are." Hayleton, who had been hiding at the scene, awoke with a start. He glanced at the dazed sea pearl with a complex expression, then emerged from the shadows, flew to Luo's side, and carefully examined the 3 fruits. His expression gradually turned serious. Then, facing the thousands of residents, he said in a deep voice, "As the chief instructor of the guard, I guarantee that these 3 fruits all come from the Sea King's belt on the Shell King. Only a very small number are kept in the royal treasury, but these 3 are full of vitality, and will definitely be picked within 3 days. In other words, they could only have been a gift from the Shell King. And I can also tell you something, Several days ago, assassins sent by King Bei began infiltrating the area, and just recently, coinciding with the High Priest's return, all the assassins left. Silence. Deathly silence. All the merfolk were struggling to process this series of explosive news. In other words, our High Priest had indeed personally met with the enraged King Bei, received royal hospitality, and completely quelled King Bei's anger towards us. Only Pearl was completely bewildered. Oh no, I feel like my brain is about to explode. Was my experience really this thrilling? Chapter 275. Outside the Ocean Temple, more and more merfolk were watching the commotion. As representatives of various forces appeared, exclamations of surprise rose and fell. When the girl displayed 3 fruits with strange allure and received confirmation from the head instructor of the guard, the crowd's emotions reached a climax. Several merfolk in human form stood by the window, looking at the girl above, their expressions tense. Master, what do we do? They won't really reveal everything, will they? The leading merfolk, a middle-aged man, narrowed his eyes, but showed no anxiety. No matter how well they tell us, without substantial evidence, they can't find us. It's just a pity that Medjroy withdrew so quickly, otherwise, it would have been easy for the church's reputation to completely surpass that of the royal family. His words showed no respect whatsoever for the so-called royal family. Outside the temple, See Pearl couldn't help but tug at Luo's sleeve, quietly asking, Luo, when did you take those 3 sea god fruits? Oh, it was when we joined forces to attack Medjroy. They looked so delicious, so I just grabbed them. Luckily, I didn't eat them right away. I didn't expect them to be so effective. At this moment, Sea Whale's finger pointing at Luo was trembling slightly. He never imagined that this outsider actually had substantial evidence of seeing King Bei. This made her previous words much more credible, and the residents would definitely believe her more. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Sea Whale was overjoyed, no longer panicked, but instead calmed down again. Luo thought to himself, this guy's mental defenses are really strong. I admit what you said was very persuasive. Even if you quelled King Bei's attack, what does that have to do with her leaving without permission? We're all smart people. There's no evidence that she violated ancestral teachings to defy King Bei's wrath. Or perhaps, she actually knew this would happen and deliberately used us to provoke King Bei's attack. Having said that, Hai Jinglu crossed her arms, looking smug. Soon, a merman exclaimed, if that's the case, then the High Priest deliberately provoked the conflict between us and King Bei before leaving the deep waters, only to return to quell the crisis and elevate her own status. Otherwise, how do you explain her appearing so soon after King Bei left? So the High Priest is that kind of person? Then the imprisonment and the traitor story are all fake. Hai Jinglu's words instantly transformed Hai Jinju from someone who selflessly rescued her people into a treacherous villain who would stop at nothing to improve her own position. Luo Uzhen wanted to punch him. Fortunately, she wasn't without a plan. Returning to Hai Jinju's side, she placed her small hand on her shoulder and deliberately spoke in an indignant tone, I come from the outside world, yet I also find your actions despicable. According to your Hig Church's diplomacy, the merfolk should. They treated the merfolk with utmost courtesy, yet Pearl was imprisoned and had her blood extracted by the fishmen, who used her merfolk bloodline to enhance their own strength. What's most infuriating is that a group of fishmen, barely at the 3rd rank, possessed a special drug to incapacitate merfolk. Can you say this is merely a coincidence? Or that fishmen, whom they could easily crush with one hand, dared to plot against the merfolk, who possessed 8th rank transcendent beings? What? Hayleton roared in fury. There are only 2 or 3 kinds of potions that work on merfolk. Without a word from one of their own, they could never possibly know. The merfolk have lived in seclusion for a long time. Not only outsiders, but even the aquatic creatures who have lived here for generations rarely see them. Yet these fishmen somehow managed to drug the merfolk. An atmosphere of conspiracy began to permeate the air, and people began to cast doubt on the Sea Whale Fall and the Sig cult. The only ones who have had the most dealings with the merfolk are the Sig cult. Could it be that they're providing intelligence on the merfolk? Anyone can label people. Who knows if this is part of your plan to eliminate our Sig cult? After all, the succession of priestly families is common knowledge. Do you have to eliminate every powerful force with a bit of a reputation? Brother Lipton, how have you been? You won't blame me for upholding justice, will you? A majestic voice rang out, and Hai Jingluo, as if grasping at a straw, cried out to the suddenly appearing middle-aged merman, Father. The surrounding Sig cult members also hurriedly bowed and saluted, Greetings, Master. Hai Lipton's expression darkened slightly, and he snorted coldly without speaking. Luo met his gaze without fear, which made the master secretly admire him. This outsider who had disrupted his plans was indeed quite capable. The royal family had probably also set people to observe, but unfortunately, no matter how many nice words were spoken, it was still just speculation. Of course, he wouldn't reveal his true thoughts. He simply used a nonchalant tone to pin the blame on Luo, using the excuse of eliminating a rival to shrug the situation back into an internal strife among the merfolk. The implication was clear. As an outsider, Luo had no right to interfere in the conflicts between their own kind. Clap clap. Luo couldn't help but clap her hands. These words caught her off guard. If she hadn't had other evidence, she might have actually given him a few words to break the deadlock. Well said. But do you know where I got information about your high priest? A wooden hairpin and a tattered nameplate appeared in Luo's hand. This was given to me personally by the great chieftain of the merfolk. It records the soul aura of Pearl. It seems ordinary, but there's something I always wondered. How could a race that's at most a third-tier cultivator be able to create an item involving the soul? Luo tossed the item to Hai Fu, who frowned and carefully sensed it before speaking with some surprise. There are indeed fragments of the lesser priest's soul inside, but someone below the mid-level transcendent shouldn't be able to create such a sensing artifact. Furthermore, the array inside perfectly integrates the soul of the merfolk. Without a thorough understanding of merfolk, it wouldn't be so fitting. Someone, bring Chief Ranji here. The sect leader's expression changed slightly. He never imagined that the outsider could obtain those two items. What troubled him most was that he had told the Black Scale Clan's chief to keep these items under strict guard. Of course, he had no idea that the Blue Scale Clan had breached the Black Scale Clan's prison for Haijinju, and looted everything inside, including these two broken items. It's best to stop Hayleton from asking that person to come over. Brother Hayleton, Chief Ran is very busy. Isn't it inappropriate to ask him to come over for just two worn-out props? As the head instructor of the guard, I control everything here until the royal family arrives. Hai Wansheng, if you interfere with me again, even if you were my former brother, I won't be polite. Seeing the dangerous look in Hayleton's eyes, Chief Hai Wansheng wisely fell silent. Fine, it'd just be a bit troublesome. Time slowly passed in the wait. Soon, two merfolk dressed as guards respectfully led over a tall and beautiful female merfolk. Luominra noticed that she was surrounded by several solar rays. Her strength was at least 7th level, and her eyes were sharp, scrutinizing everyone she looked at. Who is she? Shu. Didn't you hear the head instructor say she's the chief? I'm sure she's the legendary chief barrier master. Most of the merfolk seemed unfamiliar with her. Only a few of higher status guessed her identity. Lipton, what do you want? Hai Ranji's voice was cold, showing no respect for Hai Lipton, the head instructor. Hai Lipton, however, seemed unperturbed, even managing a slight smile. Chief Ranji, here are two items. I'd like you to identify the array within them. Hai Ranji impatiently waved her hand, and the two items in Hai Lipton's hand immediately flew to her. Luo, quite curious, cautiously whispered to Pearl, who is she? She seems to be of very high status. Never seen her before, but I heard that our barrier was improved by a royal team specializing in rune research, and the most capable among them is Chief Hai Ranji. I think it must be her. She exudes a powerful aura. Just as the two were whispering, Hai Ranji had already seen through the array on the prop, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. This is a soul-sensing array that I improved 300 years ago. It was originally used to monitor the vital signs of our clansmen, but it had flaws and wasn't widely adopted. I remember only giving it to Haiha and Helen. How did it end up here? Raising her head, Hai Ranji scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Hai Wansheng not far away. After a moment's thought, she understood the general situation and waved her hand dismissively. Hai Yang joined the Shiga cult 200 years ago. You can find out what happened by asking. Alright, don't bother me anymore. Chapter 276. Even Hai Wansheng probably didn't expect that Hai Ranji would disregard even the slightest bit of courtesy, directly throwing the question back at him. However, due to the other party's strength and status, he couldn't even verify the truth. Regardless of his reputation among the common people, the other party was a genuine member of royalty, and there was no need to pay him any attention. Hai Lipton retrieved the two items, his anger towards the HIG cult growing even stronger, but he suppressed it, his expression becoming even more calm and collected. Facing his old friend, he simply couldn't imagine that he would actually collude with the Shallow Water clan. Hai Wansheng, do you have anything else to say? Brother Lipton, I don't deny it, this matter was indeed my fault. I didn't manage my subordinates well. Here's the deal. Arrest the people, I won't stop you in the slightest, but... Hai Wansheng's eyes were innocent, showing no sign of nervousness. I can send. I swear, this matter has nothing to do with me, Weifall, or even the vast majority of the followers. It was all the unauthorized action of a few individuals within the sect. Of course, as the leader, I also made mistakes in management. Afterwards, I will carefully screen any members of the sect who harbor rebellious intentions. After all, before all races can live in peace, we must first unite to resist external enemies. As expected of the leader, with these words, the Hig cult, which was initially facing public pressure, instantly transformed into a benevolent sect that acknowledged its mistakes and was willing to correct them. Especially the last sentence resonated with most of the merfolk. They weren't traitors, only a few individuals had tarnished the reputation. After getting rid of the bad apples, the Hig cult was still a sect that cared for everyone. It's no wonder that ordinary merfolk viewed the Hig cult this way. They had been rooted here for who knows how long, their influence deeply entrenched. If it weren't for Lola's status as the Sea Pearl, no one else would have paid her any attention. TSK, this old guy could be a formidable opponent for your brother. Once I reach Saint rank, I can make whoever I want a priest. Of course, that's what he said. Sea Pearl isn't a Saint rank yet, and Luo is currently helpless against him. Easily defeating him is simply impossible. Fortunately, after this incident, some of the forces supporting him within the Sig cult will definitely be eliminated, preventing him from being so arrogant and colluding with the fishmen. And there's another matter. Now that the opening remarks are over, let's get down to business. Seeing Luo speak again, even Hiranji, who hadn't left yet, showed surprise. Was there really any important business now? As I said before, we had friendly talks with Medroy, and it agreed to stop attacking us. But everything comes at a price. The price for it to stop attacking is for the merfolk to exterminate the fishman race. Now that it has shown its sincerity, it's our turn to fulfill it. What? This is impossible. To exterminate an entire race? Absolutely not. Unsurprisingly, Hai Wansheng reacted the strongest, his expression agitated, angrily denouncing Luo and the others for their inhumane actions. The merfolk are friends, not enemies. If we slaughter them indiscriminately, how are we any different from demons? What will the surrounding races think of us? That's right. We cannot arbitrarily harm weaker creatures. We are civilized merfolk, not those barbaric races. Not only did the other residents protest, but Hayleton also looked troubled, reminding them, we have no deep-seated hatred for them. Such actions will definitely incite public outrage. It's inappropriate. To this, Luo simply shrugged and spread his hands. You can bet on whether Medroy will return. The important figures among you should know that it's not that it's incapable of breaking through this barrier, it just doesn't want to. Besides, have you forgotten what happened to your high priest? Who wants to be the next one imprisoned? He even secretly nudged Haijinju, who, quick-witted, feigned tears, saying, I don't want anyone to experience those days again. If I hadn't gritted my teeth and persevered, you might never have seen me again. Hayleton immediately fell silent. He wasn't qualified to make such a decision, and the thought of annihilating a weak race to ensure the safety of his own, especially since someone from that race had harmed his daughter, was something he didn't find objectionable at all. In fact, he was eager to try it. Who knows if this is just you using King Bei's threat to satisfy your own selfish desires? Hai Wansheng still wanted to deny Luo's words, but this time, the voices supporting him were much weaker, replaced by whispers like, I don't want my brothers to die in battle, and let our generation bear this sin to protect the capital. You? Haijinju said anxiously in a low voice, Luo, are we really going to exterminate the fishmen? Although they are hateful, many of them are innocent. Isn't this a bit much? Luo gave her a reassuring look, patted her shoulder to calm her down, and then waited calmly for something. Just as Hai Wansheng was filled with anxiety, another figure appeared in the water, wearing shimmering golden light armor, his expression dignified and imposing, exuding the authority of a superior. As soon as he appeared, he waved his hand, setting up a barrier to separate himself from Luo. Finally, he glanced curiously at the doll on her shoulder, probably just an ornament. Let me introduce myself. I am the fourth prince of the merfolk capital, the Sea Dragon. I am from the outside world. Is what you say true? Seeing this merman exuding royal bearing, Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This guy finally showed himself. If he hadn't, I would have dragged him out. I have my own name. You can call me Luo. I have no reason to lie to you about this. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to verify it. No need for jokes. You know we can't really verify it, but I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. It's just that the benefits are too great. The merman race can't be wiped out, and our friendship with them can't be terminated. It's alright. I'm an outsider. I don't care about your affairs. I'm only here for my friend, Sea Pearl. Sea Dragon. The dragon gave him an approving look. I like someone as clever as you make a great friend. No need for pleasantries. If you really don't want the merfolk to be wiped out, I have a clever way. What do you say? Oh, I like to hear the details. A while later, amidst everyone's unease, the barrier was removed, revealing a smiling sea dragon and a nonchalant Luo. Hayleton quickly swam forward and bowed, Your Highness, fourth prince. The surrounding merfolk hurriedly followed suit, but being of lower status, they dared not simply bow like Hayleton. Only the Sea Pearl stood there, bewildered by the other's actions, while Hayleton kept winking at her. The sea dragon noticed his subtle movements and waved his hand, signaling everyone to rise. Chief Instructor Lipton, you are the second in command of the War Department. Just like the Pearl High Priestess, you don't need to bow. Yes. But Lipton wasn't foolish enough to take this seriously. The power of the three major forces in the mermaid capital was indeed roughly equal, but that applied to the royal family, the War Department's Sea Emperor team, and the priests and elders. Even as the head instructor, and holding the position of High Priest of Helando, he was only second in command. The residents were simply more familiar with him, and he was more famous. The fourth prince, however, was a true member of the royal family, holding a half-rank higher in status than them. He probably ignored her rudeness out of consideration for the Pearl's deeds. Hai Wansheng cautiously stood up, his previous overbearing demeanor completely gone. Your Highness, fourth prince. Hai Jialong interrupted him, saying softly, Miss Luo's words are all true, greatly helpful to our merfolk. She is honored as a distinguished guest. High Priestess Hai Jinju's effective defense against the Shell King's attack deserves to be honored as a hero, her name engraved on a monument, and a golden statue erected. Not a single charge was mentioned. Anyone with eyes could see that the fourth prince acknowledged everything Hai Jinju had done, signifying the royal family's approval of her deeds. Not only was she without fault, but she had rendered great service. But she acted without permission. Hai Jingluo, standing beside Hai Wansheng, wanted to say something, but feeling Hai Jialong's calm gaze, though unwilling, she dared not continue and obediently became part of the background. With the departure of the fourth prince, news carrying the will of the royal family quickly spread to every corner of the mermaid capital. The heroic deeds of the junior high priestess Sea Pearl in outwitting the Shell King were also spread. The mermaid's discussions about her and Luo became increasingly enthusiastic, even surpassing those about the chief and the royal family. Chapter 277. At Hai Jinju's house, everyone was sitting around a long table. Besides Hai Jinju's family, Hai Sanshu had also shamelessly come over. On the other side, two middle-aged merfolk, who looked to be in their 40s or 50s, were drinking with Hai Litong. Hai Jinju had introduced them to Luo. They were Hai Jin and Hai Yuan, uncles of the same generation as Hai's father, and they had a good relationship. Though subordinate, they were closer than brothers. Luo was seated to Hai Litong's left, followed by Hai Jinju, Hai Jinjin, Hai Liming, and the two youngest children. To his right were Hai Landuo, the two uncles, and Hai Sangshu. Actually, Hai Liming should have sat after Hai Jinju, but he had been punched upon first meeting her, and then paraded through the streets bound, forcing him to recall his fear of this older sister. He refused to sit next to her. Miss Luo, let me toast you to thank you for helping Pearl. Seeing Hai Jin raise his glass, Luo quickly raised her glass of juice in response. No, we're friends. Helping each other is only right. Haha, I thought Miss Luo was an outgoing person. I didn't expect her to be so quiet. Knowing it was a compliment, Luo's cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment. At that time, Pearl was almost being harassed by the sea whale foal. Because of their status, Hai's father and mother couldn't easily intervene, otherwise they would be seen as protecting her. Her status as an outsider was perfect. Galway didn't need to eat, but seeing everyone so happy, she flew around a few times and joined the banquet. Everyone then realized that the little doll that had been on Luo's shoulder actually had self-awareness, and they couldn't help but marvel. After the Sea Pearl blew out that Kagome could beat up Mej Roy, everyone's eyes widened, and the atmosphere at the banquet became quite tense. Fortunately, Luo explained in time, which put their minds at ease. Oh dear, Luo, how did you come to the conclusion that they were colluding with the merfolk? No, I originally just thought there was a traitor, not that the traitor was the Sig cult. But then Dawn said they had a lot of contact with the merfolk, and that's when I became suspicious. It's a pity that cult leader was too decisive. He discarded his pawn so easily. I doubt we could do anything to him. Ugh. I hate him. And that whale fall, just thinking about his I'm doing this for your own good face makes me want to beat him to a pulp. Ahem, Pearl, watch your words. Heliton snapped his fingers, a faint wisp of water magic landing on her forehead. He interrupted her cursing, turning to Luo and saying, I can sense his great ambition. Having been rooted in the mermaid capital for so many years, he must have the support of the higher-ups. However, after this blow, the fourth prince has his eye on him, and will definitely be more restrained. I keep a close eye on him too, so there's no need to worry for now. Uncle Hai is confident, so I'm relieved. Speaking of which, the marriage between Pearl and that whale false saint. Humph. I used to consider that old guy a friend, but there's no way he agree. Luo silently forked a piece of fish and stuffed it into her mouth. It seemed this head instructor had been dissatisfied for a long time, but couldn't cancel it without a proper reason. Yay! The happiest one was definitely Pearl Hai, who immediately rushed over and hugged Luo. Luo, you're so good. Don't rub your oily hands on me. Ha ha ha. The two girls' playful banter drew laughter from everyone, and the dinner, a mix of victory celebration and family reunion, ended amidst the cheerful sounds. Shortly after dinner, Heliton found Luo and Haijinju. Seeing them arrive with Kagome, he went straight to the point. Our merfolk have never made large-scale trips to the shallow waters. Miss Luo, you spoke with His Highness the Fourth Prince. Could you inform him about the matter of the campaign against the fishmen? It turned out, he was worried that such actions might attract outside attention. If avoiding Medroy's sabotage would lead to judgment from outsiders, then the merfolk might as well go to war with Medroy directly, at least giving them a chance. Luo Qing rested her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, and then spoke, You're Pearl's father, so I won't hide it anymore. You should know that the fishmen have 3 major races, right? Internal conflicts are constant. So why should we take matters into our own hands? Medroy didn't say how long it would take to exterminate the fishmen. You mean? That's right, that's it. Indeed, exceptionally clever. It's just a little bit, nothing compared to you. The royal family already has a plan. This is just a simple test. Haha, then I must apologize to you on behalf of the merfolk. Pearl looked at the two speaking in riddles, a large question mark formed from condensed water magic appearing above her head. What are you talking about? Nothing, Uncle Hai. I don't think you came to see us because of that, right? Hai Lighten had a you guessed it look on his face. That's right. What the royal family does isn't really my business. If they want to fight, they can fight. I came for Pearl's sake. Me? That's right. A complex look appeared in Heliton's eyes, and his smile faded, causing Haijinju to become much more respectful. Pearl, do you like adventure? Of course. It's so much fun. Speaking of this, Pearl became excited again, recounting her experiences drifting in the water, and the strange sights she witnessed in various rings of the other dimension. Just like when she first met Luo, sharing what she saw was her greatest joy. Okay, I understand. Heliton patted her head, making the merman girl look at her father blankly, muttering softly, Is he traumatized? You little rascal. Alright, since you like it, then go do it. Pearl jumped back in surprise. How could that be? My father is so agreeable. Wait, aren't you going to stop me? Stop you? And then wait for you to escape again? I won't. With a soft hum, Heliton turned to Luo and said sincerely, Pearl is a high priestess, and shouldn't leave the deep water, but I know my daughter doesn't like staying in the same place day after day, so I want to entrust her to you. That's no problem. But why does that sound like you're marrying your daughter off to me? Then the position of high priestess. She still hold the position of high priestess. Wasn't it said that Dawn would be the high priestess? Heliton paused, then slapped his forehead, sighing helplessly. Wasn't it Jinjin who said that? At the time, your mother and I had no hope of finding you, so naturally we needed someone else to serve as high priestess. Now that you're back, everyone has a high level of acceptance of you, so suddenly stepping down wouldn't be appropriate. However, Dawn will serve as the temporary high priestess, so you can leave with peace of mind. I feel like father, you're in a hurry to get rid of me. You still dare to say that? You only been back for a short time, and you already caused so much trouble. If you stay any longer, the entire merfolk capital will be in chaos. Luo deeply resonated with this. This guy just doesn't think about the consequences. Just look at how he was captured by the merfolk twice. That's enough. Pearl is a big idiot. No, she's not. Chapter 278. From that day on, Medroy never appeared in the sight of the merfolk again. The leader of the merfolk capital, upon receiving the news, rushed back and personally received Luo, Haijinju, and the other 2 women. He was a middle-aged man who bore a 5-point resemblance to a sea dragon, exceptionally tall and incredibly powerful, but compared to Medroy, he was far weaker. No wonder he needed to seek help. No one knew what they discussed in the palace, but there was no doubt that Hai Jinju and Luo's popularity among the common people soared again, completely suppressing the Sig cult. Meanwhile, given the Sig cult's traitorous activities, the three major powers began to attack the Sig cult from different angles. Hai Yang and several other accomplices, who had been pushed out, were arrested and imprisoned after being abandoned by their own leader. It was said they would soon be given a water burial to appease public anger. Hai Wansheng and Hai Jingluo were helpless in the face of this, and could only shrink their sphere of influence and operate discreetly. "Can't you stay a few more days?" Hearing this, Hai Jinju hugged her mother tightly, gently touching her forehead, and softly comforted her. "I'm sorry, time is running out. I can't stay any longer. But the two planes are always connected. I come back to see you often." Hai Jinjun's eyes reddened slightly. Although her sister always liked to hug her, the thought of having to leave again after such a recent reunion made her feel a pang of sadness. However, being introverted, she hid these emotions. Hai Liming, dressed formally, had been patrolling the streets when he received news from his father that his sister was leaving. He rushed back. Facing this sister who had bullied him since childhood, he couldn't say whether he was happy or sad about her departure. Perhaps both. As for Hai Momo and Hai Mayu, their expressions were much more obvious. Their eyes were brimming with tears. After learning that Hai Jinju had faced the powerful Shell King, even Hai Mayu had begun to admire his older sister, saying that as long as she didn't leave, he let her pinch his cheeks. "So cute. You be much bigger when you come back next time." "Yeah, speaking of which, if you hadn't been summoned to the palace by the chief, I wouldn't have known you were back. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" The speaker was a mature merman woman. Her two impressive breasts looked incredibly heavy, making Luo steal a glance. "Damn it, that's so inconvenient. I don't need that." "Sister, don't tease me. I can't get into the palace. How can I tell you?" She was Hai Jinju's older sister, Hai Chaoshi, 200 years older than Hai Jinju. She served as a close attendant to the king, responsible for protecting the palace's safety. Her swordsmanship was superb, a rarity even among priestly families. She must have caused quite a stir in her youth. It's said that Pearl Sea has an older brother, but he went to Seagod's castle, the second largest city among the merfolk, many years ago to make a living, and probably won't be able to return. Looking at it this way, indeed, besides Don C, no one else is qualified for the position of lesser high priest. After bidding farewell to their families, Pearl C and Luo quietly left the merfolk capital. They didn't need to worry about the aftermath. Hayleton and Haylando would handle everything. Their destination was the riverside city on the water, where an old friend resided. Inside the small pavilion where Medroy's true form resided. A merfolk stood beside Medroy and asked in a low voice, "King Beelzebub, this is the plan. Do you think it's feasible?" Medroy's spirit, puffing on a pipe, replied calmly, "You can handle it as you see fit. We both get what we need. Who suffers the consequences of failure is unimportant, nor is the form." King Bei is right. The merman looked up, and through the dim light of the Sea Emperor's belt, he saw the fourth prince, the Sea Dragon. His face showed confusion as he asked, "King Bei, if that's the case, why choose her? What if she fails?" "Ha ha ha, it's just a coincidence. I didn't wait for you, but I found another one with such talent. These young girls are quite something, aren't they? They're really something." No one knew that it was indeed killed in the instant of the attack. As an ancient relic, its survival methods were indeed just a little bit more advanced, but to take its life, are all young people these days so powerful? The Sea Dragon was puzzled but didn't dwell on it. The royal family's 300-year plan was all for the stability of the merfolk capital, to protect the future of the merfolk. They could be anyone, good or bad. Naturally, this also included the attack on the Sig cult, maintaining the priestly family, and stabilizing the tripartite division of power. Outsiders might not know Hai Wansheng's ambitions, but that didn't include the royal family. Within the barrier, nothing could be hidden from the royal family, not even the young priest's unauthorized departure, or the Sig cult's instigation of its people to search for him. It was all deliberate. Why point fingers at anything but dictatorship? Even the radicals are more sensible than you. The riverside city, its once bustling streets remain bustling. Without outsiders, it has returned to its daily routine of a year ago. Fishermen go out to fish as usual, vendors set up their stalls, shops open their doors as usual, artisans work as usual, and sheriffs patrol as usual. In a city shrouded by a massive array, a towering building, almost touching the roof, rises abruptly from the most bustling street. Resplendent in gold, it is packed with customers, bustling with aquatic creatures. At the center of the building hangs a jewel-encrusted plaque that reads Blue Scale Merchant Guild. On the 9th floor, a portly, one-legged blue scale fishman holds a cigar, biting off a piece but not smoking it. Instead, he slowly savors the remaining bit. How are the divinations for the green scale and black scale tribes? Beside him, a thin fishman in a long robe manipulates a water mirror, on which fleeting, illusory figures appear. Great Chief, still the same as before, impossible to observe. Haidam scoffs, rolling the cigar in his tongue and swallowing it in 2 gulps. Unobservable again. What use are you? Great Chief, please calm down. It is indeed strange. My water divination can predict the scene 7 days from now, but for some reason, 2 days ago, all the images of the other 2 races became blurry. I suspect that a powerful being intervened. The outsiders have already left. How could there be such a powerful person? There is another possibility, that the 2 races have no future, so the divination only shows blankness. But that's too strange. Having no future means they will be completely erased, only that a more powerful divination can capture the imagery of the future. The diviner's cover-up is impossible. You may leave. Yes. Haidam knew it wasn't the diviner's fault, but for the highest authority of a merchant guild, this feeling of being out of control was unbearable. Shortly after, another merman came to report, Great Chief, according to intelligence, the Azure Scale clan and the Black Scale clan have suddenly stopped fighting, seemingly in a truce. A truce? Investigate further. Yes. Haidam was somewhat puzzled. He had framed the Azure Scale clan for the abduction of the merman, inciting conflict between the 2 clans, and then spread rumors that the Black Scale clan had killed several important figures of the Azure Scale clan, completely igniting their war. And as he expected, the moderate spies within the church couldn't find the outsider named Luo to verify this, making it impossible to mediate the conflict between the 2 clans. So what was their reason for the truce? Could it be? Chapter 279. The edge of the River of Life's white mist suddenly churned, startling the nearby aquatic creatures on guard. They immediately aimed their weapons at the churning area. What's that? A magical beast? Watch out, it's coming out! Splash. Accompanied by a rapid splashing sound, a small boat burst out of the white mist, with a girl shouting from on board. So fast! I can't take it! Several aquatic creatures flying around the boat wiped away a cold sweat. What? It's just explorers. But this is the time when magical beasts are active. Everyone still need to be vigilant, and not let your guard down. The small boat was extremely fast, even exceeding the flight speed of a typical 3rd-tier transcendent being. It was more like skipping stones than sailing on the water. Speaking of which, isn't this speed a bit too fast? I don't know, but I know if we don't get out of the way, it crash into us. After a brief commotion, the aquatic creatures on several boats had no choice but to abandon ship and jump into the water. Strangely, a patrol boat that was struck by the small boat emerged unscathed, while the small boat vanished into thin air in front of it and reappeared behind it, passing by like a ghost. Sorry. I couldn't control it. The crisp, apologetic voice quickly faded as the small boat disappeared completely from the sight of the aquatic creatures. Just now, it passed through, didn't it? It seems so. Am I seeing things? Finding a way out in the white mist was no easy task. Therefore, after surfacing, Luo, adhering to the belief that as long as it remained in darkness, he would eventually find his way out, set off in one direction. However, in the white mist zone, even perception was affected by magic, let alone the senses. Walking in a straight line was extremely difficult. However, Luo remembered that he had bought a small boat when he came. Although it had been looked down upon, it was still a boat, and it did have a compass function. Especially in this place, boats without navigation capabilities wouldn't even get a glance. Upon taking it out, Luo was surprised to find that although the boat was small, it was actually engraved with an acceleration array. However, that was all. It lacked any protection or balance. Fortunately, stabilizing the waves wasn't a problem for Luo. The acceleration array adjusted the acceleration based on the input magic power. So, after calibrating the compass, Luo, citing a time constraint, had Kagome activate the acceleration array using her holy power. The next instant, the small boat hurtled towards its destination at a speed far exceeding its design speed, and its speed was uncontrollably increasing. A quick inspection revealed that the acceleration array couldn't withstand such immense power, causing some runes to collapse, including those that limited acceleration. Unless Luo destroyed the entire boat, there was no way to slow it down. Forced to act, Luo and Sea Pearl could only try to maintain the stability of the water surface, while Kagome maintained a holy power shield at the front to prevent everyone from being blown away, and to prevent the boat from crashing into something and falling apart. It must be said, the speed enhanced by holy power was incredible. In just 3 hours, the boat broke through the white mist and returned to the shimmering, fog-free zone. Luo, did you kill anyone just now? I didn't notice, I was trying to keep it from falling apart. Look, there's light! We're almost there. However, this boat seems to be failing. Why did they use materials with such low magic resistance to make it? That damn profiteer. Little boat, hold on. The barrier surrounding the river city was now clearly visible, but with a chilling creak, the little boat completely disintegrated. Luo managed to control the water flow to avoid being thrown off balance, but something slammed into her back, catching her off guard. Her small body landed on the water, bouncing up and knocking Kagome away with her. Glug glug. Boom. The 3 little ones tumbled and rolled on the water surface, then crashed into the cliff like cannonballs, kicking up a cloud of dust. After a while, a silver-haired girl emerged. She coughed twice, then waved her small hand, creating a gust of wind that dispersed the dust. You definitely did that on purpose. See Pearl, leaning against the edge of the hole she'd been smashed into, grinned foolishly. Hee hee, I thought I could glide on the water. Thump. Ouch. Why did you hit me again? I just wanted to hit you, Kagome. Let's go, ignore this idiot. Okay. Kagome was spotless, the impact was nothing to her. She sat back on Ra's shoulders, swinging her little feet. Hey, wait for me. The city along the river was vast and numerous. The city the 3 girls had arrived in was predominantly blue in color, clearly not the one they encountered before. Luo released the tyrant hound. Go ask where the Blue Scale Merchant Guild is. I still haven't collected my commission fee. Hidamu had only given her a deposit initially, but now that she brought back the Sea Pearl, it was perfectly reasonable for her not to collect the remaining reward. After the tyrant hound inquired, they learned that this place was called Blue Scale City, located 2 river mouths away from the city they had originally come from. Blue Scale City was controlled by the Blue Scale Fishmen, and the headquarters of the Blue Scale Merchant Guild, which was scattered throughout most cities, was also located here. What a coincidence! Then there's no need to bother looking. Based on information gathered from passers-by, Luo and his group quickly arrived at the exterior of a grand building nearly 400 meters tall. Blue Scale Merchant Guild, is this it? The Blue Scale Merchant Guild's main building had 9 floors, each 40 meters high, occupying a vast area, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people on each floor. The exterior was decorated with opulent patterns using blue and gold bricks and tiles, and adorned with towering merman reliefs. Huge magic crystals and gold coin sculptures floated atop the pillars at the entrance, inlaid with real magic crystals and gold coins, exuding extreme luxury and the air of nouveau riche. 4 extraordinary second-tier mermen stood guard at the gate, wielding harpoons to prevent any disturbances. They look incredibly wealthy. But there are so many people shopping here. Hundreds of people were constantly entering and exiting the gate, buyers and sellers alike, almost all at the extraordinary level, as mortals couldn't withstand the intense magical energy emanating from the various materials. Let's go in and take a look. We have a mission. Hey, don't run so fast. Seeing that Haijinju had already dashed into the Merchant Guild, Luo could only sigh and follow her in. The tyrant dog, as always, loyally followed behind her, its fierce gaze and muscular build intimidating the superhumans around them, who were captivated by the 2 women's beauty. However, this was Luo's first time experiencing such a large merchant guild. It was bustling and crowded, completely at odds with its opulent exterior. It resembled a marketplace, and mostly sold magical stones and low-level magical beasts. Luo glanced around, and knew there probably wasn't much of value here. But isn't that where bargain hunting happens? Thinking of protagonists in novels who, through incredible luck and keen insight, find treasures worth thousands of times more than others' discarded junk, Luo couldn't help but feel a little eager to try. Maybe she could do it too? Chapter 280. The Blue Scale Merchant Guild has 9 floors. The first 4 floors are for ordinary customers, with goods arranged from bottom to top according to quality. According to the shop assistant, items for level 2 Transcendence can be purchased on the 4th floor, while items for level 3 Transcendence must be purchased on the 5th or 6th floors. Entry to these 2 floors requires being level 2 Transcendent or higher. The 7th and 8th floors are exclusively for level 3 Transcendence. Unlike the lower floors, items are not displayed randomly, but are sold in an auction-like format, with the highest bidder winning. The 9th floor is not open to the public. Perfect timing. An auction will be held on the 8th floor at noon today. Sir, would you like to purchase an auction catalog? The cute rabbit woman shop assistant smiled and introduced the upcoming auction to Luo, holding a thin booklet in her hands. Seeing her hard work in explaining, Luo couldn't refuse and left 2 silver coins as a tip. The sea pearl's appearance differed from humans, but she was adept at concealing her magic, making it easy for her to alter her appearance in the eyes of others. She had disappeared into the crowd, and Luo couldn't find her immediately, so she had Kagome go look for her first. Recalling Kagome's flight back onto the empty magic crystal, Luo felt much more at ease. As for herself, how could she miss an auction? Everyone said that many crucial events would occur at auctions to facilitate her goals. It was definitely not just for fun. She opened the auction booklet, which contained about 7 or 8 pages, with only 6 items per page, totaling less than 50 items, probably a small auction. The first item was a magnificent piece of stone. Concentrating her mind and probing with her senses, the image of the item instantly became 3-dimensional, and its aura emerged, allowing buyers to verify its authenticity. Whether they could actually determine its authenticity was not the auction's concern. A raw stone of deep-sea essence, quite rich in water magic, with the aura of deep water, probably washed ashore by the waves. Luo glanced at it, and immediately lost interest. There were plenty of these things among the royal gifts, and their quality was far superior. The second item was a broken blade, seemingly a remarkably well-preserved fragment, described as being found deep within a cave in an ancient battlefield. If it's not too expensive, I might buy it. The third item was a monster carcass, resembling a snowfield beast, quite rare, so its auction status wasn't surprising. After a quick scan, the auction items were roughly divided into 4 categories: rare minerals and metals, useless to Luo, and she couldn't discern their quality, weapons and armor, some supposedly crafted by master craftsmen, but judging from the magical aura they exuded, almost all were bronze grade, some incomplete, their origins varied widely. The third category consists of miscellaneous items to aid cultivation, such as magically potent herbs, and the legendary blood of merfolk, said to stimulate the evolution of aquatic bloodlines. The fourth category comprises items whose effects are difficult to discern, but whose value is perceived by the organizers due to certain characteristics. So, the fourth category is the most likely to contain the best items. 2 items in particular piqued Luo's interest. One was a beating heart, but it appeared to be formed from intertwined plant roots, seemingly flesh and blood, but actually plant material, quite bizarre. The other was an indestructible black gemstone. Aside from its extreme hardness, it was indistinguishable from ordinary gemstones, yet Luo sensed a familiar unease within it. Furthermore, there were several other items that looked quite interesting. Luo planned to examine them further once the auction officially began. Having spent a long time wandering around the lower levels without finding anything of note, Luo decided to go up and take a look. A rest would be good too. With her current level, reaching the 6th floor was no problem, but the 7th floor required a 3rd-tier transcendent to enter. However, Luo still wanted to try. If she couldn't get in, she could always call Haijinju back. She was a genuine 3rd-tier transcendent. However, just as Luo was about to touch the barrier at the 7th floor staircase, a disdainful, arrogant voice came from beside her. A mere 2nd-tier transcendent trying to go up? Ridiculous. Get out of my way. Don't block my path. Luo subconsciously glanced back and saw a richly dressed young man, seemingly a student from some academy, followed by a maid and an old butler. All of them were at the 3rd tier, incredibly powerful in this place. The surrounding guests quickly moved away, afraid of getting into trouble. What are you looking at? Oh, you're quite pretty. Become my person, and I might consider taking you in. How about it? Upon hearing this, the domineering dog, who was about to attack, immediately retreated, eyes downcast, silently praying that the kid wouldn't suffer a terrible fate. Luo was stunned for a moment. She had almost forgotten when she last felt maliciously approached. However, most of the people she encountered along the way were seasoned veterans, who had lived for over 100 years. They wouldn't be easily seduced by beauty. This guy shouldn't be over 30, quite young among superhumans. In other words, his mind was somewhat immature. A fleeting memory flashed through Luo's mind. She glanced at him strangely, ignored him, and turned back to continue entering the barrier. For her, such childish remarks no longer triggered any emotional reaction. Except for C. Pearl, who definitely deserved a beating. Didn't you hear what I said? You're an outsider. Do you even know who I am? The young man was somewhat annoyed, but quickly resumed his arrogant and domineering manner. The maid behind him immediately chimed in. Young Master Angley comes from the Agnysa Empire, known as the Ice Kingdom. As the eldest son of the Dahomey family, he is destined to inherit the title of Earl and control the family's 1,000-year legacy. Now that the young master has taken the initiative to extend an invitation to you, a mere second-tier transcendent, you should respond with gratitude. Oh. Luo awkwardly twirled a strand of hair with his fingers. Does he think he's so superior? There are so few outsiders here, expecting all these aquatic creatures to know what family he belongs to is asking too much. However, as the saying goes, among 3 people walking together, there's bound to be one wise one. The old steward did have some common sense, and whispered in the young man named Engley's ear, "Young master, she's probably not from our empire. She probably doesn't know our family's reputation." Engley, who had been brimming with confidence thanks to the maid's praise, coughed awkwardly twice, pretending nothing had happened, and looked down at Luo's pretty and cute face, a hint of desire in his eyes. This young master. Boom! Luo lightly flicked his small hand, his eyes icy cold. Next time, you die. He turned and placed his palm on the barrier. Unsurprisingly, the barrier blocked Luo's steps, but the next moment, with a crisp cracking sound, the barrier shattered. Luo leisurely strode into the next level, the tyrant dog following behind, puffing out its chest, deliberately glancing disdainfully at the stunned maid and old butler. Ha! Daring to oppose my master, courting death. After the two went up, the maid and the old butler realized with shock that their young master's fate was still unknown. Young master, are you all right? On the opposite side of the spacious 6th floor, they finally found Engley lying in the crater created by the impact, but he was now seriously injured and would probably take several days to recover. At this moment, the nearby shop assistants also hurriedly reported the incident, especially since the 7th layer of the barrier had been forcibly broken. Someone actually dared to cause trouble at the Blue Scale Merchant Guild's place. Didn't they know whose territory this was?